Kang-Jim. To the world, he was a useless F-rank hunter. More than that, he was seen as a walking catastrophe. Teaming up with him was a death sentence. Countless hunters had been gravely injured or even lost their lives just by being in his party. But it was to be expected. His destiny was already intertwined with death. It was never his fault. 5 years ago, when the apocalypse began, everyone awakened. A person's abilities were predetermined by the fate written in their stars at birth. It all depended on the day and hour you were born. The system was random, and Kang-Jim never had a choice. And yet, no one knew the truth. This so-called failure possessed a power that rivaled the gods. He could peer into the fates of others and even steal the abilities of the dead. The only price was an ever-growing karmic debt. Despite the danger, many guild members still wanted to party with him. They simply dismissed the curse as rumors. But Kang-Jim knew it wasn't a coincidence. So he always kept his distance, choosing to hunt alone, even though he yearned for comrades to fight beside him. Once again, the gates to the demon world tore open. All the hunters stood ready for the impending battle. Knowing his own limits, Kang-Jim chose a safe spot, planning to pick off any low-level stragglers. That way, he wouldn't be a burden to anyone. The gate burst open, and a flood of monsters poured out. The fight was on. While the main force handled the high-level demons, Kang-Jim cautiously fought the imps from the rear. He quickly took down a few of them, but that was already his absolute limit. Kang-Jim gasped for breath, thinking to himself, "This is harder than I expected." The deeper they went, the thicker the demonic energy became, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, a monster lunged from behind. A sharp claw tore into his back, sending him sprawling. The sound drew the attention of the entire horde. They stared at the fallen hunter with ravenous eyes. Like starving wolves, they all surged forward. In that moment, all Kang-Jim could do was close his eyes and pray. But then, a blinding flash of green light erupted. It was Sua. With her sword and wood-style techniques, she annihilated the monsters, saving not only Kang-Jim but freeing everyone from the encirclement. Seeing his guild master, Kang-Jim forced a weak smile. Sua smiled back, but before they could regroup, the ground began to tremble. The dungeon boss had arrived. It loomed over them, an overwhelming presence, but before it could even display its power, a razor-sharp sword strike flew from the shadows. The boss was split clean in two. It was slain in a single hit. From the settling dust, a mysterious figure emerged, radiating an immense killing intent. A white-haired woman spoke, her voice sending a chill down everyone's spine. "Where's Kang-Jim?" Her question sent shockwaves through the crowd. No one had a clue who she was. Kang-Jim, however, felt a deep sense of dread. This woman one-shotted the boss. Why was she looking for him? When no one answered, she made a terrifying decision. She would slaughter them one by one. If everyone died, Kang-Jim would be among them. Hiding in the trees, he used his power to read her fate, desperate to find out who she was. Name, Bayong. Level, minor god, destiny, secured. Kang-Jim's blood ran cold. A minor god? He had never seen a level like that before. The minor god class allowed its user to return to the past with all their current memories intact, but the ability was useless if you died. Kang-Jim's mind raced. Such an ultimate regression ability. Should I reveal myself? He thought. She must have information about me from a future timeline. Just as he was about to move, Sua's vine shot up, blocking his path. Her message was clear. Stay put. Kang-Jim understood immediately. He knew he couldn't interfere in this fight. Sua looked down from above and demanded, "What business do you have here?" But the woman's answer was the same. Her target was Kang-Jim. Everything else was irrelevant. Sua calmly replied, "He is a member of my guild. You can deal with me." Bayong just shook her head. "Unnecessary. Forget it." The moment the words left her mouth, she unleashed another devastating slash, killing dozens more hunters. Blood sprayed through the air. Her voice was pure ice. "I just need to kill all of you. I assume Kang-Jim is hiding in this crowd." Realizing she could stand by no longer, Sua charged forward to stop Bayong. At the same time, Kang-Jim saw things spiraling out of control. He knew she was here for him, and him alone. He desperately hacked at Sua's magical roots, trying to get down before it was too late. Meanwhile, the other guild members scattered in pure terror, fleeing the fallout from the clash between these two titans. The battle was completely one-sided. Bayong was relentlessly pushing Sua back with ease. The woman spoke again, "I'll spare them if you hand over Kang-Jim." But her words didn't sway Sua in the slightest. Sua continued her furious assault, determined to prevent Bayong from slaughtering any more of her guild. But the gap in their power was just too immense. With a single counterattack, Bayong sent Sua crashing into a cliff face. His body was broken. So racked with pain, he couldn't even move. Bayong raised her sword for the killing blow, but from behind, his guildmates charged in to protect him. It was over in a flash of cold steel. All that remained were horrifying screams of pain and terror. Kang-Jim, trapped by the tree roots Sua had summoned, fought desperately to break free. But by the time he crashed to the ground, ready to stop the slaughter, all he found was a sea of blood. Every last one of them had been cut down by Bayong's merciless blade. Kang-Jin trembled, his mind reeling from the horrific sight. Tears of helplessness streamed down his face. I was too late. It should have been me. A failure like me. Drag everyone down with him. Seeing the broken man kneeling before her, Bayong knew this was Kang-Jin. She raised her sword to finally end it all. But once again, Sua's power intervened to block the fatal strike. Roaring with fury, she charged forward. How dare you lay a hand on one of my guild members? Steel crashed against steel, sending sparks flying. Sua gritted her teeth, enduring the impact despite her grievous wounds. Bayong just didn't get it. If they just handed over Kang-Jin, this would all be over. No one else would have to die. The gap in their power was just too vast. Bayong's blade pierced straight through Sua's body. With her last breath, she answered, "You wouldn't understand. A guild master's duty is to protect her own." And with Sua's death, the barrier she had erected shattered. With absolute power, Bayong stood before him. Kang-Jin was paralyzed on the ground, utterly speechless. He couldn't move a muscle. There was no way to win. She was going to kill him. She came for me. I was the one who was supposed to be punished. So why? Why did Sua and everyone else have to pay the price? Guilt and hatred twisted inside him. He resolved to use the one power he had sworn never to touch. Activate Fate Plunder, a forbidden art that accumulates a heavy karmic debt. A system window appeared. 421 corpses detected in the vicinity. Whose fate will you plunder? Kang-Jin gritted his teeth in pure rage. He chose to plunder the fate of all 421. The system began analyzing which fates could be stolen. Due to his low magic rank, only a partial fate extraction was possible. Agony seized Kang-Jin as their power flooded his body. He remembered all their cruel words, but they were right all along. Because of him, everyone was dead. This was all his fault. His destiny had doomed them. The pain was so intense he coughed up blood, clutching his head in agony. Now, he wielded countless abilities that weren't his own. Most notably, Sua's powerful woodleaf art. Suddenly, Bayong was right in front of him. "Die," she said with cold indifference. But in a shocking twist, Kang-Jin's blade swung out, striking her directly. The blow landed, but it wasn't a fatal strike. Bayong was simply on another level of power. Kang-Jin unleashed a storm of stolen abilities. The F-rank weakling was gone. In his place stood someone who could fight a demigod to a standstill. Just as victory seemed within his grasp, Kang-Jin spotted a critical opening in her defense. He activated an ability, striking at that weak point. But it was a trap. Bayong had baited him in, leaving the opening on purpose. And then she activated her ability, Ice Soul Summoning, sending a blast that threw him backward. Kang-Jin collapsed into a pool of his own blood. He thought grimly. Thankfully, some of the abilities activate on their own, but my body and weapon can't handle their full power. Even after stealing the fates of 421 souls, he still wasn't strong enough for revenge. Bayong activated her Ice Soul ability once more. Shards of ice materialized in the air, then rained down upon him. Kang-Jin dragged his shattered body, desperately trying to evade. But his luck ran out as an ice pillar pierced straight through his leg. He cursed himself. If only he knew how to properly wield these powers. And just then, a thought struck him like lightning. That's it. There is one power I know inside and out. He struggled to pull the shard of ice from his leg. Bayong mocked him. It's useless, Kang-Jin. Your fate is already sealed. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Kang-Jin ripped the ice from his leg. Then, he spun around and unleashed the woodleaf art. Bayong easily sidestepped the clumsy attack, but she was completely caught off guard. I thought he was just a swordsman, she mused. It seems he's also skilled in magic. But with her years of combat experience, Bayong knew this kind of magic would be incredibly difficult for him to sustain. Just as she predicted, the roots he summoned were easily sliced apart, but it was all a diversion, a feint to distract her. In his hand was the very ice pillar he pulled from his leg, and he plunged it deep into her throat. A triumphant smile spread across his face. I did it. I got my revenge. His body gave out, and Kang-Jin collapsed to the ground. He had his revenge, but his own life was now fading fast. But then, an automatic healing ability activated, mending his wounds. He let out a bitter laugh, pleading to no one. Don't activate. What's the point of living now? Nothing can change what happened. The past, the present. There was nothing left. His entire life had been defined by endurance and death. A fortune teller had sealed his fate as a child, prophesying a life of endless misery. And just as the seer foretold, Kang-Jin's parents died before he was even a man, ushering in an endless storm of misfortune. Wherever he went, disaster followed. Worse still, his curse infected everyone around him. He was destined for a life of weakness and sorrow. Yet, the people in his guild welcomed him. only to die because of him. Once again, he covered his face with blood-stained hands, drowning in guilt. If only he had found Bayong sooner. If only he had been the first to die. If I had done that, things would be better, he thought. If only I could turn back time. A sudden realization struck Kang-Jin like lightning. Wait a second. Bayong's power was regression. He immediately activated the stolen power of fate. Miraculously, the power of regression had been his to claim. Kang-Jin desperately willed it to activate. He didn't know which timeline he returned to, but even if it was the exact moment Bayong appeared, he was ready to face her. He prayed with all his might. Please, let the power of regression work. A system window materialized before him. Regression ability activated. Transporting you to the past. Kang-Jin jolted awake, finding himself in a room both familiar and strange. Dazed, he heard a sudden knock at the door. Hello? I'm here for my fortune reading. Kang-Jin froze. His arm trembled, but a faint smile crossed his lips. Outside the door, Suwa was waiting for him. Sang-Owen's voice bubbled with excitement. We finally had our first date. I'm so excited to see how compatible we are. Suwa seemed indifferent. Kang-Jin studied her, a thought crossing his mind. She's not wearing her mask. A wave of relief washed over Kang-Jin. I really came back. Suwa was still alive, and she hadn't lost her eyes. He hardened his resolve. I won't let that happen again. He pushed a piece of paper forward, suggesting, if you would, please write down your names, ages, and birth times here. Sang-On quickly filled out the paper, but Kang-Jin's gaze was fixed solely on her. Huh. She seemed a little uncomfortable under his stare. He remembered the hopeless look she once had, recalling how she'd been involved with some weirdo. I have to make sure she gets away from him this time. An idea sparked in Kang-Jin's mind. Allow me to read your compatibility, he began. A gold nugget and a great axe represent Sang-Owen's destiny. The fortune indicates that his element is metal. Trees and plants represent Suwa, and your element, miss, is wood. An image of an axe striking a tree appeared in his mind as he spoke. This type of fortune is called metal clashing with wood. As the tree in his vision splintered and fell, Kang-Jin explained with a bright smile. This is a terrible omen, because an axe can easily chop down a tree. The two of them stared in shock. What? Sua's face, however, lit up. Is that so? Well, I guess we have no choice, she said cheerfully. Our destinies are a terrible match. Sang-Owen exploded in anger. Are you kidding me? What the hell do you think you're doing? Where's the master of this place? Kang-Jin smiled calmly and replied, he's just outside the stall. Suwa turned to Sang-Owen. Let's go. I don't trust this guy. But she replied happily, I want to hear more about my destiny. This person is really good. The man trembled with rage. You'll regret this. Do you think a woman like you will ever meet someone as amazing as me again? Kang-Jin's eyes darted to the side, feigning innocence. It seems she has no intention of leaving with you. Please, show yourself out. His anger boiling over, the man slammed the door on his way out, shouting, Don't you even think about coming back to me. She just watched him go, completely unbothered. Sang-Owen asked, I thought places like this only talked about the good things in life. He gave a strained laugh. Usually, yes. My apologies. Now intrigued, Sang-Owen pressed on. You seem to be very skilled. Can you read more of my fortune? Kang-Jin reluctantly agreed. Ah, all right. Suddenly, something jolted his very soul. A small spark of light erupted, enveloping the entire room. The system window appeared again. Your stats are now being calculated based on your destiny. A headache pulsed in Kang-Jin's skull, even though I knew this would happen. I guess there's no avoiding the shock and dizziness, she asked urgently. What are you doing? Then she commanded, get under the table. She grabbed his hand, and Kang-Jin remembered. Suwa had protected him, just like this in the past life, too. Kang-Jin fought to clear his head, to focus. Didn't you think you could change the future? This is it. Everything stopped. Sang-Owen wondered aloud. What was that weird announcement? Destiny. Stats. Seeing him leave, she called out, wait for me. Kang-Jin thought to himself, it's best if I don't get involved with Suwa at all. He pushed the door open. Kang-Jin scanned his surroundings cautiously. I hope there's something good here. After looking around for a moment, he found what he was searching for. There it is. He quickly grabbed the item and stuffed it in his pocket. She ran up to him, asking, where are you going? Suwa grabbed his arm, insisting, we have to evacuate, now. With that, Suwa pulled him into a run. Wait. A sudden shout made Suwa look back in surprise. A scream. Someone burst out, screaming a warning, run. A monster? It was a monster. A massive creature latched onto the man's leg, his face contorting in fear. Get away from me, he shrieked. Somebody help me. The creature's jaws held fast. Suwa stared back in horror and replied, I can't help you. With blinding speed, Kang-Jin drew his knife and sliced the creature clean in two. A grim smile played on his lips. I knew they would show up. These disgusting bugs were giant worms, rank and file, level 3 insects. Although they normally fed on grass, now, their diet included animals and humans. He charged into the fray, then glanced back and shouted, "Everyone, get to safety." Kang-Jin moved with deadly precision, felling one monster after another. He grabbed the last one and split it in two. This is the last of them. Just when it seemed over, a desperate cry echoed from the distance. "Help me! There are still more of them over here." Kang-Jin leaped forward. "If you don't want to die, grab a weapon. These bugs aren't that strong." Suddenly, he noticed something. Someone was holding a fire extinguisher, stained with the creature's blood. Shin-Sua beamed, a bright smile on her face. "They're surprisingly weak for their size. I even managed to take one down myself." He couldn't help but chuckle. She asked, "What? It's nothing," he thought to himself. To see someone who could take down a dragon get this excited, it's almost funny. Kang-Jin walked over to her. "This floor is clear for now. We should head down before more show up." As they ran off, they shouted, "Thank you." Kang-Jin, meanwhile, was quietly pulling out his knife again. He sliced open the monster's belly and started digging. "I need to collect the spirit stones when I have the chance." He pulled out a handful, silently pleased. "Even for low-level creatures, this is more than I expected." Her voice called out, and he quickly wiped his hand. "Hey, why haven't you come down yet?" He quickly stuffed the gems into his pocket and replied, "Why haven't you left yet?" Shin-Sua sighed. "I couldn't just leave you here alone." He argued back. "You're worried about someone you just met today?" Shin-Sua said plainly. "Yeah, I am." Kang-Jin was exasperated. "Even when you have no idea what could happen next." "It's too dangerous," she insisted. But he cut her off before she could finish. "That's exactly why we should split up," he thought, "and that's why I have to tell Shin-Sua." Kang-Jin's expression darkened. "Ah, there's something I need to tell you." Surprised, Shin-Sua replied, "What is it?" Kang-Jin stated her name, Shin-Sua, Dragon-type class, level 3, leaving her utterly confused. "Wait, what are you talking about?" he replied. "Your attribute is wood, and you have a power called Wood Leaf Arts." She looked at the window in front of her, startled. He then asked, "Did your fate window just open?" She stared intently at the window and replied, "My fate window. I'm seeing something, and I also see the power, Wood Leaf Arts." Kang-Jin reminded her, "Do you remember the announcement, that strange broadcast? It seems we've all received superpowers." Kang-Jin thought to himself, "Because we've awakened, we won't die unless we run into that thing." She also confirmed it. "You're right. I definitely feel stronger somehow." The two of them moved quickly toward the stairwell. "Let's go down." Following close behind, Shin-Sua took the chance to ask, "Hey, so, what's your fate?" He brushed off the question, saying, "It's better if we don't share the contents of our fate windows with each other." He glanced back over his shoulder, adding, "It's almost as if other people could read it." She seemed to understand and accepted it. "Oh, okay." Kang-Jin's own fate window was identical to the one from his past life. He hadn't kept the powers he'd stolen in his previous life. The screen displayed his name, Kang-Jin, class, level 3 insect, attribute, fire, fate plunder, rank, cruel, level 3. You can steal a part of a target's fate and make it your own. However, your karma will increase by doing so. Only one thing had changed: the system window updated. You currently possess a large amount of karma points. He was lost in thought. This must be the result of stealing the fates of 421 people. If I want to change the future, I have to use my fate plunder ability. But gaining so many points right now is bad news. Karma points increase when a great sin is committed, like murder, or when a unique power is used. If karma points get too high, the target will cross the boundary. He knew all too well the horrors that awaited those who crossed that line. Shin-Sua suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I think someone's here." He immediately whipped his head around. A loud cry echoed through the hall. A figure wrapped in bandages like a mummy suddenly froze. Shin-Sua and Kang-Jin rushed over. She shouted, "I'll help you." Wait. A monster was right there, its jaws wide open, ready to bite the person. Luckily, Kang-Jin arrived just in time, dispatching it with his knife. He let out a breath of relief. "Good. It's just one." The person pointed in a specific direction. "Is someone in there?" Kang-Jin activated his power. The easiest way to check for survivors was the system window display. Fate Plunder ability activated. The current number of living people nearby is 1. He shook his head, realizing they were already dead. His eyes were glued to the window. It looks like they had a powerful ability. If they had awakened, they would have survived. The ability was Fire Control, a level 3 insect class power. You can summon and control a small flame. The user can attack a target from a distance as long as they remain in sight. Kang-Jin made his decision. "I'm taking it." A moment later, a flame flickered to life in his hand. You have acquired the power, fire control. Penalty. You have gained. He clenched his fist. Perfect. I need powers exactly like this one. Shinsuo hurried over to his side. What's that over there? Where is that blue blood coming from? In the distance, Gozen was slaughtering monsters, laughing loudly. Haha. Is this just the tutorial? Is that why it's so easy? Suddenly, Gozen, crackling with energy, wiped out the remaining monsters. Time for me to take on the boss. Only then did he notice the others. Gozen approached the two of them. Oh, more survivors? He casually asked. Are you the characters who are supposed to be my party members? Shinsuo was baffled. Characters? With a bright smile, he held out his hand to introduce himself. The name's Gozen. A pleasure to meet you both. Kang-Jim thought to himself. That's right. This is his starting point, too. He introduced himself. I'm Kang-Jim. Gozen grinned and turned to Shinsuo. So, what's the name of our heroine here? She looked a bit flustered. Heroine? My name is Shinsuo. Gozen shook their hands. Awesome. I'll remember that. Now that the party up event is over, the main event should start soon. She was still confused. What are you talking about? He simply replied. Isn't this how every game tutorial starts? Gozen. Third tier divine profession, metal attribute. 1 Eric. First tier holy system, where the line between dream and reality blurs. The user is less affected by demonic energy. Willpower, pain resistance, and fear resistance will be calibrated to the first-tier dragon chart system. Kang-Jim watched him, knowing full well Gozen was destined to become the guild master of one of the 6 great guilds. However, seeing this potential even before his official awakening was strange, as Gozen just kept chatting away. Aren't you guys supposed to take down the boss with your party? Or maybe you get a powerful ally mid-battle or something. You know, the awakening that comes from a comrade's sacrifice. Shinsuo still had no idea what he was talking about. Kang-Jim thought, I know he's a famous novelist, but his delusions are completely off the charts. Suddenly, a scream echoed from nearby. A terrified young man, pale with fear, sprinted towards them. Help me! A monster, giant earthworm. First-tier insectoid system. A monstrous being formed from a massive colony of worms. It can only be killed if every last insect is destroyed. It shares the feeding habits of a burrowing worm. The young man was chased until he tripped, sliding across the floor. Powerless, he looked up at the beast. Shinsuo's eyes widened in horror, a splash of blood. And the man's hand fell limp. Gozen was completely unfazed. Haha, looks like that's the tutorial boss we have to beat. Shinsuo cried out, You want to fight that thing? We have to run, now. Just then, Kang-Jim summoned a flame in his hand. He took aim and launched the fireball, sending it streaking toward the giant earthworm. Gozen roared with excitement. Magic. I knew I could count on you. He asked Kang-Jim. So? Think you can kill it? His reply was blunt. No. He added, Right now, killing that thing is impossible. All I can do is hold it back with fire. Just as he spoke, an explosion erupted. The giant earthworm was completely unharmed and charged directly at the trio. Kang-Jim waved them on, telling them to run. He stayed behind, confronting the beast with his firebird magic. He quickly realized his attacks were useless. The 3 of them used every precious second to escape. A massive explosion detonated right behind Kang-Jim. Up ahead, Shinsuo screamed his name in panic. Hurry, this way. But Gozen grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Don't stop, Shinsuo, she yelled. Ah, wait, let go of me. The giant earthworm appeared right before him. Shinsuo's sudden cry caught the monster's attention. Kang-Jim, as it turned its head, he seized the chance and roared, Where do you think you're looking? A powerful flame attack slammed into the giant earthworm. You shouldn't have taken your eyes off me. Reeling from the pain, it turned and launched a fierce counterattack at Kang-Jim. Dodging the strike, he silently tried to figure out where the monster came from. He knew he had to buy more time. He heard their voices from behind a door just before they left. Kang-Jim, I'll never forget your sacrifice. Kang-Jim desperately fled from the pursuing earthworm, his mind racing. I can do this. I just have to hold out until the Fate Protection Agency arrives. After a fierce struggle, Kang-Jim was thrown back, thinking, I can't believe I've barely even scratched it. Its massive maw opened wide, lunging straight for him. Kang-Jim channeled fire into his hands and grit his teeth. That's it, its mouth. In the next instant, he thrust the flames deep into the earthworm's mouth, causing it to shriek in agony. Its mouth burning, the creature collapsed, trembling before him. But suddenly, its eyes glowed, staring intently at Kang-Jim. As it slowly began to crawl closer, he cried out in despair, I guess this is the end. Just then, a massive wooden stake pierced the giant earthworm's body. It was Shinsuo, wielding more wooden branches and striking it repeatedly as she ran. Run! Get out of here! From the wound, countless tiny worms suddenly poured out. They immediately locked onto their new target and swarmed toward her. Sekang unleashed a blast of fire, sending the creatures flying back. Use the poison leaf technique, now. But Xin Wu immediately shot him down. I can't. I need plants nearby. He quickly began outlining a new plan. Those wooden planks. They'll have to do. At his words, something clicked for Sua. She immediately unleashed her powers on the branches. Instantly, the dead wood sprouted into massive, sprawling limbs. Sua poured her energy into the branches, forcing them to grow ever larger. They shot forward like spears, aimed straight at the colossal sandworm. They watched, stunned and hopeful, at the unfolding chaos. But Sua suddenly spun around, grabbing his hand and pulling him away. Her eyes widened in absolute terror. A swarm of smaller worms was now surging toward them, crawling along the very branches she created. The creatures swarmed from all sides, closing in on them. Overwhelmed with fear, Sua stumbled and fell to the ground. This is it. It's over. Tears of despair streamed down her face. I came here to save CO Kang-Jin, not to fail like this. Just then, Kang-Jin's voice cut through her despair. Wood fuels fire. A new power was awakening, the fusion of their destinies. Sua's fate of life was now feeding CO Kang-Jin's destiny. The flames he summoned erupted, consuming her wooden branches and exploding into a massive inferno. His fire affinity was skyrocketing from a Tier 3 insect class to the overwhelming power of Tier 1. Our powers are governed by the pillars of fate. That same logic now applies to combat. Wood gives life to fire. A system notification echoed in their minds. You have defeated the Tier 1 colossal sandworm. Calculating achievements, Sua stared at the aftermath in disbelief, then shouted with joy, we actually did it. Her celebration was cut short as she rushed to his side, her face filled with worry. Kang-Jin, are you okay? He gave her a weak nod, his eyes locked on the system window floating before him. You have received a bonus reward for defeating a superior opponent. Sua supported Kang-Jin, who was pale and weak from complete mana exhaustion, as they left the chamber. This is the first floor. The exit is still safe. She gripped the doorknob, her voice trembling with relief and excitement. We're finally getting out of here. But as the door swung open, a brilliant light poured in, leaving her utterly speechless. They cautiously stepped inside. Before them was not an exit, but a vast, empty hall that left Sua completely baffled. Where in the world are we? Suddenly, a wave of energy washed over them, healing their wounds completely. A look of realization dawned on Sua's face. This building. It has to be in the middle of the city. Meanwhile, Kang-Jin's eyes were fixed on an object on a distant dais, a triumphant smile forming on his lips. So the artifact from the main lobby connects to a hidden area on the first floor. A Tier 3 Dragon's Map artifact. It radiates an aura of absolute dominance and restoration. It heals any human who approaches, and repels all monsters. Just then, the door behind them vanished without a trace, sending a jolt of panic through Sua. She whipped her head towards him. What do we do now? But Kang-Jin remained perfectly calm, his voice steady. For now, we rest. At least we know this place is safe from monsters. Suddenly, a new figure appeared before them. It was Gozen. He stared at them, bewildered. How in the world did you two survive? Pure fury flashed in Sua's eyes at the sight of him. Gozen just smirked, whispering to himself, how strange. For the great heroine, Sua, to abandon me. Hearing that, she exploded. Heroine, don't make me laugh. You're nothing but a villain who betrayed his own friends to save his pathetic life. The accusation struck Gozen like a physical blow, leaving him stunned. He clutched his head as if in immense pain, muttering, no, that can't be right. It makes sense, but I can't be the villain. Hearing this, Kang-Jin scoffed internally. This guy is even more pathetic than I remember. He quietly called to her, Sua, over here. Elsewhere in the hall, other survivors were appearing, their faces filled with shock and terror. Where are we? A monster just broke through the barricade. But then, the healing energy washed over them as well. My wound. It's gone. Frantically, they checked their phones, only for panic to set in. There's no signal. Mine's completely dead. Voices filled with fear echoed through the hall. Are we safe here? Was that fire just now? What is happening? Just then, a figure appeared on the high dais, silencing the crowd. It was a woman. She looked down on them, her voice cold and devoid of emotion. It appears all personnel from this sector have been gathered. Her gaze swept across the crowd as she made a formal introduction. My name is Navi, from the Central Command of the Fate Protection Agency. She paused, letting her words sink in. From this moment forward, I will be your designated manager. Her declaration was met with stunned silence, then a wave of confused murmurs. Manager? What's the Fate Protection Agency? The confusion quickly turned into outrage. People began to shout, Manager? What are you talking about? This is a kidnapping. Let us go. What is the meaning of this? As chaos erupted, Kang-Jim simply watched, a grim look on his face. This is where it truly begins, he thought. In my past life, I was a complete failure. His expression hardened with unshakable resolve. But this time will be different. I will become the strongest before I ever leave this place. Both Kang-Jim and Sua looked on, seemingly confused. The Fate Protection Agency? What was that? Navi explained, her voice cutting through the noise. Our job is to protect humanity from the impending catastrophe. Her words did little to calm the crowd. Protect us by— What the hell are you talking about? How is this any different from kidnapping? Let us go, right now. The entire hall erupted in protest. What is the meaning of this madness? She demanded from the stage. The demon world will open, fulfilling the director's prophecy. Someone from the crowd cut in. Those insects from before. You released them, didn't you? As Navi continued, the crowd grew more frantic. I'll sue you. Let me out of here. Gozen finally snapped, roaring at the crowd. Silence. You ignorant sheep. His furious outburst cut through the noise, stunning everyone into silence. Gozen sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Can't you see what a rare opportunity this is? This is why you'll always be background characters. Standing nearby, Kang-Di thought to himself. He hasn't changed a bit, but he's right. He glanced at the man and nodded. Being chosen was a privilege. The manager sighed deeply. I think it'll be faster to just show you all the situation outside. Everyone, please calm down and take a seat. With a snap of her fingers, Navi projected a massive image of the giant worms outside. The screen showed a live feed from Son. A gate to another dimension, she narrated, the demon world, has opened all across the country. Navi quickly explained, monsters from the demon world will begin to pour out. The Fate Protection Agency foresaw this catastrophe. So, a few years ago, we, the Keymasters, she switched the image to a montage of them fighting. Awaken our powers ahead of everyone else. Navi's voice grew more urgent. And we have been preparing for this day. She spread her arms wide in a grand appeal. However, in a world descending into chaos, we need more awakened beings. We summoned you here because we believe your potential is far greater than any other unawakened person. We will help you awaken and grow stronger under the agency's guidance. Navi then pulled a golden talisman from her coat. If you wish, you are free to leave. But I suggest you check your abilities first before you decide. She calmly lit the talisman with a lighter. You might just change your minds. A system window suddenly materialized. Player, Sekang. Class, Insectoid. Rank, 3. Element, Fire. Abilities, Fate Discovery, Fate Plunder, and Fire. The others stared in shock at their own new powers. What is this? Are these my abilities? What does rank 1 human even mean? He was lost in thought again. This definitely isn't Navi's power. I want to discover her fate, but she's wearing a mask. Navi stepped down into the crowd, beginning her counsel. You have all seen your abilities. You can call them supernatural powers or even magic. She explained that the awakened use these powers to hunt monsters. Navi's speech was relentless. We will invade the demon world and eliminate this threat at its source. But make no mistake, this is an incredibly dangerous job. Her tone turned ice cold. You could die on a mission. The same goes for training, Navi added. If you want to avoid all danger and remain protected. Her brow furrowed as she emphasized each word. Then you must give up your power. Someone without the will to fight does not deserve such a gift. Navi's voice was firm. I will give you exactly 1 hour to decide. With that, she clapped her hands once. You may rest on the 2nd floor, Navi announced. We will provide guidebooks. I suggest you read them. After 1 hour, those who wish to stay will return to this hall. Her voice echoed through the vast space. Those who wish to leave may use the emergency exit on the S floor. But as I said, once you leave, you will never see your fate window again. With a final, sharp see you later. Navi turned and walked away. An hour later, she glanced at her watch and murmured, time's up. I will assume everyone who returned has agreed to participate in the training. A shimmering barrier appeared over a large doorway. This is the first gate, Navi introduced, as all eyes locked onto it. She laid out the rules. A maximum of 3 people can enter at once. When you complete the trial and exit the gate, the challenge ends. Navi then explained that each room contained a different trial. You can check the requirements once you're inside. A system prompt appeared. Eliminate the monster. She continued with the next condition. There is no limit to how many times you can challenge the first gate. However, if you leave without completing the mission, you must start over from the beginning. Navi held up a small box. This is an item box, provided to all participants. Simply take 1 box and proceed to the supply center. There are countless treasures inside. If injured, use a healing item or return to the waiting room to use the healing totem. Her voice became as sharp as steel. "We will need you to sign an agreement stating that the agency is not liable in the event of your death. Of course, we will do everything in our power to support you so the worst does not happen." Navi placed a hand over her heart and bowed respectfully. "Good luck." She then vanished from the stands in a peculiar way. Suddenly, a hand shot straight into the air. A man shouted excitedly, "Is anyone willing to party up with me? My ability is a rank 1 demon class." Another recruiter called out, "Who wants to join?" Even as a foot stepped forward, the voices continued to echo. "My name is Kang-Jim," he muttered, complaining as he walked. "This is just like a job fair." Suddenly, someone called to him from behind. CEO Kang-Jim turned his head to see Sua rushing toward him, looking out of breath. Her next words, a follow-up to their encounter in the building, caught him completely off guard. "Thank you," Sua said shyly. "You don't have a team yet, right?" "Neither do I." She held out her hand, offering, "Would you like to team up with me?" When Kang-Jim didn't respond, Sua called out softly, "Mr. CEO Kang-Jim?" His face was a mask of sheer panic. She froze, utterly confused by his reaction. Kang-Jim's hand trembled as he raised it to his face, whispering to himself, "Thank you." His mind flashed back to the battlefield, where the only way for anyone to survive was to watch him die. He remembered that desolate place and blamed himself. "It was all my fault." Kang-Jim clutched his face, shaking. Sua grew worried. "Are you not feeling well?" He threw up an elbow, stopping her from getting any closer. "I'm fine." Kang-Jim turned away, his rejection blunt and absolute. "I refuse." He spared a brief glance at the small girl, hating the harsh words he had to say. "I'm more comfortable going alone." Hearing this, she looked down, a wave of disappointment and embarrassment washing over her. "Oh, I see," she stammered. "I just thought we worked really well together." But before she could finish, Kang-Jim was already walking away. Sua told herself she'd just find someone else to cooperate with, but a bitter feeling lingered in her heart. Not giving up, she shouted after him, "Mr. CO Kang-Jim, even if we can't hunt together, I still hope we can look out for each other." But her words didn't faze him in the slightest. He just gave a cold HM in response. A moment later, over by a counter, were supply boxes containing training swords. Kang-Jim grabbed a box and opened it. A blue light emanated from within. Instantly, the system window appeared. Training sword, rank 1 insect class, HP recovery potion ×2, mana recovery potion ×2. He fastened the sword to his hip, thinking to himself, "It's hard to gather items in the beginning, so being an intern isn't so bad." HP recovery potions were expensive, yet they were constantly supplied to the interns. At that same moment, over by the counter, Gozen was secretly watching Kang-Jim. Seeing him standing alone, he waved and called out loudly, "CO Kang-Jim, wait up." Gozen ran over with a cheerful face. "You shouldn't leave your only companion behind, should you?" Kang-Jim was completely bewildered. "Huh. This never happened in my past life." Deciding to pretend he didn't hear, he simply ignored him and kept walking. However, Gozen grabbed his shoulder and shouted again, "CO Kang-Jim, hold on a second." Kang-Jim spun around, annoyed. "What is it?" The man confidently proposed. "If things keep going like this, we're destined to be the main characters of this story. So let's clear the first stage together." Kang-Jim's expression soured. He shook his head repeatedly, flatly refusing. "I prefer to go alone," but Gozen wouldn't give up. His eyes sparkled as he reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm not like those side characters who just drag you down." He slicked his hair back with an arrogant, confident smile. "I'm strong. I'm the protagonist. The main character, the supporting role, and the extras." Gozen categorized people as if they were characters in a novel. Kang-Jim recalled the man's previously cold demeanor and analyzed the situation. "The main character, huh. In my past life, he treated me like a worthless extra. I think he's mistaken me for someone powerful." Kang-Jim stroked his chin, lost in thought. Sua is a water type, and Gozen is a metal type. Having a strong companion would make things easier. Sua is incredibly strong. But if she's near me, she'll only face misfortune. That's why I can't let her join me. So what about Gozen? He sank deeper into his thoughts. If something happens to him, it wouldn't really matter, would it? Unaware, Gozen pressed on. "What are you thinking about? Change your mind yet?" After a long moment, Kang-Jim finally made his decision. "All right, let's go together." Gozen put his hands on his hips. "For real?" Then he dashed back to the supply counter, shouting, "Wait for me. I just need to grab my supply box." Sua had been watching them from a distance this whole time. She watched intently as Gozen cheerfully grabbed a box, chattering away. "So this is the supply box, huh? I'd love to chat more with a mascot like you, but we'll talk later." The mascot nodded and chirped twice. Gozen felt her gaze on him. As he opened his box, he asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Gozen glanced over at her and said sarcastically, "Is it because you're not the main character?" His words stung Sua, leaving her speechless. Seeing her silence, he turned and ran off. "See you, Kang-Jim. I've got my stuff. Let's go." He left Sua standing there alone, a whirlwind of indescribable emotions churning within her. A short while later, before the entrance of a cave, a system notification appeared. "You can sense the presence of death. You can sense the presence of metal demons." CEO Kang-Jim and Gozen stepped forward. "You have entered the underworld's mountain of blades. All rooms are connected by 4 corridors. Monsters, traps, and safe zones will be in each room and hallway. Find the exit and escape. The first trial, the underworld's mountain of blades, begins now." Hearing the announcement, Kang-Jin spoke up. "So the mission is just to find the exit." Gozen cheered excitedly. "Awesome, let's get started." As he walked, he scanned his surroundings, wondering if the layout of this path was the same as in his past life. But his thoughts were shattered by Gozen's voice. "Monsters and traps, huh? I wonder what'll pop up here." Gozen charged forward without a care, but just then, a blade shot up from the floor. With lightning-fast reflexes, Kang-Jin yanked him back. The sudden pull sent him tumbling to the ground. He'd nearly been impaled by the blade trap, yet Gozen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So that's a trap, huh? Not very original." He just sat there, muttering to himself. "But hey, I'm a fan of the classics." Kang-Jin ignored him and quickly moved on. Seeing this, Gozen panicked. "Hey, Kang-Jin, wait for me." Inside the cave, dim candles lined the walls, pushing back the oppressive darkness. He scrambled to catch up, asking curiously, "Are there no more traps? Looks like you're pretty lucky." Kang-Jin shot back, "No, I'm extremely unlucky." Just then, a strange sound echoed from ahead, and Gozen grew curious. "I think I heard something." Seeing the situation up ahead, Kang-Jin asked a different question. "You already allocated your experience points, right?" He replied instantly. "Yup, did it as soon as I read the guide." In the chamber before them, countless skeletons began to rise. These were skeleton ghouls, a third-class, insect-level monster, brought to life from the bones of the dead. They crave the flesh and blood of the living, have dull hearing, and are highly sensitive to light. Gozen drew his sword, rambling again. "They look a lot tougher than insects, don't they? Maybe they'll be even stronger once they're trained." He glanced at Kang-Jin, suggesting, "There are a lot of them, but if we work together." Before he could finish, a fiery light erupted beside him. Kang-Jin swung his arm, launching a blazing fireball at the horde. Instantly, a group of skeletons was incinerated, and the explosion drew the attention of the entire swarm. A moment later, they charged forward as one. Kang-Jin, unfazed, leaped into the fray, shouting a warning. "The entrance is narrow. If we let them bottleneck here, they'll be trapped." Gozen followed close behind, full of praise. "Wow, you're a real genius-type character, aren't you?" Fed up, Kang-Jin drew his sword and snapped. "If you're just going to spout nonsense, you can go back." With that, he charged furiously into the skeleton mob. Thinking fast, Kang-Jin jammed his sword into the wall for leverage, then kicked off it, taking out ghouls one by one in a flash. Not to be outdone, Gozen dashed in, yelling, "I can't let you take all the glory." And so, the two fought in perfect sync, one with his blade, the other with fire. Gozen's strikes were clean and deadly as he laughed with excitement. "This is so satisfying." After a short while, the last of the ghouls fell. Gozen spoke up, "Is every room going to have monsters?" He glanced at Kang-Jin. "This is getting boring. I think we've killed over 100 of them." Kang-Jin turned to him with a smirk. "Getting tired already?" Hearing that, Gozen sheathed his sword, a cocky grin on his face. "Not really. These things are just too weak. I read up on swordsmanship, just in case I ever got transmigrated or isekai'd into a novel." His words left Kang-Jin speechless, who could only let out a heavy sigh. Gozen then added, "To be honest, ever since I first met you, there's been something I'm curious about." Kang-Jin looked puzzled. "What is it?" Gozen leaned in close, his expression dangerously serious as he whispered, "You're a regressor, aren't you? Or maybe reincarnated. A transmigrator? Something like that." Those words made Kang-Jin freeze, his face a mask of disbelief. His expression turned grim as he considered something, but then he brushed it off. "If you're going to keep spouting nonsense, get away from me." Gozen burst out laughing. "I knew it. I was right, wasn't I?" Annoyed, Kang-Jin shoved him away. "Stop wasting time. Let's go. You lead the way." But Gozen wasn't done teasing. "I'm not kidding, you know. You know you're not normal, right?" Gozen looked back, his eyes gleaming with fascination. "You're always weirdly calm. You adapt way too fast, and you're not afraid of monsters at all." At his words, Kang-Jin turned his head to the side, as if trying to avoid the question. "When I was a kid, I used to see ghosts. I just got used to it." This only made Gozen more curious. "Huh? Seriously, now I'm even more interested in your past. Gozen continued to press him. Tell me more. But before he could finish, a powerful force shoved him aside. Behind them, the stone floor suddenly gave way, and Kang-Jin plummeted down. Gozen couldn't react in time, only able to scream his name in despair. Co Kang-Jin. As he fell, Kang-Jin's face was filled with panic, but he didn't forget to yell, "Run!" Gozen sprinted up the stairs ahead, peering down into the abyss where strange noises echoed from below. A cold sweat broke out on Gozen's brow. He muttered Kang-Jin's name, then whipped his head around, a single thought racing through his mind. Wait, wasn't he the main character? I love stories with a regression plotline. This doesn't look good. What's going to happen to the story now? Meanwhile, Kang-Jin was still in freefall. He quickly drew his sword, slammed it deep into the stone wall to break his descent, and finally landed safely on the ground below. A system notification chimed. You have entered a hidden area. A warning followed. Monsters in this hidden area are far stronger than normal. Every path holds a trap or a beast you must face. The path leading back to the normal zone has been activated. Once you return, this secret passage will be sealed forever. You may request a rescue. Do you wish to give up and turn back? Time remaining to request rescue, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Kang-Jin scoffed, as if I'd ever quit like that. He watched the monsters swarm toward him, his mind on a much bigger prize. I might just get more stat points than I bargained for. I should be grateful I came with Dogen and got into all these monster rooms, but I need a chance to grow on my own. This, however, is a different story. Kang-Jin summoned a fireball, preparing to charge into the fray. He launched the flames with perfect timing. Then, he slashed wildly as his score skyrocketed. Your stats have increased by 10 points. Your strength has increased to tier 4 after allocating the stat points. The monsters lay defeated on the ground. In just a few moments, he had dealt with them all. It's so much easier now that I've raised my stats from the start. I can't believe I'm getting this many points. I wonder just how powerful they will become. Kang-Jin reviewed his own status window. He brought a hand to his chin, deep in thought. No matter their stats, everyone begins at tier 1. The real difference between each tier is the time and effort it takes to reach the next level. Even if you gain the same amount of experience, your growth rate is higher if you have a better subclass. Someone with a god class like Dogon will grow exponentially faster. Since I've been dragging him around, he's surely gotten much stronger. Didn't it take me 3 whole days to clear this in my past life? He pictured his victory screen. Congratulations on being the first to conquer the Blade Grave. With that, Kang-Jin began to scout the area. This time, I'll be the one to claim the first clear reward. Ah, there it is. To do this, I need to finish everything by the end of today. Staring down the path ahead, he steeled his nerves. It looks like it's time to face the boss. He walked forward with determined steps. This place felt completely different from the rest of the dungeon. A strange sensation coursed through his body. Now this feels like the real Blade Grave. He entered the dark passage as a heavy, murderous aura enveloped him. Kang-Jin conjured a fireball for light, revealing a gateway lined with razor-sharp swords. 2 monstrous figures emerged. They were the twin blade generals of the Blade Grave, tier 3 humanoids, masters of swordsmanship. The creatures move as if they were one being. Unless both are destroyed at the same time, they will continue to regenerate. Seeing them, he immediately ducked behind a wall. The twin blade generals. I knew seeing them this close would be different. A tremor of fear ran through him. Damn it, stop shaking. He lectured himself. I can take them down if I stick to the plan. In a flash, one of them appeared right before Kang-Jin and attacked. Seizing the opportunity, he smashed a fireball directly into the monster's head. It roared in agony. Kang-Jin turned and fled. I knew they'd find me first. At least I got their attention. Since their attribute is metal, fire-based attacks should be effective. That move should buy me some time. He swiftly swung his blade, taking its head clean off. The system prompt appeared again. Unless destroyed simultaneously, they will continue to regenerate. But watching one kill the other just to recover, that was unexpected. He realized a direct fight was pointless. Meanwhile, Kang-Jin's speed had risen to tier 7 after using his stat points, but the general's blades had already left numerous wounds all over his body. Almost there. Kang-Jin sprinted out of the passage. His foot suddenly slipped on a pile of bones. He crashed to the ground, the impact jarring him. And nearby, a monster appeared. Kang-Jin struggled to his feet and hurled a fireball at a rope overhead. The rope snapped, dropping a heavy object that took the head off of one general. The other one narrowly dodged and resumed its pursuit. The elder twin blade general is regenerating. He continued to run for his life. Perfect. I can hear the wind. He moved like a gale, heading for the ambush point. The monster relentlessly chased him. The system messages repeated. The younger twin blade general is regenerating. The elder twin blade general is regenerating. Over and over. No matter where Kang-Jin ran, it recovered and followed. The Elder Twin Blade General is regenerating. In a shocking moment, the creature cried out in surprise. His strength now at tier 7, Kang-Jim swept the monster's legs out from under it, then attacked its back. Come on, just push it in there. With a final push, Kang-Jim toppled the beast. A torrent of blood erupted. The rank 3 paired general had been defeated. Your rewards are being calculated. Exhausted, Kang-Jim collapsed to the ground. You have received bonus stats for defeating a stronger enemy. He wiped a smear of blood from his lips. All he had to do was escape the boss room, and the stage would be cleared. But before that, Kang-Jim recalled something. There was one last thing he needed to confirm. If a monster's destiny is to steal the form of a human, then shouldn't he be able to steal theirs? Just then, the system window flashed to life. Fate stealing has been activated. Kang-Jim commanded his spiritual essence to surge forward. A system message appeared. The ability to steal fate has been activated. As he sat alone amidst a bizarre trigram circle, a new detail emerged. There were now 2 corpses within the activation range. Kang-Jim stared at the system window and declared, I knew it. Just like the monsters, a human like me can also steal fate. In the past, the reason he hadn't used fate stealing was simple. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that he couldn't. The old notification would flash in his mind. Fate stealing has been cancelled due to a mana deficiency. At that time, someone had asked him, Are you so sure you can't die? The body had only been dead for 3 hours, but all he could do was collapse beside the corpse, trembling. Legend said there was a restriction. The longer a target had been dead, the more mana it cost to steal its fate. With Kang-Jim's pathetic level of magic, it was useless unless the target died right in front of him. Otherwise, Kang-Jim could never activate the skill. That's when he asked himself the question, should I steal the fate of humans, just like the monsters do? But back then, Kang-Jim couldn't even withstand the powerful aura from the demon world. He never even got a chance to try. Snapping back to reality, Kang-Jim grinned at the new notification. You have stolen a portion of the opponent's power. You have stolen the ability, Weaken. His unyielding body was now at the 3rd demonic tier. The skill activated the moment the sword left its sheath. When using the swordsman would improve to a minimum level. A thrill shot through Kang-Jim. Let's see about this. He then performed several sword forms with breathtaking grace. Kang-Jim ran a hand along the blade, completely satisfied. The sword itself seemed to glow with power. Suddenly, the system blared a warning. You have received a large amount of karma points, which made him freeze for a moment. Kang-Jim looked at the bloody mess before him and nodded. This is fine. Instead of stealing it from humans, the karma points I gained from stealing a monster's fate will be reduced to a minimum. He clenched his fist, ignoring a scratch on his cheek as his mind raced. More importantly, the result was absolutely worth it. When humans accumulate too much karma, they cross a boundary into what is called the Sea of Suffering. Kang-Jim placed his hand on the gate's barrier. I wonder how much more I need before I cross that line. The moment he stepped outside, an announcement echoed through the area. The first gate, the Hell of Knives, has been cleared for the first time. The target is CO Kang-Jim, the Soul Clearer. Everyone whipped their heads around to look. It's already been cleared? A girl looked on in disbelief. He cleared it. All by himself. Then, a familiar voice rang out, making the blood drain from Kang-Jim's face. Hey, Kang-Jim. Gozen leaped forward from the distance, his arms wide open for a hug. I knew you could do it. That's why you're my ally. Kang-Jim threw his arms up in an X, leaning back defensively. I am not your ally, and don't you dare trust me. The man looked a little surprised. Oh, you're even faster than last time. Navi appeared at just the right moment, calling out to him. CO Kang-Jim. She raised her palm, smiling as bright as a flower. Congratulations on being the first to complete this stage. Would you mind sparing a moment? Not long after, in CO Kang-Jim's private room at the training facility, he opened a mysterious bag, his mind racing. It seems this is the reward from Nabi for clearing the first room. The information displayed, an item storage bag used to hold items with no weight or volume limit. Kang-Jim adjusted the knot on the bag. It's incredibly difficult to get an item storage bag. I can't miss this opportunity. He briefly thought of its previous owner, then pulled out his phone and typed in the Wi-Fi password. PW. This was another bonus reward. Kang-Jim muttered, I don't want to attract the attention of the Fate Protection Force. His phone buzzed with a news alert. A massive 5.8 magnitude earthquake has shaken the entire country, the strongest earthquake since 2017. The damage is catastrophic, the casualties are countless, and the numbers are still rising near the epicenter. The number of casualties is still climbing. Below, countless comments flooded in. I heard something really strange right before the earthquake. Something like, stats? Did anyone else hear that? Me too. In the video, it looks like the Protection Force is teaching us something. Link, please. He was filled with questions. Is there really no response from the Fate Protection Force? A video. Kang-Jim turned his screen sideways to watch. It was a statement from the Fate Protection Force, the captain of Squad 1 of the Protection Force, Seymour Dragonu. She was answering questions in an interview. To protect ordinary people, our Protection Force has been and will continue to do our absolute best. The system dinged. Fate's stealing ability has been activated. A second later, another message appeared. The target's fate is currently being protected. He guessed they must have some kind of item to shield it. Kenji closed his eyes, lying back to listen. The sounds of activity continued around him. Do not worry. We, the Destiny Protection Force, will safeguard your future. A faint smile played on her lips. Trust in the Destiny Protection Force. A seed of doubt sprouted in his mind. Trust in the Destiny Protection Force. They claim to be an organization of the most powerful awoken. Every single member of this force concealed their faces behind masks. Dong-hyuk subconsciously closed his eyes, slowly removing his mask. Long, shimmering blue hair cascaded down, and an overwhelming aura radiated from her. Kenji snapped awake with a jolt. If that woman was a member of the association. A cold sweat broke out across his skin. It would explain why her power was completely unreadable. Kenji ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. He couldn't voice his suspicions just yet. The scene shifts to another room, where a book slams down on a table with a crack. Is this how you handle your business? Gong Wu, captain of Squad 2 in the Destiny Protection Force, growled. Didn't you tell me this phase would take at least a week to complete? His voice dripped with fury as he grilled his subordinates. But look at the situation now. In just one day, they cleared the entire hidden zone. And you told me their destiny level and skills were merely insect class. Gong Wu seethed, grinding his teeth. Ju Sung-tae. The man flinched as if struck. Sir, he commanded, handle it. Gong Wu laid out the plan. Issue a notice and clear out the traps Kenji had set. The rest of you, prepare to clear out the remaining monsters. His order was final. Dismissed. The group shouted in unison, yes, sir, then pulled on their masks. Sung-tae remained alone in the meeting room, burying his head in his hands in front of his laptop. His face was pale as he muttered to himself. How did he clear the second gate in a single day, while luring all those monsters into a trap? Sung-tae's hands trembled as he typed, his mind spinning in a panic. He was terrified out of his wits. What will happen if the higher-ups find out the one who cleared the gate was just some insect class nobody? This is impossible. The scene changes to the cafe at Training Base 1, where tiny helpers are busy serving customers. Someone's voice cut through the noise. Kenji, are you heading to room 2 today? Gozen leaned on the table with a smirk. You haven't forgotten about our little bet, have you? If you don't make a move soon, I might just clear room 2 before you. Kenji replied with a weary sigh, not even looking up from his food. I'll do things my own way, so you can do whatever you want. And for the record, we're not allies until you've beaten me. Just go somewhere else. He shook his head with a sigh. Gozen just grinned. No way. I'd rather stick close to you. In the distance, 2 girls were praising Sua. Seriously, I'm alive because of you. Sua answered humbly. No, it's all thanks to you for blocking that attack. Another person added, I think we should go in again next time. He smiled, watching them. Sua, it looks like she's still doing well. Gojen's eyes followed his gaze. I hate people who are too nice. Kenji. He slammed his hand on the table, inwardly screaming, get lost. But he played it off. Oops, my hand slipped. The 3 girls continued on cheerfully. Let's all go eat together. Sounds great. The whispers of 2 others caught Kenji's attention. Wow, your hands are so small. They're cute. Really? I don't think so. Suddenly, Kenji's expression shifted, as if he sensed something was off. It was Gunwoo, holding out his palm. Want to compare your hand to mine? Kenji thought to himself. Looks like I have to endure this again. Gunwoo teased. See, they're tiny. The other girl placed her hand against his. Whoa, you're right. Gunwoo pointed to his own palm. Actually, I can read palms. The person next to them chimed in. He read mine last time, and he was surprisingly accurate. Sua, meanwhile, just held her coffee, ignoring the entire conversation. He made his move. Come on, Sua, let me see your hand. She refused gently. No, thank you. But Gunwoo wouldn't give up, lightly pulling at her hand. Come on, it's not every day you get an offer like this. I might not be so generous next time. I'm serious, Sua. She hesitated, pulling her hand back. Please, I. Just then, Kenji slammed his hand down on the table right next to Sua's. Her eyes darted towards him at the sudden noise. Gunwoo's face soured, his moment ruined. A second later, his expression shifted again into a forced, awkward smile. He gestured enthusiastically at his own palm. Kenji, you want me to read your fortune? Kenji's reply was blunt, no. He gestured towards Sua, creating an escape for her. I need to talk with you. Kenji hooked a thumb over his shoulder. Is that okay? Suwa looked a little surprised but nodded. Yes, of course. After Kenji and Suwa left the main room, Kenji spoke quietly to her. I want to talk somewhere more private. Suwa smiled and followed him. All right, but just as they were about to leave, someone came down the stairs, calling out Kenji's name. Hey, Kenji. Hi there. The cheerful guy waved as he approached them. Thanks for letting me use the Wi-Fi. Kenji remembered it then. After clearing the first gate, he had left a note behind. The Wi-Fi passcode, 1234. Kang-Jim mused to himself. After he conquered the underworld Blade Mountain room alone and shared a reward, people were suddenly friendly. Take that guy from before, for example. He was all smiles, inviting Kang-Jim to join the next stages. You should run with us next time. The offer made Kang-Jim's skin crawl. This warmth. It felt alien to him. As he dwelled on it, a shadow fell over his face, his expression lost in a somber memory. He remembered his life before the regression. This was the exact moment everyone began to avoid him, to cast him out. Back then, everyone despised and looked down on Kang-Jim. One person even said it to his face, their voice dripping with disgust. If CEO Kang-Jim is going, I'm out. One of their friends had to step in and stop them. Hey, you can't just say that. Powerless, Kang-Jim could only mutter, I'll go, so I won't be a bother. But deep down, Kang-Jim always thought it was his own fault. He would constantly wonder, is it because my class is just too low? In his memories, they shunned him, criticized him, and whispered behind his back, forcing Kang-Jim to face every challenge completely alone. Ha! Suddenly, Kang-Jim froze. Another face emerged from those painful memories. John Gunnam, who had approached him with a cheerful smile. Kang-Jim, you going solo today? At the time, Kang-Jim had just stared blankly and replied, yeah. He remembered thinking. Even then, John Gunnam treated him differently. Gunnam had run over, placing a hand on Kang-Jim's shoulder with fake sympathy. If we had an open spot in our party, I'd have brought you along. Be careful out there. All Kang-Jim could do was force a smile. It's fine. Even after learning about his ability, Kang-Jim recalled a time Gunnam had tried to high-five him, saying enthusiastically, That's awesome. High five. Kang-Jim had awkwardly replied, Ah, sure. The instant their palms met, a golden light enveloped Gunnam's hand. Kang-Jim remembered it vividly. He could have never imagined it. In that single moment of contact, Gunnam read everything. After that, the darkest days of Kang-Jim's life began. Gunnam started spreading the secret that Kang-Jim had desperately tried to conceal. In his past life, while walking down a hall, Kang-Jim overheard a conversation. I almost died in the demon world with CEO Kang-Jim. The other person replied, What's the deal with Kang-Jim? Shh. The first guy whispered urgently. His ability is to steal skills from the dead. Kang-Jim hid himself, straining to hear the rest of their talk. The other guy's eyes widened in horror. You mean, he killed someone just to steal their skills? A girl with them confirmed it. Exactly. You should be careful. Isn't that insane? That's crazy. The guy muttered before leaving. Hidden behind the wall, Kang-Jim's face twisted with a growing rage. He immediately stormed into Gunnam's room, roaring, You promised you wouldn't tell anyone. Faced with the accusation, Gunnam just smirked coolly. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Kang-Jim lost his composure and yelled, You told everyone about my ability. Gunnam turned back, his eyes crinkling into a mocking smile. Do you have any proof? Those words stopped Kang-Jim cold. What? He was right. There was no proof. Kang-Jim had to swallow his rage. He seethed. It was obviously you bastard. Gunnam plopped down on his bed, a cunning grin spreading across his face. You don't, do you? A system window describing Gunnam's power appeared. Power, palm reading. Class, third-rate ghoul. You must make palm-to-palm contact with a target to view their destiny window. Staring at Gunnam's triumphant smirk, Kang-Jim could only curse him in his heart. You were the only one who knew my secret. Back in the present, Kang-Jim pointed to his own palm, warning Suwa about Gunnam's destiny reading ability. It's because of John Gunnam's ability. You need to keep your distance from him. Don't ever let him see or touch your palm. Understanding dawned on Sua's face. She scoffed, recalling how Gunnam had tried to touch her hand. So that's what he was up to. With his warning delivered, Kang-Jim turned to leave. Before walking away, he said, Anyway, I just wanted to warn you. I'm leaving now. But suddenly, Suwa called out, Hey, CEO Kang-Jim. Hearing his name, Kang-Jim looked back at her, slightly confused. She explained, I also cleared the underworld Blade Mountain room. Then, her voice filled with resolve, she asked, Do you want to take on the second room with me? Without needing to think, Kang-Jim shook his head. It's still too difficult for you, Suwa. His response caught her completely off guard. Huh. Her expression soured as she stammered. Why would it be too difficult for me? Kang-Jim's gaze drifted into the distance. Right now, you lack combat experience. His blunt words made Sua freeze. She stood there, stunned for a moment. Believing he was looking down on her, a spark of annoyance flashed in her eyes. I don't think I'm that weak, you know. Kang-Jin cut straight to the point. Your abilities will be weaker in the next room because it's a fire attribute chamber. He was referring to the second gate, a space overflowing with gold energy that would suppress Jin Sua's wood-type destiny. Kang-Jin continued to explain. That room isn't a good match for you, because the gold energy nullifies your wood element. His blunt words left her a little stunned. Kang-Jin even added, your wood leaf arts will be useless this time. With that, he glanced away. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Dua, standing nearby, was rubbing her chin in thought. The second room is definitely a disadvantage for me. Do you get it now? Kang-Jin asked. Sin Sua replied, yeah, to a certain extent. Ah, wait, Kang-Jin? Sin Sua suddenly called his name, even reaching out a hand to touch him. Instantly, Kang-Jin threw the door open and hurried out of the room. In the hallway, he walked on, deep in thought. Why? Even after I explained all that, Kang-Jin's face darkened, his lips pressing into a thin line. When Sin Sua had called out to him, she just wanted to thank him for the advice. She even offered a completely sincere smile. As for Sin Sua, she was frozen, watching Kang-Jin's retreating figure through the door's transparent glass. She remembered how her invitation was rejected by Kang-Jin. He had told her, I prefer to be alone. Sin Sua thought to herself, he turned me down but then goes around with Dazun. A flash of suspicion appeared in her intelligent eyes. I guess he's trying to keep his distance from me. The thought made her recall when Kang-Jin warned her about Gunam. She found it also confusing, thinking, but he specifically called me over to tell me about John Gunham's abilities. Sin Sua's expression grew more pensive. She slowly rubbed her chin. He could have refused to team up for any reason, so why be so honest with me? Could it be? He's worried about me. The question kept echoing in Sin Sua's mind. She stood there silently, watching Kang-Jin's lonely silhouette through the small window. After leaving, Kang-Jin strode down the corridor. Suddenly, someone called his name. Kang-Jin, are you planning to go to the second room with Sin Sua? Huh. Hearing his name, Kang-Jin turned to find the source. The person who spoke was John Gunham. He was leaning against the wall with a smirk. At that moment, Kang-Jin shoved his hands in his pockets and replied, No, I'm going alone. After saying that, he turned to leave. Gunham was caught off guard and called out, Hey, wait a second, Kang-Jin. Seeing Gunham again, the flames of rage inside Kang-Jin flared violently. He thought furiously, I have to deal with this bastard before he gets the chance to betray me. Not letting Kang-Jin leave, Gunham arrogantly puffed out his chest. Wait up, you want to party up with me? He put on a friendly face, shamelessly flexing. It'll be a better deal for you, since I'm in a higher class. I'm in the dragon class. So what? Listening to a two-faced snake like Gunham talk was more than Kang-Jin could stomach. His eyes flashed with raw hatred. He glared at him and asked, What's your ability? A system window appeared, and the Destiny Exploration ability was activated. Gunham began to feign innocence, telling Kang-Jin, Water Bomb. I can shoot extremely powerful bullets made of water. He formed his hand into the shape of a gun. A ring of water began to form around it, and a water bomb was summoned. His full name is John Gunham, class rank 1, a water attribute human. Kang-Jin simply replied, All right. Kang-Jin stood on the stairs and looked back at Gunham. Let's go. We can head out now. Unbelieving he had achieved his goal so easily, Gunham asked again, Really? Then he beamed with excitement. I'll get ready and be right down. Gunham immediately bolted up the stairs. Kang-Jin watched his retreating back with a grim expression. At that moment, Kang-Jin's face was a dark mask. He thought to himself, It's a good thing he approached me first. Sometime later, after they had both prepared, the two of them arrived at the second gate, the second training zone, the Room of Hellfire. The gate to the Room of Hellfire appeared. To clear this room, you must complete the mission. The completion condition is to find the ice crystal and return to the main hall. Time limit, none. The system window flashed, confirming Kang-Jin and John Gunham's entry. After stepping into the Room of Hellfire, Gunham immediately felt uneasy. He said tiredly, Wow, this doesn't look much like hell. The system window announced, You have entered the Room of Hellfire. The inside of this chamber was filled with fire and rivers of flowing lava. The trees in this room were nothing but charred husks, radiating an oppressive, scorching heat. After walking a short distance, Gunham was the first to speak. I never expected you to agree to come with me so easily. I guess it's because my water attribute is good for this room. Anyway, did you see the completion condition? He continued walking while taking out his water bottle. Gunam just kept on rambling, but since I'm with you, we'll find it in no time, right? He spoke, completely oblivious to the deadly glare Kang-Jim was fixing on him. Suddenly, Kang-Jim raised his sword high. The blade's sharp tip gleamed as he swung it down towards Gunam. In that split second, a panicked Gunam whipped his head around. A spray of crimson blood erupted into the air. Gunam collapsed in terror, his eyes wide with shock, staring at the orange frog Kang-Jim had just sliced in two. Kang-Jim stood guard in front of Gunam, his voice tense. I didn't expect to run into monsters this early. They're coming. Hearing Kang-Jim, Gunam gasped. Huh. What? The words had barely left his mouth when a horde of lava-colored frogs swarmed toward them. These creatures are known as fire frogs, a Class 3 insect-type monster. Born during the hottest seasons, their individual attack power is low, but they move in swarms, hunting any creature cooler than themselves. The fire frog's body has a molten, lava-like color, and a small flame burns at the tip of its tail. Seeing how small they were, Gunam scoffed. These things? This'll be a piece of cake. He then uncapped his water flask, preparing to use his skill. Gunam unleashed a barrage of water bombs, striking the furiously charging swarm of fire frogs. Direct hits sent steam pouring from the monsters' bodies. Gunam smirked, pleased with how easily he'd clear them out. Gunam said with delight, awesome. My powers are super effective here. Turning to Kang-Jim with a bright smile, he added, this will be even easier once we find that ice crystal. Kang-Jim simply returned the smile and said, I suppose so. But the moment he turned away, his expression twisted into a sly smirk. I already know where it is, he thought. There's no need to rush. Behind him, Gunam was still looking around, overjoyed. Now, what should I do with this guy? Catching a glimpse of Kang-Jim's grin, Gunam couldn't help but wonder, is he actually smiling? Gunam crossed his arms, a smug grin spreading across his own face. He must be thinking he made the right choice partnering with me for this stage. As they pushed forward, they ran into yet another swarm of frenzied fire frogs. Just like before, Gunam stepped up to wipe them out. The fire frogs fell like wheat before a scythe. Suddenly, Gunam let out a groan. While Kang-Jim was busy cutting down frogs, Gunam clutched his head in agony. Is this what they call mana depletion? There are way more monsters here than in the Hell's Blade Mountain room. As the thought crossed his mind, he collapsed to one knee. On the other side of the path, another fire frog fell. I have no choice. I'll have to use my sword, just like Kang-Jim. Gunam drew the sword hanging from his belt and swung at an approaching frog. It let out a piercing shriek as its body suddenly swelled, erupting in sharp spikes. The force sent Gunam tumbling to the ground with a yell. Arg! The spiked frog was now pinning Gunam down. He began to flail his sword around in a panic. Ah, it's so hot. Get off me, he screamed. Kang-Jim! Kang-Jim! Kang-Jim shot him a quick glance, which only prompted Gunam to get defensive. Why are you just standing there watching? Faced with such a useless teammate, Kang-Jim could only sigh. He turned and finished off the frog with a single strike. Just fall back if you can't handle this, Kang-Jim advised. I can clear this area myself. Kang-Jim's condescending gaze bored into Gunam. Feeling completely looked down on, Gunam sputtered. I'll be fine. I just need a short break. Fine. Kang-Jim replied coolly. Gunam clicked his tongue, forcing himself to swallow his rage. That arrogant jerk. Does he think he's so great just because he can clear out these monsters? Pushing himself back to his feet, Gunam struggled to keep pace with Kang-Jim. His eyes fell on Kang-Jim's heavily bandaged hands. The whole reason I partnered with him was to gauge his fighting style and abilities, but I can't get a proper reading on him, not while his hands are wrapped like that. Watching Kang-Jim's arrogant back walk away from him only fueled Gunam's growing frustration. Even judging by the skills he's shown so far, it's not enough. It feels like he's hiding something. I'll have to observe him more closely. Lost in his own train of thought, Gunam failed to see the blazing resentment in Kang-Jim's eyes. His mind was made up. There has to be a moment when he lets his guard down. That's when I'll make my move. A short while later, Gunam needed a break. He hopped onto a large boulder at the side of the path to rest. But to his shock, the boulder suddenly shifted beneath him. A low growl rumbled from it before it violently threw Gunam to the ground. The monster's eyes blazed red, its sharp pincers raised. It snarled at Gunam, who could only scream in terror. Kang-Jim. A vertical slash of light blurred past Gunam's face. He froze, goosebumps breaking out across his skin, his eyes wide in disbelief. With a single, effortless strike, Kang-Jim had sliced the monster clean in two. Gunam sat gasping for air, trying to pull himself together. So there are other monsters here besides the frogs, he thought. I was so lost in thought. I completely let my guard down. Without even looking back, Co Kang-Jin's voice cut him off, dragging Jo Gu-nam from his thoughts. Jo Gu-nam, he replied. Yes. Co Kang-Jin shot him a sharp warning glance. That makes 2 times I've saved you now. Then, he stomped his foot straight into the monster's body on the ground, causing red fluid to explode from its gut. Kang-Jim said, "These beasts are hard to kill, so let's move fast before any more show up." Nam stared at his attitude and thought to himself, what was that? Realizing the hidden meaning in his words, a burning rage ignited within him. Was he deliberately rubbing it in my face? Even so, Nam had to force a smile and say, "All right." As Kang-Jim walked away, he watched that arrogant back, his hands trembling as he furiously clenched the dirt beneath him. "Don't think you're so great, you bastard." Hatred filled his eyes. "Once my mana recovers, I can easily take down these monsters myself." Suddenly, Kang-Jim turned around and asked, "Did you have something you wanted to say?" No matter how furious Nam was, he had to play the part. He managed to squeeze out a strained smile. "Haha, thanks for helping me out." After the battle, the two of them entered a cave. The ceiling above was covered in jagged, sharp stalactites, ready to fall at any moment. Nam spotted a glowing orb up ahead and laughed loudly. "Hey, there's something over there, right?" When Kang-Jim saw the orb, he froze for a second. "Ah, that is." Nam pressed on. "Is that an ice crystal?" The orb he called an ice crystal was a brilliant blue, glowing brightly in the middle of the lava-filled cave. At that moment, Nam was suddenly ecstatic. "It really is. All we have to do is bring that back to the lobby to clear this trial, right?" Looking around and seeing no one else, he thought, "It's just us here? Then I guess we're the first ones to complete this trial." Kang-Jim had been silent the whole time, a pensive look on his face. "No." Nam started to say something, but he suddenly stopped himself. "When I get back to the training center, will everyone think I only cleared this trial because Kang-Jim was with me?" The thought of being looked down upon consumed him. Nam instantly dashed toward the orb, ignoring Kang-Jim's calls from behind. He had just turned to tell Nam exactly what that thing was. But now, only one thought raced through his mind. If there's only one ice crystal, then the first person to grab it will be the first to clear this room's trial. Thinking this, a sly, self-satisfied smirk spread across Nam's face. He wasn't just aiming to avoid scorn. He was after the rewards of honor, respect, and admiration. In his mind, all of those admiring gazes had to be directed at him. Thinking of everything he was about to achieve, Nam shouted with glee, "It's all mine." He reached out to touch the gem before him. "I am the first to complete the trial." But unexpectedly, the gem was soft and slippery. He froze, staring at the strange object in his hand. Nam thought, "Is this a sponge?" But then a system window appeared. This was a fire frog egg sac, a class 3 insect type, a pouch containing countless eggs, and where there are eggs, there are always fire frogs nearby. At the same time, a swarm of fire frogs emerged from the molten lava below. They lunged, swarming all over Nam's body. They tried to drag him down into the lava, and caught off guard, he lost his balance and screamed, Kang-Jim." Seeing Nam's desperate situation, Kang-Jim just looked on indifferently and said, "That's the karma you get for trying to stab me in the back." Then, Kang-Jim turned and walked away, ignoring the sounds echoing behind him. Inside the cave, more and more fire frogs appeared. Nam's voice echoed throughout the cavern. "Help me, Kang-Jim. Kang-Jim. Get off me, you trash. Stop." Inside the crystal-filled hellfire chamber, Kang-Jim calmly walked in, carrying two creatures he had just hunted. He smiled, looking at the beautiful blue crystal in his hand. This was a grade 1 demonic ice crystal. A crystal made of pure ice, possessing it would enhance his water element. Exhausted, Kang-Jim slowly sat down. Window. As soon as he spoke, a system panel appeared before him. The condition to open the shop was to possess a spirit stone. At first, I didn't even know the shop or spirit stones existed. Kang-Jim recalled a time from his past. The image of giant worms with grotesque bodies slithering on the ground. But back then, Kang-Jim showed no fear, decisively exterminating them. After wiping them out, he had collected many sparkling gems from the bodies of the giant worms. But this time, I can finally open the shop because I managed to get a few spirit stones before coming here. Kang-Jim pressed his hand on an item on the system panel. It was the chest of wishes. The system announced that he had purchased one item. Immediately after, the chest of wishes materialized before him. Kang-Jim reached out and slowly took it. He thought to himself, "Ha, I had to trade in my achievement stats because I didn't have enough money." Chest of wishes. Grade 1 demonic system. If you place an item inside and make a wish, you will receive the item you desire. But if your offering is not sufficient, you will receive nothing at all. Model. After learning about the wishing chest, Kang-Jim didn't hesitate. He dropped the massive ice crystal inside. What a ridiculous name for an item. In the end, They just want you to offer up something valuable. Kang-Jin muttered, but still clasped his hands and made a sincere wish. The ice crystal is a rank 3 demonic item, he thought to himself as he prayed. Suddenly, the chest emitted a sinister yellow smoke. What I want is a higher grade demonic item. The system window appeared. You are praying. Kang-Jin focused his thoughts. There's a slight difference, but they're both demonic types, so it should be possible. A moment later, Kang-Jin opened the wishing chest. A blinding light poured out from within. Kang-Jin's face was filled with anticipation to see the item inside, but when he pulled it out, his expression completely flipped. All his hopes were instantly crushed. The system announced, "You have obtained the rank 3 insect type item, Insect Honey." Without a word, Kang-Jin unleashed his fury on the ice formations in the cave. Under his immense power, the crystals shattered into a million pieces. After gathering several more ice crystals, Kang-Jin refused to give up, tossing them into the wishing chest one by one. If I can't win with quality, I'll win with quantity. With this many crystals, there's no way I can keep failing. I'll keep trying until I get what I want. Elsewhere, someone spat out a mouthful of blood, and a tooth along with it. Gunham appeared, looking completely haggard. Patches of skin and flesh were missing from his face and body. "Co Kang-Jin, that piece of trash." Gunham's entire body was a wreck. His clothes were torn to shreds. Gunham forced his trembling legs to move forward. "Did you think you could just leave me behind and get away with it? Once I find you." Gunham muttered curses as he staggered on. "I'll shove this sword right into that smug face of yours." "Huh? What is that?" His eyes locked onto a glowing egg by the side of the path. An egg. Gunham seemed to realize he had stumbled upon something incredibly special. No, that was a moment later. A portal slowly opened, and Gunham suddenly burst through it, a live frog in his hand. The system window flashed. The second gate, the Hellfire Room, has been completed. Gunham grinned to himself. "I did it. I'm the first one to clear the stage." His face was now brimming with confidence, the haggard look from before completely gone. The other players stared in shock as they saw Gunham emerge. "Gunham, you actually cleared it." Another young woman chimed in. "Amazing. And in just one day." Hearing their praise, Gunham flashed a brilliant smile. "That's right. This is the reaction I was waiting for." Gunham savored the looks of admiration from the other players. "With this, I'm so much better than that bastard Co Kang-Jin." Co Kang-Jin. He was stunned to see his target sitting just a short distance away. In an instant, Gunham was standing right in front of him. Well, Kang-Jin, so this is where you were hiding." Kang-Jin was a little startled by his sudden appearance. Gunham gave a savage smile and leaned in close. "How could you just run off on your own?" "I waited for you for a very long time." Kang-Jin was flustered, unsure how to respond. With dead eyes, Gunham continued. "About you leaving me all alone." Just then, someone ran over from the distance, shouting for Gunham. The first person to complete the Hellfire Room. Gunham's expression changed in a heartbeat. Hearing the call, he immediately turned and replied with a cheerful smile. "Yes, that's me." As he spoke, he held out his hand in front of Kang-Jin. "I'll forgive you. Just this once. We should shake on it, right?" Kang-Jin looked at the hand offered to him, a feeling of dread washing over him. Kang-Jin didn't notice the faint yellow energy glowing from his hand. Skill activated. Palm reading. Gunham quickly grabbed Kang-Jin's hand and squeezed it tight. "Don't be so scared. Reading the fate of my opponent, Co Kang-Jin." After the handshake, Gunham turned and walked away with a triumphant smile. He glanced at his system window as he left. "Being the first to clear the stage and seeing that pathetic look on his face really lifts my spirits." The system window displayed the following information. Co Kang-Jin. Rank 3 Insect Type. Fire Element Control. Rank 3 Insect Type. Shell Shedding. Rank 1 Human Type. After reading Co Kang-Jin's info, Gunham's expression twisted in shock as he spun around. A Rank 3 Insect Type? I thought he was a human type. Blinding rage filled him. He squeezed his eyes shut. I had to go through all of that, just to team up with some insect freak? Seeing his reaction, Kang-Jin looked slightly worried for a moment. But that quickly melted into a cunning smile, as if he knew this would happen all along. Kang-Jin raised a hand to his chest. Good thing I used this in time. Beneath his shirt, a talisman was glowing softly. Rank 1 Demonic Amulet. Hides a portion of the user's fate from the fate window, preventing others from reading it. Meanwhile, Kang-Jin had been tirelessly hunting down every last fire frog, collecting them one by one. I couldn't acquire any other items, since I had used up most of my crystal ice to open that talisman. But it seems he stumbled upon one of the crystal ice shards I'd placed inside a fire frog. A moment later, John Gunham was cheerfully chatting with Anna Vi. I am a water type, and I have my abilities. Anna Vi pressed further. Can you tell me how you found the crystal ice? The two talked, completely oblivious to Gozen trying to overhear everything. With a dark expression, Gozen watched as Kang-Jin also emerged, looking utterly exhausted. And yet, he managed to clear that room's trial in just one day. The administrator in charge spoke briefly, then departed. "Thank you for your cooperation." John Gunham offered a polite smile. "Of course." Just then, Gozen called out to him from behind. He put on a face of pure admiration, saying, "You were absolutely amazing." John Gunham turned around, saw Gozen, and thought to himself, Gozen, a Tier 3 divinity class, if I recall. Gozen leaned in, whispering, "I tried that room a few days ago, but kept failing. And that Kang guy seems weaker than I thought." As they spoke, they both glanced towards Kang-Jin. John Gunham was the first to speak. "He's a Tier 3 insect class. Of course, he's weak." Gozen's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" John Gunham added. "He ran off ahead all by himself just for a mob of monsters." Gozen smirked, laying on the flattery. "So you're more of the main character than he is?" Praise like that, John Gunham immediately tilted his chin up, laughing with pride. "The main character. You're not wrong about that." Gozen laughed along with him. "Right? Should we discuss this further?" Standing not far away, Kang-Jin heard everything. He just smirked as his system window appeared before him. The fates of Gozen and John Gunham had become intertwined. As he walked away, he thought, "For now, Gozen's attention won't be on me." Meanwhile, John Gunham and Gozen were still deep in conversation. A system window popped up. Worst fate combination. Dark energy is seeping into John Gunham's destiny. Kang-Jin smiled as he climbed the stairs, thinking to himself, "It seems he'll be taking care of John Gunham for me. Everything is going even better than I'd hoped." Elsewhere, in another room, Team 2 had called an emergency meeting. The atmosphere in the room was grim. Wong Yu spoke first. "Anavai, John Gunham is on the verge of demonization." Anavai shook her head worriedly. "No, he's still registered as a human class." Wong Yu asked again, "Was anyone with him?" Anavai immediately responded. It was trainee Kang-Jin. Hearing Kang-Jin's name, Chu Sung-tae flinched. "So it was him?" Wong Yu's face darkened. "He was with that guy, but John Gunham was the one to clear the trial first." He thought to himself, "This is strange." Anavai recalled what John Gunham had told her earlier. Yes, but trainee John Gunham said some things that were quite odd. He said he wiped out the fire frogs and discovered one of them had swallowed a crystal ice shard. Wong Yu was completely confused after hearing that. "But aren't monsters unable to approach the crystal cave? We erected a magic barrier there for a reason." As she spoke, Anavai activated the system display. "I just rechecked the data. The crystal cave is an incredibly cold and harsh environment." On the system screen, an image showed several fire frogs had entered the crystal cave, and one had even swallowed several ice shards. "The magic barrier has disappeared. The monsters have also consumed all of the crystal ice," Anavai reported. Suddenly, Wong Yu's entire body trembled with rage. He screamed, "Chu Sung-tae, what kind of sloppy work is this?" Sung-tae jumped, startled and terrified by the shout. "No, I checked it multiple times. I'm sure there was no problem." Sung-tae turned, flashing an obsequious smile. "Besides, the fact that the stage was cleared faster than expected proves we have some very promising trainees." That explanation only made Wong Yu even more furious. He slammed his hand on the table, his face becoming a dark mask. Each word was a warning. "Chu Sung-tae, do you dare take responsibility for that statement?" At that moment, Wong Yu's gaze looked like it could swallow Sung-tae whole. "Do you dare claim your plan had no flaws? And with so many promising trainees, do you think they can even reach the 3rd floor?" Sung-tae stammered. "Well, about that." All Sung-tae could do now was hang his head and listen to Wong Yu's tirade. "Will you take responsibility if all of them are wiped out?" Wong Yu calmed himself and sat down before continuing. "From the 3rd gate onward, we're talking about the true demon realm. All of them will die if they enter unprepared." His expression was filled with grave concern. "We must train them to be much stronger than they are now." Wong Yu's final words were delivered with heavy emphasis, and watched Kang-Jin more closely. At that moment, Kang-Jin was staring intently at a system window. He was in a strange space, with a massive magic circle drawn in midair. "I can't participate in it." Kang-Jin spoke. "The information on the system says, we will postpone the opening date of the 3rd gate. The deadline is undecided, and an announcement will be made as soon as the details are finalized." Team 2, the Fate Protection Organization. A few days earlier, Kang-Jin had been in the cafeteria getting his food. 2 people approached from a distance. The person in the lead spoke up. "Are you sure the method John Gunham described for clearing the stage is correct?" The man following him replied, "I'll be an expert at dissecting frogs soon." But the man in front was doubtful. "What if he's lying to us?" Hearing the 2 of them talking, Kang-Jin was startled and whipped his head around. The brown-haired man walking behind fanned himself, saying, "No way. There's nothing to gain from lying." Ahead of him, the black-haired man, drenched in sweat, replied skeptically, "But it's just so strange. The ones who cleared the trial aren't even close to Gunnam." Hearing this, the brown-haired man paused to think, recalling the rankings. I think he was second. Dogen was 8th, and Seo Kang-Jin was 13th. Ha! That's right, he realized. Before, Dogen and Seo Kang-Jin were way slower than him, even though they were on the same team. The black-haired man kept walking. And after that, he said, the two of them stopped working together. His partner shrugged, not really caring. Well, let's just scope things out first. Lost in their conversation, they never noticed Kang-Jim sitting just a few feet away. Kang-Jim had heard everything. A shadow fell over his face as a thought crossed his mind. I figured he was spreading lies everywhere. Dogen definitely abandoned me. If they had just stayed together, I could have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Suddenly, as he was lost in thought, the system window materialized before him. It displayed an assembly notice. All participants are to gather in the main hall at 1800 hours tonight. Kang-Jim stared at the message, his face a mask of indifference. It's time. A short while later, at the 3rd gate, Anavai stood before the crowd and said, "Greetings." Her face was still hidden behind a mask as she continued. "I've summoned you all here to announce the details of the 3rd gate." Anavai gestured upwards. "First, it begins now." Her voice echoed through the vast space. "You are now permitted to enter the 3rd gate." At the exact same moment, the massive ropes holding the gate shut snapped with a thunderous crack. A wave of excitement rushed through the participants as they watched the spectacle unfold. Anavai added, "From the 3rd gate onward, you will be stepping into the true demon world. This is no longer a training ground set up by the sponsored agencies." A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Her words left everyone stunned. So from now on, they would have to clear the gates together. Standing in the crowd, Kang-Jim simply closed his eyes, focusing on her every word as Anavai began to introduce the 3rd gate. In the true demon world, the environment is incomparably harsher. An image appeared, a dead, barren wasteland shrouded in a sinister mist, teeming with grotesque monsters. They looked utterly savage. Anavai's voice cut through the silence. "And you will face legions of stronger, more formidable monsters." Elsewhere, in another dimension, the gods looked down upon. The gods would be watching their slaughter in the demon world. Anavai then pulled out a device that looked like a smartphone. When you hear the voice of a god, do not respond immediately. Check the latest updates in your guide window first. The players immediately began following her instructions. Whoa, the guide window really has changed. Anavai then provided more information. "We have added countermeasures for various situations you may encounter in the demon world. We strongly advise you to read it carefully before entering the gate." Her tone remained deadly serious the entire time. "That is all the advice we can offer you." But then, she hesitated, as if wanting to add one more thing. "Please," she said. The next 2 words she spoke sent a chill down every player's spine. "Don't die." A girl nearby began to tremble uncontrollably. Did she just tell us not to die? A nervous murmur spread through the crowd. "If there's no limit to party size, we should gather as many people as we can." Another person chimed in, "We need to read the guide first." Kang-Jim was still lost in thought, completely unaware that Run was slowly approaching him from behind. "Hi," she said cheerfully. Kang-Jim turned with a gentle smile. "Ah, hey there," he replied. Just then, Jian popped up out of nowhere, and the 2 sisters began chattering endlessly around him. "You can tell us apart? That's no fun. Everyone else always gets us confused." Kang-Jim remembered exactly how he could tell. "Back in my past life, you 2 and Shinsuo were the only ones who would talk to me after Gunnam spread those vicious rumors." Kang-Jim looked at the twin sisters, his eyes filled with a deep fondness. "Besides, even if you are twins, your destinies are completely different." The 2 were now bickering with each other. Runbomb spoke first. "People could tell us apart if you just cut your hair." Giant stubbornly retorted, "It's my hair. I'll do what I want." A system window appeared, activating power, Destiny's insight. The older sister, Runbomb, complained, "And we're the exact same height too." At that moment, the system window displayed all of her information. Runbomb, rank, 1st tier dragon class, attribute, gold, power, perfect marksmanship, subclass, 1st tier phantom. When using a power or a long-range weapon, you will always hit your target. The amount of mana consumed will vary depending on the target's distance and rank. Her younger sister, Jian, argued back, "I'm obviously taller than you." Just then, her information also appeared. Jian, rank 1st tier dragon class, attribute, gold, power, unerring aim, subclass, 1st tier phantom. When using a power or a long-range weapon, you will always hit your target. The amount of mana consumed will vary depending on the target's distance and rank. After reading the system message, a shadow fell over Kang-Jin's face. He knew things were destined to go wrong. In his past life, Runa had survived this, but Junie was supposed to die here, on the third stage. He remembered her face, twisted in panic and fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. He recalled seeing the young girl lying motionless on the ground, surrounded by people. Just then, the system window flashed again. You have sensed the presence of the necrotic white tiger. From Junie, a life-threatening danger would find her within the next few days. As the two sisters were playing, Kang-Jim suddenly spoke up. Junie, would you like to clear the third stage with me? Without a moment's hesitation, the girl cheerfully agreed. Sure. Anything is better than hunting with my sister. Runa froze, her face a perfect mask of shock. What? With his roguish charm, Kang-Jim added, Runa, you too. He thought to himself, this time, I will make sure they both survive. A moment later, Kang-Jim reached out and slowly pushed open the doors to the third stage. Beyond the gate lay a place of bone-chilling darkness. The stage information appeared. Third training stage, the Frost Chamber. Clear conditions. In the Valley of Ice and Snow, hunt at least one of every monster type. Total monster types processed, 0 out of 10. Time limit, 14 days. The air on this stage was brutally harsh, with every gust of wind slicing through the space. Kang-Jim led the way as powerful winds battered his body. The system alerted him. Current zone. Water energy seal. Water energy is suppressing Kang-Jim's fate. All stats are reduced by 10%. The twin sisters followed close behind, suddenly crying out, It's so cold. After walking a short distance, a notification appeared. You have entered the chamber. The sisters chatted as they walked, a monster hunting guide window hovering before them. This was the mission for clearing the stage. Junie squinted against the fierce wind. I can't see a thing. Suddenly, they stumbled upon an incredibly adorable rabbit. Look over there. Those rabbits are so cute. Abruptly, the rabbit's eyes began to glow. In an instant, its cute appearance vanished. It opened its massive jaw, revealing razor-sharp teeth dripping with saliva. But just as quickly, the pack of rabbits collapsed, unconscious. A guide window displayed their information. One-horned rabbit. Tier 1 insect. The sisters read the description in disbelief. What the hell? Tier 1 insects? They look way weaker than that. The three of them sat together, leaning against the stump of a tree. The two sisters were still arguing loudly with each other. This shop is terrible, one complained. It has so many items but no search function at all. Runa suddenly leaned on Kang-Jim's shoulder and asked, How do you find items so easily? Kang-Jim just gave a wry smile. The design is similar to a game I used to play. That's what he said out loud, but inside, Kang-Jim was thinking, well, yeah. I've been using this system for years. Her younger sister Junie then chimed in from below. Hey, help me pick a weapon. I'm thinking about buying a bow and arrow. A while later, both sisters were thrilled, fully equipped with the items they wanted. Soon after, Kang-Jim had taken care of nearly all the remaining one-horned rabbits. He sliced through them with lightning speed, but when Kang-Jim turned back, he found the twin sisters arguing again. Junie shouted, I killed one more than you did. Runa was a gunslinger. Though usually gentle, she became incredibly serious with a gun in her hands, and Junie was an archer who competed for the national team. Her demeanor with a bow was no different from her sister's. Just then, they both took aim to finish off a single one-horned rabbit. In a shocking display, their arrow and bullet struck the exact same spot. Kang-Jim noted to himself, their hunting efficiency skyrockets when they use weapons they're familiar with. Kang-Jim fondly remembered his past life, when Runa had become the world's greatest marksman. He pictured her intense focus, able to hit any target, no matter the distance. Back in the present, the two sisters were still bickering and fighting. If Runa had lived, she would have achieved the same greatness, Kang-Jim thought, turning away. No, the two of them will be even stronger if they work together. An image from his past life surfaced. Runa, standing helplessly, staring at her sister's body covered by a sheet. After Junie's death, Runa became a completely different person. Her innocent face hardened into a terrifying, sorrowful mask. Runa never smiled again, and to avenge Junie's death, she focused solely on hunting monsters. Wherever she went, monsters were annihilated. Later, a group sought to recruit her into their clan. Runa's power grew exponentially, and she was eventually recruited by the Sioux Guild, one of the 5 most powerful guilds. The image of an innocent girl transformed into a cold, mournful woman, always carrying her gun. But she was never happy. Kang-Jim looked up at the sky, recalling everything that had happened in his past life. Both of them had great destinies. They could become so much stronger. He pictured a different version of Runa, one who was smiling yet still incredibly powerful. I have to keep Runa alive, to save her soul. I will help them join the White Tiger Guild. Kang-Jim wanted to see the two sisters being accepted together by the guild master. Once again, images of his past life flooded his mind. Bodies littered the ground, and the world was plunged into utter chaos. And just like that, the members of the Flying Tiger Guild fell at Junbom's hands. The Bangsu clan's sharpshooter was the only one left alive. Kang-Jin smiled to himself, watching Junbom take down the one-horned rabbits. All right, he thought, I'll definitely keep a close eye on Jian. But when he took a second look, his expression instantly darkened with dread. Junbom was now standing alone. Jian was nowhere in sight. A chill ran down Kang-Jin's spine. Jian, where did she go? Overcome with worry, Kang, Jin, and Junbom raced down the path, desperately looking for Jian. Jian, where are you? Jian. They called her name in vain. Kang-Jin's face was flushed, his heart pounding with fear for her safety. Jian. Junbom leaned against a tree, catching her breath while she scanned the area. She only went to the bathroom. How could she have gone so far? Suddenly, Kang-Jin yelled, I hear singing from over there. When Junbom turned, Kang-Jin was already sprinting ahead. Huh? But I don't hear anything at all. He yelled back while running, I'm absolutely sure. When Junbom looked where Kang-Jin was pointing, she saw a large pit in the ground. Jian's voice echoed from below. Big sis. Kang-Jin, I'm down here. Junbom froze when she heard Jian's voice. As she ran closer, she saw Jian at the bottom of the hole, next to another man. The little girl called up to them. The ground suddenly caved in. Junbom calmly reassured her. We'll get you out of there right now. Kang-Jin arrived and, without a second thought, slid down into the pit. Jian, are you okay? Jian looked completely unharmed and replied, I'm fine. Hearing she was safe, Kang-Jin finally glanced to the side. He immediately recognized the man next to Jian as none other than John Gunnam. When he heard Kang-Jin's voice, he bowed his head, his face contorted with rage. Gunnam cursed to himself, damn it. Of all people, her teammate is CO Kang-Jin. Kang-Jin let out a sigh and spoke, need some help. Gunnam suddenly snapped back with explosive hostility. No, I don't need help from a bastard like you. Hearing this, Kang-Jin simply turned to Jian and said, all right, let's go then. The little girl looked on, completely confused by their exchange. Huh? Are we just going to leave him like this? Jian asked from the safety of Kang-Jin's arms. He said his legs are paralyzed because a scary monster attacked him. As Kang-Jin lifted her up, he muttered, a paralysis toxin? He took one last glance back at Gunnam. It was probably the rabbits. The poison's effects will wear off on their own. Jian, still not understanding, asked, the rabbits? But they're the weakest monsters in this place. Junbom immediately cut in, trying to soften her sister's blunt words. Jian, you don't need to say it like that. Lying a short distance away, Gunnam's body trembled with pain and humiliation as he cursed internally. That monster, CO Kang-Jin. He slammed his fist into the dirt, his mind burning with rage. Suddenly, the voice of the god, Guan, echoed from the shadows. That's right. The wicked must always pay for what they have done. The unexpected voice startled him. The god continued, do you require my assistance? With a bewildered expression, he slowly lifted his head. Who are you? Meanwhile, Kang-Jin, Junbom, and Jian stood before a dimensional gate, talking. Kang-Jin spoke first. Let's go back for now. The difficulty will spike once night falls. Jian whined a little. But I already raised my stats to get stronger. Junbom chimed in. I also collected a lot of achievements. He gave the two sisters a gentle smile and said, there's no need to rush. Today is just the first day. One of the sisters turned back, her face full of worry. So, you'll be with us tomorrow too, right? Without a moment of hesitation, Kang-Jin immediately replied, yeah. Let's stick together until we clear this floor's challenge, okay? Hearing that, one of the sisters beamed with delight. Awesome, let's clear this floor together. But suddenly, Kang-Jin felt a strange presence, and he whipped his head around. Kang-Jin's eyes widened when he saw something in the distance. Just as the two sisters were about to step into the portal, he suddenly took off running. You two go on ahead to the waiting room. The two sisters watched him go, completely baffled. Huh? What about you? Kang-Jin shouted back as he ran, I forgot a few things. I'll be back soon. In another part of the forest, a different group of players were battling an enormous wolf pack. The creature's eyes glowed like demonic headlights. They snarled, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, with drool dripping constantly from their gaping mouths. Shin-Ah stood at the center of the group, holding the defensive line. She shouted to the terrified players around her, everyone, stay calm. As Shin-Ah glanced back, she saw a wolf leap and shatter another player's sword with its powerful jaws. Her heart sank, but there was nothing she could do. Panic rising, Shin-Ah turned back to her group and yelled, everyone, get behind me. As she thrust her hands forward, a forest of sharp thorns erupted from the ground, impaling the bodies of the attacking wolves and activating her power. Woodleaf art, Another wolf suddenly lunged forward, biting down hard on Shin A's sword as she struggled to hold her ground. But in the next moment, that wolf was also consumed by thorny vines bursting from the earth. The system window appeared. Wood leaf art is protecting everyone. Without a moment's rest, Sua launched herself at the next wolf. But suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos. Lost in the heat of battle, she failed to notice another wolf lunging straight for her. I have to kill as many as I can. That's the only way this gets easier. Leaving herself completely exposed, the wolf's fangs sank deep into her shoulder, spraying blood into the air. Sua whipped her head around, her face contorted in agony. At that moment, she could only think. If only we had one more person who could fight. As the thought crossed her mind, a hand wielding a flaming sword descended from nowhere. It was none other than Kang-Jim. He plunged his blade straight through the creature's skull, converting the achievement points into power. The Firebird ability had leveled up, ascending to the second tier. Sua stared in shock at his sudden appearance. Like a phantom, Kang-Jim began cutting down the wolves one by one. Wherever his sword moved, an arc of fire followed. Sua was still completely stunned. Kang-Jim? He didn't answer her, his focus locked on the ferocious pack. But these wolves were no match for Kang-Jim. With ruthless efficiency, he annihilated them with his sword. Shaking off her stupor, Sua also raised her weapon, jumping in to help him finish them off. A moment later, the entire wolf pack lay dead. Sua let out a sigh of relief. That was over so fast. Thank you, Seo Kang-Jim. Seo Kang-Jim didn't respond. His face was dark, his eyes lost in thought. Outside in the waiting hall, a player suddenly shouted, "Why didn't you just run away?" The other players, who had been hiding, listened with anxious faces. Kang-Jim's eyes were like a gathering storm. He was clearly furious. You should have known the situation was against you. Kang-Jim glared at Sua, adding, "You run if you can't win. You were more than capable of escaping without a scratch." Angered by his words, Sua shot back, "You're always saying I'm weak." But Kang-Jim immediately cut her off. "This time, you just got lucky," he continued. "What if those monsters had hidden abilities you knew nothing about? What would have happened if no one came to help you?" As he spoke, flashes of the past returned to him. A vision of Sua, wounded and weak, gasping for breath on the ground. He then recalled her fighting recklessly against another foe, charging toward a meaningless death. The memory of an enemy's blade piercing her chest that could not be allowed to happen again. Back in the present, Kang-Jin's anger intensified with every word. "Were you planning to die to protect these people? Saving others is a luxury only the strong can afford." He turned sharply and walked away. "Don't you forget that." As he walked, he added, "If you let your guard down like that again, you'll be leaving here in a body bag." Only after he had gone did the other players dare to approach Sua. "Sua, are you okay?" Seo Kang-Jim was being a bit harsh, another player added. Was he trying to say she should have let us all die? Sua said nothing, just offering a faint smile to reassure them. Suddenly, she let out a chuckle. "He's just worried about me." The other players just looked at her, still worried. "Huh?" Sua added. He still came to help, after all. In her mind, she wondered, I don't understand why he tries so hard to be the bad guy. But she spoke to the others with confidence. He's actually a very kind-hearted person. Kang-Jim hadn't gotten far when someone called his name. "Seo Kang-Jim." It was Sua. "Thank you for worrying about me." He kept his head lowered, not looking back. Hearing her words, a quiet sigh of relief finally escaped Kang-Jin's lips. Just then, the system window flashed. Third gate, ice room. Completed by Gozen. Elsewhere, Kang-Jim and the twin sisters were coordinating perfectly, achieving a 10 out of 10 on monster subjugation. "You have completed the ice room," the system confirmed. The two sisters were looking at the guide window. June spoke first. "Someone already completed their room before us. I thought we would be at the top." Kang-Jim spoke up. "I just finished as well." Ryan Baum looked at him in total surprise. "Really? It was that close." Ryan Baum's voice was tinged with a little sadness. "So, does that mean you're going to leave now?" Kang-Jim slowly turned back, his voice gentle. "I'll stay here and wait for you two to finish." A wave of happiness washed over the twin sisters' faces when they heard his answer. Kang-Jim silently watched them, thinking to himself, "No one returns to a place once they've cleared it, so I can always come back later." Kang-Jim was focused on a much grander goal. "My real target is the hidden reward you get from hunting all 11 types of monsters." A little while later, the two sisters ran back cheerfully. "Rayun-jun, stop stealing my monsters." Rayun-jun, running ahead, replied, "Then you just need to land the first hit." Kang-Jim stood quietly, watching the two of them joke around, but a sense of unease crept into his mind. "I'm a little concerned. This raid has been completed a bit faster than it was in my past life." The system pinged again, announcing the activation of Destiny Exploration. The window displayed new information. "The power of the undead white tiger is near. The power of death is near. After reading those strange notifications, Kang-Jim looked around, his expression filled with confusion. Wait, is Jian the only one on the verge of death? Suddenly, a chilling memory surfaced. He recalled seeing director Gozen talking to Gunham. Back then, the system window had warned him of the worst possible combination of fates, a dark power clinging to Gunham's destiny. He remembered that moment in the pit with Jian, when Gunham was completely paralyzed. Getting tangled up with him again would be a disaster. Kang-Jiun's face darkened, his gaze lost in the distance. Should I just kill him now? Kang-Jiun turned to the twin sisters nearby. I'm going to scout the area around that hill. You two keep hunting, and stick together so you don't get lost. The sisters paused their game and replied, okay. With that, Kang-Jiun gripped his sword and quietly set off. There shouldn't be any problem, as long as they're together. He hadn't walked far when Gunham appeared out of nowhere. There you are. I've been looking for you, Kang-Jiun. He remained perfectly calm, simply asking, why? A crystal hovered in the palm of Gunham's hand. I think it's time to pay you back. His eyes were like a wild beast's, ready to devour him whole. Pay you back for everything you did to me. Kang-Jiun could only manage a bitter smile. Light from the crystal began to shine on his face. And you think you're capable of that, this bastard? He cursed inwardly. Gunham was practically overflowing with confidence. As he spoke, he raised the crystal high into the air. Of course I am, because I'm the main character. An immense power began radiating from the crystal, filling the space. Kang-Jiun watched in silence as Gunham boasted. I can hear the voice of a god. The blue crystal pulsed in his hand. Get ready. What's wrong, Kang-Jiun? The blue crystals shot forward with incredible speed. This was divine power. Kang-Jiun immediately retreated from the oncoming crystal storm. I knew it. An image of Anavicha appeared, her voice echoing in his mind. The gods will watch over your journey and the demon world. Snapping back to the present, he calmed himself. You're getting too worked up. Activate skill. Destiny Exploration. John Gunham. Subclass. Level 1 classification. God's beloved messenger. He declared with smug confidence, I'm the main character. Of course, I receive a god's blessing. Those who walk with the gods are called mages, gaining power through their blessings. More crystals shot out from behind Gunham, hurtling forward. Kang-Jiun stopped short, preparing a counterattack. At least, this seems to be a low-level god. His mana has increased slightly, and he's gained a new skill. Heavenly Flower. Subclass. Level 1 acquisition. Borrows a god's power to infect opponents with the Heavenly Flower Plague. When the skill is activated, any area struck by the attack will be contaminated with the disease. Kang-Jiun sighed. So I'll be infected if that touches me. What an annoying skill. He unleashed a strike, slicing a tree trunk in his path, and immediately began to run. First, all wore down his mana. Gunham gave chase from behind. Running is useless. A brilliant light began to fill the area, despite the encroaching darkness. Gunham snarled, the god's punishment will follow you to the ends of the earth. But the words had barely left his mouth when a pack of wild boars charged in, sending him flying. Gunham was absolutely furious, but could do nothing but scream empty curses. Warning. Damn it, get back here, Kang-Jiun, he roared. Get lost, you annoying pigs. But one of the boars roared back fiercely, then suddenly coughed up blood. He collapsed onto the cold snow, surrounded by the rest of the wild boars. I came because I heard a human had received a god's blessing. But he's just so pathetic. Gunham's eyes burned red with resentment. Truly, this is what you'd expect from a low-level god. Gunham frantically thought, aren't other gods watching me too? A new voice echoed, watching such a weak human is rather amusing, isn't it? Gunham's hands clawed at the snow as he muttered. This is amusing to you? Precisely. Suddenly, a sword plunged down, impaling him. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Damn, he's already lost. The blade belonged to Kang-Jiun. My lord god, please save me. But just then, another voice called out, Gunham. A pained scream followed. Kang-Jiun's eyes blazed as he emphasized every single word. Have you gotten your revenge yet? You actually had me going for a moment there. He grabbed Gunham's wrist, slamming it into the cold snow and making him tremble. You pulled this stunt, so you must have known the consequences, right? Just as he pulled his sword out, a voice called his name from the distance. Brother Kang-Jiun? He rested his sword next to Gunham. You're lucky, Gunham. He sheathed his blade and turned away. Next time, I will kill you without hesitation. Let's get ready to go. He then spoke to Runbom in a scolding tone. I told you not to wander off. The girl announced frantically, Brother, something's happened. Runbom explained. A pack of snowboards got loose. They knocked Run down. Kang-Jiun was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. What? The little girl continued, her voice trembling. She's gone. An image of the old woman appeared, her prophecy echoing in his mind. Your destiny, unfortunately, is shrouded in dark energy, and with it, a vision of a man and a woman walking away, their face. A trail of broken bodies followed Seo Kang-Jim. Even his own parents were lost to this curse. Everywhere he went, death was sure to follow. The young girl's voice trembled with concern. Kang-Jim, are you all right? He cursed himself in silence. It's all my fault. Despair began to consume him, as a chilling voice echoed in his mind. I know your heart, it whispered. You, a savior. What a joke. Shaking off the voice, he made a firm declaration. I'm going to find him. Runbom was stunned. What? He didn't hesitate, stepping out into the biting, frozen wilderness. Runbom chased after him through the snow. Wait for me. Kang-Jim stopped, his voice low and serious. Go back, Runbom. Catching her breath, she looked at him, confused. Huh? She ran to his side, grabbing his arm with determination. I'm going with you. But Kang-Jim's voice was sharp, cutting through the cold. What if something happens to you, too? Tears welled up in her eyes at his harsh tone. Her own voice choked with emotion as she cut him off. You're the one who said not to wander off alone. Kang-Jim stared down at her. And how are you supposed to get back by yourself? Not when Zion could be in grave danger. Their tense standoff continued in the falling snow. Aren't you going to answer? Fine. And with that, Kang-Jim let her follow. His mind raced. I don't know how Zion died in my past life, but if he's in danger now, this has to be the place. He pleaded with fate itself. Please, don't die. Runbom's voice broke the silence. There aren't any monsters here, right? He didn't answer, lost in thought. Low-level beasts wouldn't dare enter a predator's territory. Just then, he grabbed her hand tightly. What was that sound? She whispered. This way, quickly, he urged. A colossal beast emerged from the gloom, forcing them to dive for cover. Kang-Jim pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for absolute silence. It was a grade 3 demonic beast, the Yeti, a humanoid monster covered in thick white fur that only appears on snowy days to challenge stronger foes. Kang-Jim's eyes widened in sheer terror. A familiar, limp figure was slung over the creature's shoulder. Before he could react, Runbom broke cover, screaming, Zion. The Yeti whipped its head around, but it saw nothing. Kang-Jim had already pulled Runbom back into the shadows. Then, a sudden realization hit him. Wait a minute, he thought, activating his skill. Destiny Plunder. A magic circle glowed beneath him, pulsing with energy. The result came back instantly. No deaths in this vicinity. Kang-Jim let out a quiet sigh of relief. If we attack now, we'll only put him in more danger. He peeked out, watching the beast lumber away. It's heading back to its lair, he reasoned. And it looks like it's also carrying a snow boar. The two of them emerged from their hiding spot. We have to wait for it to put Zion down. Runbom whispered, Do we attack as soon as it does? He immediately shut down the idea. No. It's best to avoid a direct confrontation. He tossed a flare gun to her. When it sets Zion down, fire this to draw its attention, then run for the exit without looking back. Her eyes widened in surprise. A flare gun. Kang-Jim looked her straight in the eyes. Don't try to fight it. Just get its attention and run. Can you do that? Yes, she nodded firmly. I'll go in and get Zion while you're leading it away, he explained. He gathered his internal energy, leaping down the cliff face. With Runbom's agility, she should have no trouble outrunning the Yeti. Plus, we have the advantage of the terrain. Meanwhile, Runbom readied herself. Then she activated the flare, and a brilliant light shot out. The Yeti shielded its eyes from the sudden glare, and immediately charged toward the light. As planned, Runbom was already sprinting away. That was Kang-Jim's cue to enter the cave. Zion. He rushed to the boy's side. Wake up, Zion. He carefully lifted the unconscious boy. He's completely out of it. I can't even give him a potion like this. Hoisting Zion onto his back, he thought, I have to get him back to the main hall. But suddenly, he froze in his tracks. Another Yeti was staring right at him. Damn it. I never expected there to be a second one here. The Yeti's eyes burned with fury as it balled a massive fist, preparing to strike. It charged without warning. Kang-Jim instantly began circulating his internal energy. My luck is the absolute worst. Outside, another flare shot into the sky to draw the first Yeti away. But suddenly, the creature stopped its pursuit, turned around, and completely ignored the light. What? Why is it? Runbom fired yet another flare, desperately trying to get its attention back. No! Where are you going? You're supposed to chase me, she screamed, trying to command it. Get back here. It was returning to the cave. Inside, the second Yeti raised its fist high, ready to bring it crashing down. But Kang-Jim had already gathered his power. I know my destiny is cursed with misfortune. Aura gathered around his feet as he narrowly dodged the creature's crushing stomp. Kang-Jim landed gracefully from the dodge, but froze when he heard a familiar roar. The first Yeti was back. Now, both Yetis charged him at once. Gritting his teeth, Kang-Jim had no time to counter. All he could do was desperately evade their pincer attack. He was trapped in the heart of their nest. A grim smile spread across his face. Fine. I was planning on doing some hunting anyway. An image of Junyin in her nest appeared, but then the spot she was lying on vanished, the void spreading rapidly across the nest. Flames began to engulf the area as Kang-Jin's voice echoed, "Just hang on a little longer, Junyin." His whole demeanor shifted, his face hardening with deadly confidence as he declared, "I'll kill you all. And it will be soon." Two snowmen with ferocious faces prepared to attack. As they lowered their feet to the ground, Kang-Jin suddenly froze, and a smirk curled his lips. "I see. So that's how it is." He lunged forward without a shred of hesitation. "Your ability has increased to level 18. Kang-Jin blitzed toward both snowmen, attacking them in succession. He moved like a phantom, so fast they couldn't even land a single blow. The red snowman roared in fury, slamming its fist into the ground, but Kang-Jin had already leaped high into the air. Latching onto its arm, Kang-Jin began to scale the snowman's massive body. The red beast just flashed a savage grin. The blue snowman behind him let out a piercing shriek. In response, Kang-Jin began his descent, targeting the blue monster first. The snowman froze, the image of them both plunging through the ice flashing in its mind. "You have defeated the Tier 3 demonic snowman." A confident smile touched his lips as he thought, "Perfect." In the demon world, terrains of solid ice and snow were all too common. Suddenly, an old memory surfaced in his mind. His sister. "Kang-Jin, I'm here." And these landscapes, they often crumble, just like the place where Junyin had fallen. The snowman raised both its hands, but Kang-Jin was completely oblivious to the impending danger. "These damn monsters will never be able to climb back up," he thought. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the snowman's fist shattered the ice right where he stood. Kang-Jin grimaced, cursing under his breath. He crashed through the tree branches below with a thunderous noise. Kang-Jin's eyes widened in shock when he saw a familiar figure standing high above. Sua's voice slowly carried down. "If you let your guard down, you'll be leaving here as a corpse. What's wrong, Kang-Jin?" "I'm glad I wasn't too late." He could only manage a weak, grateful laugh. She smiled back, "Save your thanks for the person who came to find me." Then, Sua sat on a branch and called out, "I'll pull you up. Just hold on tight." Kang-Jin responded immediately. "No, get me down there first. I need to check on something." The moment he landed, he saw Runbom running toward the child with a desperate scream. "Junyin. Junyin, open your eyes." The child didn't stir. "Are we too late?" Kang-Jin gritted his teeth, his head hung in despair. He cursed himself internally. Is it really impossible for us to fight against the fate we were born with? Suddenly, a small sound broke the silence, instantly changing Runbom's expression from despair to pure joy. Junyin whispered in a weak voice, "It's so cold. Sis, can you turn on the heater?" The child slowly sat up, looking around and asking, "Where are we?" Sua rushed over, overjoyed. Kang-Jin was stunned. "She's alive." "Junyin is still alive," the child's weak voice replied. "Of course I'm alive. Was I supposed to die or something?" The aura of the white tiger spirit vanished from Junyin's body. Seeing this, he instantly dashed towards them. A destiny had been changed. He suddenly froze as a system notification appeared. Destiny change has been activated. The destiny class of Si Kang-Jin has been upgraded from Tier 3 Insect to Tier 2 Insect. Si Kang-Jin. Class. Tier 2 Insect, Fire Attribute. Destiny Exploration, Tier 3 Dragon. Destiny Plunder, Tier 1 Dragon. Fireverse, Tier 2 Insect. Exoskeleton Shed, Tier 3 Demon. Kang-Jin was shell-shocked. He didn't even react to Runbom's embrace, his mind reeling. "Impossible. I thought there was no way to change a destiny class." Runbom hugged him tightly, expressing, "Junyin is alive, and it's all thanks to you." "Brother," she confessed in a soft voice. "Thank you." After that, she used her hand to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes. Seeing her cry like that tugged at his heart. He decided to put the complicated thoughts aside for later. Nearby, Sua was checking on Junyin. "How are you feeling?" the kid replied. "It hurts less now, but that pill was huge." Kang-Jin smiled warmly and reached out to pat the child's head. "All that matters right now is that Junyin is alive." The scene shifts. Gunham was running non-stop. The voices of the gods echoed around him. "Are you okay? What should I do? What should I do? Just wait a moment, I'll try something." He couldn't take it anymore and raised a defiant finger, shouting, "You frauds! What kind of gods are you? I never should have trusted a pervert like you." "Hey, you've gone too far." Cold sweat poured down his face as he muttered constantly, "Young Master Qian Guan. Young Master Qian Guan." He turned his head, his voice trailing off. "Young Master Chang Guan. The image of Doc Gozen materializing before him left him speechless. Doc Gozen. Gunham threw away all his pride and begged, "Save me. Say Kang-Jin attacked me, so I ran in here to hide." He raised his voice, shouting, "I'm certain that bastard Say Kang-Jin is a villain. So stop this ridiculous act about some hidden awakened being or whatever. So let's take that bastard down. You said we were on the same side." But Doc Gozen spoke slowly, his words cutting deep. "If you were the main character, this should have been easy. Yet you lost to Say Kang-Jin." He snarled back, calling the man a coward. But before he could finish, Doc Gozen cut him off. "I thought maybe you were holding back your true power. Because I was around. But now, I guess you're not the main character after all." He clutched his chest, insisting through gritted teeth. "I told you, I am the main character, so save me." Doc Gozen asked softly, "If you're the main character, can't you escape on your own?" The color drained from Gunam's face. "What?" He whipped his head around, his voice filled with desperation. No, I'm not the main character. Please, save me." Hearing this, Doc Gozen turned back to him. "You're not?" His voice dropped to an ice-cold whisper, questioning Gunam. "If you're not the main character, then why should I even bother with you?" Doc Gozen turned to leave, but Gunam's pleas echoed behind him. "Wait, Doc Gozen, don't leave me. Please, save me. You psycho bastard." "Stop," he screamed out. "Doc Gozen." Meanwhile, Kang-In unleashed a powerful strike on the monster before him. The impact sent it flying, followed by a relentless barrage of kicks that made the creatures vanish. Suddenly, a voice called out his name. Kang-In instantly snapped his head toward the sound. Runbom raised her hand, announcing, "We're all clear over here." Jun placed a hand on her shoulder, teasingly adding, "She did all the work, you know." Runbom made a fist and playfully put it under his chin, retorting, "I was just providing backup." Not to be outdone, Jun shot back. "What are you talking about? You only got the first hit. What about me?" Suddenly, Kang-In's eyes widened in shock. A blinding flash of light shot towards them from behind. "Get down." But Runbom, fearless, turned to face the threat head-on. "What the hell? Who are you?" The figure didn't answer her. Instead, a voice called out for Seo Kang-In. Her voice was cold and unyielding. "Hand over Seo Kang-In, and I'll grant you a peaceful death." Hearing that, the two siblings immediately drew their weapons and charged. "Hey, what the hell are you talking about?" Kang-In shouted as he sprinted towards them. "Stop!" He yelled out their names. Runbom, Jun. But just as he turned, a large hand clamped over his face from behind, covering his mouth and one of his eyes. The world became a blur of flashing sword strikes. Then, a horrific vision unfolded. The ground soaked crimson with blood. Suddenly, Runbom's voice echoed in his mind. "Why did you have to show up in our lives? We could have been at peace without you." Kang-In couldn't say a word, silenced by the hand gripping his face. Other hands began to crawl over his body from the darkness. "Why didn't you save us? We never should have let you join the Faiho clan." The hand slowly released its grip. "Don't you forget, Seo Kang-In." His head snapped towards the source of the sound. It was her voice again, whispering right behind him. "You killed us." The scene shifts. Water overflows from a sink, pouring onto the floor. Kang-In gripped the edges, his knuckles white. It was just a dream. He stared blankly, muttering to himself, "That future. It won't happen. I won't let it happen again." His eyes widened. Was that a vision? A warning of what's to come? And to think, Runbom sees him as a savior. The destinies of Seo Kang-In and Runbom were becoming intertwined, and she believed he was her hero. Their fates were now bound together. As the water continued to pour, he made a decision. "I have to keep my distance from them." Runbom stood outside his door, her voice filled with concern. "Hey, do you hate us?" Kang-In replied slowly, "No. I just have some things to take care of." But he thought to himself, they're getting closer to Shin-Sua now. I don't need to worry about them anymore. Then Kang-In spoke, his voice somber. "That's good. She's a great person." Hearing this, Runbom added, "Then you have to come with us." But he cut her off before she could finish. "Yeah, maybe next time." And with that, he closed the door. Jun rubbed the back of his neck, asking, "Hasn't he been distant since that day?" Runbom quickly shook her head. "I'm sure he just has his reasons." Seeing the siblings looking dejected, Sua understood. She gestured towards the gate ahead. "There's nothing we can do. Let's just head to the fourth room on our own. The Sword Forest Room. The fourth training chamber. Completion condition: hunt monsters and collect soul gems within the Sword Forest Labyrinth. Current soul gems collected: 0 out of 1,000. Runbom's eyes lit up. This time, it's a forest. Jun was just as excited, taking a deep breath. "Ah, that fresh air feels amazing." Suddenly, Sua froze. Be careful, you two. Something's coming. Run Bomb didn't hesitate, calling out, is it a monster? Where is it coming from? Just then, Suo raised her sword, deflecting a hidden dart. A thin red line appeared on her hand. No, it's not a monster. I think in this room. The forest itself is the real danger. The Sword Forest room is a demonic realm, an endless woods where the landscape never changes. Once you reach the end, you're sent right back to the beginning. A strange, otherworldly branch emerged from the ground. Run Bomb checked the system window, sighing, 8,000 soul jades. This is going to take a while. Let's scout the area first, Sua suggested. Crossing her arms, she added quietly, and let's stick together this time so no one gets lost. Hearing this, the little boy shot back. I'm not a kid. Run Bomb quickly chimed in. Kang-Jim told us we have to stay together. Then, the boy's tone changed. It'd be great if you were here with us, though. Yeah. Run Bomb eagerly agreed. Hearing them, Sua began to wonder. I guess he's actually kind to the younger ones. She recalled his harsh words from before. You're not strong enough yet. And how he'd yelled at her. Are you really planning to throw your life away trying to protect someone else? Saving others is a privilege reserved for the strong. A slight blush crept onto her cheeks. He doesn't show it with his words. But deep down, I'm sure he's a good person. Suddenly, one of the kids' voices cut through her thoughts, pulling her back to reality. There's something over there. Seeing him run ahead, Sua shouted, John, wait. The boy stopped, confused, and peered down at the ground. Meanwhile, back in his room, Kang-Jim was examining the egg. My God, the egg suddenly gaped open, letting out a bizarre noise. This is way creepier than the stories made it sound. An unidentified egg. Its class will be determined upon hatching. It will hatch after a period of care, and its appearance may change. Depending on what I feed it, there's no telling what will come out of this unidentified egg I received as a reward. After I defeated that snowman, the 11th monster type, what hatches depends entirely on its diet. Kang-Jim carefully tied the egg shut, thinking, I know exactly what I want to hatch from this. I can't just feed it whatever I find. And it's not because I'm afraid it'll bite me. Besides, this wasn't the only reward I got. The memory of his blades slicing through 2 snowmen flashed in his mind. You have defeated a 3rd-rank demon-class snowman. A powerful aura began to envelop his body, activating the Fate Plunder ability, plundering combat instincts, and plundering the demonic attribute. See Kang-Jim, 2nd-rank insect class, fire attribute. He whispered, change attribute to water. See Kang-Jim's attribute has been changed to water. The title Water Conquers Fire has been unlocked. Reduced stats have been restored to normal. Say Kang-Jim. Class, 2nd-rank insect. Attribute, water. He ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. I couldn't afford a decent weapon in the ice village because I had to keep buying food to maintain the water attribute. The good news is, now I can plunder attributes directly. He sat on his bed, holding the tightly bound egg. I'll just have to buy a weapon in the next demonic realm. The fire attribute will be more useful there. Anyway, I'll need to switch it back again. Entry scan complete. Kang-Jim, you have entered the Sword Forest chamber. Suddenly, the voices of the gods echoed in his mind. The ice chamber was so dull. Perhaps this one will be more entertaining? The gods chattered amongst themselves. I doubt it. These guys are all still just rookies. Well, watching the newbies grow is part of the fun. Kang-Jim muttered to himself as he stepped inside. What kind of class are they to be talking like that? He raised his hand to the system interface. Settings. Mute communication. Ha! I think he noticed us. Kang-Jim wondered, what should I even call these things? Lesser demons? Phantoms? A system window popped up. Do you wish to sever the connection? But the god's voices continued, unabated. He's not even surprised. You do not possess sufficient mental strength. Kang-Jim froze at this. This one's got guts. I like this one. Kang-Jim. Would you like to claim ownership of me? The god of the Sword Forest has offered you ownership. He immediately pieced it together. That must be the tutelary deity of this demonic realm. Tutelary deities are gods who govern a specific territory. With ownership of a tutelary deity, I could become stronger than anyone else within its domain. But they're bound to their territory. The moment I leave this place, that power becomes useless. And this chamber is called the Sword Forest Labyrinth. If I accept the offer, I won't have to worry about getting lost. But instead, he spoke aloud. Purchase item. You have purchased Demonic Realm Map. Kang-Jim unfurled the scroll. This is all I need to navigate. Using Demonic Realm Map, you have explored 1% of the area, he thought to himself. For now, it's just a rough outline. The entrance to the demonic realm is marked, at least. But the more I explore, the more locations will be revealed on this map. There are multiple gates leading to the demonic realms. He wondered, am I getting close to the 4th zone? The training protection system is divided into different zones. But in the later stages, when the body count rises, trainees from other zones are brought together for joint raids. The marked gate suddenly changed to the entrance of Zone 2. The deity's voice echoed again. Kang-Jin, are you searching for something? I can help you find it, if you just accept my ownership. But Kang-Jin ignored the offer, his mind racing. They must be controlling who can enter the demonic realms, forcing us to fight one another. The god's voice continued. Kang-Jin, can you hear me? This time, Kang-Jin finally answered. I have no intention of accepting your offer. Give up. The Master of Myriad Flames has unleashed a divine relic. A powerful message will activate in 10 minutes. The Master of Myriad Flames requests your allegiance. Will you accept his patronage? Another message appears, boasting that the other gods are nothing. CEO Kang-Jin stopped dead in his tracks, staring at the notification window in utter disbelief. The system continued its broadcast. The Master of Myriad Flames claims he can make a human with attributes even more powerful. Kang-Jin let out a sigh of relief, a wave of gratitude washing over him. It was a pretty touching offer, wasn't it? After all, he was an insect type. A Tier 2, fire attribute, insect type user. He pushed deeper into the forest, stealing his resolve. Still, I'm not going to accept. The system messages continued, becoming more and more frantic. The Master of Myriad Flames demands to know why you haven't answered. He insists this is a golden opportunity. The Master of Myriad Flames is now observing you. Suddenly, a giant mutated mantis appeared, swinging its razor-sharp limbs toward its prey. With a single, fluid strike, Kang-Jin ended the monster. Vile insect blood sprayed everywhere. He quickly retrieved a small, shimmering orb from the monster's remains. Current soul gems, 36 out of 1,000. Kang-Jin had to collect 1,000 soul gems, but that didn't mean he had to hunt 1,000 monsters. Soul gems had different tiers. The guide stated that a Tier 3 giant worm was worth 100 gems, a Tier 2 scythe mantis was worth 334, and a Tier 3 goblin was worth 100. Kang-Jin sheathed his blade and turned to leave. In my past life, I wasted time on these mantises because I wasn't strong enough. But this time is different. As he walked, he muttered to himself, each goblin is worth 10 gems. I'll target them instead. Just then, his boots stepped into a fresh pool of crimson blood. Kang-Jin lifted his foot, recognizing it instantly. Traces of a trap. But why? He looked around in shock at the slaughtered scythe mantises, their bodies littering the ground. Why is all this blood here? Could it be? The image of the lion-masked man flashed in his mind, his blade radiating a powerful killing intent. A shiver ran down his spine as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He's already made his move. In my past life, I became the target of a masked murderer. Shin Yuna saved my life because she was in this sector too. But before Shin Yuna could even act, the killer leaped forward, slicing a clean line across her face as blood erupted. By the time a horrified Kang-Jin reached her, she had lost an eye, saving him. After that, the killer fled, and I never learned his identity. Back in the present, terror gripped Seo Kang-Jin, and he bolted, running for his life deeper into the forest. He tried to remember. Shin Yuna's and Du Gun's groups were the only ones here, right? He scanned his surroundings as a thought sparked in his mind. Then this blood. Doesn't that mean? Suddenly, Kang-Jin broke through into a clearing and froze at the scene before him. Familiar faces were everywhere. A strange man was approaching June, who was collapsed on the ground in agony. Seeing the boy's twisted body and pale face, another image surfaced, of Ji Hyun in the exact same position. The memory of her terrified eyes as she left this world flooded Kang-Jin's mind. His anger flared, and a murderous glint ignited in his gaze. Without a second's hesitation, Kang-Jin charged forward, his sword already drawn and swinging. He pointed the blade at the man's throat, roaring, "Get away from Jun." The man stumbled back, his face a mask of utter confusion. Elsewhere, Wong Yu folded his arms, his sharp eyes scanning the room. Has the trainee from the ice chamber returned? A voice quickly responded. Not yet. Trainee Jung-Ju Nam still hasn't come back. Wong Yu looked disappointed. Then he's dead, he declared bluntly. I had high hopes for him, since he was the first to clear the Hellfire Chamber. His words cast a heavy silence over the entire room. Anna was at a loss for words. She timidly raised her hand. Shouldn't we go look for him? Wong Yu immediately shot the idea down. No, it's fine. We can't interfere in the affairs of the demon world. At the very first location, everyone signed a waiver in case of their death. An ugly expression crossed Anna's face. She lowered her head, unable to argue. Wong Yu announced to the room. Anyway, regarding the next demon world, someone from another sector has already cleared it. It was someone from Sector 1. A bitter tone entered his voice. The first to clear any room, no matter the sector, must be one of us. We cannot lose to Sector 1. After the meeting, everyone began to file out. Ju Sung-tae noticed Anna's grim expression and tried to console her. Anna, Why do you keep doing this job if you get so upset over one death? You must know that others will die too. But contrary to his assumption, Anna hesitated before answering. That's not what I was thinking about. His jaw dropped. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. What? She explained. I finished organizing the files, so I checked on the trainees in the other sectors. The memory flashed back in an instant. Anna Vi could still see the bold letters on the screen that had left her breathless. A cold dread washed over her. Horror was written all over Anna Vi's face as she continued, her voice trembling. Among the trainees, there's a serial killer, back with the other players. As Kang-Jim charged forward, sword in hand, the others immediately drew their weapons in defense. He roared with fury, "Get away from Rundai." Seeing the murderous intent radiating from him, the man quickly held up his hands in surrender. "Whoa, calm down," he pleaded. "Let's just talk." At the same time, his fate-discerning ability activated. It was Nam Duan. Class, 3rd tier human. Attribute, fire. He held out a vial, explaining with an innocent look on his face, "We're trying to help him recover. It's an antidote I bought from the shop." The others nearby were also 3rd tier, with a few 2nd tiers mixed in. They were all too wary to get any closer. The man urged them, "Lower your weapons first." The boy's breathing grew more ragged by the second, and his color was draining fast. Rundi was still on the ground, writhing in agony. The system quickly identified Rundai. Class, 1st tier dragon. Attribute, metal. Status, paralyzing fever poison. Kang-Jim watched him grow weaker, realizing with dread, but he didn't lower his guard for a second, glaring at the group with pure rage. "How can I possibly trust you people?" he growled. Inside, his mind was racing. "I have to get him out of here." Just then, a voice in the distance made Kang-Jim whip his head around. "Co Kang-Jim." It was Zishin Shu and her group running toward them in a panic. She waved her arms frantically, rushing to explain, "Co Kang-Jim, they aren't enemies." Runbom's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she cried out in relief, "Co Kang-Jim." He looked at them, completely bewildered. Then what the hell is going on here? A tall girl with tan skin stepped forward, taking responsibility. "Let me explain. Du Hai Rang. Class, 2nd tier demon. Attribute, metal. Guardian god of the Du clan." She scratched the back of her neck sheepishly. "The truth is, he stepped on a trap we set for hunting monsters. We had no idea anyone from another sector was here. We are so sorry." Hai Rang quickly tried to smooth things over. "In any case, we brought him here to treat him. I was just out disabling all the traps we placed in this area." A system notification appeared. Trapper. Class, 1st tier human. The higher the class, the more traps you can set. Attracts prey without bait. Kang-Jim's brow furrowed in thought. That killer. They're also an expert with poison and traps. This woman seems to be the strongest one here. She even possesses a guardian god. He glanced at Nam Dawn, who was carefully giving Rundai the antidote. But based on abilities alone, that guy is far more suspicious. Lurker. Class, 3rd tier human. Holding your breath grants invisibility. The effect ends when you resume breathing, but he's too weak to be a threat to Sin Shu. With that thought, he finally sheathed his sword. The others hurried over to check on the boy. Rundi finally came to, sitting up with a smile. Nam Dun let out a sigh of relief, and Kang-Jim simply said, "Good." But deep down, he remained on high alert. "I still don't know who the killer is. I have to be wary of every single one of them." He then walked over and spoke coldly to the group. "Is his treatment finished? Then we'll be taking him and leaving." The man answered timidly, "Yes, he's all better now." Kang-Jim thought to himself, even if none of them are the killer, it's too dangerous to travel with people from Sector 4. And with that, Co Kang-Jim's team departed. With Rundi on his back, the boy mumbled an apology, but Kang-Jim just told him not to worry. Meanwhile, the others were busy saying their goodbyes. After traveling for some time, night fell, and a thick fog began to roll in. They stopped in a clearing to set up camp. Kang-Jim and Shu took charge of the campfire. "Wow, it gets dark so fast out here," she said cheerfully. Runbom ran over and hugged Shu's arm nervously. "I've never camped in the wild before," she whimpered. Rundi crept up behind her to tease her, but the cowardly Runbom immediately fired back. "Aren't you scared? There are monsters everywhere out here." The boy just frowned and sulked. "Humph, I know that," Runbom declared defiantly. "You are scared, aren't you?" Suddenly, Kang-Jim tossed a purple orb, surprising Shu. As it hit the flames, it burst, releasing a mystical, dark purple smoke. "What was that?" Shu asked, astonished. Kang-Jim explained, "It's a monster repellent. I bought it at the shop." Runbom quickly looked it up on her info panel. "Wow, you know so much." "I found it," Rundi chimed in, full of admiration. "Yeah, you're super strong and you know everything." Runbom excitedly walked over to him, asking shyly, Can I be your disciple? Kang-Jim just stared at her. My. What? Run-D quickly ran over too, adding cheerfully, me too. I'm way better than she is. Jun-Bom shot her a fiery glare, snapping back, I asked you first. And don't forget, I'm way stronger than you are. Is that so? I got 2 more soul gems than you know. I even snatched a ton of your monster kills. Kang-Jim watched them bicker, a small smile on his face. Heh, so lively. Finally, he stepped in to mediate. Look, I'm not here to lecture either of you, so just drop the argument. But suddenly, a voice echoed in Kang-Jim's mind. Why aren't you joining in on the fun? Kang-Jim snapped back to reality. A jolt of realization flashed across his face. He shot to his feet, leaving Sua completely bewildered. Seo, Kang-Jim's sudden movement startled Jian and Jun-Bom. Hey, where are you going? They asked. A hint of worry in their voices. Kang-Jim's reply was ice cold. It's too loud here. Before walking away, he added one last thing. I'm sleeping somewhere else tonight. Don't wait up. But once he was alone, he clutched his head in anguish, gritting his teeth. What the hell am I doing? He tormented himself. I promised myself I would keep my distance. His gaze then fell upon the egg. Right. I still have a few things to take care of. He held a twig out in front of it. All right. You must be starving, huh? Here you go. Eat up. The unidentified egg has rejected this item. It spat the half-bitten leaf right back out, clearly disgusted. The unidentified egg demands meat. The unidentified egg is initiating a hunger strike. But this string of demands didn't faze Kang-Jim at all. He glared menacingly at the egg, forcing the twig back on it. Eat it, he growled. Eat more. Development status, 0.4%. From his hidden perch in the trees, Kang-Jim watched his team from a distance. As always, the system's voice chattered away in his ear. Kang-Jim, why did you even come back? He must really care about his comrades. I know, this is what they call a tsundere. Tsundere. What's that? It means he's tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Just tell a tsundere you think potatoes are the best, and they'll bring you an entire basket of them. Ah, I see now. That sounds exactly like Kang-Jim. Kang-Jim heard every word of their exchange. A deep blush crept up his neck, furious that they'd seen right through him. I swear I'm going to level up fast, he fumed internally, and shut down this damn communication feature for good. The two system voices kept chattering away. He could just be with them, but instead, he chooses to push them away again. Hey, that's just Kang-Jim's style. It actually makes things more exciting. Kang-Jim could only let out a helpless sigh. Down below, Jian and Jun-Bom were still at each other's throats. They were screaming at each other now. Jian, why can't you be more careful? You need to be more cautious. Ugh, stop nagging me. I'm already reflecting on what I did, okay? Even the meddling system voices went quiet. Shh, everyone, be quiet. I can't hear what Kang-Jim's teammates are saying. Listening intently to their bickering, Kang-Jim couldn't help but smile. Jun-Bom's voice drifted up from the camp. You shouldn't just think about it, you have to actually do it. A wave of happy memories washed over him. It reminded him of the Flying Tiger Guild. Du Hajin and I. We used to bicker just like that. All the time. And Shin-Su. He would just watch us with that knowing smile. The image of his old comrades, happy and together, filled his mind. He hugged his knees to his chest. That was our normal, everyday life back then. Things are about to get a lot busier. But I have a feeling the Flying Tiger Guild of this life will be just as chaotic. He leaned his head back against the tree, his eyes filled with a bittersweet nostalgia. A feeling of warmth, tinged with deep regret. That memory. It was so warm. So precious. But then, a strange, sweet scent drifted through the air. Kang-Jim's eyes snapped open, his expression instantly darkening. Wait a second. What is that sickly sweet smell? He wasn't the only one who noticed it. Beasts with a sharp sense of smell had also caught the alluring fragrance. And in an instant, countless ravenous bears with razor-sharp teeth poured through a spatial gate, drawn by the scent. From his vantage point, he could see everything. The source of that sweet smell was coming directly from Shin-Su's camp, and the horde of bears was closing in fast. At that critical moment, Kang-Jim launched himself from the tree. He landed silently, startling Sua. Ah, oh my god, she screamed. But then she saw who it was, one of her own. Sua called out his name, confused, as he began frantically tearing through the surrounding bushes and trees. Her curiosity got the better of her. Are you looking for something? Just then, Kang-Jim froze. It looked like he found it. His face was grim as he turned to Shin-Su. Did anyone leave the campsite after I did? He demanded. No, she answered immediately. He snatched a peach-like fruit from the ground, which was emitting an overwhelmingly sweet scent. Kang-Jim stared at it, his expression hardening into pure fury. Then did anyone else come through here? Demon Peach, a Tier 3 monster attractant, a fruit favored by demonic beasts for its alluring scent. It has no discernible flavor. Looking around, he saw them everywhere. Dozens of demon peaches scattered at the base of trees and in the bushes, all of them giving off that same potent aroma. His mind raced. There aren't any peach trees in this area, which means someone intentionally planted these here. It has to be that psychotic killer. He quietly slipped the peach into his pouch. Could it be? That bastard with the stealth ability. Suddenly, John rushed over and grabbed Sua's arm, his voice laced with fear. He told her that Doc Gozen had just passed by. Hearing this, Kang-Jim looked back, his expression turning grim. Isn't Doc Gozen an outsider from another zone? John quickly confirmed his suspicion. Yes, and about an hour ago, Runbomb added, storming over with clenched fists. He was acting strange. What's going on? Did he do something to you? He was glaring at us earlier. Kang-Jim recalled the man's lost expression upon learning he was a villain. Doc Gozen? A murderer? He thought doubtfully. Who knows what goes on inside a psycho's head? His gaze shifted to the forest behind them. He then warned the others, this area is filled with fruits that attract demons. Sin's face tensed up as he voiced the terrifying possibility. Are you saying someone is trying to lure us into a trap? At those words, John pressed closer behind her, her fear impossible to hide. But who would do such a thing? Sua gently tried to comfort the girl, while Runbomb and Kang-Jim stood guard at the front, carefully scanning their surroundings. Who knows? Kang-Jim said in a low voice, but there's one thing I'm certain of. He paused for emphasis. We need to be cautious of everyone. Sheathing his sword, he turned to the group. I'm going to dispose of all those demon peaches now. Hearing this, the masked killer hiding behind a tree suddenly flinched. With his razor-sharp instincts, Kang-Jim immediately sensed that something was wrong. He whipped his head around, his mind racing. I felt a presence just now, but it vanished in an instant. He stared intently into the distance, but saw nothing besides a few bewildered bears sniffing around. There wasn't another human in sight. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Doc Gozen was a whirlwind of steel, cutting through a swarm of monsters. Blood sprayed with his every masterful movement. Splatters of gore coated his clothes and his handsome face, but Doc Gozen didn't seem to care, his expression utterly blank. A single thought echoed in his mind. This is so boring. After annihilating the horde, he walked away, leaving a battlefield of corpses behind. A deep resentment brewed inside him. What a trash scenario. He had no worthy opponents. No allies or enemies, no gods or heroes took any interest in him. He was stuck hunting low-level trash mobs. He instinctively looked up at the sky, his eyes hollow. What is my purpose in all of this? He wondered. Doc Gozen remembered a conversation he'd overheard between John and Runbomb. How is Kang-Jim so strong? I can't believe he managed to defeat the Yeti. Hearing that familiar name, Doc Gozen froze, his gaze sharpening as he thought about Kang-Jim. He defeated a boss-level demon I haven't even encountered, even though I was the first to clear the ice room. And he did it to rescue someone.
So why would someone that powerful lose to a scrub like Joe Gaunum in the fire room hell?
Suddenly, a terrifying thought began to form in his mind. Wait, what if directing my attention to Joe Gaunum was all part of Kang-Jim's plan? An image of Kang-Jim flashed in his mind, his sharp eyes glaring down at his prey. Doc Gozen clutched his head, lost in thought. What if Kang-Jim is a regressor from the future? Then he would know everything. Every strategy, every reward. He's just trying to keep me away so he can monopolize it all. A look of shocked realization spread across his face, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. So that's it, he whispered. All the pieces of the puzzle finally fit together. After a moment of thought, Doc Gozen broke into a dead sprint, a look of pure excitement on his face. He was certain of his next move. I have to find Kang-Jim. Elsewhere, a map unfurled, showing the current exploration progress at 35%. Dawn was breaking. Kang-Jim was now alone, navigating deeper into the forest with the map. The system's voice once again echoed in his ear. Hey, are you going hunting? You've only collected 200 soul gems so far. Why are you staring at that map? That's my specialty. Just make a pact with me. But Kang-Jim ignored the tempting offer. He focused on studying the map, replying flatly, You still haven't told me who left those demon peaches behind. The voice sounded flustered, trying to cover its tracks. Ahem. Well, we couldn't see them either. Kang-Jim rolled up the map. I highly doubt that, he thought to himself. He continued to another tree, carefully observing it before tapping on the trunk. The system guides were utterly confused. What are you even looking for? Are you searching for that? What is that? It's a secret. Kang-Jim continued to wander through the forest. A system notification appeared. You have been searching with intense focus for a long time. Your perception stat has increased to level 25. Your senses are being sharpened. Suddenly, Kang-Jim caught a metallic scent in the air. He froze, instantly recognizing the smell of human blood. He immediately activated his tracking ability, following the scent through the air. The system displayed, activating Fate Plunder, searching for deceased individuals in the available area. When he arrived at the location, Kang-Jim discovered a body slumped on the ground, covered in countless bleeding wounds. His brow furrowed as pure rage contorted his face. Without hesitation, Kang-Di drew his sword, summoning a fireball as he charged forward with blinding speed. He clashed directly with the masked killer. His blade wreathed in roaring flames, but his strike was parried in a single move. The system announced, "Number of available deaths in the area is 0. The killer unleashed a powerful slash, shouting, "You should check if someone's dead first, before you go swinging your sword like that." Kang-Di leaped into the air, dodging the attack and roaring back in fury. "Shut up, you damned murderer." Suddenly, the cracked side of the mask burst into flames. The killer slowly removed his damaged mask, speaking with amusement. "Whoa, you figured it out this quickly. How did you know I killed them?" Just as he thought, as the mask came off, it revealed a handsome face with vicious eyes. It was none other than Nam Do-yoon of Class A, 3rd year. Fire attribute, title, The Fear of Life and Death. He smirked sinisterly. "You understand, don't you? I can't leave any witnesses, right?" With those words, Nam Do-yoon lunged, slashing straight for Kang-Di. Kang-Di quickly raised his sword, blocking the ferocious attack. Murderous Intent, a rank 1 demon ability. It absorbs the stats of those killed by the user's own hands, but that creates a fatal flaw. Kang-Di was now at a disadvantage, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pressure as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, this bastard's stats have doubled since the last time we met." Nam Do-yoon pursued him relentlessly, his slashes coming like a crazed Grim Reaper. Kang-Di scrambled to escape, parrying deadly blows as he ran, demanding an answer in a rage. "How many people have you killed?" Hearing this, Nam Do-yoon looked surprised, then asked with a delighted expression, "You even know that I've killed a lot of people." Kang-Di glared at him, his voice ice cold. "And you're happy about that? Isn't hunting demons enough for you?" Nam Do-yoon lowered his guard, casually replying, "Demon hunting is fun too, so I tried to lay low for a while." He put on an innocent face, continuing with a tone of gratitude, "But Lord Lasha gave me this power to kill people. I can only activate it by killing humans. It would be a waste not to use it, wouldn't it?" Hearing this, Kang-Di unconsciously tightened his grip on his sword, his voice a low growl. "Just for that?" The killer's words fueled his rage, veins popping on his jaw. The fury in his eyes was unmistakable. Seeing this, the killer asked innocently, "Why are you so angry? If you had a power that only activated by killing people, you would become just like me." Nam Do-yoon's body began to turn transparent, his data slowly fading away. Before Kang-Di had a chance to attack, he used his ability to teleport out of the area. Kang-Di watched in frustration as he vanished, declaring with conviction, "You talk as if everyone would be the same as you, but you're wrong." The feeling of that day was resurfacing, the enemy's data disappearing right before his eyes. Kang-Di recognized it instantly. Concealment. Kang-Di closed his eyes, surrendering to the moment, thinking deeply. An ability that turns the body invisible. He's not gone, just unseen, and still radiating bloodlust. It was exactly as Kang-Di predicted. While his eyes were closed in judgment, a familiar shadow appeared behind him, lunging at incredible speed. Just as the killer's sword came down, Kang-Di swung his own blade back to block it, sneering, "Did you really think I couldn't find you?" Now exposed, Nam Do-yoon reappeared, raising an eyebrow with a mocking smirk. His tone was pure sarcasm. "Whoa, you blocked that? Impressive." Catching Kang-Di off guard, he teleported behind him again, leaping high for a surprise attack. He screamed with glee, "Are you ready to die?" As his blade descended, Kang-Di managed to bring his sword up to block. The two blades crashed with a violent shower of sparks. Nam Do-yoon asked smugly, "I wonder just how much stronger I'll become after I kill you." Kang-Di's whole body began to tremble. He bit down hard, pouring all of his strength into desperately holding back his opponent's pressure. "I can't let this go on," Kang-Di thought frantically. "I've never used it before, so I'm nervous. That ability I took from the snowman. Back when Kang-Di destroyed the snowman, he obtained a new skill, Battle Instinct. Demon class, 3rd grade, a seething fighting spirit. When facing a stronger opponent, the power disparity boosts the user's stats. The greater the gap, the greater the increase." Finally, Kang-Di made his decision. A twisted smile spread across his face, his pupils glowing with an arcane power as he activated the battle skill, confirming opponent is stronger than user. Seeing his opponent's sudden change, Nam Do-yoon flinched, his expression turning to one of concern. The system announced, igniting fighting spirit, a powerful killing intent exploded from Kang-Gi. His mana flared more fiercely than ever before, utterly baffling his enemy. He gasped in shock. What? How? All of a sudden, before he could even finish the sentence, a torrent of fire erupted around Kang-Di. He fixed his vicious gaze on Namdu Yoon, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he let out a low growl. You're strong. Damien was completely crushed by Kane's powerful aura. His body froze solid as he stammered. What? The air turned ice cold. Kane lunged, his flaming sword slashing at the stunned Damien. The blade blazed with fire, but he narrowly dodged the attack. Kane thought to himself, what happens if I kill someone stronger than me? He attacked once more, but his opponent managed to block the blade. But it wasn't easy for Damien. He had to use every ounce of his strength to defend himself. Sparks flew as their swords collided. Kane descended into a battle frenzy, an ecstatic grin spreading across his face. Focusing this fire in my hands, it feels amazing. With that, he immediately launched a fireball at his opponent, catching Damien off guard and blasting him in the face. He roared with laughter, but at the same time, Damien's blade sliced across his chest. Blood began to spray from the gash. Damien clutched the side of his face, now seared by the flames and splattered with his opponent's blood. Staring down his enemy with pure hatred, he screamed in rage. You bastard! Not backing down. As Damien spoke, Kane tightened his grip on his sharp sword. An overwhelming killing intent poured from him as he gave a demonic smile, ready to strike. Just at that critical moment, Ronan leaped out from the bushes, shouting cheerfully, Kane, I'm here to help you. This made Kane freeze for a few seconds. He whipped his head around, a look of pure confusion on his face. To him, Ronan was a total stranger, but the immense magical energy pouring from him was simply awe-inspiring. Whoa! Watching the man unleash his power, Kane grew even more ecstatic at the sight of such prime prey. He thought gleefully, another strong one has appeared. He completely lost control, forgetting his current enemy and charging aggressively toward the newcomer. Seeing Kane's furious charge, Ronan readied his own weapon and asked curiously, Is this a team-up event? He swiftly blocked Kane's attack with his sword, saying excitedly, What do I need to do? You're caught up in the wrong fight and you've lost your mind. As he spoke, he let his sword drop. Let me help you cool your head. After tossing his sword aside, he threw a merciless punch directly into Kane's face. Kane was knocked out cold, collapsing to the ground, while Damien used the opportunity to quietly escape. Ronan's eyes sparkled as he turned back, asking playfully, All better now? But opposite him was Kane. He reached into his pouch as Damien's figure grew smaller and smaller in the distance. Ronan mused aloud, Ah, the bad guy is getting away. It's better to let him escape. He'll be back when he's stronger. Kane, are you okay? By now, Kane had pulled a round, blue pill from his pouch and silently swallowed it, ignoring Ronan's question. Are we a team now? The system displayed a notification, recovery potion in use. After gritting his teeth through the pain to take the medicine, he glared at the other man and said fiercely, Find someone else. Ronan paid no attention to his request, turning and casually tossing aside his other sword. I like you, he said calmly. Everyone else is just a boring extra. He then picked up a sword from nearby. No personality, nothing to talk about. He continued leisurely before tossing the sword directly to Kane. He caught it instantly. Ronan then made his straightforward proposal. I want us to become the top two, so let's call a truce. Kane's face darkened as he eyed his opponent warily, his expression filled with suspicion. Elsewhere, a transparent figure was rushing through the forest. It was none other than Damien. He covered his mouth in terror, unable to hide the shock and fury on his face as he thought, damn it, I have to eliminate my target. But now there are two of them, and they're both monsters I can't handle. What do I do? Just as his mind was racing, the people from his area suddenly appeared. They shouted, Damien, where are you? A sinister smile spread across Damien's face as he muttered to himself, All I need is to become stronger. He deactivated his ability, his body returning to normal. He rushed towards them, waving and shouting, I'm over here. The group was surprised to see him, and they cheered in relief. Damien, thank God. We were so worried when we couldn't find you. They quickly explained, We found dead bodies in the forest. Someone must have done it. Damien put on a righteous act, pointing with a panicked expression. I was looking for everyone, too. The killer is over that way. But as he ran, he suddenly collapsed from exhaustion, sending his group into a panic. They rushed to him, shouting his name in alarm. Damien, are you hurt? Another person said, I have a healing skill. He weakly pushed himself up and looked at the group with gratitude. Thank you, everyone. But in the next moment, a massive spray of blood erupted, and only Damien's low, chilling voice remained. I really mean it. The woman who had just enthusiastically offered her help was now just a withered corpse on the ground. She wasn't the only one. Damien had single-handedly annihilated every single person from his area. Bodies now littered the ground, with blood sprayed everywhere. The system notifications began to flood in. Massacre skill activated. You have absorbed 10% of your opponent's stats. Karma points acquired. Suddenly, a jade necklace materialized around Namdu's neck. He snapped his head up as the system's voice rang out. The fear of the dead and living is pleased with Namdu's actions. The fear of the dead and living has gifted the blade necklace to Namdu. The blade necklace activates, increasing strength by 10%. Namdu stared at the notification, whispering in disbelief. Power. A wicked smile spread across his face. With this, he declared, I can finally kill CO Kang-Jim. Thank you, Lord Rakshasa. But as he roared with laughter, a single drop of water landed on his face. A downpour quickly engulfed the area, and the surrounding water energy surged. He gripped his sword, cursing, damn it, rain. Water energy is countering Namdu's attribute. Strength has been reduced by 10%. The fear of the dead and living says not to worry. The fear of the dead and living reports that CO Kang-Jim's primary element is fire. The opponent is surely weakened as well. Hearing this, Namdu felt a wave of relief. The same elemental class? Huh? What a stroke of luck. Lightning tore across the gloomy sky. Namdu's resolve hardened. I have to find him before this storm gets any heavier. Elsewhere, CO Kang-Jim was furiously cutting through the forest. Every single one of his strikes was decisive. That familiar, transparent figure appeared once more. But Kang-Jim was too focused on his task to notice. He wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering, just one more. But as he raised his sword for the final blow, Namdu exploded from the trees. He poured all his power into a vicious strike aimed right at his rival. Just as the blade closed in on its prey, Kang-Jim swung his own sword back, perfectly parrying the sneak attack. Namdu's eyes flew wide with shock. What? He yelled in disbelief. He launched into a relentless assault, forcing Kang-Jim back with a flurry of strikes. Ha ha, what's this? He taunted, as Kang-Jim's expression turned grim. Kang-Jim glanced at the new chip in his sword's edge, his face growing even more serious. Just then, Namdu charged again, radiating pure killing intent. He swung with devastating force, his face a terrifying mask. Getting weak, Namdu brought his sword down in a direct attack, but Kang-Jim blocked it. The impact sent them both staggering back as Namdu continued his taunts. If I knew you were this pathetic, I would have killed fewer people. Namdu pressed his assault, his words dripping with scorn. How did you get so damn weak? Where did all your teammates run off to? Wandering around all alone like this. You're basically begging to be put out of your misery. But hearing this, Kang-Jim simply smiled, showing no signs of anger. Seeing the smile, Namdu's face twisted with irritation. What are you smiling about? Their blades scraped together, sending sparks into the air. A sudden surge of power from Kang-Jim's sword shocked Namdu, and his body began to tremble slightly. The system announced, so Kang-Jim's attribute has been changed to water. Kang-Jim's gaze sharpened, locking onto Namdu. The system's voice continued, all stat reductions have been restored to their normal state. The power behind Kang-Jim's sword was so immense that it created a shower of sparks as it ground against Namdu's blade. His incredible strength caused Namdu's hand to tremble, and soon his entire sword was shaking. The ambient water energy is increasing. Kang-Jim unleashed a flurry of direct blows, forcing Namdu into a constant retreat. CO Kang-Jim's stats have increased by 10% due to the additional properties of the water attribute. The surrounding water energies are amplifying each other. Namdu's stats have been reduced by 20%. Overwhelmed by Kang-Jim, Namdu skidded backward, struggling to defend himself. What is this? He thought frantically. I thought CO Kang-Jim was supposed to be getting weaker, too. With a furious expression, Namdu screamed at his system. You told me he was a fire attribute. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck a tree right behind Kang-Jim. Kang-Jim's face was ice cold. Is that what Rakshasa told you? He asked, lunging at Namdu again. Their blades vibrated violently as they clashed. Namdu's face was strained as he used every ounce of his being to block the blow. The fear of the dead and living advises Namdu not to believe such lies. The system continued. The fear of the dead and living states that even with an elemental disadvantage, Namdu is still stronger than CO Kang-Jim. As he heard the system's declaration, Namdu's confidence flooded back. He asked, is that so? Kang-Jim had also heard the message, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. The two separated, both taking a ready stance. Namdu spoke, I don't know how you managed to change your attribute. As he spoke, Namdu charged forward, aiming a direct blow at Kang-Jim's sword. He shattered it into 1,000 pieces. Kang-Jim's eyes widened with a mix of shock and dawning fear. Jirun slammed his foot into Kang-Jim's gut, sending him stumbling back. He smirked, I'm still leagues above you. As Ju Run stepped back, the force of the blow sent Kang-Di crashing against a tree. But Ju Run gave him no time to recover, rushing in as Kang-Di struggled to his feet, clutching his stomach. Kang-Di grabbed onto a branch to steady himself, but Ju Run was already there, the tip of his sword inches from Kang-Di's face. "You had your fun, didn't you?" Ju Run sneered. "Co Kang-Di, you won't be dying alone." His threat wasn't just for Kang-Di, but for his comrades, for everyone he held dear, "Because I'm going too." Ju Run's expression turned sinister and cruel. He threatened, "I'll send every last one of your friends to join you in the afterlife." As Ju Run choked the life out of Kang-Di, he suddenly felt a sharp pain pierce his stomach. It was something clutched in Kang-Di's hand. Ju Run's grip loosened, leaving brutal marks on Kang-Di's throat. Kang-Di looked up and taunted Ju Run, "Who's sending who to the afterlife now?" The man choked out in disbelief. "This can't be." A shard of a blade had pierced straight through Ju Run's body. He collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated, by nothing more than a fragment of a sword. Kang-Di ripped the shard from Ju Run's chest. "It's not what you think," he explained coldly. "This is no mere fragment of a blade." Ju Run slumped to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and the wound. He cried out in desperation, "Nanim, save me." Kang-Di raised the blood-soaked shard high, his expression turning deadly. "It's too late." A system notification appeared. "The fear of life and death has temporarily severed the connection." Just then, a bolt of lightning split the sky, and Ju Run's blood sprayed into the air. Kang-Di's foot landed in a freshly formed puddle of rain. An incredible surge of power erupted from within him. A menacing look crossed his face. He held out his hand, whispering, "I have this power, too. A power that can only be unlocked through killing." Skill. Fate Plunder has been activated. With a single swing, Kang-Di severed the leg of a nearby monster. Vile blood erupted from the wound, spraying everywhere. The benefits from this regression are far greater than I ever expected. Kang-Di thought to himself, his eyes filled with contemplation. First, there's this. The Blade of the Thunderstruck Tree. Blade of the Thunderstruck Tree. Unrefined. Rank. Tier 3 Divine Artifact. A blade forged from an ancient tree struck by lightning. Kang-Di scanned the area, then glanced back at his map. "I've torn this entire region apart looking for it." He had even used his sword to chop down every tree in sight, felling an entire forest in this zone. He climbed the tallest trees, driving iron rods into their trunks. I even set up makeshift lightning rods. As he battled a giant mantis, a thought crossed his mind. I also managed to take Ju Run's stealth skill and his equipment, and somehow, my fate attribute leveled up because of it. Kang-Di drove his blade deep into the giant mantis, sending its ichor flying. At that moment, he thought, there's only one thing left. Suddenly, Kang-Di buckled, crying out as he clutched his head in agony. His other hand braced against his sword for support. And then, a voice echoed in his mind. "You killed them, didn't you, Seo Kang-Di?" He clamped his hands over his ears, trying to block out the voice, his face twisted in torment. A pair of boots stepped into view, and a voice called out his name. Startled, he whipped his head around to see who it was. "Seo Kang-Di." It was Gozen. He was holding the severed head of the giant mantis. "Why are you wasting time killing these mindless things?" he demanded. "What happened to Ju Run?" Kang-Di kept his head down, questioning back. "Aren't you supposed to be guarding the gate to the 4th zone? So what are you doing here?" With a furious expression, Kang-Di pressed his blade to Gozen's throat. "Here to offer a truce." "I just lost track of a killer because of you," Gozen said, calmly pushing the blade away from his neck. He then questioned Kang-Di in return. "So what if I bring that killer straight to you?" He sighed. "This is all just a terrible misunderstanding. What do I have to do to earn your trust?" Kang-Di thought to himself, I knew he'd act this way ever since Tae-Guk-Mem died. Kang-Di held the blade to Gozen's throat again, but the man just chuckled. "I guess it wouldn't be any fun if befriending you was too easy, right?" Kang-Di considered this. "I suppose. I can bring him along as an insurance policy." Kang-Di finally lowered his sword. "Fine. Then you'll do exactly as I say." Hearing this, Gozen's face lit up, his excitement impossible to hide. "Great. What's the plan? Take out your map." They placed their 2 maps side by side. Gozen looked surprised. "How did you know I had one of these? Is it because you're a regressor?" Kang-Di simply replied, "The constellations watching over me are quite chatty. Investigation completion percentage has been updated." As they both held their maps, Gozen leaned over to look at Kang-Di's. Kang-Di pointed to a specific location on the map. "There's an escape route here that leads to another zone. You'll stand guard there and make sure he has no way to escape." Kang-Di said this while sitting before the mantis' corpse. As Gozen watched him, hand on his chin in thought, Gozen continued, "I hadn't heard anything from you for a few days, so I came to see if you'd finished things up yet." Holding a glowing blue gem, Kang-Di finally explained where he had been for the last few days. I can't find him either, so I'm turning my attention back to the mission. Let's get this over with. I figure he must have escaped. Gozen moved in behind Kane, patting him on the shoulder. You almost sound serious. I'm sure you killed him. Gozen's fingers closed around the necklace as he spoke. And I assume this is something you looted from his body. You even switched your weapon. Hearing that, Kane shot a cold, sharp glare in his direction. Kane immediately smacked his hand off the pendant, his voice laced with scorn. Really? Don't drag me into the fantasies playing out in your head. Kane stood, looking down at Gozen as he explained. I honestly have no idea what happened to him. Well, if you say so. With one hand on his sword and the other on his hip, Kane stared down at Gozen. But if you really did kill him. Gozen's face lit up with a brilliant, hopeful smile, trying to persuade him, you could at least tell me about it. I'm on your side, after all. Gozen kept that friendly look on his face, staring up at Kane. But Kane just remained silent. Kane turned his head away, his voice cold as stone. I didn't do it. And stop acting like we're friends. Gozen crouched down with a gentle smile, so cold. He rested a hand on his knee and said, well then, I guess I'll go collect some spirit jades. Gozen turned and walked in the opposite direction, waving goodbye to Kane. Looks like Suwa was the first one to complete the raid. Congratulations. Hearing Gozen's words, Kane glanced back at him. A system notification pinged. Spirit jades collected, 1,000 out of 1,000. Kane began gathering the jades from the bodies of the dead mantises. The system announced again, you have completed the Azure Sword quest. Good. Then a sudden shout made everyone stop and turn to see what was happening. Master Kane, please accept us as your disciples. With a completely blank expression, Kane took a sip of water and gave a firm refusal. No. Two young women had approached him, pleading to be taken in. One of them stood her ground and declared, I will do my absolute best. I'll do anything you command. I'll even make you coffee. The other girl, who was sitting, slammed the table and challenged him. Is it because we're too weak? We've even received blessings from the gods. At the mention of the word gods, a golden aura suddenly erupted from Kane's body. He questioned himself. Gods? The system announced, activating skill, Destiny's Insight. One of the two women explained, I am blessed by the goddess of the moon and the hunt. The other girl eagerly added, and I am blessed by the god of the sun's bow. Hearing this, Kane instantly knew two names. It must be Apollo and Artemis. Holding a warm cup, Kane stated with a deadpan expression, those two gods are perfectly suited to your attributes, judging by their titles. Hearing him say that, one of the girls leaned on the table, asking, so will you take us on then? Instead, Kane pointed a finger to the sky with a serious face. Go and ask your gods. Kane's words left the two girls completely stunned. What? Which god gave you their blessing? Kane sat across from the two women, explaining, I haven't been blessed by anyone. Why not? Kane lowered his face and sighed. None of the gods were interested. One of the girls stood up, her face full of excitement as she asked him, really? What would you say if it were the father of gods and humanity? She added, while her companion just sat listening in a daze. Among those who are blessed by gods from the same divine power, there's a synergy effect on their skills. Before she could finish, her friend immediately covered her mouth to silence her. The first girl flashed a strange smile and tried to deflect. Sua isn't interested in blessings from the gods either. Are you the same? Beside her, Sua scowled at her sister's sudden action. Why did you do that? As the girl asked, Kane waved his hands dismissively with an embarrassed look. Yes, right now I have no intention of accepting a god's protection, and I don't want any disciples. His words made the girl anxious, and she thought to herself, did I hear him wrong? Kane rested his hands on the table with a thoughtful expression, while the other girl wondered, could there be a reason he doesn't want to be blessed? Then Kane suddenly sighed, scratching his head. I've told you before. My skills aren't good enough to teach you too. All of a sudden, there was a noise in the distance. The two girls immediately looked over. A man had collapsed right in the doorway. One of the girls stared in that direction with a worried expression. Kane also stood up, following her gaze. It's Johan. He was struggling on the floor. Isn't that the first room? Kane approached Johan to check on him. Are you okay? Priest, Johan just bowed his head and replied softly, I'm fine, thank you. Johan rubbed his forehead. Kane wondered, are you still having trouble taking down monsters? Yeah. A deep sadness appeared in Johan's eyes. He said quietly, I still feel afraid every time I have to face those monsters. Kane crossed his arms, thinking to himself, perfect timing. Behind them, the girl raised a hand to cover a slight, awkward cough. Johan looked down in self-reproach. As an awakened being, I can't even take down a single monster. It's pathetic, priest. Kang-Di approached him with a warm smile, asking in a gentle voice, do you need a hand? Kang-Di placed a hand on Johan's shoulder. The man looked up at him, bewildered. Huh? You'll help me? The two girls behind them eagerly raised their hands. Master, will help too. But without a moment's hesitation, Kang-Di shut down their hopes. You two need more training, he stated flatly. If you behave, I'll consider letting you join. Hearing this, the two girls' faces lit up with joy, and they immediately ran off to train. He watched them go, thinking to himself, I only said I'd consider it. Are you sure? I feel like I'll just be a burden to you. Kang-Di extended a hand toward Johan, a memory surfacing. A burden? I'm just going to do what Dogen did for me in my past life. A wave of power radiated from Kang-Di's body. We should all help each other out. Feeling that incredible aura, Johan was completely stunned. Oh, the faithful Johan Ritter. A third-tier dragon disciple, earth attribute, with the divine healer's blessing. Kang-Di then asked, so, shall we get going? The divine healer's hand, a first-tier phantom subclass skill. It treats wounds like bleeding, paralysis, and poison. The higher the skill's quality, the less mana it consumes and the faster it... Elsewhere, a voice rang out. Team leader, you seem to be in a good mood today. Wong Yu, holding a glass, chimed in. It's because the first person to clear the stage came from our sector. The green-haired man added his thoughts, and their clear time was much faster than anyone from Sector 1. After a moment, even Wong Yu had to offer a word of praise. It is truly impressive. But just as he raised the glass to his lips, a voice echoed from the doorway. A teasing voice drifted in from the outside. Oh, the beautiful team leader has arrived. Hearing that voice, Wong Yu's temper flared. He crushed the glass in his hand, water splashing everywhere, then glared at the doorway, questioning Wong Yu. What do you want? Team leader Xiaoman Wong Yu stood there, smiling and waving casually. Ah, I heard the news, she said sweetly, so I thought I should come congratulate you. I heard the first to clear the stage was from Sector 2. Congratulations, team leader Gong. Wong Yu crossed her arms, a smirk on her lips. That means Sector 1 and Sector 2 will face off next time. Wong Yu's expression was grim. Humph. Xiaoman Wong Yu was a member of the Destiny Protection Agency. She strode right up to him, arms still crossed, and asked, Hey, how about a little wager? He sat with his legs crossed, raising an eyebrow. A wager. Which side will be the first to clear the next level? On the highest difficulty setting, between your trainee. She gestured to Wong Yu, whose face contorted with anger. And mine. Who do you think will win? What of reporting? In 26, Wong Yu remained seated, unfazed. Fine. What are the stakes? Wong Yu tapped her chin, feigning deep thought. The loser must grant one wish for the winner. How does that sound? One wish. Wong Yu pressed him, her voice laced with mockery. What's wrong? Getting scared? Those provocative words were enough. Wong Yu shot up and stood face to face with her. Scared? He sneered. Why would I be scared when victory is obviously guaranteed for my trainee? A radiant smile bloomed on Wong Yu's face. So, you accept the bet, right? Of course. As if her goal was achieved, Wong Yu turned to leave, waving over her shoulder. All right then. I'm really looking forward to it. See you later. She stepped out, the door closing behind her. Now, only 3 people remained in the room. Wong Yu turned to his 2 subordinates with a terrifying expression. You two heard her, right? They flinched in fear. We must win. Wong Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. I'll have to issue a special warning. Meanwhile, Kang-Di was pouring spirit beads into a box. Here, take this. System messages popped up. Spirit beads collected. 135 out of 1,000. Spirit beads collected. 1,000 out of 1,000. The system chimed again. You have cleared the stage. Room of the Sword Forest. Johan's bag was now filled to the brim with spirit beads. Behind Kang-Di, a dimensional gate shimmered into existence. Johan stared at the mountain of beads, unable to believe his eyes. This is incredible. Kang-Di simply said. You worked hard these past 2 days. Johan was busy treating the wounds on Kang-Di's hands. You worked just as hard healing me. Wound inflicted by Snow Weasel has been healed. Suddenly, Johan knelt down, burying his face in his hands as a dark aura surrounded him. That was nothing. I'm so useless. Seeing this, Kang-Di offered gentle comfort, crouching down and placing a hand on Johan's shoulder. That's enough, he said softly. Everyone just needs to fulfill their role. It's just that others haven't recognized your value yet. Kang-Di gave him a kind smile and asked, Shall we get ready to enter the 5th room now? Looking at that sincere face, Johan's eyes filled with tears of admiration. Oh, my friend. Together, they stepped through the gate. Kang-Di then asked, Did you get the message from Anavicha? Johan gave a slight smile in response. Yeah, it won't be as quick as this room though. So you better prepare yourself. The system's message appeared. Greetings, trainees. Because the Chamber of the Sword Forest has been cleared, we will now open the 5th room. This trial requires you to survive inside far longer than the other rooms. Please prepare yourselves thoroughly before entering. Someone's voice cut through the air. The first team went in 5 days ago, so we'll head in tomorrow morning. Agreed. Let's meet at the Totem Gate tomorrow. With that, Kang-Jim and Johan stepped out of the portal together. As they emerged from the spatial door, a vast, sweeping coastline stretched out before them. Seeing the beach, Johan couldn't help but marvel at its beauty, shouting with pure delight, "This place is breathtaking. I can't believe this is the demon world." Kang-Jim just watched him, saying nothing. Johan then noticed the system panel. "You have entered the Chamber of Verbal Karma. This room has special conditions." The first rule appeared on the system window. The reward for the first to clear the trial will depend on its difficulty. Second, the item shop is forbidden. Third, you cannot leave this room until the trial is complete. Reading those conditions, Kang-Jim thought to himself, that third rule is what made my past life a living hell. Beside him, Johan was still reading carefully. Completion condition, obtain 30 of something to return to the lobby. Johan spoke from behind Kang-Jim. "It's not telling us what the completion condition actually is." Kang-Jim replied, "I guess we'll have to find something and pick it up. Everything here is a secret." Could that be why the room is named Verbal Karma? Are we supposed to find secrets and expose them? Kang-Jim cracked a smirk and explained, "It's not that kind of karma. The term has 2 meanings in Korean. One means to expose secrets, and the other is the sin of the mouth. Quite literally." Kang-Jim stuck his tongue out playfully. "Meaning, they'll cut out your tongue." Kang-Jim hammered a stake into the ground, securing the tense rope. The lamp was lit, and the firewood began to crackle. Seeing how quickly and efficiently Kang-Jim set everything up, Johan couldn't help but stare in amazement. "Wow," Johan said, holding a pile of firewood. "I was worried when I saw the conditions, but with all this gear, we won't need to go back at all." Kang-Jim shielded his forehead with his hand as he explained. "Buying this before we came here was definitely the right choice." Kang-Jim poured something into the fire and instructed Johan, "I'm going to scout the area. You wait here." Johan sat by the fire, warming himself up, wondering, "What was that stuff you just poured in there?" Kang-Jim explained, "I'm creating a scent that will repel monsters." With that, Kang-Jim turned and left, thinking to himself, "The shelter is taken care of. Next, I need to find food." Kang-Jim walked up to a stream. Nearby, a grove of trees was laden with delicious-looking fruit, but it didn't fool him for a second. This all looks way too fake. Fruit fell from the trees, and nearby monsters scurried over to eat it. So there are guardian monsters here, too. Staring at the lush, juicy fruit on the trees, someone else wondered aloud, "Are they really a problem? At this rate, we're going to starve to death. We should just go to Sin Sua's camp." The moment Sang Oan heard Sua's name, he exploded with anger. "I told you never to mention Shin Sua's name again. I'd rather set myself on fire and die than ask that woman for help." Sang Oan recalled a memory. Sua laughing at something he'd told her. "It's true. We just don't get along at all. How could I possibly ask for help from the woman who rejected me?" He remembered Sua's serious face as she turned him down. "I have no intention of dating you, so please leave." He thought, just thinking about it makes my blood boil." Sang Oan and his group were hiding in the bushes, watching. "Whatever. Just kill all the monsters and take the fruit. We have to do it now, while we still have the energy." One of Sang Oan's companions spoke up. "You want us to be the ones to charge in first again? What did you even buy all those weapons for?" Hearing this, Sang Oan simply replied, "For self-defense. If I had to fight myself, what would be the point of hiring you?" He then yelled, "Get going. I'm paying you to do this." At his command, Sang Oan's men immediately charged forward to attack the monsters. Sang Oan's crew slaughtered the creatures. All right, these monsters are weaker than they look. After his hired hands had wiped out all the monsters, Sang Oan emerged from the bushes. "Are they all dead?" "Looks like it." Sang Oan stood back and ordered his mercenaries, "Grab all the fruit we can before more of them show up. They used to call me Little Monkey when I was a kid. Was it because of your face?" Sang Oan's hired men continued to pick fruit for him, while he just stood below and watched. "What's this?" Sang Oan looked down at a dead monster on the ground, a thought striking him. "Why is this monster so skinny?" Sang Oan was genuinely confused. "There's so much fruit here. Why would it be?" His patron god's voice explained, "Because if you eat the fruit without permission, the master of the garden will take your tongues." Looking at the emaciated monster on the ground, Sang Oan thought, "A master?" From the distance, a horde of monsters charged toward them, driven by the forest god's fury. "You are rude." His patron god screamed a warning. "Run. Now." Sang Oan, a horrifying, monkey-faced beast with glowing red eyes materializes, and the forest god issues a terrifying threat. "Your tongues will vanish." As a horde of red-furred monkeys charges them, Sang Owen screams in terror at his hired men. Run! They scrambled for their lives, but the horde of apes was right on their heels. Sang One sprinted forward, pure terror fueling his every step. The mercenaries he'd hired abandoned him in a flash, leaving him to face the relentless pursuit alone. Hey, wait, you're supposed to protect me. It was no use. A vicious ape finally caught Sang One, its claws digging into him as it reached for his mouth, trying to rip his tongue out. Sang One's face went pale with dread as he cursed, "You useless bastards." Just then, one of the apes spotted something and looked up. A sword was flying straight for the creature, holding Sang One down. Seeing the blade, his eyes widened in horror, and tears began to stream down his face. His savior's voice cut through the chaos. "It seems your life is destined to be saved by others." It was Kang-Jin who had rescued him, offering a gentle, teasing smile. "You're a lucky guy, but you should be more careful from now on." Sang One remembered their last conversation about how his destiny was also to ruin his own life. In his heart, Sang One screamed Kang-Jin's name. Wiping away his tears, he glared at Kang-Jin, his pride returning. "What was that? Who asked for your help?" The terrified expression from moments ago vanished, replaced by a mask of pure anger. He roared at him. "You think I'll forgive everything you've done just because you saved me once?" Kang-Jin calmly pulled his sword from the ape's corpse and turned to face Sang One. "Don't worry," he said coolly. "I wouldn't help you even if you begged me on your knees." Something splattered onto Sang One's clothes. He scowled in disgust. "What the hell, you bastard?" Kang-Jin continued to slice through the monsters, casually looking back to warn him. "Hey, Sang One. Shouldn't you be running?" In the distance, the mercenaries Sang One had hired finally reappeared. Kang-Jin pushed the remaining monsters back. One of the men, Johan, rushed to Sang One's side. "My deepest apologies. I had no idea you were left behind." Another merc pointed at Kang-Jin. "You were lucky CO Kang-Jin was here to save you." Hearing that, Sang One gritted his teeth in fury. A venomous look twisted Sang One's face. "I will never forgive you, CO Kang-Jin." Kang-Jin was fighting off the surrounding monsters all by himself. Suddenly, a creature lunged at him from behind. Without even turning around, Kang-Jin incinerated the monster with one hand. Gazing at the corpses littering the ground, he thought to himself, "Is that all of them? When no one's around, I should probably feed it." Kang-Jin pulled an egg with sharp teeth from his pocket. Its long tongue lolled out, staring greedily at the monster corpses below. But Kang-Jin didn't offer it monster meat. Instead, he held out a crisp, green apple. "Here's your meal." The little egg creature finally began to munch on the apple. Kang-Jin sighed in relief, his eyes still scanning the fallen monsters. "And my meal," he said, placing a slab of meat on a fire to grill. Johan looked puzzled. "Is that from the monster we fought before?" "That's right." Holding the fragrant meat, Kang-Jin asked, "You remember when I asked for your help last time, right?" "I remember. But what can I possibly do to help?" Kang-Jin then took a massive bite of the cooked flesh. But something was terribly wrong. A strange, black liquid oozed from the meat. Johan's eyes shot open in disbelief as he screamed his name. CO Kang-Jin. Kang-Jin wiped his mouth. "All the monsters in this area are poisonous," Johan repeated, completely stunned. "Poisonous?" Just then, a dark fluid began to seep from Kang-Jin's ears. His face was devoid of energy as he said, "So please, heal me." With that, Kang-Jin handed Johan a potion, a mana recovery tea. Johan began sweating nervously. "If you need it, you should drink it. I trust you." A system window appeared. Skill, Healing Hand has been activated. Johan poured all his energy into healing him, but Kang-Jin was already lost in a hallucination, waving at something in the distance. "Ah, someone's waving at me from across the river. No matter what, don't follow them." Despite the warning, Kang-Jin took another bite of the poisoned meat. Johan desperately tried to stop his reckless act. "Why are you doing this? You poor child, please stop." System notifications flashed one after another. Skill, Healing Hand activated. Skill, Healing Hand activated. At last, Johan managed to fully heal him. Kang-Jin spoke calmly. "Okay, I think this is enough. Yeah, the poison's effect should be weaker now that I've built some tolerance." Hearing this, Johan's relief turned to utter shock. "Really? What?" Kang-Jin held up another piece of toxic meat. "Now I just have to eat it raw. I've already prepared for this." Horrified, Johan covered his face with his hands, unable to believe what he was seeing. Kang-Jin still wasn't in his right mind. The system chimed again. "Activate skill, Healing Hand. Activate skill, Healing Hand. Activate skill, Healing Hand. You have acquired the skill, Poison Resistance." Kang-Jin stared at the notification panel with a serious expression. "Ah, it's fine now." Johan let out a sigh of relief, though he was still trembling. "Are you done?" "I'm done. Thanks." But before Kang-Jin could finish, Johan collapsed from complete exhaustion. Tex. Kang-Jin quietly looked down at the unconscious Johan. Well, you did a good job. In his sleep, Johan began to mumble, You poor child. Please don't get poisoned again. Kang-Jin thought to himself, this took longer than I expected. The poison resistance rank is still low. Tier 3 insect class. And it has poison resistance. But the higher the enemy's level, the weaker the skill becomes. Kang-Jin recalled his plan. It's a good thing I fed Dad all those mana-boosting foods, especially with that 10% mana elixir. The mana recovery ginseng juice gave a 5% boost, and the rainbow dumplings added another 5%. Without them, he would have died from mana exhaustion for sure. Kang-Jin approached Johan, who was lying down, and gently shook him. Wake up, Dad. With a sharp glint in his eye, Kang-Jin thought, I wanted to let him rest. He's worked so hard. Kang-Jin slowly unzipped the tent, but their peace was about to be shattered. An intruder burst in, pressing a sword to Johan's throat. Startled by the noise, Johan sat up instantly. Hey, what's going on? Kang-Jin could now see his attackers clearly. He knew this day would come. Song-Hwan's crew was closing in on their tent. We're being ambushed. Kang-Jin gave his order. I'll handle them. Don't come out, no matter what happens. Yell if something goes wrong. Johan agreed. The ambushers began to whisper amongst themselves. I thought they'd still be asleep. Another muttered, You think I don't recognize them? They're from Sector 1. A level 1 human type stepped forward. Hey, hand over the food and we'll let you walk. A level 3 ghoul type backed him up. We're looters, not murderers. Hearing this, Kang-Jin immediately called their bluff. Without food, we'll die out here. And you're telling me you aren't murderers? While trying to take our only means of survival? He thought to himself, I remember hearing how bad the conflicts in Sector 1 got in my past life. He then tested them. And what if I refuse to hand it over? The raiders replied, Then we'll take it by force. Suddenly, one of them lunged forward, swinging his sword in a flash of steel. But Kang-Jin moved like lightning, dodging the attack with ease. Not only did he avoid the blow, but he instantly subdued his opponent, grabbing him by the head. He brought the man down with a single, clean strike to the knee. At the same time, Kang-Jin felt something was off. With their skill types and system, they should be able to find food here easily. As he thought, he took down another one. But they just kept rushing forward like moths to a flame, completely fearless. Is it possible they're just trying to cause trouble? Seeing things go south, the level 1 human yelled to his comrades, Hey, this bastard is too strong. Damn it. Fall back and report to the captain. Hearing that, Kang-Jin was surprised. The captain? Taking advantage of Kang-Jin's brief distraction, a smoke bomb flew through the air. The explosion blanketed the area in thick white smoke, completely obscuring his vision. Meanwhile, Johan was cowering in a dark corner of the tent, terrified. Hearing the loud bang, he whipped his head around, his mind racing. An explosion. He rushed out of the tent. Are you okay? I'm coming. But then, Johan remembered Kang-Jin's warning. Don't come out, no matter what happens. He froze. What can I even do if I go out there? Why did he tell me to stay put? It's because you'll just be a hindrance. You'll only be a burden to him. But is it okay to just keep hiding like this? Just as Johan's mind was in turmoil, the tent zipper suddenly slid open. He jumped in fear, but thankfully, it was Kang-Jin. He told him they used a smoke bomb to get away. Johan asked, Are you hurt anywhere? Kang-Jin shook his head. No, I'm fine. Johan pressed on. Why do you think they attacked us? Kang-Jin replied, They wanted our food. Johan looked surprised. Food? Kang-Jin briefly explained the situation. The conflict between sectors was already terrible in my past life. It even led to murder. Johan was horrified. Murder? But Kang-Jin's tone remained chillingly calm. I think this time will be no different. We need to be wary of anyone we don't know. Johan lowered his head, asking hesitantly, Would it be better if I weren't with you? Kang-Jin was confused. Huh? What do you mean by that? Johan's embarrassment grew. I'm just slowing you down. I'm a burden. Besides, what's the point of completing the training if I need someone else's help? Do you think Ananavi was right when she said that those without the will to fight are completely useless? Kang-Jin thought. What in the world is he talking about? He calmed himself and said, Dad, do you remember what I told you? Other people just haven't realized your true talent yet. Right now, they can only return to base and use items to heal. And recovery potions are distributed daily. But what happens after the training ends? That's when the real trial begins. That's when they'll find out just how expensive those recovery potions really are. Johan looked alarmed. Just how much are they? Kang-Jin continued. The party that kicked you out is going to regret it. From now on, I'll do the fighting, and you'll handle the healing. I don't really believe in things like fate or destiny, but I can guarantee you this. You are going to save a lot of people in the future. Do you still want to give up? Johan asked himself. Me? Save people? Then, understanding dawned in his eyes. He answered, no, I won't give up. So please, help me. Kang-Jim nodded. Of course. I still need my father's help. I'll just eat more of the poisoned food tomorrow. Johan is completely stunned. Huh? 3 days later, the siblings Junbom and Jion come running in. Sua, we're back. We're here. She turns with a smile, welcoming them. Welcome back. Did you get what you needed? Jion replies, completely drained. Not yet. I think we need to go deeper into the forest. Everyone else is too weak. They were no help at all. Junbom cuts in. You shouldn't say that. They were only trying to help us. The little girl sighs. I know you think so. The young girl seems conflicted. Well, of course, if we went with him, we'd learn a lot more and things would be easier. But he's probably deep inside the forest by now. Jion says with her arms crossed, I was thinking the same thing. Sua speaks up. We just have to do our best on our own. Until Kang-Jim finishes scouting the area and finds the best course of action. The two kids wonder, when do you think he'll be back? She answers, I have no idea. Probably sometime today. Just then, a voice echoes into their hideout. How did you get in here? The three of them look up in surprise as a man steps inside and calls out, Sua. She's shocked to hear her name. The man is none other than Gozen. He asks, have you seen Kang-Jim? I'm guessing not. Jion glares at him. How did you get past all the traps we set outside? He casually replies, I disarmed them. You all should really do a better job with those. Sua is on high alert. What are you doing here? You always work alone. Gozen just laughs. I'm looking for Kang-Jim. I figured he'd be here, since the gods told me he was nearby. She tells him they haven't seen Kang-Jim at all. He speaks in a veiled threat. Do you think he might show up if I get rid of some of the dead weight around here? Jion explodes with anger. Are you calling us dead weight? Gozen plays innocent. Oh no, you two are support roles. But there's a lot of useless baggage out there. Sua steps in front of the two girls. Is that really how you see and judge other people? Suddenly, he tosses an apple toward her. Oh, that's right. Here, Sua, catch. A system window flashes. You have received the item, perfumed fragrance fruit. You have completed the quest, the Chamber of Consequences. She says, I already have enough of these. Gozen just chuckles.
So, you already knew about it. Then I want to cooperate with you.
I can't find Kang-Jim, but you're at least support characters. So, before he can finish, an arrow zings right past his ear. Jion warns him, I have no intention of becoming your ally. Junbom waves his hands frantically. Jion, stop. Gozen's expression turns sinister. Then I guess I'll have to persuade you with force. But before he can move, juice from the apple spatters onto his hand. Sua had crushed it in her fist. You should stop. Before we're forced to make you bleed. He questions her with a sneer. You? His hand moves to the sword on his back. A murderous aura explodes from his body. All right then. I suppose fighting you would be more interesting than fighting him anyway. Junbom tries to de-escalate. Everyone, calm down. At that moment, someone runs in frantically. Miss Sua, I think someone is cooking monster meat nearby. She's stunned. Cooking. But Gozen looks overjoyed. Coming here was the right call after all. Now, where is this person? The place they mentioned is real. And someone is there, calmly cooking over a fire. It's now the 10th day since the first teams entered this world. By now, the others have likely run out of the food they brought. The only food available here is forest, fruit, and poisonous plants and animals. Kang-Jim figures the price of edible food is about to skyrocket for trainees who earn about 100 soul gems a day. Suddenly, Gozen and Sua rush toward him. He calls out to Kang-Jim. Our hero greets them. Hello, Miss Sua. She looks panicked. Mr. CEO Kang-Jim, you can't eat that. Almost everything in this demon world is poisonous. He calmly ladles a bowl for her. Don't worry. I've already neutralized the poison. I just needed to add an antidote. Sua is shocked. You can neutralize poison. Suddenly, Gozen lunges forward and snatches the bowl of soup. Thanks for the meal, CEO Kang-Jim. Seeing this, Kang-Jim demands 1,000 soul gems per bowl. Gozen complains it's expensive, but pays up. Here, take it. Sua hesitates for a moment but agrees. I'll buy one, too. But he only charges her 200 soul gems. Gozen immediately questions the price difference. Kang-Jim just shrugs. My prices, my rules. No refunds. Gozen sighs. Well, Miss Sua is the main heroine, after all. But she still has to pay? Then, Kang-Jim yells out. Hot soup. 200 soul gems a bowl. A moment later, everyone is buying his soup and eating it with gusto. Kang-Jim asks, Are you two searching for items higher than mid-grade? Sua answers, yes, and I was hoping you would help us. He turns to the other man. And what about you? Gozen immediately tries to win him over. Things didn't go smoothly because of the problem in Area 1, but I feel like if I'm with you, nothing is impossible. We could get everything done much faster if we didn't have to take care of all these side characters. Su shot back. In a situation like this, we should be working together. Gozen scoffed, have you ever seen a main character in a party of more than 10 people? She retorted, we are not characters in your novels. Kane sighed, you two should really try to cooperate. He suggested, Gozen, you can enter the camp and form an investigation team, but neither of them would budge. I want to work with you, they both pleaded, looking at Kane. A moment later, they gathered inside a tent. Kane cut them off. No matter what you two say, I have no intention of teaming up with you. Su tried to persuade him. It will be incredibly difficult to defeat the players from Area 1 all by yourself. They've been obstructing us in very strange ways. Every single time we run into them, a fight breaks out. Is that so? Kane asked, his mind racing. He realized he needed to reassess the situation in Area 1, but bringing the priest along would just be a liability. He finally spoke. I think you should stay here at the camp. Johan looked worried. All by myself? I can't just leave you behind, Johan insisted. Kane replied bluntly, to be honest, having you with me makes it hard to focus. Can I leave him in your care? He asked Sue. Of course, she answered. Kane tried to comfort the old man. You'll be safer here, and you'll have more opportunities to use your abilities. Johan still wanted to go, but Kane interrupted. I can take care of myself. As he walked away, she called out, all right. If anything happens, please let me know. Kane began his journey deep into the fruit tree forest. The red mythical being's voice echoed in his mind, hey Kane, you've gotten much stronger, haven't you? These monsters are pathetically weak. Kane, you need to venture deeper. The purple mythical being urged. Are the monsters there stronger? Kane asked. Much stronger, the voice confirmed. While eating an apple, a thought crossed his mind. The green fruits had finally appeared. It was about time they showed up. A system notification appeared. Your senses are being sharpened. At that very moment, Kane sensed a colossal creature approaching. His eyes widened in disbelief. To his right, its terrifying power created a powerful gust of wind. Kane drew his sword. How did it get this close without me even noticing? Impossible. Where did it come from? As the monster lunged, the system activated his lone wolf skill. Suddenly, its target vanished. Kane had already entered stealth mode, leaving only a single green fruit on the ground. He leaped onto a nearby branch and set the leaves ablaze. The monster recoiled in shock as flames erupted before it. Then he jumped down, striking it from behind with his cactus-like weapon. The monster collapsed with a single blow. Kane was astonished. Is this the benefit of having a good item? Looks like I can't use this thing on the people from Area 1. If I used it, it'd be hard to keep them alive. So, what should I do first? Should I check where it came from? A moment later, the system pinged again. You have received the item, Heavenly Sent Fruit. You have completed the quest, Chamber of Sinful Bones, Intermediate Difficulty. He sat on a tree branch, eating the fruit while planning his next move. First, I'll finish raising my poison resistance. I wonder if Area 1 has made it this far yet. Some of these trees have already been picked clean. His patrons were confused. Why is he eating a raid item? A message appeared. You have consumed the Heavenly Sent Fruit. Mana and experience have increased. Poison resistance has been enhanced. Well, it increases mana and poison resistance, the purple mythical explained. The red one added, I believe that's why the Fate Protection Agency chose this location. The purple mythical asked, anyway, how many more is he planning to eat? The red one complained, just watching him is making me sick of fruit. At that moment, his virtual screen updated. Poison resistance has been upgraded to Insect Class, Tier 1. Suddenly, Kane slumped over. When he looked up, a heavenly sent fruit had fallen directly onto someone's head. Who the hell are these guys? Where did that thing that hit you come from? You're Kane CO from Area 2, aren't you? Kane was taken aback. How do you know my name? The brown-haired man replied, that's not important. I believe our captain has a few things he'd like to say to you. Will you come with us? If you do, we'll consider this incident forgotten. The man with blue hair sneered. I'm the one who gets to decide that. Don't you remember that the guys from Team 1 ran away after seeing him? They said he's incredibly strong. Kane's mind flashed back. Their captain. Was he one of the people who ambushed me on the first day? The purple mythical chimed in. Kane has his pride, you know. The red one agreed, as if he would just follow them. But just a second later, he jumped to the ground and agreed. All right. The brown-haired man was overjoyed. Great, let's go then. The purple mythical was stunned. He's actually going? The three of them headed for Area 1. This is our camp, they explained. We need to go a little further. As they walked, Kane observed his surroundings. It seemed their numbers here were double that of his own area. They were staring, but they didn't seem to be on guard. Murmurs rippled through the Area 1 members. Who is that? Why is Kane from Area 2 here? Is that him? Kane was pushed into a large tent. Get in. A voice called out from inside. Model. You must be CEO Kang-Jim. Kang-Jim's guard went up. And who are you? The man replied. From Area 1. The name's Jahan. Glad to finally meet you. Kang-Jim silently sized up his opponent. Even his weapon was a high-grade piece of gear. The Skyfire Spear. A replica forged from third-tier dragon scales. This long-range polearm was versatile and devastating, perfect for piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning with immense offensive power. So this is how Sector 1 always stays on top, leading the conquest of every demon world. After a moment, Kang-Jin asked, What do you want? Jahan's eyes flashed with menace as he swung the Skyfire Spear forward. Perhaps we've been a bit too impolite, haven't we? The razor-sharp tip pressed against Kang-Jin's forehead, yet he remained perfectly still, his calm unshaken. Jahan seemed slightly surprised. All right then, he said. Work with us. Kang-Jin simply wiped the trickle of blood from his brow. When he was finished, he asked nonchalantly, Is that all you've got? It seems you can't think of any more persuasive terms, can you? Too bad. I intend to be the first one to conquer this floor. I'm leaving. But as Kang-Jin turned to walk away, his path was blocked. Jahan's voice rang out. Hey, I think you're confused about something. Now that you're here, you don't get to choose. Work with us or die right here. Unfazed, Kang-Jin calmly raised a golden card. Killing me, he stated, will bring you a world of trouble. Jahan froze. The card was inscribed with 2 words, Vengeance Memento, and beneath it, a name, Kang-Du. If the holder of this item is killed, a mark of vengeance is branded onto the murderer. That person then becomes the #1 target of Captain Kang-Du from the Bureau of Fate Protection. He thought to himself, if I kill this guy, will Captain Kang-Du herself really come after me? That meant the 2 captains were on equal footing. The captain of Sector 1 gave him this spear and promised a huge reward if he could clear this floor first. Jahan let out a long sigh. So, you received a message, too. Kang-Jin was surprised, too. His mind flashed back a few days to a system notification. A message from Kang-Du had arrived. A trial for the trainee with the most outstanding performance. Conquer the trial floor at its highest difficulty and be the first to clear it. Succeed, and you will receive a great reward. To aid you, I'm providing a temporary item. Bureau of Fate Protection, 2nd Division, Captain Kang-Du. Kang-Jin realized what was happening, so he got that spear from the Sector 1 captain. It seems there's a rivalry between the captains as well. Suddenly, Jahan's voice boomed. Hold on, everyone, listen up. I have an announcement. No one is to kill CEO Kang-Jin here. He has a bizarre item, and if any of us kills him, the murderer will die along with him. So Squad 4, back off. Kang-Jin asked impatiently, Hey, can I go now? But Jihan's expression twisted into a cruel smirk. The rest of you, beat this bastard until he can't stand. Jahan lunged forward with his spear, but Kang-Jin deftly dodged the attack. His lackeys instantly charged forward, but Kang-Jin's resolve was unbreakable. I wouldn't have come here if I could be taken down this easily. He drove an elbow into one attacker's ribs. As the others swarmed him, he sent them all flying to the ground. Just then, a system window appeared. Skill, Solitary Man, activated. Kang-Jin seized the opportunity, slipping through their encirclement. They lost sight of him completely. What the? He vanished. Form a perimeter. Don't let him escape. Kang-Jin struck one of them from the shadows. Someone caught a glimpse and screamed, He's over there. What? Did he just teleport? Kang-Jin darted from one spot to another, throwing the group into chaos. Jahan roared in frustration. Damn it. Stop spreading out. Huddled together. He didn't disappear. We just can't see him. Don't give him an inch of room to move. Meanwhile, Kang-Jin stood off to the side, a calm smile on his face. Too late. He then dropped a handful of berries onto the ground. The men were confused. What are those things on the ground? They smell. Amazing. Kang-Jin reflected on his purpose here. In my past life, I always wondered why Sector 1 and my own sector hated each other so much. But now I see. The root of it all was the Bureau of Fate Protection. As he pondered this, he set their campsite ablaze, sending the entire group into a panicked frenzy. What? Monsters are coming from that direction. Put out the fire first. Amid the chaos, Kang-Jin slipped away unnoticed. Sua said they took hostages, even killed people, and they did all that. Just for a reward. I can't let my past life repeat itself over something so trivial. So, what should I do now? He returned to Sector 2, emptied a box of fruit, and called out, Everyone, could I have your attention, please? As you all know, there are people here from other sectors. Last night, I overheard them planning to ambush us here. Suo was shocked. An ambush? Kang-Jin nodded grimly. That's right. So, I have a proposal. I'm going to give you all these sky-scented berries. They'll help you conquer the medium difficulty floors, for free. Hearing this, the trainee's eyes lit up. For free? But you were just selling soup for 2 soul orbs a bowl. So why doesn't everyone clear out of here before they show up? Kang-Jin replied, I have plenty, so let the others know, too. I'll be going now. As he turned to leave, he added, before I change my mind. This brought cheerful laughter from the crowd. Thank you, Seo Kang-Jin. Just then, Suo ran up to him. Wait, are you only planning to clear the medium difficulty floor? Kang-Jin answered, his voice laced with ice. What I plan to do is none of your business. I knew it. Shinoa would never risk the entire team for one person. But she always did have a greedy streak. He waved a dismissive hand. I'm not even a member of your party, he thought to himself. So just take everyone and leave. In this life, I am not your comrade. Suo watched his retreating back, her expression unreadable. Kang-Jin. He activated his stealth skill to remain hidden. The last time I saw monsters here, they appeared out of thin air. However, monsters don't just spawn randomly. They're creatures from the demon realm, so they must have a nest, like a den. So where did these things come from? He then found a tiny crevice at the base of a tree. Found it. But how do I get inside? Kang-Jin then used a special skill, forcing himself through the narrow opening. He slid down an earthen slope, realizing the space was much larger than he'd imagined. He then created a flame to light the path ahead. After walking for a while, he finally saw a light in the distance. Kang-Jin was left speechless by the sight before him. It was a magnificent, hidden garden. The blue mythic voice spoke up. What a spectacular view. The red one was equally astonished. A place like this exists here. The purple mythic voice wondered. Isn't this supposed to be a monster's den? Hearing that, the red voice warned, be careful. They could appear from anywhere. But Kang-Jin knew better. No, they only use this place as a gateway. They don't fight here. This garden. This is the most dangerous part. A pocket dimension deep within the demon realm. Does that mean the nest is even further in? He plucked a fruit from a branch. A system window popped up. You have acquired the item, Myriad Scent Fruit. You have fulfilled all conditions for Karma's embrace. Difficulty. High. All Kang-Jin had to do now was escape without being detected. Just then, a loud explosion echoed through the cavern. Kang-Jin froze. An explosion? As the smoke cleared, a group from Area 1 stormed in. Their leader, Jahan, sneered. Thanks. We owe you one for finding this place. Kang-Jin's face grew dark. You followed me? Jahan answered casually. Of course. And we found a little friend on our way here. The person they were holding hostage was Zion. Kang-Jin's blood ran cold. His eyes widened in horror, and the myriad scent fruit fell from his hand. Despite Jahan's threat, Kang-Jin forced himself to remain calm. After a silent moment, he decided to play a bluff. I don't have it. As he spoke, Kang-Jin discreetly crushed the fruit under his foot. He gestured coldly toward the garden. If you want one, feel free to pick as many as you like. Jahan seemed to believe his lie. He turned and ordered his men. Listen up. I'll hold on to the girl. You guys go find the fruits. They immediately scattered, running deeper into the forest. They shouted with excitement, finally, we can finally go back. Another cheered about the prize money. Jahan, you'll split the reward with us when we get back, right? He quickly agreed. That's right. Kang-Jin's voice cut through the noise, ordering Jahan, let Zion go. Jahan shot back instantly. Drop your weapon first. As he spoke, he carelessly shoved Zion to the ground. And I'll be the one to escort her out. But it wasn't that simple. He pressed a blade to her throat, challenging Kang-Jin. If you've got the guts, go ahead and try something. Without a shred of hesitation, Kang-Jin tossed his sword aside. Fine. Seeing this, Jahan's face twisted into a look of triumph. He finally allowed Kang-Jin to get closer. He rushed to check on Zion, calling her name repeatedly. Zion, Zion, Zion. When she didn't respond, Kang-Jin poured a liquid into her mouth. Jahan demanded, what did you just give her? Kang-Jin calmly replied, the antidote. Hearing that, Jahan scoffed. I never poisoned her. But he failed to notice his own men were being taken down one by one. They started falling from the tree branches, making Jahan shout in confusion. What's wrong with you guys? Not a single one was left unharmed. They cried out in agony. My eyes. I'm so dizzy. Seeing how useless they'd become, he roared in fury. What the hell did you do? A system window suddenly appeared. You have had prolonged exposure to the myriad scent fruit's aroma. Looking at the writhing men, Kang-Jin smirked. You're starting to feel the effects, aren't you? As he finished speaking, the system updated. The aroma of the myriad scent fruit is intensifying. saturating the air with toxins. It was only then that Jae-hun finally understood what he meant. He finally realized the poisonous gas was spreading. Jae-hun's mind raced. How do I counteract it? Does he know the cure? Suddenly, the image of what Kang-Jin did earlier flashed in his mind. He shouted with glee, I know. The moment he figured it out, Jae-hun lunged forward to attack, but Kang-Jin easily dodged. Enraged, Jae-hun pressed on like a wild beast, screaming, Seo Kang-Jin, give me the antidote. But because he had to protect Zion, dodging Jae-hun's relentless assault was becoming incredibly difficult. He gritted his teeth, thinking desperately, damn it. Why hasn't he been affected yet? Unfortunately, Kang-Jin left an opening. Jae-hun seized the chance to land a vicious blow. Before he could recover, a second strike connected. The system began flashing warnings. Toxin is entering the body through your wound. Toxin level exceeds poison resistance. You have been poisoned. Seeing the situation was critical, Kang-Jin leaped back to create some distance. He had to think of a new strategy. He couldn't just wait for Jae-hun to pass out anymore. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched his counterattack, unleashing a torrent of fire to incinerate the grove of 10,000 cents. Instantly, the system flashed a dire warning. The toxicity of the 10,000 cents fruit was rapidly intensifying. The poison was so potent, Jae-hun coughed up blood. Kang-Jim felt the effects just as harshly. His eyes turned bloodshot as thick, dark blood trickled from his lips. Jae-hun roared in fury, You lunatic! Are you trying to kill us both? Kang-Jim swiftly drew his weapon, his voice chillingly calm. No, only you. Hearing that, sheer terror washed over Jae-hun's face. He screamed, begging for his life. Save me. I have to live to negotiate with the forces attacking Area 2. Kang-Jim didn't let him finish. With one decisive swing, he moved to end the man's life. Kang-Jim's voice was a low, dangerous growl. If you truly wanted to live, you never should have threatened me. With that, his sword was drenched in crimson fluid, each drop staining the earth red. Utterly spent, Kang-Jim collapsed to the ground, just as the system activated the Destiny Plunder skill. A flood of notifications appeared on his screen. He was seizing a portion of Jae-hun's power, plundering a fraction of Jae-hun's mana, plundering a fraction of Jae-hun's speed. Kang-Jim's destiny was elevated to a third-class human. He approached Jae-hun, gently dressing the wound on the child's hand. He let out a long sigh. You shouldn't have followed me. Seeing Kang-Jim rummaging through his things, the watching gods grew restless. Hey, this is no time to be sitting around. He suddenly pulled a cracked egg from his bag, sending the gods into a panic. What in the world is he doing? Is he trying to hatch an egg? This is bad. He's using his searing magic to force it open. The egg suddenly erupted in a mystical blue light, illuminating the entire dark forest. A system window appeared. Growth process, 100% complete. The mysterious egg is hatching. A tiny fawn, shimmering with the color of jade, appeared before him. The sight was so incredible that even the gods couldn't believe their eyes. Is that a Kirin? How is this possible? It slowly approached Kang-Jim. The Kirin gently touched its forehead to his, sharing its pure energy with him. The purification skill activated instantly. The light radiating from the Kirin's body grew even more intense. Kang-Jim was left speechless by this immense power. In a single, brilliant flash, the Kirin's light drove back all the forest's darkness. The forest was returned to its original, vibrant state. The system announced the welcome news. The toxin from the 10,000 cents fruit had been neutralized. Kang-Jim's praise made the creature glow with happiness. You did a great job. While he was inspecting the fruit trees, Jae-hun finally woke up. I have to gather them before they're completely burned. Hearing the small voice, Kang-Jim turned around. Jae-hun, you're awake? Come here. The child, still dazed, responded with a start. Mr. Kang-Jim, but they were completely unaware that someone was struggling to escape from beneath a very tree they stood by. As they rested, a voice called out from the distance. Suo ran toward them, her voice filled with relief. I was so worried about you. Seeing the state she was in, his own concern mounted. Suo, what happened? Is everyone else okay? Suo quickly reassured him. Yes, Father Johan managed to heal everyone. Runbom added with a grin, and the enemies from Area 1 have all retreated. With that, the girl turned to scold her younger sibling. Jae-hun, why did you run off by yourself? I thought you were captured. The little one could only laugh nervously. Kang-Jim used this chance to reveal the truth. He was captured. By the captain of Area 1. The boy paled. You promised you wouldn't say anything. This news only made Runbom angrier. Hearing it, Suo was overcome with guilt. I should have chased after you. Kang-Jim's tone suddenly turned serious. None of this would have happened if you had just cleared the stage on medium difficulty. So why didn't you leave? Suo just gave a small smile. How could we possibly leave without you? Her answer only made him press the point. Suo, helping people is a good thing to do. but not if you have to put yourself and your teammates in danger. Before he could finish, Sua cut him off. You aren't just other people to us. At that moment, Johan and Gozen arrived. She continued, everyone here considers you one of the team. Sua smiled brightly. So let's fight together from now on. Her radiant smile sent a deep blush across Kang-Jim's face. Just then, a series of notifications flooded his vision. The destinies of Kang-Jim and Sua are becoming linked. Sua views you as a savior. The destinies of Kang-Jim and Runbom are becoming linked. Runbom views you as a savior. The destinies of Kang-Jim and Jayon are becoming linked. Seeing no way out of this, he thought with a sigh, I guess it's too late to leave them now. Kang-Jim replied shyly, I'll think about it. After the emotional reunion, a congratulatory message appeared from the system. You have cleared the Chamber of Malevolence. You have conquered it on the highest possible difficulty. The reward for the first to clear this chamber is the Compass of Destiny. Kang-Jim held it in his hand, quickly reading its description. The Compass of Destiny is an artifact that can predict the future. It will activate at random. I can't just use this whenever I want. But his thoughts were shattered by a sudden system alert. The Destiny Compass had just activated, sending a jolt of panic through him. Its needle was spinning wildly, and there was nothing Kang-Jin could do to stop it, but it was too late. The system declared that Kang-Jin's fate had been altered. Meanwhile, in another place, Wong Yu was reviewing some data when a strange feeling washed over him. Something's off. Wong Yu murmured, his suspicion growing. Kang-Jin's results were just too strange. He began piecing together the evidence, analyzing everything in secret. He cleared the Jiaoji Mountain room in a single day, and the incident in the Hellfire room is highly questionable. He even killed a Yeti and completed the hidden quest in the Ice room. How could a common Tier 3 insect achieve all that? Wong Yu's mind raced, trying to unravel the mystery of Kang-Jin. Perhaps he's also the one behind the disappearance of the 7-star sword in the Blade Forest room. He frowned, countless theories swirling in his mind. Otherwise, there's no way he could have defeated Hong Do-hoon in the Room of Spoken Karma. And the thing that bothers me most. Wong Yu suddenly recalled Dong Yu's warning. Are you happy now that you've gotten your wish? But no matter how badly you wanted to win. Wasn't giving him the Kizin egg hatching method going too far? Hatching a Kizin egg is an incredible feat. The natural success rate is practically 0. Yet, no matter how many theories he considered, none of them seemed to fit. Frustrated, he thought to himself, is it just pure luck or some divine will? As an atheist, neither explanation sat right with him. He couldn't just sit back and wonder any longer. It was time to take action. Wong Yu pulled a strange, talisman-like key from his pocket. I have to test him and see if he truly possesses the ability to foresee fate. As Kang-Jin stepped into the room, looking bewildered, a voice suddenly called out, grabbing his attention. This way, Kang-Jin. Wong Yu stood there, key in hand, and spoke again. I'm here to give you the reward I promised. With a loud rumble, the wall began to shift. Kang-Jin stared in astonishment at the sight before him. He thought, wait, wasn't this just a solid wall a second ago? Seeing his reaction, Wong Yu explained with a smirk. Surprised, this is my personal spatial armory. As long as I have the key, I can open it anywhere. Kang-Jin replied, his eyes wide with excitement. That's incredible. Wong Yu continued. You may choose any one item from this collection. Kang-Jin stepped closer, hesitating. Anything at all? Wong Yu answered with an unreadable, mysterious smile. Yes, anything you want. He watched as Kang-Jin became lost among the weapons, then glanced down at the key in his own hand. This was a test, and he had already rigged the game. The low-grade items have been given magnificent descriptions, making them look like high-tier gear. Meanwhile, the truly powerful artifacts have been given bland descriptions and fitted with plain, common hilts. They'll be hidden in plain sight, disguised as worthless junk. Wong Yu was incredibly pleased with his clever little trap. Now, all he had to do was wait and see if Kang-Jin truly had the power of foresight. Without it, he'll never be able to tell a weapon's true rank. Take the Great Ruler's Oathblade, for example. A Tier 1 Dragon-class weapon. Legend says it was wielded by King Lelg himself to defeat the monstrous Yu of Gozen. Its stats are incredible, but its most powerful effect, its bonus damage against royalty, has been altered in the description. Now, it just reads, Oathblade that frightens royalty, has a dragon head pommel. The description is so simplified, he'll never guess its true, legendary value. Wong Yu schemed silently. But, if he really can see the future, it's a different story entirely. Meanwhile, Kang-Jin eagerly examined the items one by one. He thought, he's probably hidden the real masterpieces, but there's still a ton of gear here above Phantom grade. Completely unaware of the tests, Kang-Jin was actually impressed. This manager is surprisingly generous. Finally, one particular weapon caught his eye, the Glimmering Blade, a Tier 1 insect-class sword. Kang-Jin sized it up. This one looks rare. But when he read the item's description, his eyes widened in surprise. Tier 1 insect class? That's when it hit him. Something was off. Now I get it. Why the Chapter 7 slot felt so strange. Sensing the trap, Kang-Jin's guard shot up instantly. He immediately canceled his fate exploration skill. He fell silent as the pieces clicked into place. He finally understood Wong Yu's true intentions. Is he testing me? Kang-Jin's mind flashed back to their first meeting, confirming his suspicion. I knew something was off. Why would he be this generous? Of course. He wants to test my abilities. He must have used an item to shield his own fate window. Kang-Jin let out a quiet sigh, a wave of exhaustion hitting him. This has put me in a really tight spot, because only a handful of people can foresee destiny, and the Fate Protection Bureau would move to monopolize anyone with that power. If he finds out, he'll definitely try to recruit me. Or worse, Kang-Jin thought grimly, weighing his two options. Hide his ability, or get a top-tier piece of equipment. Which one is more important right now? After a moment of intense deliberation, he made his decision. Seeing Kang-Jin approach, Wong Yu's voice was sharp. Have you made your choice? I have. As he spoke, he pointed directly at Wong Yu. The one thing I want is, but before Kang-Jin could finish, Wong Yu looked absolutely horrified. He shrieked, me? Hearing this, Kang-Jin froze completely. What on earth is he talking about? He tried to explain. No, I meant, but Wong Yu quickly cut him off. You're quite clever, the man said with a smug grin. You actually figured out that I'm the most valuable thing in this room. I know I'm a catch, but that's not happening. Kang-Jin explained, completely exasperated. What I meant was, he continued, pointing to the object in the man's hand, the key you're holding. Having clarified, Kang-Jin made his proposal. Lend me all of these weapons. It'll be more profitable for you. When Ung-Du didn't answer, he added a few more incentives. Trying to win him over, he said, you won't have to lose a single thing. And District 2 will still have its strongest player. After an endless day, Kang-Jin was finally enjoying a peaceful moment with Kijin. It's time to eat, Kijin. This is ginseng. It's delicious and good for you. Watching it eat with such gusto, he couldn't help but think about the future. It'll take about 3 days to craft another key. During that time, I'm going to make you as powerful as I can, Kang-Jin said, changing the subject while opening another food pouch. Still, he was blown away by Kijin's ferocious appetite. I never imagined I'd spend 12,000 spirit orbs in one day. Raising Kijin is expensive, but Kang-Jin happily kept feeding his companion. Does it taste good? All right then. Eat a lot and grow up fast. Suddenly, Kijin's entire body began to glow, startling Kang-Jin. A system notification appeared. Kijin has evolved into a Class 2 Shadow Phantom. Kijin has acquired the Water Control skill. Water Control. Class 2 Shadow Phantom. Allows free movement in water and the ability to manipulate it. Kang-Jin was stunned. It can control water now. Seeing this, he immediately ordered a test run. Kijin, try controlling that water. Kijin immediately began to gather the water, turning a small orb into a gigantic sphere that left Kang-Jin completely speechless. Realizing he made a huge mistake, Kang-Jin desperately tried to stop it. Wait, but it was too late. The massive ball of water shot forward, crashing with immense force and exploding everywhere. Its destructive power was so terrifying that it shattered the thick wall, revealing the person in the room next door. The man was violently jolted awake by the deluge, soaked and utterly confused. Sang-Wan roared with fury. Kang-Jin. Kang-Jin knew he was a dead man. In the school's enormous dining hall, the air was filled with the laughter of incredible students. John and June Bayong sat there, enjoying their meal in peace despite the rowdy boys nearby. This food is absolutely divine. Across the room, others were complaining about their food. I'm so sick of fruit. If only Kang-Jin wasn't the one selling it. At that, the conversation suddenly shifted to Kang-Jin. One of them offered his take. He looks cold, but he's actually a really good guy. His friend chimed in. Kang-Jin has always been a good person. You just weren't paying attention. He went on, recalling what happened. That time we were surrounded by monsters, he was the one who saved us. And another time, when we were bitten by those things in the building before training started. Hearing this, the other guy grew curious. Is that right? So why don't you team up with him? The friend just gave a bitter smile. Probably because he's too intimidating. I really don't know. He felt a wave of regret. But we get to eat free fruit just for clearing a medium difficulty stage. I feel bad for thinking he was such a cold person. As the friend was lamenting, Kang-Jin suddenly walked in, chatting with someone. I'm glad you like the new room. He turned to Sang-Wan. Ah, but I'm still paying for this meal. But the man just scowled and said, I'm only being nice because you were the first to clear a stage, just like me. Hearing Sang-Wan say that, Kang-Jin replied in surprise, you were also the first one to clear a stage. The man seized his chance to brag. I was the very first person to clear that low-difficulty verbal abuse room. Kang-Jin finally understood why he hadn't seen the guy around before. Outwardly, however, he continued to praise Sang-won. That's really amazing, even if it was low difficulty. Before Kang-Jin could finish his sentence, the man replied confidently, right. Flattered by the praise, Sang-won's demeanor warmed up. You know, you're not so bad to talk to. The other people here just aren't on my level, he said with a smug grin, offering an invitation. Hey, let's go for a drink after this. With that, Sang-won turned to the mannequin clerk. Hey, get me 2 drinks. It calmly pointed a finger at a small sign, but he lost his patience and yelled, Don't give me that attitude. Just bring them here. Sang-won tried to plead his case. I'll pay you next time. But before he could finish, it furiously slammed the board right into his face. Humiliated in front of the whole room, Sang-won's face turned red with rage. You think you're funny. Do you have any idea who I am? The mannequin showed no fear in the face of his tantrum. Sang-won's rage boiled over as he continued to hurl insults. You dare disrespect me. You're nothing but a raggedy doll. Unable to watch anymore, Kang-Jin stepped in to intervene. Sang-won, I'll pay for this meal. Please stop yelling at the poor thing. Hearing this, Sang-won scoffed. You have money? You're just some lowly employee from the Oracle Cafe. You should remember that spirit orbs are the only currency that matters here. Ignoring his insults, Kang-Jin walked closer and asked, How much is it? The words on the board instantly changed, and the mannequin looked at him with cheerful anticipation. He stared in disbelief. VIP? The man just shrugged. They called me a VIP because I spent 12,000 spirit beads here yesterday. Hearing this, Sang-won's jaw dropped. 12,000? But Kang-Jim paid it no mind, telling the figure, Don't worry about it. Just get one for him. With a look of pure contempt, the clay doll brought the drink over to Sang-won. The doll's blatant disrespect was the last straw for him. Grinding his teeth in fury, Sang-won finally snapped, lashing out and smashing everything around him. Do you have any idea who I am? He roared. The thunderous crash silenced the entire dining hall, drawing everyone's attention. Kang-Jin shot up, enraged. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The man shot back without a second thought. Shut up. Who the hell do you think you are? As Sang-won stormed off in humiliation, Kang-Jin cursed under his breath. The others rushed over to the figure, asking with concern, Clay doll, are you all right? Runbom approached him and asked, Master, are you friends with that guy? Kang-Jin's reply was firm, No. Meanwhile, he was gently tending to his clay figure. The little one couldn't help but ask, Why were you with him in the first place? Kang-Jin could only let out a heavy sigh. He began to explain. He was staying in a room I created. But the Keelan I'm raising broke through a wall, so I offered to buy him a meal as an apology. The moment he mentioned a Keelan, Jaeyeon's eyes lit up with excitement. A Keelan? Seeing how thrilled the kids were, Kang-Jin summoned his companion. They immediately crowded around it, showering it with praise. What's its name? It's so adorable. He thought for a moment before replying, Keelan. Runbom tilted her head. Why? Kang-Jin answered matter-of-factly, because it's a Keelan. They were left completely speechless by his logic. But it's a spirit beast, one of them protested. Not just some ordinary Keelan. How would you like it if it just called you human? Kang-Jin was a bit flustered. Ah, you want me to give it a proper name? After a moment of thought, an idea came to him. All right then, let's call it Lynn. The creature seemed to love the name, nuzzling affectionately against him. Just then, a system window materialized before his eyes. Lynn's class has changed to Junior Mage. New skill acquired, Magnetic Horn. Kang-Jin skimmed the details, his eyes widening in shock. Skill, Magnetic Horn. Rank, Junior Mage class. Effect, attracts metal attribute attacks or alters their trajectory. The kids looked on curiously. What is it? Did it evolve or something? Kang-Jin gazed down at Lynn, who was snuggled in his arms, thinking to himself, of all the Keelans in the world, this special power had to awaken in mine. He then looked at the creature and asked, Do you want to be my teammate too? Runbom immediately chimed in, Master, you do know we're already your teammates, right? Kang-Jin replied with a gentle smile, I know. He pulled Lynn closer, looking at them all with genuine happiness. Thank you, all of you. The girl started to say something else, but her brother quickly cut her off. Jaeyeon then made a suggestion, Master, if you really want to thank us, then join us for the next Demon Gate. Kang-Jin looked puzzled. The next one? Wait, he thought, don't we all have to go in once it opens anyway? And just like that, 1 week flew by. An announcement echoed through the area. The Viridian Snake Chamber will soon commence. Protect the target for 168 hours. The students couldn't help but gasp in awe at the surreal landscape around them. They looked around curiously. What are we supposed to protect? They threw out guesses, from a large container to a strange tree, when a man suddenly appeared, waving with a wide grin as he introduced himself. "Hello there. You must be the trainees from Seoul's District 2, correct? My name is Zelman, from the Agency of Fate. I'm in charge of this particular demon gate." Sua voiced her confusion. "Wait, there's a live proctor?" Runbomb patiently began to explain it to her. "We'll get a target window, just like in the Inferno Chamber and the Blade Mountain Hell." Sua still looked lost. "So, the Agency of Fate gives us our target?" The sight of Zelman, however, caught Kang-Jim completely off guard. "Why isn't it Ananavi? In my past life, she was the one in charge here." Meanwhile, Zelman clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "All the details have been updated in your user guides, so I'll keep this brief. Listen up." Below, the crowd began to mutter amongst themselves about the user guides. "The one we got when we first arrived. Who would have brought that with them?" With a flourish, the man suddenly produced a white serpent. "Your mission in this chamber," he continued, "is to protect this white snake." Everyone stared back, completely dumbfounded. That one snake? But Zelman wasn't finished. "Not exactly," he said with a grin. "Each of you will be protecting your own." He held up a small red cloth. "You'll be using this bond of friendship. Just wrap this cloth securely around your chosen snake." After finishing, Zelman began handing out the cloths. "Here you go. Everyone take one and get moving. Find a snake to partner with and let's begin." The moment the words left his mouth, the trial officially started, and a system notification displaying the rules appeared for all to see. Rules of the Viridian Snake Chamber. 1 snake per person. Use the bond of friendship to form a pact with a snake and protect it for 168 hours. You are free to leave the designated safe zone. However, if your snake perishes in your absence, the mission is an immediate failure. The snakes cannot leave the designated safe zone. However, you may entrust your snake to the proctor, Zelman, for up to 6 hours per day, during which time he will ensure its protection. In the event of an unforeseen incident, you may find a new snake and continue the mission. If you encounter the giant serpent, do not call it a snake. With the rules laid out, Runbomb and Giant immediately set out to find their partners. "Are there any snakes around here?" Nothing. While everyone else was struggling, Gozen had already grabbed 2. But even he was grumbling. "Chi, aren't there any bigger ones?" Over with Johan, a snake suddenly lunged out, making him leap back in shock. Sua cried out in worry, but Sang Owen had already caught a snake for himself. The moment he tied the red string around it, the system began its countdown. You are protecting 1 snake for 3 seconds out of 168 hours. With that done, Sang Owen turned and ordered his underlings. "All right, from now on, your name is Stinky. Take care of him." They replied helplessly. "But aren't we supposed to be protecting you?" He responded calmly. "Then you should protect my snake, too." With that, Sang Owen turned and walked away, laughing smugly. "I got here before Kang-Jim, so I definitely caught this before he did. Right. I'll be the first one to clear this stage. Just you watch." The others just gave a lukewarm reply. "I guess so." Even though he was far away, his voice still echoed back. "You won't be able to look down on me anymore." Co Kang-Jim. Once Sang Owan was completely gone, they began to gossip. Why does he keep mentioning Co Kang-Jim these days? Instead of gathering with the others, Kang-Jim and Lynn decided to head toward the sea. He walked in deep thought. "I wonder what the Destiny Guide is trying to warn me about." The string of strange occurrences was making Kang-Jim extremely anxious. "I don't know if it's because the cursed room was cleared earlier than in my past life, but the fact that this demon world was closed for a time and that there's a new spokesperson is also worth considering." The more he thought, the more Kang-Jim realized how many things had changed from his previous life. "I'm not sure what the problem is. It is all because Co Kang-Jim's destiny has changed. You must act to return destiny to its normal course. Everything will proceed as you wish once destiny is corrected." But he still remained unaware. He continued to speculate. Could it be? Kang-Jim picked up the scarf, trying to deduce its purpose. Is it related to what I'm doing? But only a brief description of the scarf appeared. Mark of friendship, beginner class. If you put this on a beast, it will no longer fear you. The effect depends on the level difference between the beast and the user. Seeing him just standing there dazedly, the god spoke up in frustration. "Kang-Jim, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be looking for a snake? If you don't want to find the snake, why don't you let me possess you instead?" He snapped out of it, annoyed. "I'm losing focus." Finally, Kang-Jim gave up on worrying and returned to the mission at hand. "Okay, worrying won't solve anything. I have to get moving." With that, he sprang into action. Tossing off his shirt, Kang-Jim turned to Lynn. "Let's go, Lynn." In an instant, they both dove into the sea, leaving the gods completely stunned. In the deep ocean currents teeming with creatures, he squinted, searching for what he needed. A god's voice suddenly rang out. "I think he's looking for a sea serpent." Hearing this, another god chimed in. "How long can a mere mortal even hold his breath?" The system suddenly announced, lung capacity has increased by 20% due to a bonus from the water attribute. Kang-Jim gave a subtle hand signal to Lynn. Instantly, its horn lit up, activating the water control tech. The system window appeared again. CEO Kang-Jim has received the effect of the water control technique. You can now move and breathe in an aquatic environment. Seeing this, he exhaled, taking a slow breath underwater. After fully adapting, Kang-Jim easily leaped across the rocky outcrops. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a creature slithering on a nearby stone. The sea serpent froze, startled by the sudden attention. It thought its end had come, but then he and Lynn just kept running past. Seeing this, a god yelled in frustration, "Hey, hey, where do you think you're going? The sea serpent is right there." Watching him continue his search, the god said in disappointment, "There are no pythons down here." Hearing that, Kang-Jim replied confidently, "You think I came all the way down here just to catch some tiny snakes?" Before he could finish, the god suddenly screamed a warning. "Oh heavens, it's a great serpent." Kang-Jim flinched, immediately pushing his speed to the max. He desperately tried to keep his distance. Luckily, in the heat of the moment, he managed to draw his blade and block its jaws, but its massive tongue coiled around his leg. He stared at his blade, buried deep in its throat, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I brought the heavenly fire blade with me. This is the only long-range weapon I have," he thought, while yanking hard on its tongue. It was too massive to be called a snake, yet too small to be classified as a dragon. At this, Kang-Jim looked at the great serpent and smiled, feeling a surge of excitement. "This is the exact serpent I've been searching for. I guess I'm pretty lucky after all. Now, I just need to place the mark of friendship on its tongue." He then used the scarf to tie its tongue. Suddenly, a blue light stunned him. Before the great serpent could strike, Lynn activated its water control technique, unleashing a blast of energy that threw Kang-Jim to safety. Having escaped death, Kang-Jim looked toward his companion with praise. "Nice one, Lynn." The great serpent, now enraged, glared at them with murderous intent. Its attention shifted to Lynn, drawn by the creature's glowing horn. In a flash, it charged forward, intending to devour the small beast, but Kang-Jim was quicker. He grabbed its tail and swiftly tied the scarf around it. The system then displayed a notification, using item, mark of friendship, but the great serpent refused to be tamed. It thrashed violently, trying to shake him off. The text in the window changed once more. The great serpent fought back, struggling against the mark of friendship's power. Kang-Jim poured all his strength into holding it down, his hands gripping its massive scales like vises. The moment he succeeded, the system chimed in with a notification. The great serpent had finally submitted to Kang-Jim's will. Watching from above, the gods began to murmur amongst themselves. Well, did he actually manage to tame that colossal python? I'm not so sure about that, but look into its eyes. It no longer sees him as an enemy. Beaming, Kang-Jim pointed to the sky. Instantly, the great serpent shot toward the surface, carrying him along with it. The moment they hit the shore, he gave it a reassuring pat. "Incredible work. Now, my mission is to protect you for 1 week." He gave the serpent an encouraging thumbs up, "But you'll be just fine on your own, won't you? We'll see each other again in 7 days. So just stay below the surface for a week. Live your life like you always have." The serpent seemed confused by his words. It had just emerged, only to be ordered right back into the depths. Hearing this, one of the gods scoffed in disapproval. He tamed it not even 5 minutes ago, and he's already abandoning his new companion. Another god tried to reason. "Come now, it's a great serpent. It can take care of itself." Only Kang-Jim just laughed triumphantly to himself. "And just like that, I've earned myself a 1-week vacation." His words only fueled the god's indignation. "Is that the real reason you went after the great serpent? That conniving little mortal." A short while later, at the forest's edge, Kang-Jim was on a rampage, hunting demonic beasts so ferociously that even Lynn kept a safe distance. A system notification appeared. Strength had reached level 26. He finally paused, a hint of disappointment on his face. Looks like the buff wore off. His current stats, strength, speed, and perception at level 26, while stamina and magic lagged behind at 23. He let out a frustrated sigh. Grinding stats, just by hunting, is painfully slow, even with a high-tier class density like mine. He then turned to Lynn, startling the creature. "Lynn, let's take a quick break before the next hunt begins." Seeing the creature slumped against a tree, the gods began to whisper again. Doesn't the Keelan despise the sight of blood? But it had no problem granting Kang-Jim its buff a moment ago. Hearing them, Kang-Jim thought to himself, "I suppose this is tough for it, since it has an aversion to killing." He was about to offer Lynn a potion when a voice suddenly echoed through the trees. "Hey, it's that bastard." Kang-Jim spun around instinctively. Shreef. Trainees rarely fight amongst themselves in the demon realm. But then, a sudden realization hit him, and his expression darkened. Don't tell me it's. He shot off towards the sound, calling over his shoulder, Lynn, let's move. He stopped at the edge of a waterfall, where the argument grew louder. What good are any of you? Give me my money back. He knelt down, peering over the edge to watch the conflict unfold. I'm done. I can't take this anymore. A man with black hair screamed in Sang Owen's face. I'll give you a refund once we return, so you can handle this on your own. The man was stunned by his words. What? From behind, others joined the chorus of complaints. I'm out, too. All you ever do is insult us and make comparisons. It's always Kang-Jim this, Kang-Jim that. If he's so great, why don't you just hire him? Watching from above, Kang-Jim was completely baffled. Hire? Me? The god seized the opportunity. Well, Kang-Jim, why not go have a word with him? He's clearly in a bind. If you play your cards right, you might score a few spirit orbs from him. Seeing his hesitation, a god prodded him. Well, what are you waiting for? You need the funds to raise Lynn, after all. Kang-Jim recalled their last encounter and scoffed. But that guy is completely broke. Hearing the noise, Sang Owen yelled out, Who's there? He stumbled in Kang-Jim's direction, his eyes widening. Kang-Jim, recognizing his only hope, he begged desperately. Kang-Jim, you have to save my serpent. They immediately took off in the direction Sang Owen pointed. As they ran, Kang-Jim clarified. So, your serpent is under attack, but you have no idea where it is because you lost track of it. Sang Owen nodded frantically. Yes. At that, Kang-Jim stopped dead in his tracks, his tone turning serious. So what's in it for me? The question caught Sang Owen off guard. He retorted, You still haven't paid me back for our last meal. Just like that, Kang-Jim's demeanor turned icy. I don't do charity work. I'll pay for the meal after we get out of this realm. Sang Owen couldn't believe it. What? He fumbled with a holographic screen, shouting in desperation, Spirit orbs. I have spirit orbs. 2,000. Kang-Jim's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, you've collected quite a few. Did you get those from your former teammates? After a brief negotiation, a new notification popped up. Transaction complete. Warning. Vitality of target with mark of friendship has fallen below 50%. Kang-Jim said calmly, The spirit orbs have been transferred. Beside him, Sang Owen clutched his head in utter despair. Fine. Just hurry up and save my serpent. Kang-Jim raced ahead and found the creature. It was being brutally tortured, crying out in agony as a blade slashed across its scales. The man in gray robes raised his sword. This is the end for you. But just in time, Kang-Jim appeared, blocking the fatal blow with his own weapon. Stunned, the man roared in fury. What the hell? You're from another territory. I found this serpent first. Go hunt your own. Kang-Jim's voice was ice cold as he carelessly tossed the wounded creature aside. That's not how this works. Sang Owen dove forward, catching the serpent in his arms. He cried out its name in anguish. Gui. Tears streamed down his face as he held his beloved companion, trying to soothe it. Don't you dare die on me, Gui. Open your mouth. Take this potion. The man in gray watched the scene unfold, a look of confusion on his face. Sang-Ah glared at the attacker, her voice filled with rage. Who the hell are you to come here and kill my snake? He sheathed his sword with chilling indifference. Your snake? Sang-Ah gently cradled her serpent, her voice laced with irritation. Do you see this mark of friendship right here? Go find some other snakes to protect. Hearing this, the gray-robed man snapped back. Why in the world would I protect a snake? Kang-Jim, looking confused, intervened. Isn't our mission here in the demon world to protect the snakes? This only baffled the man more. What the hell are you people talking about? He quickly checked his mission details again, then said, My objective is to kill the snakes. Damn it. I knew a mission this simple had to be a trap. His words left the other two completely stunned. What? Kang-Jim's mind raced. The mission from the third region is different from my past life. This must be the hand of fate at work. He began piecing together the memories from his previous timeline. In his past life, the missions for both regions were to protect the snakes. They even cooperated to defend the creatures from monsters. That explains why that bastard in Shinsua acted like they knew something. A shocking realization hit him. Wait a minute. Just then, a system notification flashed before their eyes. Target with the mark of friendship is under attack. Kang-Jim immediately understood what this meant. It's being attacked. He realized the assailant had to be at the Great Serpent's location. If it's someone from the third region, then it has to be him. At that very moment, Tae-hoon raised his fist, his eyes blazing with determination as he faced the Great Serpent. He leaped into the air, dodging a blast of water energy aimed right for him. As he landed, he watched the serpent thrash in the water with a grin. Well now, is this supposed to be a dragon? With that, he drew his arm back, his voice dripping with arrogance. Let's test its strength. Just as the great serpent unleashed an attack to shatter the bridge, he launched himself forward, aiming his fist at its head and shouting, "Will killing this thing complete the mission?" At that same instant, Kang-Ji arrived, rushing onto the scene. He stared in shock at the spectacle before him. Tae-hoon landed a devastating blow to the serpent's gut. He pulled his arm back, preparing for another strike, a triumphant thought flashing through his mind. Perfect. One more hit and this is over. But suddenly, Kang-Ji shot forward like an arrow, putting himself between Tae-hoon and the serpent. Tae-hoon cried out in surprise. What? The two of them collided in a burst of power. He caught the blade of Kang-Ji's sword with his bare hand, snarling, "Who the hell are you?" Kang-Ji calmly met his gaze, a slight smirk on his face. "I knew it was you." Kang Tae-hoon was stunned that his attack had been so easily stopped. He blocked it. A memory from a future that never was flashed in his mind. The Kang Tae-hoon from back then, a second-class noble of the Flying Tiger gang. He remembered him pleading earnestly. "You skipped out last time, so you have to come tonight, okay?" Before leaving, he turned back one last time. "You promised me you'll come to the party tonight, right?" Then he had walked away, looking dejected alongside Ha Kang. "All right then, I'm heading out." The memory of seeing their lifeless bodies, of screaming helplessly for anyone to help, resurfaced. Kang-Ji landed on the other side of the bridge, his heart pounding with excitement. He's also from the Flying Tiger gang. Who would have thought I'd run into him here? This is incredible. Tae-hoon, furious that someone had swooped in to steal his prey, shouted, "I'll let you off this one time, since I've never seen your face before. But I called dibs on that one." Kang-Ji looked toward the great serpent and gave a command. "Dive deep. No matter what happens, stay down there." As it suddenly submerged, Tae-hoon yelled in shock, "Hey, it's getting away." He furiously flipped his middle finger at Kang-Ji, screaming, "Get the hell out of my way. You're wasting my time. I still have to kill that thing." Watching him, Kang-Ji thought to himself, "I never met him when he was this young. The first time we met was back in our gang days. In my previous life." The image of the young man who always called out his name. It filled him with a sudden, powerful nostalgia. He feels so different now. Even when Ha Kang forced him into a piggyback ride, he cried out in fear, "Brother Kang-Ji." He vividly recalled Tae-hoon's awkward confession. "I'm so glad I didn't run into you in the demon world." Hearing that, he had asked, "Why is that?" Tae-hoon had looked away, stammering, "Well, I was a little impulsive back then. My personality wasn't the greatest." Back in the present, Kang-Ji watched him furiously stomping on the bridge and thought with a wry smile, "If we had met like this in my past life, we definitely would not have become friends." Tae-hoon's frustration boiled over. "Hey, are you listening to me?" Kang-Ji tried to defuse the situation, pointing elsewhere. "Why don't you go find a different snake? That great serpent belongs to me." Tae-hoon was taken aback. "Belongs to you?" With an arrogant roar, he charged forward, throwing a powerful punch at Kang-Ji while declaring, "Then I'll just have to beat you first." Luckily, Kang-Ji managed to leap back and dodge the attack. Seeing that he was only dodging, Tae-hoon's rage flared. He drew back his fist, channeling immense energy into his hand. "Oh? So all you can do is run?" In response, Kang-Ji blocked with his sword. The clash of steel against flesh unleashed a massive wave of magic. He felt a slight tremor in his arm as the pressure on his blade intensified. He smiled faintly at Tae-hoon. "He's truly powerful. How did he get this strong already?" Tae-hoon recoiled from the impact. Seeing the smile on his opponent's face, he asked boastfully, "You think this is some kind of joke?" But Kang-Ji's answer left him utterly baffled. "Yeah, it's fun." Kang-Ji began to channel his unique ability into the sword, thinking to himself, "To see you standing right here in front of me, alive and well, how could I not be happy?" Suddenly, a system window flashed before his eyes. Kang-Jim's attribute had converted to fire. As Kang-Jim lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of slashes, the man desperately threw up his arms to block. Even while attacking, he was already gauging his opponent's power. Tae-hoon's power level was Demon Class, Tier 2. His subclass and stats were both superior to my own. Seeing him struggle to block with those bear-like arms, Kang-Jim finally spoke. "You're confused, aren't you? You can't understand why you're stronger but still can't win against me." The taunt hit its mark. Tae-hoon roared back in frustration. "Don't you dare try to get inside my head." He leaped into the air, fist raised high over Kang-Jim. But Kang-Jim merely bent his knees, calmly replying, "And what makes you think you know me at all?" In a flash, he slammed the pommel of his sword into Tae-hoon's gut, causing him to cry out in agony and cough up blood. As his opponent crumpled to the ground, a prideful thought crossed his mind. "It's because I know every single move you're going to make." Tae-hoon trembled, clutching his stomach as the tip of a blade pressed against his throat. "Hey," he gasped. Unfazed, Kang-Jim added another threat. "I believe this is my win." his brow furrowed, his eyes burning with resentment. He scrambled away, shouting over his shoulder, "This isn't over. I'll be back for you." Kang-Jim watched him go, slowly sheathing his sword. He gave a friendly little wave, thinking to himself, he sounds just like a villain from a story. But then, a sudden realization hit him, and he froze. Wait a second, this isn't good at all. If things continue like this, he'll never meet Shina, which means he won't join the Flying Tiger Guild. Instead, if he joins the Asura Guild, it's a coin flip whether he lives or dies. Picturing Tae-hoon's grim fate, he clutched his chest in distress. I can't let that happen. Later that afternoon, under the shade of an ancient tree, Sangwon's irritated voice cut through the air once more. You should have told everyone sooner that the goal for the other zones was to kill the serpents. Jom just shrugged indifferently. The man tried to shove his hand away. But protecting serpents from monsters or humans, there's not much difference, is there? Sangwon grabbed him by the collar, his voice laced with anger. What did you just— Are you serious? With that, he resentfully scooped up goo, muttering in a disgusted tone. Humph, let's get out of here. Kang-Jim raised his hand toward one of the officials. Excuse me, I have a question. The man turned with a pleasant smile. Oh? And what might that be? He stepped forward, clearly confused. Isn't the purpose of the Destiny Protection Agency to create as many awakened as possible? I don't understand why you're forcing us to fight amongst ourselves. The other official, Jin, answered calmly, to weed out those who aren't skilled enough, and only grow stronger by leeching off of others. Kang-Jim was baffled. Leeching off of others? What does that mean? The man placed a hand on his cheek in a mocking gesture. For example, someone who uses an incredibly powerful item that belongs to someone else to clear a demon world gate. Those words hit him like a physical blow. Are you saying, this is my fault? The official sighed. In any case, we didn't release many serpents this round, so working together to clear this stage is virtually impossible. That statement sent a chill down Kang-Jim's spine. Just then, another system notification appeared. Great Serpent Protection Mission, 22 of 168 hours have elapsed. When the constellation saw him return, they began to buzz with excitement. Look, it's Kang-Jim. He kept us waiting. Ooh, this is about to get good. Hearing their chatter, he grew uneasy. Did something happen while I was gone? He walked on, muttering to himself. I never got a notification about the Great Serpent being attacked. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Kang-Jim's eyes darted around. Something was coming. His gaze snapped toward an explosion in the distance. A dark figure flickered in and out of the smoke. In an instant, it shot toward Kang-Jim, causing a massive explosion. Luckily, his reflexes were sharp, and he leaped away just in time. As the dust settled, Tae-hoon's massive bear-like arm came into view. He was panting heavily. Kang-Jim, I finally found you. Kang-Jim was taken aback. You were looking for me? Why? In contrast to his exhaustion, Tae-hoon was now brimming with energy. He cracked his knuckles, a grin on his face. That's right. It's time to return the favor. And with that, he charged straight at Kang-Jim. He effortlessly blocked the attack with a single swing of his sword. The moves from their last fight played back in his mind like a perfectly memorized sequence. He thought with complete composure. Next, he'll attack from the left. I'll just play along with him for a bit. But then, Tae-hoon suddenly threw a kick, catching him off guard. He had no choice but to raise an arm to defend. Damn it, he improved his fighting style. He must have realized I knew his patterns. He dug his heels in, bracing against the impact. Kang-Jim glanced at his throbbing arm, breathing heavily. He thought, changing a deep-seated habit like that couldn't have been easy. That's actually impressive. Seeing the hit land, Tae-hoon breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he said with confidence. Kang-Jim locked eyes with him, his voice calm. Why are you so determined to fight me? You could just go find another serpent, you know. Tae-hoon pointed a finger right at him, his voice ringing with conviction. It's because I lost to you before. He raised his fist, his gaze unwavering as he declared, and I hate losing. That declaration left Kang-Jim stunned. He remembered how Tae-hoon used to constantly challenge Suo with that same arrogance. The memory brought a faint sense of nostalgia. That's right. You always loved picking fights with people stronger than you. In my past life, I never even considered fighting you because I was so weak back then. Is it crazy that I'm actually enjoying this rivalry between us now? With that thought, he exhaled sharply, pouring every ounce of his fire into the blade. Thinking of the Great Serpent, a new resolve took hold. If I lose, it dies. With fresh determination, he spoke with confidence. I trust you. Kang Tae-hun had heard enough of his muttering. He snarled in annoyance. What are you babbling about? Just bring it. Instantly, killing intent flared in Kang-Jin's eyes. He leveled his blazing sword at Tae-hun, his voice dripping with menace. You asked for it. Just try not to die. Just then, a system window appeared. Skill activated, combat instinct. Tae-hun stared at the notification as a complex, dangerous aura erupted around him. He growled, his voice low and threatening. You really He threw a punch aimed straight for Kang-Jin. If you think this will be a repeat of yesterday, you're dead wrong. Seeing this, a thrill of excitement coursed through Kang-Jin. He swung his sword, a grin spreading across his face. You look pretty strong yourself. Then he changed the blade's trajectory, bringing it down in a decisive arc. A single thought crossed his mind. I love a strong opponent. But Tae-hun was quick, leaping back to dodge the blow. He immediately countered, driving a mana-infused elbow right at his face. Kang-Jin's eyes glowed crimson with bloodlust. He swiftly grabbed Tae-hun's wrist, his mind consumed by a single primal urge. Kill the strong. While Tae-hun was still reeling, Kang-Jin dragged his sword across his chest, carving a deep gash. As fresh blood sprayed into the air, Kang-Jin's expression twisted into one of sheer delight. How interesting. A chill ran down Tae-hun's spine as he stared in horror. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He's been aiming for my vitals this whole time. Kang-Jin swung again, relentlessly targeting his weak points. As his opponent pressed the attack, Tae-hun kept leaping back to avoid the fatal strikes. Is he actually trying to kill me? Has he gone completely insane? Staring into Kang-Jin's murderous eyes, his mind descended into chaos. He wasn't like this yesterday. Tae-hun clenched his fist, pouring all his mana into one decisive blow, determined to regain control. If this keeps up, I'm going to lose. He slammed a devastating punch into Kang-Jin's chest, shattering a section of his ribcage. Kang-Jin took the full force of the blow, coughing up blood. Pain shot through him, but one thought burned brighter. I have to kill him. Seeing him motionless, Tae-hun stared. Momentarily, 1,000 voices screamed inside Kang-Jin's mind. I want to kill. I need to kill. He was so lost in the madness, he didn't even notice the fist heading his way. Not until another voice echoed through his thoughts. How can someone like you do this? Kang-Jin snapped back to reality. A system window flashed. Skill. Combat instinct has evolved to demonic system. Level 2. Temporary lucidity granted. His sanity restored. He swiftly blocked Tae-hun's attack with his sword. With a calm expression, he said, Ah, I'm finally clear-headed again. As flames suddenly erupted from his body, Tae-hun scrambled backward in shock. What is this? Kang-Jin was now cloaked in a powerful fire aura, making his sword burn with even greater intensity. He gave Tae-hun a sinister look and said, I figured out a way to kill you now. Hearing this, Tae-hun desperately dodged the blade. How can you still move like that? He yelled in disbelief. I broke your ribs. Don't you feel any pain? But Kang-Jin didn't stop. He just kept swinging relentlessly. A little pain like this won't be enough to stop me. Realizing Kang-Jin was dead serious, Tae-hun turned and fled. Are you crazy? Kang-Jin, now filled with exhilarating power, just shouted, Die. After a long and brutal beating, he was left in tatters. Staring with stubborn defiance, he gritted his teeth and surrendered. All right, I lose. Kang-Jin let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha, then die. But before he could finish, a system window suddenly appeared. Skill. Combat instinct has been deactivated due to insufficient mana. Skill. Flame has been deactivated due to insufficient mana. His buffs gone, Kang-Jin awkwardly looked away and said, I won't kill you. You made the right choice. He sheathed his sword and quickly turned away. Now, just give up. Find another snake to kill. Tae-hun struggled to his feet, his eyes burning with determination. I'll be back tomorrow, he declared. And if I lose tomorrow, I'll be back the day after that. Kang-Jin started to warn him. Don't, but Tae-hun cut him off. In the end, I will be the one to win. The gods watching were thrilled. Are they going to fight again tomorrow? This is so exciting. They're perfectly matched. It seems only one of them can actually complete the mission. Kang Tae-hun could just find another snake, couldn't he? Oh, please, he would never do that. Kang-Jin located the spatial gate and stepped through. Hearing their words, a sense of dread washed over him. That's right. That's not Kang Tae-hun's style at all. But I can't let one of us fail this. As soon as he entered the recovery area, he heard another group arguing. Is that for real? That's completely unfair. All Zone 3 had to do was kill a snake. Couldn't we just find another snake to protect? Anavai's voice was stern and uncompromising. Zone 2's objective was to protect the snake, and you failed. You will be sent back when the mission time expires. Please be aware of this. The group walked away, grumbling. Why can't they just send us back right now? Are they trying to mess with us on purpose? Kang-Jin glanced their way, his mind racing. Zone 2's objective. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He turned around and softly called out to Anavai. He slowly approached her and whispered his plan. Anavai listened, a small smile forming. She looked at him with a hint of approval. That just might work. Hearing her agreement, Kang-Jin felt a renewed sense of purpose. He quickly moved to the edge of the forest, thinking, now I have another reason why I absolutely cannot give up. Seeing Lynn up ahead, he rushed over, his voice filled with excitement. Come on, Lynn, it's time to go hunting. The next day arrived. The mission to protect the Great Serpent had reached its 49th hour out of 168, and Tae-hun once again appeared with his water bucket, ready to challenge him. Soon, the third day of the mission was upon them. By now, his opponent's speed had clearly improved, but he was still easily stopped by Kang-Jin's sword of fire. On the fourth day, Tae-hun pushed his speed even further, but every single one of his attacks was deflected. On the following day, he tried to endure the heat and charge straight through, hoping to land a single blow on Kang-Jin, but that too ended in failure. The mission to protect the Great Serpent was now at 145 hours, and Tae-hun had still failed to defeat him. He lay helplessly in a puddle of water, then shot up in frustration, screaming, "This is completely unfair. How can you call this a fair fight when you're covered in flames?" Kang-Jin stood there, his entire body wreathed in fire. He answered calmly, "This is my skill. I can use it however I please." His opponent immediately shot back, "Do you really have to act like a complete madman?" Kang-Jin extinguished the flames, a smirk on his face. "You're not exactly sane yourself. No normal person would keep picking a fight with a man who's literally on fire." Hearing this, Tae-hun stormed off in a rage, shouting over his shoulder, "I'll be back tomorrow. You just wait." The Great Serpent, watching this whole scene, looked utterly exhausted by it all, while the two gods were practically crying with laughter. "I think both of them are completely insane. Haha, just let them be. It's entertaining." Even the Great Serpent is nodding along. Seeing the serpent surface, Kang-Jin turned to scold it. "Hey, I told you to stay in the water. Why did you come out? Are you hungry?" At his question, the Great Serpent immediately nodded. He sighed and emptied a bag of food into its mouth, giving it a firm warning. "I'll give you this, so get back underwater. Humans are far more dangerous than monsters." After saying that, he leaned in close and whispered, "Oh, and don't let Lynn know about this." The Great Serpent, enjoying its meal, happily nodded. With that settled, Kang-Jin gave the order. "All right, you can go back down now." Seeing the serpent's confusion, one of the gods spoke up. "I don't think that little snack is going to be enough to fill it up." Just then, the sisters, Runbom and John, came running over. "Master, what are you doing over there?" Hearing her, he replied, "I'm feeding the Great Serpent." John started whining from the side. "I'm so jealous. I want one too." But then Runbom noticed the wound on his face, her tone shifting. "Ugh, what happened to your face?" she growled angrily. "Was it that jerk again? Why isn't he looking for his own snake?" Kang-Jin just chuckled, trying to calm her down. Fighting him is actually pretty fun. Besides, it's good training. Runbom grabbed his collar, her voice strict. "Fun? Who are you?" "A UFC fighter. Where is my master?" "My master doesn't like things like this." John just giggled at the scene. The three of them continued their cheerful banter as the Great Serpent quietly swam away. Hearing a familiar voice, it peeked its head out of the water to listen. "I'm going to have to refuse your offer." The group of people, rejected by Tae-hun, pleaded with him again. "If you help us, we can easily crush the people from Area 2. Even if they're strong, we can overwhelm them with our numbers." Hearing this, his voice was like steel. "I don't care. There's only one person I need to defeat." The group's leader spoke with confidence. "Don't worry about that. There's a way to defeat Co Kang-Jin." That name made the eavesdropping Great Serpent flinch. It quickly dove back under the water to hide. Hearing the splash, Tae-hun immediately whipped his head around. He glared in their direction, his voice dripping with contempt. "And what way is that?" Kang-Jin stood in silence, staring at the Great Serpent before him. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "Today is the final day." Jiang Tae-hun was approaching from the distance. Kang-Jin spoke seriously, his gaze never leaving the serpent. "What do you plan to do if you fail again today?" Kang-Jin pressed on. "Are you going to find another snake to kill?" Tae-hun snapped back, annoyed. "I would never stoop to such a dishonorable act. If I lose again, then I will simply accept my failure." Kang-Jin turned away, thinking to himself, "I knew it." He glanced back over his shoulder. "You sure about this?" As he spoke, Kang-Jin slowly unsheathed his long sword. "So, you want to bet on this being our final battle? If I win this time, you'll have to obey one of my commands." Across from him, Tae-hun stood without a trace of fear, firing back a question of his own. "And what if I'm the one who wins?" Kang-Jin aimed his sword, its aura swirling violently. "That's not going to happen." Tae-hun's face twisted in annoyance at Kang-Jin's unshakable confidence. He let out a frustrated sigh. Tae-hun snapped, "So you really think you're going to win?" Across from him, Kang-Jin's entire body began to radiate raw power. Tae-hun quickly fell into his stance. He clenched his fist, and a brilliant light erupted from within his palm. Meanwhile, Kang-Jin was just as formidable. A powerful aura enveloped his blade as a confident smirk spread across his face. Taehyun shouted as he charged toward Kang-Jin. That trick won't work on me anymore. His fist flew straight for his opponent. He smiled, utterly certain of his victory, as his fist hurtled forward, piercing through the clouds of dust. But Kang-Jin was quicker, parrying the devastating blow with his sword. Is he trying to shatter it? Impossible. A system window materialized. Skill activated. Destiny detection. In an instant, all of Taehyun's stats flooded Kang-Jin's vision. Jiang Taehyun. Second tier Spectre class. Earth attribute. Title, 1 against 10,000. Taehyun's expression was absolutely ferocious. He flashed a predatory grin. Kang-Jin hesitated for a moment after absorbing the information from the system. Just as I suspected, he's gained fire resistance. While Kang-Jin was lost in thought, Taehyun immediately threw his second punch. What are you going to do now? He taunted. That was your ultimate skill, wasn't it? Luckily, Kang-Jin dodged backward just in time, but his sword shattered into 1,000 pieces. Watching the fragments of the sword scatter through the air, Taehyun laughed with even greater delight. I told you, I would be the final one standing. But unexpectedly, Kang-Jin swiped a line of energy through the air, leaving Taehyun completely stunned. No one knew what happened. All they saw was the sudden spray of blood. Where did Kang-Jin get that bizarrely shaped sword? The new blade slashed across Taehyun's leg, blood gushing from the wound. He collapsed to one knee, crying out in pain. Damn it, what the hell is that? Kang-Jin seemed to have transformed into someone else entirely. His eyes glowed red, a twisted smile on his face. I will be victorious. Fear flickered in Taehyun's eyes at that expression, but he still talked tough. This bastard has gone insane again. Taehyun slowly pushed himself back to his feet. Is that your secret weapon or something? He didn't notice Kang-Jin rushing toward him like a phantom. Jiang Taehyun relaxed his open palm. Strange energies from the surroundings began to gather in his hand. Did you really think I'd come here with only one trick? To everyone's shock, a menacing serpent spear began to materialize out of thin air. Taehyun roared furiously. You're the one who started this. A system window appeared. Skill activated. Formless spear. His senses screamed of the impending danger. A flicker of fear crossed Kang-Jin's face as he read the notification. He faltered. Suddenly, the voices of the gods echoed from above. Humph, isn't that the serpent spear of Zhang Fei? Another god chimed in. It is indeed. He must have received it as a gift from a constellation, just like in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Taehyun's serpent spear fully materialized, its tip shrouded in an overwhelming aura of pure power. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the legendary weapon forward with all of his strength. The serpent spear tore through the air toward Kang-Jin, its destructive power immense. It created powerful gales wherever it passed. Kang-Jin desperately tried to block it with his new sword, but the spear's power was too great. Kang-Jin used every ounce of his strength to hold it back. A system window flashed, combat instinct deactivated. He gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, don't deactivate on me now. Kang-Jin's face was strained, his jaw clenched tight. The system window flashed again. Combat instinct activated. A single thought now consumed Kang-Jin's mind. The desire was so strong he roared it out loud. I must win, no matter the cost. Fueled by his desperate cry, Kang-Jin finally swung his sword, sending the serpent spear flying back at Taehyun. His guidance window lit up with a new message. Skill, combat instinct, has responded to your will to win and has evolved to phantom grade. Suddenly, Kang-Jin's pupils swirled, and a targeting reticle appeared in his vision. In Kang-Jin's sight, the entire world around him faded to a dull gray. The only thing he could see was a stream of golden energy flowing straight from Taehyun. The reticle locked onto his opponent's body. Confused, Kang-Jin saw something else. Amidst the golden light, a different, faint blue aura began to appear within his vision. To Kang-Jin, this whole battle felt like a fighting game. Was there only one way forward? He suddenly realized there wasn't just one target anymore. Countless weak points lit up all over Taehyun's body. He thought to himself, I can see it. Every angle of attack, every fatal flaw. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang-Jin exploded forward, lunging directly for those openings. His eyes blazed like a starving wolf about to devour its prey. Taehyun saw it and froze, his face a mask of pure terror. Did he have another skill he hadn't used yet? Before the thought could even finish, Kang-Jin unleashed a flurry of decisive slashes. He swept past Taehyun in an instant, moving like a phantom. After the razor-sharp slashes passed, a bloody X bloomed in the air. Taehyun's eyes rolled back as he collapsed, blood gushing from his wounds. Exhausted, Kang-Jin dropped to one knee, using his sword to prop himself up. Taehyun now lay unconscious in a rapidly growing pool of blood. The voice of a god echoed once again. Unbelievable. Did Kang-Jin actually win? But Kang-Jin barely heard the god's words. His face was pale, his breathing heavy, as if he still couldn't believe what just happened. He glanced at Taehun, whose face was already turning a dark purple. The two gods continued their conversation. What? How could he possibly have won? He won despite facing the azure serpent spear, the other deity continued. I guess using a weapon you're not familiar with isn't a great idea, is it? The first god quickly added, but isn't he about to die anyway? Hearing those words, Kang-Jin's heart seized with panic. He tossed his sword aside and scrambled over to Taehyun. Damn it, did I go too far? Thinking fast, Kang-Jin decided, I have to get him to Chaoron. But suddenly, a bullet whizzed past his head from behind. He'd sensed it just in time to duck out of the way. An ambush? Out of nowhere, a group of armed men appeared, their faces twisted with aggression. A brown-haired man holding a gun shouted, Attack him! He has to be exhausted by now. At his command, the entire mob charged straight for Kang-Jin and the fallen Taehyun. He recognized them immediately. Thugs from the third zone. As the thought raced through his mind, Kang-Jin pulled out a small green potion. I need to give Taehyun this healing potion. But to his utter shock, the vial suddenly slipped from his grasp. When he looked at his own palm, he saw it was covered in grime. Mud? Kang-Jin glanced back at the mob and saw one of them crouched down, a hand pressed to the earth. Is this some kind of earth magic? Looking down, he saw the ground around him was turning into a thick, viscous sludge. Kang-Jin struggled with all his might to break free. Damn it, I have to escape. But seeing him trapped, the mob only charged faster. The god's voice boomed again. Kang-Jin was still trying desperately to escape, but his fire control skill was deactivated due to a lack of mana. He was furious but helpless, able to do nothing but grit his teeth and watch them close in. Hey! The other god's voice rang out. Is Kang-Jin really going to lose after coming this far? But suddenly, the great serpent erupted from the ground, crashing into the attackers. Kang-Jin stared in complete astonishment. The great serpent was enraged, viciously swallowing one of the men whole. The attackers, seeing the monstrous creature, descended into chaos and panic. The great serpent opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The man it had just swallowed was spat back out. What the hell is that thing? How can a snake be that huge? Another one shouted in terror. Is that even a snake anymore? The men whispered fearfully to each other. It has to be a snake, right? What else could it be? The great serpent continued to bare its fangs at the group. Kang-Jin shouted anxiously. What are you idiots doing? That's the great serpent. He cursed them in his mind. Did these fools not read the instruction manual? Kang-Jin thought, I told it to stay underwater because I was worried this exact thing would happen. He remembered telling the great serpent that he would release it after 1 week, so it should stay out of sight and live a normal life. The guide window had explicitly stated that if you ever met the great serpent, you should never call it a snake. You cannot call the great serpent a snake. Back in the present, the beast's rage was suffocating. Its face darkened, its entire body trembling with fury. The attackers, instead of retreating in fear, boldly brandished their swords and rushed toward it. This must be Seo Kang-Jin's pet snake. Kill it. As the man swung his sword at the great serpent, Kang-Jin screamed, No, run. But the man didn't listen, landing a decisive slash on the creature's massive body. Die, you monster snake. The great serpent's eyes glowed blood red as it roared in agony. But then suddenly, the attacker's face turned pale with fear. Wait a minute. There's something strange about this snake. Kang-Jin was still using all his strength to escape, but watching the scene before him, he felt like he had been turned to stone. The great serpent was just that, a snake, denied its destiny to become a dragon. And now, its entire body erupted in a furious blaze. The very scarf he had wrapped around it was turning to ash, consumed by its rage and resentment. The serpent transformed into something truly monstrous. Its body swelled to a terrifying size as horns erupted from its head. In that moment, it became a new beast entirely, the Kang-Che-Dai. Enraged, the Kang-Che-Di raised its massive foot to crush the humans below. Only then did raw panic set in, and they scrambled to escape. Just then, a system window flashed to life. Protect the Kang-Che-Di. 15,501. 49 of 168 hours remaining. Kang-Jin struggled to carry Taehyun's body away from the chaos. He glanced back at the Kang-Che-Dai, its form still engulfed in roaring flames. I thought there was still a chance, if it could just recognize me. But the Kang-Che-Di suddenly snapped its head around, as if to extinguish that very hope. Its eyes promised only destruction. Without a moment's hesitation, it unleashed a torrent of fire toward Kang-Jin and the fleeing players. Miraculously, he managed to scramble to his feet and escape with the others. But there was no way this was happening. The Kang-Che-Di tilted its head to the sky, gathering a massive fireball. The entire area was bathed in the crimson glow of its inferno. Meanwhile, the two watching gods suddenly spoke up. Are those fools not even reading the tutorial? The other deity replied, well, I've never seen a Kang-Che-Di before. A new guide window appeared detailing the beast. Kang-Che-Di, dragon type, 3rd class. The great serpent had fallen into despair, unable to evolve into a true dragon. It now possessed both poison and fire attributes, with a body as hard as steel. From a distance, other players deep in battle saw the massive column of fire tear through the sky. Even its silhouette from afar was enough to strike terror into their hearts. The god could only utter a single, chilling phrase. They're doomed. Utterly doomed. Suddenly, an organizer appeared out of nowhere, megaphone in hand. This is the Destiny Protection Agency. A dragon-class monster, the Kang-Che-Di, is on the field. Deep in the forest, the twin sisters heard the frantic announcement. The warning echoed relentlessly through the trees. Everywhere the beast went, a sea of fire followed. 2 other players were desperately trying to flee as the Kang-Che-Di closed in. The one in front screamed in terror. It's coming this way. Choi Sang-won's face was drained of all color. He stammered, wait a minute. I don't have enough poison resistance, as a toxic aura spread from the beast. The announcer's voice boomed again. All rookies are ordered to evacuate to the sacred tree for your own safety. But in the chaos, everyone was only focused on saving their own lives, completely ignoring Sang-won's desperate plea. Sang-won collapsed to the ground as one of his classmates knelt down to check on him. Just as the flames were about to hit, they saw that Soa had thrown up a powerful shield, blocking the Kang-Che-Di's attack. Soa used her power to create a tunnel of tree trunks, urging everyone to safety. Hurry up and get to the sacred tree. The players shouted their thanks as they ran. Thank you. Thank you so much. The announcer continued to broadcast, straining to make sure every last person in the forest could hear. The message reached Kang-Jin's group. He thought to himself while running, I figured the agency would start making its move. All this time, he was still carrying Tae-hun on his back. The announcer was none other than Selman. He anxiously checked his system as he spoke. All rookies in the Viper room. But then, he paused. Never mind. A new mission has been issued by the Destiny Protection Agency. Slaying the Kang-Che-Di will count as mission completion. Elsewhere, Johan listened in silence, standing behind Gun. Jamin's voice added, and special rewards will be granted. Hearing the full announcement, Gozen's face lit up with excitement. You heard that too, right? Johan seemed to sense Gun's hesitation and clarified. He means our current position is right behind the dragon's tail. We're not too far. Gozen eagerly cut Johan off. Looks like it's time for a boss hunt. The Kang-Che-Di continued its rampage, spewing fire as it advanced deeper into the forest. After a long run, Kang-Jin finally reached the sacred tree with Tae-hun. Everyone was gathered there. Kang-Jin anxiously called out, Is Father Johan here? Hearing his name, Johan emerged from the crowd. I'm here. Kang-Jin gently lowered Tae-hun from his back and pleaded, Please, heal him. Johan was stunned to see Tae-hun's condition. What happened to him? Kang-Jin's face was filled with guilt and regret. It was my fault, he confessed. The father was even more shocked now. Just then, Soa rushed over, worried. Kang-Jin, are you okay? Are you all right? There's blood on your back. Hearing her, Kang-Jin turned his head. Kang-Jin pointed towards Tae-hun, who was now being healed by Father Johan. I'm fine. He's the one who's hurt. Soa followed his gaze. Isn't that the guy from District 3 who's always trying to pick a fight with you? Kang-Jin gave a short reply. Yeah. Soa pressed on. So I guess your great serpent is okay? What are you going to do about the mission to kill the Kang-Che-Di? At the mention of his serpent, Kang-Jin's expression darkened. He fell silent, slowly rising to his feet and staring toward the rampaging, fire-breathing monster. I need to assess this situation for myself, Kang-Jin added. That hanging serpent is the very beast I am sworn to protect. Hearing those words, Soa couldn't believe her own ears. The great serpent was still rampaging through the forest, furiously spewing fire in every direction. Could that really be the same one? She remembered the scene by the river, when she and the others saw Kang-Jin's serpent. Soa spoke with urgency. Then you can't possibly kill it. Kang-Jin's expression was just as grim. His gaze was fixed on the chaos ahead. I know, but I can't let it run wild like this either. Nearby, Tae-hun finally stirred, having been saved by Johan's father. His voice cut through the tension. Don't. At the sound of Tae-hun's voice, Kang-Jin whipped his head around. You're awake? The deep gash from Kang-Jin's blade was still fresh across Tae-hun's chest. He winced in pain, but forced himself to speak. You must not kill it. Kang-Jin was completely baffled by his words. After all, wasn't he planning to kill it anyway? But Tae-hun just shot back. It's different if I'm the one to do it. Kang-Jin wondered to himself, does he value loyalty that much? But he simply gave a vague reply. All right, I'll have to find a way then. But suddenly, Zelman appeared from out of nowhere and spoke. That's not going to work. Kang-Jin wasn't particularly surprised, just tilting his head. A messenger? The Kang-Chogi was still furious, with flames blazing around its body like a raging inferno. It roared with every step it took. That's when Zelman began to explain. A fallen great serpent must be eliminated. The heat and poison radiating from its body could destroy the entire demon realm. He let out a heavy sigh as he spoke. Normally, the protection agency would handle this, but I have no idea what the higher-ups are thinking. Hearing this, Tae-hun froze. Zelman continued. A failure. One that cannot ascend into a dragon is a massive problem. Every word struck Tae-hun like a hammer, his expression growing darker with dread. A failure? Tae-hun's head dropped, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kang-Jim continued speaking with Zelman. Regardless, it has to be stopped. Zelman warned him carefully. This isn't something you can decide on your own. Kang-Jim's reply was short. I understand. He then turned to Soa, who seemed lost in her own thoughts. I think I have to take care of the Kang-Chogi. Can I count on everyone's help? Soa, along with the nearby twin sisters, eagerly agreed. Of course, we're here for you. Soa gently reassured Kang-Jim. We're comrades. Tae-hun overheard their conversation. The word comrades made him flinch, and the look on his face grew darker and more twisted. His mind flashed back to the earlier scene. While he was unconscious, the Great Serpent had dealt with those other enemies for Kang-Jim. Then what about the Great Serpent? Does it mean nothing to you at all? His thoughts boiling over, he shot to his feet, shouting at the group. Wait a minute, you're really going to kill it. With every word, his panic for the Great Serpent grew. But it's your Great Serpent. All of his empathy seemed to pour out for the creature. He gritted his teeth, his anger palpable. Tae-hun yelled, all his resentment spilling out. You, of all people, shouldn't be the one to kill it. And with that, he abruptly spun around and stormed off. Seeing this, Kang-Jim called out, Hey, Kang Tae-hun. He was utterly confused by Tae-hun's reaction, able to do nothing but watch him go in silence. At the base of the sacred tree, a large crowd of participants had gathered. Even after some time, the dark look on Tae-hun's face didn't fade. He stewed in his anger, completely lost in thought as Zelman's words echoed in his mind. A failure. One that cannot ascend into a dragon is a massive problem. Tae-hun sat perched on a branch of the sacred tree, his mind in turmoil. Those words replayed over and over again in his ears. You are a failure. He grimaced in agony as the past flooded back. A memory of his father, viciously slapping him and screaming, Are you trying to drag my name through the mud? Every single curse his father ever hurled at him came flooding back. I'm ashamed to have a son like you. Tae-hun even remembered the look on his face as he screamed, his cheeks stinging red. All he could do was lower his head in humiliation. For 20 years, I lived my life exactly as he commanded, but it seems even that was never enough for him. Suddenly, a voice seemed to echo in his mind. Is this really the best you can do? Everyone said you were destined for greatness. Images of certificates and trophies flashed through his mind. It's not that I couldn't achieve those things. I just wasn't the perfect son my parents wished for. In his mind's eye, he was just a child, sitting alone on a swing set, completely lost. And to them, anything less than perfect was nothing more than a failure. I can't shake the feeling that I'll never escape this fate of being a failure. He saw himself, alone, defeating everyone with just a wooden plank, but still utterly alone. That deep-seated insecurity is what made me rebel, what made me fight all the time. I started seeing everyone as the enemy. The image of the Kang-Chogi was before him again, roaring and breathing fire. But if you look closely, you could see tears streaming down its face. Maybe that's why I feel such a connection to this great serpent. Back in the present, Tae-hun sat alone, watching the enraged Kang-Chogi from a distance. I thought you, at least, were different. What happened? Kang-Jim. He recalled the moment Kang-Jim had struggled to carry him on his back. Tae-hun wasn't completely unconscious at the time. Feeling the strain on Kang-Jim's back, he had spoken up. Why are you helping me? Aren't you afraid of being betrayed by someone from District 3? But Kang-Jim answered instantly, without a moment's hesitation. I don't think you'd do that. He then added calmly, You're just not that kind of person. Hearing those words, Tae-hun could hardly believe it. It was like he'd been jolted awake. Every single word Kang-Jim had spoken to him echoed once more in his mind. I know what kind of person you are. I trust you. Tae-hun covered his face, hiding his expression, but those words alone lifted a massive weight from his shoulders. Still, his gaze remained locked on the distant form of Kang-Chogi. I understand we can't just let that colossal serpent rampage and destroy the entire demon world. Tae-hun then glanced down at Kang-Jim's group below. But if it's possible, I want to save Kang-Chogi, the one who saved me. Down below, Kang-Jim was talking to the others, suddenly revealing a key in his hand. The twin sisters' eyes lit up with excitement. If you can borrow a weapon, does that mean we can finally kill Kang-Chogi? But Kang-Jim cut in, his tone suddenly serious. Let me make one thing clear. I'll be the one to handle Kang-Jim. He gripped the key tightly, his eyes gleaming with newfound confidence. But I'm not going to kill it. Kang-Jim began to solemnly explain his plan to the group. Here's my strategy. After hearing him out, they seemed to agree. So was the first to speak. It sounds like it's worth a shot. The older sister, Junbom, asked with a hint of doubt. Should we tell the others not to kill him? Her question left Kang-Jim completely baffled. He had no idea someone else was gunning for the serpent's head. Why would they? They only needed to survive one more day to clear the mission. Junbom clarified. It's that bastard. At her words, Kang-Jim. And Junbom all pictured Gozen's cruel, twisted face. Elsewhere, Auden turned to Cha Jo-han. How did he react when he heard the news? Cha Jo-han replied, You mean that psycho Gozen? He was thrilled, said he was finally going to fight a real boss. Hearing this, Kang-Jim's head snapped around, his eyes filled with alarm. Where is he now? In another area, Gozen appeared, his face a mask of murderous intent. And where do you all think you're going? Choi Sang-hwan, clutching his pet snake, answered nervously, To the hallway, of course. Are you seriously planning to fight that thing? A few other players lingered behind him, equally terrified. Gozen tilted his head as if he didn't understand. Choi Sang-hwan stepped forward, trying to reason with him. We just have to survive until tomorrow and the mission is cleared. Why would we do something so reckless? Choi Sang-hwan tried to hurry past Gozen as he spoke. I'm taking Gusi to a safe place. If you want to fight it, go right ahead. But in a flash, Gozen's hand shot out, grabbing Guzi's body in a powerful grip. Oh, is that right? Gozen's voice was deceptively calm. But what are you going to do now? The moment the words left his lips, he squeezed with bone-crushing force. The snake's mouth flew open in a silent scream as black energy swirled around its body. A system window popped up. Decomposition skill activated. In an instant, Juicy was torn into 2 bloody pieces by Gozen's ability. Looks like your snake is dead. Choi Sang-hwan was so stunned he couldn't even react. No. Gusi, he cried out in pure agony. Gozen acted as if nothing had happened, dusting off his hands. Don't be so pathetic. Choi Sang-hwan was frozen in place, staring at Gucci's severed head in his hands, unable to even form tears. Gozen turned his cold gaze to the remaining players. The same goes for all of you. The other players flinched, paralyzed by fear. Without another word, Gozen moved like a phantom, using his skill to do the exact same thing to every one of their pet snakes. The players could only scream in horror. My snake! Why are you doing this? The mutilated remains of their companions littered the ground, none of them left whole. No, don't kill it. One of the players finally snapped, shouting in outrage. This isn't fair. How come your snake gets to live while ours have to die? Gozen answered with a casual shrug. Oh, my snake. As if on cue, his own snake suddenly cried out in pain. With zero hesitation, he calmly did the same to the creature wrapped around his own neck. A system window appeared. You have failed to protect your snake. The entire group watched in stunned silence as the corpse of his snake fell to the floor. Before they could process what had happened, Gozen spoke again. Satisfied now? He offered them a warm, friendly smile, even as dark energy continued to crackle around his outstretched hand. Now we have no choice but to kill Kang-Jim. Let's fight together, shall we? A moment later, Gozen led the broken players towards Kang-Jim's group, a cheerful spring in his step. Hey, Kang-Jim. Let's go kill Kang-Jim. Hearing his voice, Kang-Jim turned to face him. I was just looking for you. The players trailing behind Gozen looked utterly defeated and miserable. Kang-Jim noticed them. Why are so many people following you? Gozen beamed. They're the support team for the main character, of course. He spoke with absolute, unwavering confidence. You have a plan to kill it, right? Behind him, the terrified players desperately tried to gesture to Kang-Jim. Just say yes, Kang-Jim. Don't let this psycho become the leader. Kang-Jim remained perfectly calm as he replied to Gozen. I do, and I'm going to need your cooperation. I have a way to deal with Kang-Jim. In a completely different location, several impeccably dressed individuals stepped through a spatial gate. I'll never understand the director, one of them muttered. It was none other than Wong Yu's team. Gilman trailed behind, confused. The interns could actually die, you know. Wong Yu didn't seem to care in the slightest as he walked forward. That's precisely why we've come to them now. Navi, walking at the rear, seemed focused on something. Dong Yu was with them, her arms crossed as she spoke with a smirk. Team leader Gong, you're late. Gong Yu shot back angrily. What is she doing here? This isn't even her sector. Then Gong Yu turned to Jiang Li Bai. Team leader Jiang, it's been a while. He just yawned sleepily and replied, yeah. Meanwhile, over with the Kang-Jim D. It was under attack. A laser beam suddenly shot past its head. Gong Yu whipped his head toward the observation window Li Bai was using. Who's fighting the Kang Trio Dai? Li Bai answered his question immediately. Team leader Gong's intern, Gong Seo Kang-Ji. Through the window, they could see the Kang Trio D up close. It was enraged, spewing flames everywhere. A few people were fighting it from the cliffs, Li Bai added, and they're all from Sector 2. Gong Yu stared intently at the screen. Gong Seo Kang-Ji. Li Bai sat down under a tree, casually fanning himself with a piece of paper. It's not like they can kill it anyway. Let's just deal with it and get out of here. But Gong Yu stopped them. Wait a minute. The director told us to hold on. Her gaze was fixed on something in the distance, but Gong Yu seemed to be watching the Kang Trio die, which was furiously breathing fire. I just hope they give up soon. She turned to Gong Yu. If Gong Seo Kang-Ji fails, I'm recruiting him for Sector 1. Gong Yu snapped. Is that why you came all the way out here? Gong Yu replied, completely unfazed. I just want to know where such a powerful awakened being came from. I'm a huge fan. Not far away, Gang Do watched in silence, but looking closer, his lips were pressed into a thin line, seething with a hidden anger. Back at the fight, a bullet slammed into the back of the Kang Trio Dai's neck. The one who fired the shot was none other than Rune Bomb. After firing, she immediately began to reposition. A system window appeared with the weapon's info. Demon Slaying Rifle. A high-caliber rifle for hunting thick-skinned monsters, borrowed from Gun's armory. The Kang Trio D instantly spun around, its massive jaws opening wide, preparing to unleash another torrent of flames. But as a massive fireball erupted towards Rune Bomb, Cha appeared from behind, raising a shield that completely blocked the blast. Skill activated, Protective Barrier. While the Kang Trio D was still breathing fire, another laser-like streak shot through its body, drawing blood. The flash was an arrow from Jian. As she took aim, the young girl yelled to draw its attention. Hey, over here. Hearing her voice, the beast whipped around, once again preparing to incinerate its new target. The bow's information appeared. Blood Bow, a replica of the bow used by the hero who shot down 9 suns, borrowed from Gun's armory. But just as the flames rushed toward her, Lynn appeared out of nowhere, forming a shield to block the attack. Skill activated, Water Control. Watching from a distance, Gong Yu couldn't believe his eyes. What are they doing? Why do they keep missing? But their defense is perfect, isn't it? He watched with mounting tension, thinking to himself, how did these low-level runts get their hands on those weapons? At this rate, they'll never be able to defeat the Kang Trio Dai. The beast wasn't calming down. It was only getting angrier. Once again, it reared back to unleash its fire. But this time, it wasn't flames that came out, only scorching heat. The monster itself seemed momentarily confused. Seeing this, the other players charged forward with their weapons. It's out of fire. Everyone, advance. But as they got closer, a powerful aura of heat and toxic gas still radiated from its body. A male player with a shield struggled against the intense heat. Damn it, the heat and poison are still too strong. Get the poison and fire-resistant members to the front. The others hesitated for a moment. One of them asked, can we really do this? Then, one of them pulled out a scroll. Should we use this on one of the walls? And just like that, massive ice shards erupted from the ground, encasing the Kang Trio Dai's body. Skill activated. Ice Wall Summon. With the beast contained, one of them shouted, all right, keep pushing it to the marked point. But suddenly, the monster's tail swung with incredible force. The ice wall shattered into a million tiny pieces. The players who were closing in turned pale with fear. This is impossible. Soa's voice suddenly cut through the chaos. All water ability users. I'll try to restrict its movement. Everyone else, focus on putting out the fire. In an instant, Soa used her skill, causing massive vines to erupt and bind the creature's body. Skill activated. Leaf Gathering. The other players blasted the Kang Trio D with water. Skill activated. Water Bomb. They all encouraged each other as they fought. Keep going. Don't let the fire reach the vines. Skill activated. Water Cannon. The remaining players used their shields to contain the water. Push harder. Skill activated. Monster Strength. Skill activated. Physical Enhancement. Just like that, everyone worked in perfect harmony to subdue the Kang Trio Dai. We're almost there. Just a little more. High above, a lone crow circled the chaotic scene. Down below, Kang Trio D let out a deafening roar. Its colossal feet slammed down, shattering the ice walls and cracking The other players cried out in panic. We can't push it back anymore. Damn it, what do we do now? Kang-Jim said to push it into the chasm. Just then, a man named Gaon emerged from the crowd. He stood before them all, a dark, sinister energy beginning to radiate from his body. All you extras, get behind me now. With those words, Gaon slammed his hand to the ground with all his might. The earth instantly shattered, activating his disintegration skill. Caught in the collapse, Kang Trio D couldn't escape its fate and plunged into the abyss. Its massive body crashed violently onto the rocks below. From the sky, the crow witnessed everything, and its eyes began to glow. Its eye lit up like a camera lens. Watching through the crow's vision, a man named Lee Baek spoke up. Interesting. On the monitor, the feed showed Kang-Jim, sword in hand, leaping onto Kang Cheo-Dai's head. What is Kang-Jim doing up there? Back on the beast, Kang-Jim reached out with his superheated hands, aiming for its tough hide. Thick steam billowed from the monster's body, shrouding the area in a blinding fog. Kang-Jim fought against the intense heat, his grip firm on his sword as he searched for a hollow on its head. Once he found his target, Kang-Jim didn't hesitate, plunging his sword deep into the spot. There it is, someone watching the system panel shouted. Huh? The screen showed the giant monster, with Kang-Jim riding on its head. A voice cut through the silence. So that's where he went? Kang-Du chuckled, turning to Dong Yu. I knew he had a plan. What do you think? He's going to defeat it, right? But she didn't share his excitement at all. Damn it, she thought bitterly, turning away to bite her nails with a twisted scowl. I was counting on him failing this mission so I could recruit him to my side. I've already lost too many useful trainees from Area 1. I need to scout talent from other sectors. She watched the scene unfold. If they actually manage to kill Kang Cheo-Dai, her entire plan will be ruined. Maybe I should intervene and make sure he fails. Meanwhile, Kang-Du was glued to the system panel, completely oblivious. Let's see here. As she was weighing her options, she heard Kang-Du mutter something while staring at the screen. Wait a second, he mumbled in confusion. What is he trying to do? Back with Kang-Jim, his hand rested on a specific point. Sparks flew and searing smoke swirled around his boots. The temperature was rising rapidly. Kang-Jim struggled as he scanned Kang Cheo-Dai's skull. In the very center, he found the depression. Suddenly, he raised his sword with a triumphant grin. Found you. Earlier, when Kang-Jim had first proposed his plan, Tae-hoon had been the first to agree. I think it's definitely worth a shot. But Kang-Jim himself had frowned with worry. The problem is, it's gone berserk. It won't even recognize me. Tae-hoon thought for a moment, then a confident smile spread across his face. Don't worry, I have a solution for that. Just strike its Bai-Hui pressure point directly. It will remember you then. The moment the sword pierced its skull, dark energy poured from the wound. A jolt of pure agony shot through the beast, causing it to let out a tormented shriek. Kang-Jim held the sword firm, shouting to calm the creature. It's okay, calm down. It's me, Kang-Jim. In that instant, all of Kang Cheo-Dai's rage just vanished. It stopped screaming, and its massive head slowly lowered. Kang-Jim looked it straight in the eye, his gaze filled with sincerity. Do you remember me now? As if that wasn't enough, he pulled out a long, red ribbon. Do you remember this? He asked, tying it around one of its horns. I'm tying our mark of friendship to you once again. Back in the control room, Kang-Du stroked his chin. Is he taming it to make the kill easier? Now that's impressive. Lee Baek also stared at the monitor, nodding. That's cruelly brilliant. Hearing their awe, Dong Nai leaned in, her eyes fixed on the screen. What is this? As she watched Kang-Jim actually tame the beast, she fell deep into thought. Then, a smug smile crept across Dong Yu's face. She turned and gave a sharp order to Lee Baek. Record this and file the report immediately. Report, Team 1 Leader. Dong Yu personally subjugated Kang Cheo-Dai after the other trainees proved incapable of defeating it. Kang-Du spun around furiously to confront her. What is the meaning of this? Team Leader Kang-Du. This sector is under my jurisdiction, she said as lightning crackled in her hands. We are the ones with the final say here. The director never gave such an order. And from where I'm standing, it looks like Kang-Jim is in grave danger. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the exact spot where they stood. Kang-Du roared in absolute fury. Are your eyes just for show? Why would you cast a spell so recklessly? The sword embedded in the beast's head acted as a perfect lightning rod. The shockwave sent Kang-Jim flying off the beast's head. Enraged, Kang-Du grabbed Dong Yu by the collar and lifted her into the air. Have you lost your damn mind? You just attacked a trainee, but she merely feigned a look of pure innocence. Wait, why did the lightning strike the monster's head? I was aiming for its body. It looks like Seo Kang-Jin wasn't hit directly. On the monitor, Seo Kang-Jin was still reeling from Gang Cheo's raw power. Watching this, Gong Yu cried out in alarm. Are you kidding me? But Dong Yu just shrugged it off with a smirk. My bad, my aim was a little off. And with that, she turned and bolted. She had it all calculated. If Seo Kang-Jin died, things would get complicated, so she just dropped the lightning near him. Gong Yu desperately gave chase. What do you think you're doing? But Dong Yu had already leaped from the cliff's edge. She shot a look back at him over her shoulder. He's in danger, so I'm going to save him. Gong Yu yelled after her. Team leader Se Moon, stop immediately. But Dong Yu was already weaving her magic. Skill activated. Cloud step. Skill activated. Lightning strike. Her spell crashed down directly onto Gang Cheo's massive form. A smug grin spread across Dong Yu's face as she hummed a little tune. This time, I hit my mark. Right after the attack, Gong Yu and Li Bake leaped down after her. Gong Yu warned her, if anything happens to CEO Kang-Jin, I swear I won't forgive you. But before he could finish his threat, he heard her gasp in shock. Huh, what? Why didn't it connect? Just then, a system notification appeared. Gang Cheo has failed to resist the mark of friendship. Gang Cheo has been subjugated by CEO Kang-Jin, struggling against Gang Cheo's overwhelming energy while being hit by a lightning bolt. CEO Kang-Jin could barely draw a breath. Damn it, did the messengers interfere somehow? Down below, Dong Yu landed gracefully on a small rocky ledge. She stared at the sword embedded in the cliffside, and it all clicked. It seems that weapon has the ability to attract lightning, so that's why my attack had no effect. This sword must have absorbed the entire impact of the blast. As Gong Yu and Li Bake landed near Seo Kang-Jin, he spoke up suddenly. Team leader, Gong Yu. In his mind, a thought surfaced. She's the woman from that video. Dong Yu looked genuinely regretful as she held out his sword. I'm so sorry, Seo Kang-Jin. I was just trying to help you out, but it seems I only made things worse. It's a miracle you weren't struck. But Gang Cheo's wounds look pretty severe. She kept talking, a nervous energy about her. I'll return your sword, but in exchange, just leave Gang Cheo to me. She barely got the words out before Seo Kang-Jin shot her down. No one is going to lay a finger on Gang Cheo. Dong Yu froze, taken aback. What are you talking about? Seo Kang-Jin moved to stand protectively in front of Gang Cheo's head. I never intended to kill him, and I absolutely will not let you kill him either. He placed a hand firmly over his own heart, his voice unwavering. He is my dragon. Gang Cheo's eyes shot open, staring at the small hand, shielding him. Dong Yu's brow furrowed in frustration. That's not a dragon. It's a Gang Cheo. But before she could finish, Gong Yu cut her off with a sharp gesture. He spoke with a tone of disappointment. And what about it, Seo Kang-Jin? Even if it seems tame now, it's still a monster. Seo Kang-Jin desperately tried to reason with them. The poison and fire aura radiating from its body isn't that powerful. I can bring it under control. I won't let you kill him. Gong Yu ground his teeth in frustration. You stubborn fool. But Seo Kang-Jin didn't yield an inch. Just let me handle this. With that, Seo Kang-Jin placed his hand on Gang Cheo's head and began to summon a small unicorn. I need your help, my friend. Lynn chirped, as if it understood completely. It floated just above Gang Cheo's head as a gentle, jade-green magic enveloped the beast, causing it to tremble. A stream of silver-green light poured directly into Gang Cheo's mind. In an instant, the creature's entire massive body began to radiate light. The blinding brilliance forced everyone to look away. Dong Yu had no choice but to shield her eyes. The other trainees nearby staggered back, covering their faces. Even the injured Tae-hoon, leaning against a tree, was no exception. Seo Kang-Jin cradled Gang Cheo's head. You're not a monster, and you're not a failure. Hearing those words, Tae-hoon's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. He stared at Seo Kang-Jin, who spoke to the beast with a gentle gaze. You are a dragon. A system window appeared, commencing purification of the monster Gang Cheo's negative aura. In a flash of light, Gang Cheo's body began to shrink. It leaped into Seo Kang-Jin's arms as if finally coming home. A single tear of gratitude glistened on its cheek. Seo Kang-Jin walked over, holding both Gang Cheo and Lynn. He looked directly at Gong Yu and said, See, he's perfectly calm now. Seeing him gently stroking the small dragon's horns, both Gong Yu and Dong Yu were utterly stunned. What? A unicorn can do something like that? Even Li Bag bent down, affectionately poking one of the horns and laughing. It really is a dragon. At that moment, everyone's system window lit up. You've defeated the monster, Gang Cheo. The siblings, Jun Bayong and Johan, cheered. Yes. It says, mission complete. I got the notification too. Gozen smiled, watching the trainees celebrate their victory. Seo Kang-Jin then turned to Li Bak with a slight bow. Messenger, is it all right if I take this dragon with me? He might still be in a bit of trouble. Gong Yu cut in, his voice laced with irritation. Do whatever you want. But I think you have bigger problems to worry about, Seo Kang-Jin. His words caught Seo Kang-Jin by surprise, but then realization dawned. Oh, right. Thank you. Gong Yu continued with concern. I was watching from a distance, so I can't be sure. But it looks like you've sustained more than just a single wound. Dong Yu put a hand to her mouth, feigning shock. That's right. If we just left him, he'd be dead by now. Gong Yu snarled through gritted teeth. Watch your mouth. Suddenly, Dong Yu turned to Du Hun. Get over there and heal him. You brought your supplies, right? He casually pulled out his kit in response. All right, fine, she said with a forced smile toward Kang-Jin. This stuff is expensive, you know. I was saving it for a real emergency. Just as she finished speaking, Du-hun cheerfully announced, all done. Dong Yu's eyes went wide, staring at the two massive poultices on Kang-Jin's cheeks. All right then. A moment later, Du-hun returned, only to be immediately confronted by her. I know I told you to heal him, but did you have to use so much? While they argued, Kang-Jin's attention was drawn to something behind him. He held Kang-Cho protectively, glaring at Tae-hoon. You're here to hurt him, aren't you? Tae-hoon's face soured at the accusation. Tae-hoon quickly waved his hands in defense. No, you've got it all wrong. That's not a great serpent. It's a dragon. As Tae-hoon and Kang-Cho stared at each other, Kang-Jin muttered absently, I don't know if there are any other snakes I can point you to. Seeing the vicious look on Kang-Cho's face, Tae-hoon immediately backed away. Nope, I have zero intention of looking for one. He held up his hands innocently. I already told you, Tae-hoon said. I lost, so I'll back off. But suddenly, Kang-Jin drew his sword. Not yet. First, you will follow my command. Tae-hoon paused, then let out a smirk. Oh? And what command would that be? Without another word, Kang-Jin turned to leave, beckoning for Tae-hoon to follow. Come with me, Tae-hoon asked, confused. Why do we have to move? Kang-Jin shot him a look that was meant to be reassuring. It's nothing major. But as Tae-hoon hurried to catch up, he thought, this feels like something very major. Let's just talk here, Tae-hoon insisted. But they moved to a spot nearby, where Kang-Jin spoke for a long time. Finally, Tae-hoon cautiously asked a question. Is that really possible? Kang-Jin gave him a solemn nod. He even offered Tae-hoon an out. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But before Kang-Jin could finish, Tae-hoon cut in. I'll do it. Just as you said. A curious smile spread across his face. It's a pleasure doing business with you. The destinies of Seo Kang-Jin and Kang Tae-hoon are now intertwined. A new path in Seo Kang-Jin's fate has been unlocked. Current destiny classification for Seo Kang-Jin. Human. Tier 2. In the dead of night, only the sound of weary breathing could be heard. What's going on? Kang-Jin wondered. My chest feels so heavy. Is it sleep paralysis again? He gritted his teeth, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. It actually hurts. A lot. I thought I was used to the nightmares and the paralysis by now. He tried to move his limbs and felt a slight twitch. Wait, I can move. A wave of relief washed over him. Maybe. I can even sit up. But then he realized what was on his chest. It was Lynn, crying out incessantly. Lynn. He managed to touch the small creature. Get off of me. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Skill, purification has been activated. A soothing, turquoise light flowed from Lynn, sinking into Kang-Jin's forehead. He whispered to the creature, Why? Are you using this on me? The next thing he knew, morning light streamed onto his face. He shot upright, completely disoriented. What? Is the night over? Is it already the next day? Beside him, Lynn suddenly latched onto the hem of his shirt, yanking it upwards and startling him. Hey, what are you doing? Did you purify the rest of the poison? Seeing his wound had healed, he gently stroked Lynn's head in praise. Thank you. A moment later, Kang-Jin scratched his head as he got out of bed. Man, I slept through the whole day. I must have been completely wiped out. I slept like a log. But then he sensed something else in the room. He slowly bent down, his eyes fixed on the space under his bed. Black Crimson Dragon, Demonic Class, Tier 3. A dragon embodying poison, fire, and water. It is belligerent, with higher offensive power than its kin, he sighed to himself. But I have to send it back to the spirit realm. It just won't stop trying to bite Kang Tae-hoon. He scooped the small dragon up. Did I really summon this thing in my sleep? All right, be good now. What should I name it? David? Or maybe Lucky? The little dragon in his arms suddenly went limp, its stomach rumbling loudly. Seeing this, he held it close and called out to Lynn. Okay, let's go get some food, John. Lynn, you too. Down in the dining hall, a few others were eating. Kang-Jin watched his two companions devour their food like starving wolves, thinking with a pained expression. Now my food bill is going to double. Just then, Go-Run approached their table with a friendly greeting. Ah, Seo Kang-Jin. There you are. He leaned over, staring at John, ignoring the fierce glare the little dragon gave him. So this is a dragon? Huh. What's its name? Kang-Jin replied flatly, John. Hearing the name, Go-Run flinched, pulling his hand back instinctively. Wait, isn't that a snake's name? Kang-Jin turned to him, his tone sharp. I named him that, so that's his name now. Go-Run fell silent, Noticing that neither creature looked happy to see him, he put on a friendly smile. Come to think of it, didn't you get something else out of that deal, too? Kang-Jin's eyes narrowed suspiciously. He was right. It wasn't just about getting a new companion. Back then, Tae-hoon had asked him directly, "So, what's the command?" Kang-Jin had answered with satisfaction, "You will go to Area 2. Kang-Jin pondered the situation. There must be a reason why Anna Navi stressed the Area 2 mission, especially for trainees who had already lost their snakes. She had announced it to all the trainees. You have all failed the mission in Area 2. However, even with this failure, an opportunity remains. If you proceed to a different area, at that point, you can redo the entire mission. But the difficulty will be significantly lower." Gozen suddenly sat down, startling the small creature so much it flinched, not daring to eat the last seed. "Why did you do that?" Kang-Jin let out a long sigh and began to explain. "He seems useful." Gozen only looked more confused. "There are a ton of guys like him out there." He shot back, clearly irritated. Johan and Lynn had already vanished. Maybe it's because he knows his place, unlike some people. Hearing this, Gozen's eyes lit up. "Does that mean he's going to be successful in the future?" Kang-Jin asked, a nervous sweat beading on his forehead. "What? You think I can see the future?" Gozen looked down with a sad smile. "Yeah. You look like the main character back in that room full of vipers." He remembered the words Kang-Jin had spoken to Johan. "You are a dragon." Placing a hand over his own heart, Gozen nodded with a newfound understanding. "So I've been doing some self-reflection." Hearing that, Kang-Jin hesitated. "About what?" Gozen stared down at the table. "It's just, I feel like I'm not pulling my own weight." Kang-Jin's mind flashed back to Gozen begging for the heads of the defeated snakes. Not pulling his weight? What is he talking about? "I think you did more than your fair share during that whole mess." Outwardly, he forced a smile. "You were a massive help." Gozen trembled as if a raw nerve had been struck. His eyes blazed with intensity as he cut him off. "No, I mean helping you." His hands balled into tight fists. "Being like this, I'm only." But just as he was about to pour his heart out, the dining room door swung open and Gozen fell silent. Shin-Sua entered, giving him a deeply suspicious look. Gozen feigned, bumping her shoulder as he passed by. "I have to go. You're overthinking it. I need to get back to work." Watching him leave as Shin-Sua hurried over, Kang-Jin couldn't help but think, he seems to be trying really hard to avoid her. Gozen and Shin-Sua walked right past each other, yet she only had a cheerful greeting for him. "Kang-Jin, are you all right?" Seeing them completely ignore one another, Kang-Jin thought to himself, "Is he avoiding Shin-Sua?" He answered her out loud, "Yeah, I'm fine. How about you?" She lingered beside him, hesitating. "I'm okay, but..." He didn't do anything weird, did he? He's already hurt so many people. The air suddenly felt thick with tension. A lot of people are wary of Jang Tae-hun, since he's from another zone. Watching Tae-hun and Gozen pass each other outside, Kang-Jin tried to reassure her. "Don't worry about Tae-hun. He isn't a bad person." His eyes followed Gozen's retreating figure with caution. By the time Tae-hun walked inside, his normal, cheerful expression was back in place. "Hey, Bayong, talking about me." Seeing him arrive, Kang-Jin made a quick introduction. Let me introduce you. This is Shin-Sua." She offered Tae-hun a pleasant smile. "Hey, I'm on Kang-Jin's team." "Shin-Sua, is it?" He sat down across from them, his entire demeanor shifting to become serious. Hello. I'm Jang Tae-hun, from Zone 3. It's a pleasure." The atmosphere immediately fell quiet, with only Johan looking like he wanted to lunge across the table and devour Tae-hun. Just as the silence became unbearable, Shin-Sua stood up to say her goodbyes. Well, everyone enjoy the meal. It was a bit abrupt, but Kang-Jin didn't try to stop her. "All right, see you later." As they watched her leave, Kang-Jin's mind started to spin. I really thought she was going to talk a bit more. Tae-hun leaned closer, his curiosity obvious. "Your girlfriend?" Kang-Jin let out a sigh and shot him a weary look. "No, and call me Bayong." Seeing he'd been called out, Tae-hun just let out a goofy laugh. "Right, you're older than me." When he saw that Tae-hun wasn't going to fix it, Kang-Jin pressed on. "You only started talking to me so casually since yesterday." Tae-hun finally caved and told the truth. "Well, calling you Hyung feels kind of awkward." "Hyung. Kang-Jin Hyung?" Suddenly, his tone turned sincere. "Honestly, from the moment we met, you seemed incredibly familiar." Kang-Jin was taken aback. "I have?" Tae-hun's mind flashed back to Kang-Jin in the middle of battle. "Yeah. So I thought maybe you were the person I fought before. Plus, you looked really happy to see me." It was the same exact feeling I got from Shin-Sua just now. I had a feeling that we would end up working together a lot in the future. He grinned like a fool, while Kang-Jin's eyes widened in a panic that felt like deja vu. It's like I've met both of you somewhere before. Kang-Jin's voice trembled as his hands clenched. Like, it was destiny? Hearing that word, Tae-hun covered his mouth in embarrassment. Saying it like that is a little cringy. But yeah, I just feel like we're fated to be on the same team. Kang-Jin's grip tightened, fear twisting in his gut. He thought frantically. Does he really believe this is all just a coincidence? Is it possible that I'm repeating the future all over again? Tae-hun glanced around, sizing the place up. I thought you were a lone wolf, but you actually have a lot of friends. I'd like to get closer to them, not just Shin Sua, but the others too. Suddenly, his expression hardened. Ah, but forget that one bastard. Kang-Jin looked confused. Who? Doc Gozen? Tae-hun recalled the look on his face as he controlled the snakes. Yeah, the guy who killed all the snakes in the reptile room. I can't stand guys like that. How could he kill the very creatures he swore to protect? I would never be friends with someone like him. Seeing Tae-hun getting genuinely angry, Kang-Jin broke into a cold sweat. Ah, I had a feeling you'd hate him. Yeah, but don't go picking a fight with him or anything. Kang-Jin added, figuring he'd probably get along well with Shin Sua and Cha Johan. He's the same age as Junbam and Jian, so they should get along too, right? He thought with a bright smile. Seizing the moment, Tae-hun spoke up. Oh, and one more thing. He beckoned Kang-Jin closer with his finger. I have a proposal for you. A moment later, Tae-hun kicked a door clean off its hinges. The glass in its window had already been shattered, used as a makeshift shield against a barrage of bullets. Once the door was nothing but splinters, Tae-hun burst into the room beyond. A thunderous brawl erupted inside, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Tae-hun smashed through the walls until he finally emerged, a streak of dark syrup dripping from his nose. He stared down the girl, holding a gun aimed right at his head. So, are you going to tell me why you attacked me? Runbom cocked her weapon, her aura flaring. Because I cannot accept you. Though a smile played on his lips, Tae-hun's tightly clenched fist revealed his true fury. Who are you to accept me or not? You're the one who brought me here. Runbom's eyes burned with hatred. I am my master's #1 student, and my guardian god doesn't like you. He said you're a dishonorable man for trying to snatch Si Kang from us. The power of Olympus began to radiate from the young girl. Runbom growled at Tae-hun. I heard you asked him to accept the EU yesterday. And that you mentioned the oath of the Peach Garden, didn't you, Tae-hun? But he refused to back down. The power of Shu Han, led by the war god Wong Yu, manifested around him. Tae-hun let out a short, contemptuous laugh. Heh. If your god likes him so much, why didn't he recruit him sooner? And why are you so angry when I already failed? Runbom's aim never wavered. Master doesn't care about such things, so why don't you just give up? The moment she finished speaking, Tae-hun's blunt reply cut through the air. No. Standing beside her, Jian frowned. Do you even understand your current situation? We're only being this patient because we don't think you can fight back. With that, the kid turned and snapped at Runbom. Hey, I'm the real #1, so get out of my way and let me handle him. Annoyed, she yelled back, you want to go? Jian glanced at Tae-hun with a calculating look. You came to us after failing a mission, so you must be weak. What's taking so long? Tae-hun caught fragments of the muttering and leaned in. What was that? He cracked his knuckles and tilted his head. You want to fight? You two look pretty weak yourselves. In an instant, Jian's bow was drawn and ready. The two sisters continued their taunts. Are you blind or something? Just try it. Suddenly, a voice cut in, making Jian jump. What are you all doing? Kang-Jin walked up, frowning at the scene. Are you fighting? Everything seemed fine when I introduced you yesterday. Jian stammered out an explanation. It's because he kept talking about our guardian gods, and Runbom couldn't say a word back. Basically, both of our guardian gods told us to make Tae-hun give up. Kang-Jin's expression darkened as he questioned them in a low voice. Your guardian gods told you to fight. Seeing the two girls fall silent, their heads hung low, Kang-Jin asked directly, Runbom, Jian, do you still want to become my guardians? Is your god the same, Tae-hun? Tae-hun glanced at him and nodded. Yes, desperately. Kang-Jin covered his mouth in disbelief. He thought for a moment, then clapped his hands to get their attention. All right, let's do this then. Kang-Jin pointed to both sides. I will accept the guardian of whichever side wins. His words left both parties completely stunned. But before they could react, he added another condition that made them lean in closer. However, Kang-Jin drew the hilt of his sword, pointing it at all three of them. You'll have to fight me. If I win, you all have to give up. He unsheathed the blade with deadly seriousness, and I will demand compensation from your guardians, too. It better be at least a divine-grade item, go tell them. Their fingers began tapping away on their system screens. Tae-hun still seemed a bit hesitant. Meanwhile, Runbom and Jian were in a heated discussion. Kang-Jin watched them, his mind on the commands of the gods. Having a guardian god lets you borrow their power, but in return, you must obey them. But not every command from a god is a divine oracle. If you blindly follow their orders without thinking for yourself, you become nothing more than a puppet. Heaving the sword onto his shoulder, Kang-Jin waited, his face resolute. I'm not willing to take that risk. After finishing his conversation, Tae-hun stammered an explanation. The gods are saying it's not fair, because you're too strong. Kang-Jin immediately laid out his terms. Fine, the use of skills is forbidden, and all of you can attack me at once. If you land a single hit on me, I lose. Hearing this, they smirked and agreed. We'll take those odds. Kang-Jin slowly raised his sword. Then let's begin. Jaeon quickly lifted her bow in response. All right. She smiled, sizing him up. But won't one hit end this a little too quickly? Before the last word left her lips, Jaeon was forced to parry a strike as fast as lightning. Kang-Jin seized Jaeon's other arm, his eyes blazing as his sword poised for another attack. Don't worry about me. You don't have the time. Kang-Jin's face was a mask of cold seriousness. I'm not treating this like a game. The pommel of his sword slammed down on the back of Jaeon's neck. From a distance, Runbom screamed in alarm. The gun in the young girl's hand trembled, unable to pull the trigger. Kang-Jin slung the unconscious Jaeon over his shoulder. He glanced at the girl and ordered, "Shoot." Just as he spoke those taunting words, another figure lunged at him from behind. Make your shot count. Even so, he dodged as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Seizing the moment as he spun around, Kang-Jin hurled Jaeon towards Runbom, knocking the girl off balance. The first move was over. His blade then shot up to block a powerful kick from Tae-hun. Tae-hun grinned. Don't you forget about me. A strange excitement filled his eyes as he faced Kang-Jin. A shiver ran down Kang-Jin's spine. Why are you so worked up? Tae-hun didn't answer, instead launching another direct kick. Kang-Jin ducked low, letting the kick slam into the wall behind him. He swung his sword, but Tae-hun managed to dodge it. Tae-hun laughed, reaching out to touch him. Huh? Are you going easy on me? At this rate, you're going to lose fast. Kang-Jin's eyes burned with a deadly intent. Suddenly, a bullet struck the ground right at Tae-hun's feet. He barely managed to leap out of the way. Furious, Tae-hun whipped his head towards Runbom and roared, Hey, why are you shooting at me? In that moment of distraction, Kang-Jin slammed Tae-hun's head against the wall, pinning him instantly. Jaeon glared at them, her voice filled with frustration. I can't let you win. After dealing with Tae-hun, Kang-Jin's gaze shifted to the two sisters. They charged him simultaneously, but his single sword effortlessly blocked both of their attacks. Outside the door, Sua and a few other trainees stared inside, their mouths wide open. One of them broke out in a cold sweat. Sua, aren't you going to stop them? Inside, a bow was drawn without hesitation. Tae-hun's wild punch missed, earning a sneer from Kang-Jin. Don't be so predictable. But just as Runbom appeared behind Tae-hun, raising her gun, Kang-Jin flinched, dodging the incoming bullet. The girl laughed out loud. You never said we couldn't work together. Tae-hun seized the opportunity to taunt him. Who's predictable now? Sua watched the tense but controlled chaos inside and let out a soft, knowing laugh. She walked away, holding her phone to her ear as if calling someone. A confused trainee called after her. Wait, Sua. The person on the other end picked up. Sua's reply was brief. Hello. Yes, thank you. The address is. After a few more minutes of struggle, they were still completely outmatched by Kang-Jin. Having taught them a lesson, he finally stopped, planting his sword in the ground. It seemed the three of them were still far too green. Kang-Jin alone had been more than enough to handle both teams. He decided this was a good place to stop. His goal was never to hurt them, so he knew when to end it. There was no longer any reason to fight. But for a battle-hungry fighter like Tae-hun, this result was unacceptable. No, it's not over yet. Seeing his fierce determination, Kang-Jin remained perfectly calm, kneeling on one knee to ask, You're not planning to do this all week, are you? He couldn't just watch them fight amongst themselves. His dissatisfaction was clear. I mean, training is one thing, but fighting each other just because of some divine command? His voice grew hard. I don't like it. In fact, it's making me angry. At this point, Jaeon could only lie on the floor and let out a long sigh, unsure of what to do or say. To stop them from fighting over such a pointless reason again, Kang-Jin offered them a piece of advice. It would be better if you didn't cooperate at all. You act like you trust each other, entrusting your backs to one another, all because of a divine command. His grave expression showed his absolute opposition to their recent actions. I don't like this one bit. Even after Kang-Jin's harsh words, Jaeon stubbornly refused to understand. But before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off. If the guardian god told you to kill Runbom, would you do it? Hearing this, the girl's face fell as she realized how blindly she had been acting. Kang-Jin didn't want them to be manipulated. to lose their own will. You have to make your own decisions. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. It was clear he was serious this time, pleading with them to listen to their own hearts instead of just following orders. As Kang-Jin turned to leave, Tae-hun no longer argued. Instead, he dropped to one knee and bowed his head respectfully. Jaehyun didn't dare to argue anymore, but a pang of regret lingered in her heart. Things hadn't gone as planned. She'd lost again, completely. To mend the rift between them, she took the first step, swallowing her pride to apologize. "I'm sorry, Kang Tae-hun, for attacking you like that." Jaehyun knew she had been in the wrong, and she was ready to admit her mistake. "Like I said, I'm sorry. You're a skilled fighter. If Kang-Jin hadn't stepped in, we would have fought until neither of us could stand. But now, faced with the kid's apology, he just seemed flustered. It's fine. I'm no saint myself." Just as everyone gathered, Johan suddenly peeked his head in. Only after seeing that peace had truly been restored did he dare show his face. "Is it all right to come in, father?" With that, Kang-Jin calmly left the chaotic room, his work seemingly done. "So, is it finally over?" "Yeah." Even though the fighting had stopped, they couldn't help but buzz about the insanely tense duel. "But I shattered his balance. The moment you shot past my shoulder." By intervening in their battle, Kang-Jin got a much clearer picture of the siblings' combat style. They fought as individuals at first, but then they began to cooperate. He could easily see how the clash had deepened their bond. He thought he was all alone, but a voice suddenly cut through the silence. "Was that your plan from the start?" And the one who had witnessed their entire fight without interfering was none other than Sua. The best friendships are forged in battle. Miss Shin Sua, turns out, she was the one who told Johan to come back. "I asked the father to come here once it looked like you were finished. Thank you. And since we're finally face to face, there's something I need you to clarify. Are you still uncomfortable around Jang Tae-hun? If so..." But before Kang-Jin could even finish his sentence, Sua cut him off. "It's fine. It's just a little strange. I feel this strange familiarity with him." Hearing this, Kang-Jin was visibly surprised. Something suddenly clicked in his mind. Does Shin Sua feel that connection, too? Tae-hun's past words were played in his head like a slow-motion film. And now, Shin Sua's confession. He felt certain he would be working with her in the future. Kang-Jin knew fate would bring them together again, so he just smiled and made a simple request. "That's good. Treat him well, please. I should think positively. At least this way. They won't be separated, even if I disappear." Switching scenes to Dong Liu's office, Du Hui was currently giving her a report. The trainees who failed in Sector 3 have begun the trial in Sector 1. This announcement didn't seem to faze Dong Liu in the slightest. "All right, I wasn't expecting much from them anyway." She let out a sigh, her voice laced with indifference. "So, Kang-Jin and Tae-hun passed easily, correct? He's talented, but he's already in Sector 2. Seeing Dong Liu's lack of concern, Du Hui ventured a guess. "Have you given up on Kang-Jin?" "Given up?" Her true objective was something else entirely. "On the contrary, this just makes me want him more." A spark of excitement flashed in her eyes. "Besides, there are other promising trainees in Sector 2. It's still too early for that." Dong Liu then shifted her attention to a glaring red notification on her monitor. "He's responded? And what do you know?" The message on the screen was exactly what she had been waiting for. "I will accept the request." Dong Liu couldn't hold back any longer, breaking into a wild, triumphant laugh. She eagerly awaited the thrilling chaos that was about to unfold. "I wonder how Captain Gong will react when he finds out. I'm getting excited." Elsewhere, a crimson talisman in Anavi's hand erupted in flames, burning the very boundary between the human and demon worlds. She stood at the center of the explosive magic circle, perfectly serene amidst a raging vortex of crimson energy tearing reality apart. Gate number 7 is now open. Before anything else happened, Anavi made one thing absolutely clear. "When you complete this demonic realm, you may exit as we have promised." To prevent their journey from ending in disaster, she gave them one final warning. "This is the final room, so it will be difficult. You cannot leave before completing it, so please." But after a moment, she seemed to change her mind and said no more. "It seems I was worrying for nothing." Just before vanishing into thin air, Anavi gave one last, deep bow. "I hope to see you all again. Good luck." A moment later, the trainees broke off into small groups and cautiously stepped inside the gate. Looking around, they realized their team was the only one left. That's when John started to wonder. "How come it's just us?" "Yeah, where's the father?" Miss Shin Sua said she needed to check on something first. She said to go on ahead if she was running late. Then, the kid mentioned a name that always made Tae-hun's eyes flash with rage. "I bet the father will show up with June. That guy is probably still writing his stupid novel. Who cares about him anyway?" After waiting a little longer, they finally saw Kang-Jin's figure appearing. They immediately waved him over. "Master, hey, the gate's open. let's go. Realizing he was lagging behind, he didn't hesitate and rushed to get ready. Am I late? I just need to prepare something. As they watched Kang-Jin mysteriously get his gear ready, their curiosity piqued. What are you doing? But Kang-Jin had no intention of revealing his hand just yet. It's a secret. Because they were a pretty relaxed group, no one rushed him. So, should we wait? Not wanting to waste their time, he insisted. It won't take long. You guys go on without me. All right. Just be quick about it. With a bright smile, Kang-Jim waved them off, an unusual excitement in his eyes. But the moment the group was out of sight, his smile vanished. His expression turned deadly serious as he strode into the chamber before him. The space around him plunged into pitch darkness, and in the gloom, a shadowy figure waited. As the person approached, a slight smile touched Kang-Jim's lips. It was no stranger, it was Sua. Kang-Jim, they said the final room is open. Why aren't you going? He found it strange that she was still here. What about you? He asked. I'm heading out now. Let's go together. But Kang-Jim shook his head, refusing the offer. He still had things to do. You go on ahead. I need to handle a few things first. But for some reason, Sua moved to block his path. He was utterly baffled by her sudden request. He thought it was something serious, but it turns out Sua just wanted Kang-Jin's number. Now that I think about it, I don't have your number. She held her phone out, waiting for him to type. I've swapped numbers with everyone else. Will you give me yours? At her offer, Kang-Jin just froze for a solid 5 seconds. Kang-Jin reached for Sua's phone, but only a few seconds later, he pulled his hand back. Seeing him seemingly refuse, Sua's face flushed with embarrassment. You're not going to do it? With just the two of them in the room, Sua didn't hesitate to ask him directly. You're planning on never seeing me again after we leave here, aren't you? Her words hit their mark, and Kang-Jin just stood silently with his arms crossed. His silence was an admission of guilt. Once Sua had her answer, her hands clenched into trembling fists. Now she finally understood why they had always been so distant. Is that why you've always kept your distance from us? Say something, Kang-Jin. But even as she screamed at him, he refused to utter a single word. While Kang-Jin's face remained a calm mask, a storm of emotions was raging within him. The real reason why he always had to keep his distance. Everything he did was to pull them away from the dangers lurking in the shadows. I have no intention of seeing them once I'm out of here. That was the only way to keep them safe when Baek-Dung came looking. Seeing Kang-Jin remain silent as she screamed herself hoarse, Sua's voice grew sharper. Well, Kang-Jin. After thinking it over, Kang-Jin decided to give her the number so she wouldn't get any more suspicious. No, give me your phone. Sua stood with her arms crossed, afraid he was being dishonest. You're not going to give me a fake number, are you? Kang-Jin said nothing more and just gave her a slight smile. After entering his number, he gently handed the phone back to Sua. Here's my number. Although she got his number, his strange behavior left her with a deep sense of suspicion. Deciding not to bother Kang-Jin any further, Sua left with a promise. I'll trust you for now. I'll contact you after we leave this place. See you then. He didn't answer her, simply turning away in silence, because Kang-Jin knew this would be the last time they would ever meet. I know there won't be a next time. The scene shifts to another location. Here, Kang-Jin was single-handedly battling his spirit beasts to train them. Seeing his flying steel skill improve so dramatically, he couldn't help but applaud it. The skill of John the Firebomb has been upgraded to Ghost Level 2. Not to be outdone, Jin also awakened a new ability, activating the skill, Magnetic Horn. However, just 4 days later, both of them were completely drained from the training, lying sprawled on the ground. Kang-Jin didn't want to exhaust them completely, so he gave them time to recover their energy. You've worked hard. Get some rest. He stopped pushing himself as well, collapsing onto the ground. I need to get to the demon world quickly. Suddenly, a notification window appeared. An item from the Cradle of Gods and the human world has appeared. An item from the Nameless Hero has appeared. He was a little surprised that such incredible items were only showing up now. Just how good are these items that they're only appearing at this stage? Although these 3 items arrived a bit late, each one was absolutely top tier. A level 3 Dragon Grade Hermes' Cord, a level 3 Dragon Grade Menuet, and a level 3 monstrous Elixir of Life. His fatigue instantly vanished as he shot up, holding the glittering items in his hands. After admiring them for a moment, Kang-Jin was incredibly satisfied and stored each item in his inventory. So, I received Dragon Grade items. This competition between the gods isn't so bad after all, even if their childish fights get on my nerves sometimes. But just then, Anna V materialized behind Kang-Jin like a phantom. You haven't left because you were waiting for these? She couldn't understand why he was still lingering here instead of moving on. Ah, Messenger Anna V. Hello. Are you still here training? You could enter the demon world now. He hesitated because the time wasn't right. Well, actually, not just yet. Since Kang-Jin was outside the main path, he was curious about everyone else's progress and asked where the others were. I cannot disclose their progress to you at this time. Hearing that, he shifted to another question. Then can't you even tell me if anyone has finished before me? As expected, Anavi simply shook her head. I'm afraid not. Realizing it was impossible to get any information from her, Kang-Jin gave up quickly. That's enough. I knew I wouldn't be able to pry any information out of her. Well, if he couldn't rely on others, he would just have to do it himself. I guess I'll have to check on my own. Where are you heading now? Of course, Kang-Jin wasn't about to reveal his true plans to Anavi, so he quickly fabricated an excuse. I'm pretty drained after training the divine beast. I need to get some rest. As time ticked by, what truly surprised Kang-Jin was the chilling silence from the media. In the past, the first person to emerge from a training center would be front-page news, with reporters clamoring for a story. Back then, China cleared the demon world on the third morning, but even after 4 days, there wasn't a single report about my own progress. He sat on the bed with Jin and John, a knot of anxiety tightening in his chest. Why was there no news? Had nobody else cleared it yet? A notification popped up on his screen. Please announce if you have completed the other world. With that, Kang-Jin was lost in his own thoughts. The moment Shina's guild completes their raid, I can finally make my move. In an instant, a golden arrow flew from out of nowhere, embedding itself in the wall and snapping him back to reality. He could tell this arrow wasn't meant as an attack, but for something else entirely. Kang-Jin immediately touched it, and its information flooded his mind. A message from space and time. This arrow was forged from a divine beast, able to transmit a message to any location. Seeing that someone was sending an indirect message, Jin and John rushed over to see what was happening. A crimson screen flared to life before Kang-Jin, displaying an anonymous message for him. A message had appeared, and whatever it contained, it wiped all emotion from Kang-Jin's face, leaving only a look of grave shock. To his horror, the image before him was of Sua, her body covered in gruesome injuries, while Shina lay so still it was impossible to tell if she was alive or dead. Kang-Jin couldn't accept what he was seeing was real. His hand trembled as he reached for the screen. But the nightmare didn't end there. A far more horrific scene unfolded as she raised her sword to harm herself. Kang-Jin threw one hand forward, using the other to shield his eyes from the horror. Sheer shock was written on his face as he witnessed Sua's heart-shattering agony. At that moment, his own heart felt like it had been torn to pieces. It was only a short while ago she had been laughing and talking with him. How could things have turned out like this? See you later. I want to stay in touch as soon as we leave this place. Sua's words and gestures from that moment echoed in his mind. Kang-Jin knew it would be the last time he saw her smile, but he never imagined it would end in this tragic way. I need someone I can rely on. Suddenly, their past replayed itself, scene by scene, as if time itself was stretching out the haunting memory. I like you. The moment Sua had confessed her feelings to Kang-Jin that day struck him with a new wave of emotion. But why then? She had approached him right after, pointing out that he still hadn't used his Destiny Steel skill. Hearing this, Kang-Jin was completely baffled, a look of pure confusion on his face. After witnessing Kang-Jin's growth day by day, Sua had come to admire him greatly. I like that about you. You don't take the easy way out, even in situations where the easy choice is the most obvious one. Kang-Jin then took the phone from Sua, reevaluating himself. She's right. I haven't used it because I'm too weak, not because I don't want to. Even though in that moment, it seemed Sua genuinely wanted to grow closer to Kang-Jin. He still harbored suspicions about her. Is she mocking me, or is she trying to make me pay for her eye? Do you have business in the poison room? I'll wait for you, and then we can advance to the final room together. Kang-Jin smiled as he handed the phone back to Sua, but deep down, his guard was raised. I see. She wants to exploit my skill, does she? All right, I'll contact you as soon as I'm finished. On the surface, Kang-Jin was friendly, but he was already plotting against her. Do I look like a fool to you, you hypocrite? The moment you let your guard down, I'll steal your destiny. And with that, the two of them began the mission together. The dissecting chamber of skeletons is watching. Find your pass and escape the demon world. Time limit, none. You have equipped the item, Belt of the Dissecting Skeleton. And with that, they knew this challenge would test their limits. The effect will reactivate frequently. There are a total of 7 floors to overcome. Belt of the Dissecting Skeleton. A saw blade will appear and grow larger after 24 hours, and the belts tied to parts of your body will be severed when you reach the 7th floor. The lower your karma, the more likely the belt will appear on a vital area. To coordinate with Sua as smoothly as possible, Kang-Jin told her what she needed to know. It says that any part wrapped by the belt will be cut off. If we can't clear the demon world in 7 days, I guess we'll have to find that pass quickly. It was only the beginning, but Kang-Jin already felt a chill as the belts began to appear. Yours is on your little finger. It's true then. The worse your karma, the more critical the location of the belts. In a way, you could call this a test of karma, a measure of your very soul. It seems the fewer hits you take, the purer your heart must be. Even with tension so thick you could cut it with a knife, Sua still found a moment to tease him. How can they even measure something like that? So you're a good person after all. What are you laughing at? In truth, Kang-Jin was the ideal she had always looked up to. I really want to become a good person, just like you. Sua then slung her sword over her shoulder, her gaze fixed ahead, heavy with unspoken thoughts. No matter what my destiny holds. It feels a little late to realize these things now. But still, I want to be a genuinely good person from this day forward, right? But her words barely seemed to register with him. Faced with Sua's heartfelt praise, Kang-Jin's world began to crumble with doubt. Is she just putting on an act? She doesn't seem like the type to fake kindness. But does she really believe in me? The venomous environment he grew up in had poisoned his self-worth, making him doubt his own value. Do you truly believe that? He was used to a life of ridicule and isolation from everyone around him. Would anyone ever genuinely want to be your partner? Everyone treated him like a bad omen, casting him out to fend for himself in this vast, cruel world. All you can ever do is bring death to everything and everyone around you. The deep cracks in his soul, carved by the past, blinded Kang-Jin to the sincerity offered in the present. Are you just going to be deceived again? Could anyone in this world truly be genuine with him? Suddenly, as the two walked forward, a strange noise echoed from ahead. The sound of a drum. Sensing the Grim Reaper closing in on Kang-Jin, Shin Sua cried out in alarm. Kang-Jin, as the shadow thief, radiating a murderous aura, rushed toward him at terrifying speed, he remained frozen in place, just like everyone else always did. But this time, he was wrong. Sua wasn't like the others who abandoned or shunned him. Instead, she stood before him, shielding him from the coming danger. With no regard for her own life, Sua shoved Kang-Jin back, taking the fatal blow meant for him. The scene unfolded in an instant, but it was already too late. All he could do was stare wide-eyed as a horrified scream tore from his throat. Sua. The shadow thief's toxic green stained the sword, but Sua held onto it as if it were a part of her. Despite the grievous wound in her stomach, she didn't back down an inch. A moment later, the shadow thief moved on to another room, ceasing its attack on them. I would have run faster if I knew they wouldn't follow you into the next room. At that, Kang-Jin lowered his sword, his expression darkening. The destiny message window didn't tell me that. Fearing he would misunderstand her, Sua quickly tried to explain. Do you think I'm blaming you? That's not what I meant at all. You telling me the monster's name and skills was a huge help, but weighed down by his own guilt, he rejected her words. How can you call that helping? You got hurt again because of me. All of Kang-Jin's pent-up emotions finally burst forth. He couldn't escape the crushing guilt of being a burden to Sua time and time again. In the Sword Forest chamber, you lost an eye protecting me. Silent tears streamed down Kang-Jin's face, carrying the endless torment for the wounds he brought her. Without me, you would be so much better off. So why do you insist on keeping me by your side? Sua never expected that a man who seemed so cold could be this overwhelmed with emotion. Yet, even knowing that being with Kang-Jin was like walking on thin ice, Sua never hesitated. I already told you, it's because of me. Her words were cut short as the memory of John's bite pulled him back to reality. Kang-Jin's mind snapped back from the flashback, and right now, what he needed to do wasn't to wallow in sorrow, but to act, for Sua's sake. Realizing this, Kang-Jin couldn't hesitate a second longer. I have to go save Shin Sua. But that old, familiar feeling of guilt and inadequacy rose up once more. No, have you forgotten why you stayed behind in the first place? That single thought was a chasm, separating him further and further from Sua. If you go, you'll only put her in more danger. Even after all these years, that belief was etched into the core of his being. My destiny is to endanger others. That's right. It's better if I don't go. Kang-Jin convinced himself that Sua could handle anything, even without him. Sin Sua is strong enough. Flashing back to that moment, she gently helped Kang-Jin to his feet. I told you before, I like the way you fight against your fate. You can help me next time. Those words from Sua gave him the strength he needed to finally take a courageous step forward. In the end, Kang-Jin couldn't bear to stand by and watch. This time, he was determined to overcome his own demons. Arriving at the Chamber of Hollow Bone, Kang-Jin stepped through the gate with a resolute expression, ignoring the whispers all around him. Kang-Jin is here. Does that mean we'll finally get chosen? I'm finally in. And the sole reason Kang-Jin had come to this place was to rescue Sua. Don't you see what's happening here? You know where Sua is, don't you? But it's clear they won't cooperate without getting something in return. Is that your very first question? Why should we tell you anything? We will talk. If you acknowledge one of us as your god. Standing beside him, Jin couldn't help but feel a wave of secondhand anxiety. It seems saving Sua means conquering this trial first. But you should worry about yourself before anyone else. In the reflection of his blade, he saw that familiar strap once again materialize around his neck. And it didn't stop there. The The wretched things appeared on his wrists and ankles. In an instant, Kang-Jim was cornered, his entire body now under their control. On every critical point of his body, a binding strap appeared. It seemed they wanted to play with him a bit before he left. They were shocked to see that even while covered in restraints, Kang-Jim remained as calm as ever. My God, he's unbelievably calm. With Sua's condition still unknown, Kang-Jim found himself tangled up in this troublesome mission. If you don't clear this place within 7 days, you can say goodbye to your head. But he wasn't the same man he used to be. Facing their threat, he just calmly zipped up his jacket. So, you're saying you don't know where Sua is, right? The joke wasn't funny. He was done playing games. Kang-Jim's face became an icy mask, his eyes devoid of all emotion. These fools won't learn until they're staring death in the face. They just kept toying with him. Who knows? Maybe it's east, west, north, or south. Go north, Kang-Jim. Stop messing around. It's east. Seeing that he couldn't rely on anyone around him, Kang-Jim decided to act on his own. I have no choice but to find her myself. The ossuary has been added to the Demon World map. Current exploration rate, 0%. With no time for hesitation, he began checking each room, carefully scanning his surroundings. Luckily, Kang-Jim wasn't alone. He had Jin and Johan fighting alongside him. They pushed onward, opening every single door, but found nothing suspicious. But as they passed a room with fresh blood staining the floor, Kang-Jim paused. Looking at the chaotic scene before him, he guessed a battle had taken place here. He reached down and picked up a shimmering object from the floor. It was the father's cross necklace. This belongs to Father Johan Han. Noticing the arrows embedded in the wall, Kang-Jim immediately recognized them as the work of the two sisters. These marks on the wall, they're from Bom and Jian. Was Sua with him too? They watched Kang-Jim's every move, stunned by his sharp observation skills. He noticed all of that. What is this? A detective. But isn't he just looking for his deadweight companions? Who cares? This is getting fun. Before long, they reached the Grand Hall. The space around them was pitch black and eerily silent, creating a truly ominous atmosphere. A detective. Kang-Jim is in danger. There's no sign of a struggle. His eyes darted around the room. Doors were everywhere. I guess I have to go through all of them. But then, something caught Kang-Jim's attention, making him pause. Looking down, he saw a large X scratched into the ground, as if someone had left it intentionally. This symbol. Are they telling me where they went? This room is definitely not what it seems. It's hiding some kind of danger. If X means don't go this way, then there must be another symbol on one of the other doors. But after searching for a while, Kang-Jim couldn't find anything different. There's nothing. They're all marked with an X. Was I wrong? Seeing him lost in his own deductions, they began to mock him. A hint from Sua. Sua? It was as if their words gave him a clue. Kang-Jim stood up and walked towards the throne. Is this idiot going to sit on the throne? Is he standing on it? To their utter amazement, he stood tall and looked up at the wall. And just as he suspected, on the ceiling was a circle instead of an X. Found it. Using that circle as a guide, he found a hidden opening and ascended to the floor above. This place must have been the site of a fierce battle to end up like this. What a total mess. But he had barely set foot on the new floor when a deep sense of unease washed over him. All three of them instantly went on high alert, sensing imminent danger. Everyone, get ready. That's the sound of demons approaching. And there, Kang-Jim came face to face with the shadow thieves once again. In a flash, they were completely surrounded. Given their overwhelming numbers, this battle was going to be tough. But thanks to his grueling training, Johan confidently unleashed a torrent of fire at them. The thieves were no pushovers either, lunging forward with their swords drawn. While Kang-Jim faced the shadow thieves head-on, Jin provided support from the rear. With his newfound power, he created massive green bubbles that trapped the shadow thieves inside. With some solid backup from Jin and John, Gangrym felt a surge of pride in his two companions. All that training was definitely paying off. There were so many of them, but none were truly powerful. But as he battled the horde, a familiar silhouette appeared, making him freeze on the spot. Yunbom. She looked completely different now, but she still fought fiercely, helping Gangrym push back the creatures. But how was this possible? Snapping back to his senses, he realized this was no mere phantom, and Gangrym's instincts were right. In the next instant, the copy's eyes blazed with pure killing intent. The shadow thief wearing Yunbom's face turned on him in a flash, activating the skill, perfect marksmanship. The bullet it fired wasn't ordinary. It was a two-stage attack, striking once on its way out and again on its return. Since it had already locked onto him, dodging was useless. The hit was guaranteed. Even though the figures before him were so familiar, they were no longer the people he knew. Yunbom, Yun Zion. Seeing them like this brought him nothing but pain. He didn't want to do it, but he had to steel his resolve and fight for his life. Without hesitation, Gangram swung his sword with all his might, parrying the hail of bullets from the figures. His mind raced, analyzing the situation. In this chamber of bones, there was only one kind of monster. As he faced the two individuals aiming their weapons at him, he knew. They were shadow thieves, first-grade monsters that could copy human abilities. These creatures could mimic the appearance and powers of anyone who entered the demon realm. The copy then drew a fistful of arrows and raised its bow. A rain of arrows shot forward, hurtling towards him like a storm. But while they could copy powers, they could never replicate a person's personality or their convictions. Seeing his friends mimicked so crudely horrified Gangram. That kind of random, chaotic archery. That wasn't how the real Yun Zion would ever fight. With that realization, he instantly moved, evading the shadow demon's assault. He charged toward the creature, thinking, but on the other hand, if I can just take it down. Without a second thought, he swung his blade, slicing clean through the shadow demon. The moment it was defeated, the shadow demon vanished. The arrows flying toward him also began to fade into nothing. Gangram glanced over his shoulder with a faint smirk and said, "These arrows will disappear along with it." But the danger wasn't over yet. Another shadow demon, still standing, aimed its gun right at him. He turned to face it as the creature activated its power, death sentence. A swarm of guns materialized in mid-air, all targeting Gangram. Watching the copy gleefully aim its weapons at him, Gangram realized that the real Yun Bomb must have learned a new skill. Faced with this imminent threat, a wave of dread washed over him. How am I supposed to counter this? Pushed into a corner, panic set in, and the hand gripping his sword began to tremble. He thought, my sword can't reach it from here. And at this range, it's impossible to dodge all those bullets. Even with a defensive skill, I'll be torn to shreds. How many of these shots can I possibly block? Just as despair began to consume him, the sound of a trigger pull echoed out, aimed right at the shadow demon's head. With a deafening blast, the creature was obliterated. Then, he heard a voice. Following the sound of the call and the gunshot, Gangram saw them. Yun Bomb and Gozen had arrived just in time to save him. Gozen leaned down, extending a hand and shouting, "Get up here." Gozen started pulling him up, but in the process, he noticed something. Wait, he's injured. Hearing that, Yun Bomb rushed over in a panic. Are you all right? Gangram clutched the wound on his side and replied, I'm fine, it's nothing. But Yun Bomb was still worried. Do you need any medicine? Gangram managed to smile. No, I brought my own. Once he was safely up, he looked around, asking curiously, but where is this place? Yun Bomb answered, I think the room next to us is a prison. He repeated in disbelief, a prison. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind, the image of a gravely wounded Shinua lying on the ground. He had to ask, is that where Shinua is? The group immediately moved toward the prison, to the cell where she was being held. Gangram couldn't believe what he was seeing. The sight before him was a nightmare. Shinua was slumped over, barely breathing, her body covered in countless deep cuts. Gangram screamed, Shinua. Overcome with rage and grief, he shoved the door open and shouted her name again. Yun Bomb quickly tried to stop him. Wait, the thing is. But it was too late. He was already standing directly in front of Shinua. His expression darkened as he stared at her. Then he collapsed to his knees. Yun Bomb began to explain, you must know by now. The monsters in this demon realm can copy our skills. Yun Bomb's face was etched with sorrow and worry as she spoke. Even when we manage to lose them, they just reappear as soon as the next drum beats. She looked at him, her expression turning grim as she continued. Then, on the second day, we stumbled upon the truth. Her voice trailed off, her mind flashing back to the fight against the shadow phantom. At that moment, Gozen had roared, just hold on. I'm about to finish these things. But as the words left his lips, he realized something was terribly wrong. The moment Yun Bomb was hurt, the phantom clone staggered with her. That's when Gozen pieced it together. Damage dealt to the original host was mirrored in the illusions. Gozen continued his analysis, his voice grim. Her wounds, they weren't inflicted by any monster. Hearing this, Gangram's expression hardened, but he remained silent. His hands were already twisting the cap off a small vial. The sight of Shinua, her body covered in wounds, clutching a sword, was a portrait of agony and desperation. Gangram's gaze fell as he spoke, his voice low. It's possible she did this to herself. The potion he just administered began to work its magic, knitting Shinsua's flesh back together. At the same time, Yun Bomb confirmed his fear. She did. She said it was the only way. That none of us could stand against her phantoms. As she spoke, the young girl finally broke down in tears, her words choked with sobs. She told us she would handle it all on her own. After we were gone, the image of Shinua, so pale and lifeless, was heart-wrenching to behold. Yun Bomb couldn't bear to see Shinua hurt herself like this anymore, and her voice rose into a desperate plea. Please, you have to stop her. She's too kind. far too kind for her own good. The word kind echoed in Gangrim's mind, sending him into a bottomless spiral. Without a word, he opened another healing vial for Shinsua. The vial slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground. A harsh denial rose in his thoughts. She's not kind. She's completely lost her mind. Beside them, Yoon Bom sobbed uncontrollably, hiding her face in her hands. I know we shouldn't have let her. I know we should have tried to stop her. But Gangrim didn't respond. An impossible question echoed in his mind. How can an ordinary person stop someone who has lost all reason? Yoon Bom was lost in a wave of unspeakable despair. Gangrim remained silent, opening yet another vial. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on Yoon Bom's head. It was Gangrim. His voice was soft as he asked, "Did you find the command plaque?" The girl choked back her tears. Sister Jian and Father Johan. They haven't found any yet. Just then, a sound came from Shinsua. Instantly, the girl composed herself, her attention snapping to the wounded woman. Sister Shinsua, but Gangrim spoke up. Yoon Bom, can you give us a moment alone? The request left the young girl stunned. With a serious and determined expression, Gangrim added, I need to speak with her. The healing potion was finally taking full effect on Shinsua. Just then, her eyes fluttered open, filled with exhaustion. But suddenly, Shinsua reacted violently. As Gangrim persistently poured more of the healing potion, she shot her hand out, grabbing his wrist to stop him. Gangrim, what are you doing? He simply stared back at her, his voice calm. We need to talk. Shinsua's face was haggard. I understand, but put the potion away. As she spoke, she reached for the sword lying beside her, because if I recover. Before she could finish, she brutally plunged the blade into her own thigh. The act was so sudden, so violent. Gangrim stared in utter disbelief, unable to process what he was seeing. Shinsua fought back a scream, tears welling in her eyes from the searing pain. Her voice trembled. The others, they'll be in danger. In a flash, she raised the sword with one hand, while her other hand clamped down on Gangrim's, still holding the vial. A sharp crack echoed in the silence as the glass bottle fell from his hand and shattered. He reacted instantly, catching the blade with his bare hand. His face was a dark mask of fury as he growled, I said, we need to talk. Witnessing her extreme actions, a wave of panic washed over him, his mind reeling in shock. She immediately grabbed his hand, the one gripping the blade. Her expression was grave. What are you doing? Let go. But he held fast, refusing to let her harm herself again. He leaned in closer, his voice low but firm. You drop the sword first. We still have time before the next drum beats. An intense silence fell between them. Finally, Shinsua released her grip on the sword. Shinsua lowered her gaze. You said you weren't coming. But her hand remained locked around his bleeding wrist. Gangrim glanced at the cut on his hand. I never said that. I said I'd be late. Hearing that, Shinsua let out a long sigh. He finally asked the question burning in his mind. Why would you do this? Gangrim looked her straight in the eye. You could win against your illusions in a real fight, but she just ran a hand through her hair, shaking her head. No, I can't win. I'm sure you of all people know why. She then offered a suggestion. Go ahead. Look at my destiny window. At her words, Gangrim activated his power, his eyes glowing as he peered into her fate. The moment he saw it, pure, unadulterated shock seized him. Shinsua's destiny window? He fell into a stunned silence. How? How could it have changed so drastically? At that moment, two skill cards materialized before Gangrim. The first was Bloodthirst, a ghost rank, tier 3 ability. Its power swelled with every drop of human blood it touched, and the more it was used to kill, the deeper the user's dependency would grow. Using it would also corrupt the user's karma points. Why would a skill like this appear now, he wondered. Just then, his gaze fell upon the second card. It was called Weight of Karma, a god class, tier 3 skill. The higher the user's karma score, the more their base stats would increase. As he observed Shinsua's status window, he was lost in thought. But Shinsua shouldn't have access to these abilities for a long time. Gangrim's mind raced. It was just like his own Fate Stealer and Nam Yujun's serial killer skill. Both abilities grew stronger the more they were used. But he noticed she had fewer skull stitch armbands now than she did in his past life. His eyes locked onto the remaining armband on Shinsua's arm as he continued his analysis. That means she hasn't started using these skills yet. Then, he remembered the illusion of Shinsua. Her phantom, on the other hand, would have no hesitation at all. Gangrim finally spoke. I'm fairly certain your illusion grows stronger with each appearance. He brought a hand to his chin, deep in thought. A monster that can use bloodthirst. This is a serious threat. Gangrim was once again consumed by his own deductions. Seeing the heavy burden on his mind, Shinsua sighed. That's why you should just leave me and go on with the others. Her words were like a blow. And what happens to you? Shin-Sua covered her face, utterly exhausted. I'll find a way on my own. Gangram gripped her shoulders, his voice filled with urgent concern. Shin-Sua, look at me. Suddenly, her body went limp as she collapsed. He called out her name, trying to wake her, one hand grabbing hers, the other supporting her unconscious form. Gangram yelled, "Are you planning to just give up and die here?" "Yes." Her hand unexpectedly moved, touching his. Her eyes fluttered open warily, her voice a faint whisper. "Seo Gangram, I just need to close my eyes for a moment." Shin-Sua sank to the ground, her voice trailing off. "I'll leave right after everyone else is gone." Seeing Shin-Sua desperately fighting for her last shred of consciousness tore Gangram's heart apart. With the conversation over, Gangram stepped back outside. The waiting group rushed toward him, their faces filled with relief. Johan stepped forward, his voice warm. "It's so good to see you again." Gangram smiled back, "You have no idea. This whole ordeal allowed me to find you." Just then, Gangram pulled a cross-shaped necklace from his pouch. He handed it to Johan, whose face lit up instantly. "Ah, thank you. I was terrified I'd never see any of you again." As the whole team gathered, Johan continued, "I'm just so grateful we're all back together." His gaze turned to Gangram, a hint of concern in his voice. "I was deeply worried when we were separated, but somehow we've reunited even after entering different spatial gates." Gangram's brow furrowed at his words. "Wait, weren't you with Doc Gown?" Johan gave a strained laugh. "No, I couldn't find a single person." Hearing this, Tihan chimed in. "We should have just waited for each other. If we'd known the starting points inside would shift, unless we all entered at the exact same time." Suddenly, Johan gasped, covering his mouth in realization. "Ah, that's right. I must go check on Shin-Sua's condition." But just as he turned to leave, Gangram grabbed his arm, stopping him. "She just drifted off to sleep. I gave her some medicine, so she should be all right." "So you found her some time ago?" Johan asked. The entire group fell into a heavy silence. It was Yunbom who finally broke the tension. "I'm sure we'll be able to get out of here soon." Jian, standing beside him, crossed his arms and nodded. "That's right. We have Seo Gangram with us. After all." Tae-hun covered his face with his hand. "I hope so. But if we run into Gangram's illusion, we're going to have a very bad time." Yunbom turned to him. "As long as it's weaker than the original, we're fine. But if it's as strong as Sua's illusion was." Jian finished his thought. "Then it's impossible to say until we face it." Then, another member posed a question. "Do you guys think the illusion's strength is linked to what kind of skills the original person has?" Suddenly, Gozen started pacing back and forth, his eyes locked on Gangram. Gozen, who had been silent this whole time, covered his mouth with a sly grin. "Hey, Gangram," he mused, "that's a pretty cool collar you've got there." The moment Gozen reached out to touch the collar, Gangram instinctively shielded it with his hand. Hearing Gozen's question, the twin siblings exchanged worried glances. Jian was the first to speak up. "Is that a collar, Gangram?" he asked. Gangram admitted it immediately. "That's right." Yunbom pressed on. Does that mean you're going to die?" Gangram quickly tried to reassure them. "I just have to leave this space before that happens. I'll be safe." He'd only been here for a day, so he hadn't figured everything out yet. But the others were nowhere near as calm. Yunbom grabbed Gozen's arm and shouted, "Then let's go check the surrounding area right now." Johan immediately agreed. "Let's move." But Gangram stepped forward to stop them. "Hold on. Those who just returned should rest. The rest of us will go." Seeing him put their safety before his own, Jian cut in. "Seriously, you're injured," she exclaimed. Jian then poked his wound, making Gangram wince in pain as she stated nonchalantly, "You stay here and stand guard. If people from other areas show up, Sua will need protection." Johan chimed in, agreeing with the kid. "I think we should leave 2 people behind on watch, just like last time." Gozen immediately volunteered. "Father, I'll stay with Gangram. I'm a bit tired." The group then departed, leaving the 2 of them on guard duty. Johan replied, "All right, Gozen, you stay here on watch." Seeing Yunbom shuffling ahead, Jian called out to her. Gangram was powerless to stop them, reaching out a hand. "Wait." But the door slammed shut, and the group's voices faded into the distance. "We need to sync the maps," one of them said. Just then, Gangram sank to the floor and spoke. "Gozen, since it's just the 2 of us, why don't you answer a few of my questions?" Gozen stood with his arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh? What is it you want to know?" Gangram got straight to the point. "Why did you choose this room as our base?" Gangram's expression darkened. There was no need to lock Shin-Sua in a prison cell like this. At that, Gozen began to explain. She chose this place herself. She believed her illusions would be weaker here, because there are no plants around. Hearing this, Gangram immediately thought, metal suppresses earth. He was right to think this place would weaken Shin-Sua, since her element is earth. Still, leaving someone in her condition on a cold stone floor is. Gozen watched Gangrym get lost in his thoughts, then chuckled. Are you out of questions already? Suddenly, he began to walk towards him, a strange glint in his eye. Because you, he said, are the main character. His entire demeanor shifted, his face turning dangerous. And here I thought you were going to ask something important. Gangrym didn't seem surprised at all. He simply returned the look with a death glare of his own. But he pressed on with another question. Why did you send me that message? The question seemed to hit the mark, and Gozen answered with visible excitement. That's the one. Gozen didn't answer directly. So, you figured out it was me who sent it? Seeing him dodge the question, Gangrym's voice grew harsh. Just answer me. Gozen laughed. Well, the main character wasn't around. I was getting worried since you hadn't shown up for 4 days. He then looked at him curiously. Are you mad that I left her here? Gangrym didn't answer, just turned his face away. A moment later, his composure returned. It's fine. Thanks to you, I know Sinsua is safe. Hearing this, Gozen beamed. I knew you'd thank me. Then, something seemed to click in Gangrym's mind. Ah, but how did you get a space-time message? That's a pretty expensive item for a trainee. At his question, Gozen acted coy, winking playfully. That's a secret. The gesture sent shivers down Gangrym's spine, but Gozen kept teasing. Well, it wouldn't be that hard for you to find out. Gangrym immediately cut him off. That's enough. But Gozen relentlessly pushed on. But it's such an interesting story. Don't you want to hear it? Gangrym just shook his head and turned away. No need. Suddenly, Gozen leaned back on the stone floor. Ah, then I guess you would already know, since you're a regressor. But it seems even you couldn't have predicted this situation. So many things have changed, or maybe you just aren't powerful enough yet to foresee certain events. Hearing Gozen's taunts, Gangrym's face turned to ice. Say whatever nonsense you want. But Gozen still seemed to be enjoying himself. It's just a guess, of course. Then Gozen abruptly changed the subject. How many karma points have you accumulated? Gangrym didn't answer right away. After a pause, he finally spoke. What are you talking about? Gozen knew he was just feigning ignorance, probing for information. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The band of penance changes its position based on one's past deeds. The more evil you've done, the more it reveals itself. Gozen held his hands out as he explained. I've done some bad things myself, so they wanted to end my career as a writer. The higher your karma score, the more powerful your illusions become. Hearing this, Gangrym trembled with rage, asking through gritted teeth, So, what the hell do you want? Gozen just laughed, spreading his arms wide. Isn't this fun? Then, those same hands wrapped around his throat as he continued. All the terrible things you did were always kept hidden, even though you always pretended to be so righteous on the outside. Gozen's relentless monologue continued. I just can't help but wonder what happened. His next words made Gangrym's face darken. What exactly did you do in your past life? He suddenly shot up, calling out his name, Gangrym. Gozen's face twisted into a dangerously excited grin. I'm just dying to know. But Gangrym refused to show any weakness, retorting, Just what kind of person are you? In that moment, Gangrym replied, I'm a criminal. His answer sent Gozen into a fit of laughter. What? No way. You think I'd believe that? Then again, it could be true. The main character is usually a victim, after all. Gozen's words left him utterly speechless. He then leaned back on his hands and sighed. I really want to meet your shadow. It must be incredibly powerful. You're hiding so many things. He continued to taunt him, causing a flustered Gangrym to clutch his head and shout, Just shut up. But the man just smirked and asked, Me, I can shut my mouth if you tell me an interesting story. Immediately, Gozen became ecstatic, his eyes burning with curiosity. Tell me about your past life, or your predictions for the future. Hearing this, Gangrym let out an exhausted sigh. I already told you, I'm not a regressor or anything like that. But his curiosity wouldn't be stopped. How about this? I'll guess. And you tell me if I'm right, okay? Knowing he couldn't win this verbal battle, Gangrym gave in. Stop. Fine. I'll just tell you about my childhood. The entire conversation between the two was being monitored by Wong Yu and a Navi, who spoke up. It's a good thing we were authorized to monitor the final demonic realm. Navi then asked, Are you most worried about Gangrym? Wong Yu immediately replied, Exactly. Suddenly, footsteps approached and a new voice spoke. Captain, I brought the documents you requested. Sung-tae held the file, reporting the situation. But the more they investigated Gangrym, the more mysterious he became. Hearing this, Wong Yu asked, What did you find? Sung-tae looked down at the file with a grim expression, then handed it over. Absolutely nothing. No criminal record. He's completely normal. The only thing of note is he lost his parents young and was adopted by a shaman, but he never allowed any god to possess him. And after that, he lived a completely ordinary life. After analyzing the file, Sung-tae couldn't help but wonder, then how did he rack up so many karma points? Enevi, standing beside them, offered a guess. Maybe murder? If a case isn't solved, there wouldn't be a complete record of it. Just then, Wong Yu's voice cut through their speculation. No, I don't think so. 1 or 2 lives could never generate that many karma points. He would have had to kill at least 100 people. Wong Yu's deduction left them both completely stunned. Wong Yu continued his analysis. I can't even begin to imagine what he did, but there's no way it was anything good. Sung-tae nervously pointed at the monitor and asked, and you still want to recruit a guy like that to our side? Wong Yu's voice turned sharp. Sung-tae. He then began to explain the bigger picture. Why do you think the director had us turn each person's karma into a shadow in the final demonic realm? To check their karma points or to weed out those with serious personality flaws? Wong Yu slowly looked up at Sung-tae and continued. If that was the goal, we could have done that from the very beginning, couldn't we? With eyes that see through everything, Wong Yu began his deeper analysis. We even recruit known murderers as trainees, so when have we ever cared about personality? Doesn't the Destiny Protection Agency risk the lives of its trainees to forge them into something stronger? They don't differentiate between good and evil. That's the kind of risk we take. And testing their karma in this final room, it's to make them prove that they aren't just mere criminals, but that they're stronger than the others, and therefore useful to us. 6 days after the Chamber of Mist opened, blood began to trickle from Yunbom's ear as she cried out in pain. Nearby, Taehoon clutched his own hand, yelling, "Damn it, that hurts." Seeing their condition, Gangrim quickly asked, "Are you two all right?" Taehoon grunted, "I'm fine." At that moment, Gangrim pulled out 2 syringes. He handed one to Taehoon while preparing the other for Yunbom. "The bleeding is bad. Use this to stop it. Take these painkillers, too. You'll be fine once the skin heals. So don't use healing potions unless it's absolutely necessary. You guys need to get out of here and rest for a bit." Gangrim then administered the shot to Yunbom's ear, but she protested nervously. "We haven't found Suwa or your pass yet. We can't leave." Hearing that, Gangrim replied, "Then at least rest until the painkillers kick in, so you can recover." He then gave his orders, "I'm going to check the next rooms. You two stay put." But Yunbom insisted, "No, I'm okay. Really." Taehoon also chimed in, "We have to stick together." With that, Gangrim summoned a Kirin and instructed it, "Lynn, stay here and watch over them. I'll be back before the next drum sounds." Gangrim entered another room, his feet crunching over scattered papers. As he walked, a thought nagged at him. If the token was in the same place as his past life, he should have found it by now. But in that instant, something clicked. He realized this was all just an illusion. Gangrim noted grimly that with each encounter, the remaining shadows were getting stronger. The moment they locked eyes, the battle ignited. Gangrim coolly analyzed the situation. The enemy would just regenerate anyway, so there was no point wasting energy in a room he'd already cleared. They crashed into each other in a fierce battle. As he sliced through an illusion, it spoke. "Wow, this Gangrim guy is pretty tough." Another shadow lunged toward him, its voice dripping with mockery. "He actually thinks he can cut us all down. So scary. I wonder just how powerful his shadow really is." A moment later, that illusion was also destroyed. "That's exactly what I'm worried about," Gangrim thought. After eliminating all the shadows, one question remained. Where was his own? But then, Gangrim spotted something. It looked like a token. The very thing he'd been searching for. A single thought flashed through his mind. Is that it? Gangrim approached the box holding the token, a wave of relief washing over him. It's the same color as the one Shinwol had in his past life. Suddenly, the box-like barrier vanished. The token itself was protected by a field, meaning only its true owner could touch it. The instant his fingers made contact, a system message rang out. "You have obtained Seo Gangrim's token." Clutching the token, he was overcome with relief, leaning against a nearby bookshelf for support. Staring at the item in his hand, he could hardly believe his eyes. Gangrim carefully tucked the token into his pocket, thinking to himself, "Looks like I still have some luck on my side. Even in this hellish situation." The system's voice echoed again. "You have met the completion requirements. The trial will end when you leave with the token." But as he prepared to exit, he sensed a presence. Just then, his enhanced senses skill activated. Gangrim could overhear a nearby conversation. "Get up, there's someone outside." "Damn it, you're supposed to protect me. Where are you going?" He felt a strange sense of familiarity. That voice. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, saying, "Hey." His sudden appearance shocked everyone in the room. A woman named Hannah spoke up first. "Oh, it's you, Gangrim." She approached him and said, "We haven't seen you at all. You must have gotten here late." He answered immediately, "Yeah, I did." She then asked, "Do you want to team up with us?" After Hannah made the offer, the others quickly agreed. "Yes, we trust you. It would be great if you joined us. Gang Rim saw his chance and stated his purpose clearly. Actually, I'm looking for Miss Shinwol's token. He then asked if any of them had seen it. One of them scoffed. Humph, is she still in here? I thought someone already found it. We haven't seen her. Hearing this, his curiosity grew. Who was it? A man turned to another named Sang-won, but that person is already gone. Sang-won, isn't he on your team? Do you know where they are now? Hearing this, Sang-won fell silent, but a moment later, he tossed a scroll toward Gang Rim, saying, I only know where it was found. This gesture earned him praise from the others. Nice one, Sang-won. With the item in hand, Gang Rim said, Thanks. As he opened it, a system alert appeared. The Demon World inspection rate has changed. He rolled it back up and returned it to Sang-won. By the way, you're all badly injured. What happened? Did you run into people from another sector? Someone quickly replied, No. It was just a shadow. But it was incredibly strong. At the mention of this shadow, fear filled the room. It was completely different from the others. Every time one of us fell, it changed. Frightened whispers erupted. It was horrifying. Every time someone died, it would morph into a monster. Damn it, a monster would have been better. After the creature hovers over a corpse, it starts using the exact same skills as the person who died. Hearing this, Gang Rim froze as a horrifying realization dawned on him. The others continued. We didn't see it on the first day. I think the shadow only appeared a few days ago. Sang-won then spoke up. That's right. On the fourth night, it had a red mark on its body and neck. There's no mistaking it. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was terribly wrong. Sang-won's eyes darted to Gang Rim's arms and legs, and he saw the stitched bone bracelets. His face went pale with horror as he asked, What? Gang Rim, when did you get here? Just then, Gang Rim turned to face Sang-won, his eyes filled with a dangerous light. Sang-won reached a trembling hand toward Gang Rim's arm, saying, You're wearing bands on both legs, and your wrists, too. Gang Rim snatched his arm away before Sang-won could touch him, shooting him a deathly glare. Sang-won, confirming his dreadful suspicion, shivered with fear but pressed on. Seo Gang Rim, let me see your neck. When Gang Rim deliberately ignored him, Sang-won shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Didn't you hear what I just said? A purple-haired girl stepped forward anxiously. Sang-won, what's going on? Another person asked, Are you saying that shadow is Seo Gang Rim's shadow? Another girl tried to reason with him. No, that's impossible. Seeing their disbelief, Sang-won's face twisted with fury. How can you be so sure? He spun around, pointing a trembling finger at Gang Rim as he roared. The timing lines up. And he's just as powerful. He even has the same strange rings all over his body. Just like that shadow creature. What if you have one on your neck, too? But the words died in his throat, silenced by Gang Rim's bone-chilling glare. A wave of confusion swept through the crowd. Finally, one man timidly stepped forward, testing the waters. Gang Rim, could you just show us your neck, please? We just need to clear up this misunderstanding. He calmly gestured to his own throat. Even if I did have one, he said coolly, what proof is there that the shadow is mine? Choi Sang-won's face twisted with rage. Shut your mouth and show us, he roared. We'll be the judge of that. The seeds of doubt had been planted. Just show us your neck, someone shouted, their voice filled with panic. Why is that so hard? Another voice demanded. It's not your shadow, is it? Then why are you hesitating? They demanded to know if he truly possessed such a skill. Kang-Jin simply stood in silence. Sang-hwa leaned in and whispered, Why won't you answer me, Kang-Jin? His silence was all the confirmation they needed, turning their suspicions into terrifying certainty. Panic erupted. It had to be his shadow's ability. So that was the secret to his overwhelming strength. Kang-Jin braced himself for the next accusation. Was it because he'd been killing others and stealing their skills? The situation was spiraling into chaos. Sung-tae stepped forward, trying to calm everyone down. Wait, how can you expect him to answer when you're all cornering him like this? He trembled, overcome with fear, trying to reassure them. Brother Seo Kang-Jin, it's okay. Everyone is just scared, that's all. If you just show us your attribute window. But before he could finish, Kang-Jin activated his Lunar skill, vanishing before their very eyes. The crowd descended into chaos as Sang-hwa screamed. Where did he go? Someone yelled for help as they noticed the main door had been thrown wide open. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone grabbed their weapons and charged outside, shouting, Get after him. We have to capture that shadow's true form. Sang-hwa led the charge, storming out the door with the others. He couldn't have gotten far, and just like that, the room was empty. Kang-Jin materialized from the shadows behind the door. He leaned against the wall, letting out a weary sigh. I knew it. I knew this day would come. He remembered their accusing eyes, thinking to himself, This is exactly how they reacted in my past life when they learned of my— Kang-Jin walked with a heavy heart, but I never thought it would happen so soon. They must feel so betrayed, he thought. They truly believed I was a good person. Images of his loved ones staring at him with pure hatred flashed through his mind. Kang-Jin asked himself, if they reacted like that, how will the people I care about now react? He walked past the wreckage, wondering, will they accept me, even hesitantly, like they did in my past life? Or will they feel betrayed and furious that I hid this from them? The thought of being hated by the people he truly cherished was more than Kang-Jin could bear. He remembered the words Suo once told him, I love that you never surrender. No matter how hopeless the situation seems, Kang-Jin's brow furrowed, his lips pressed into a thin line. The anguish was written all over his handsome face. What will this life's Suo think of me when she learns I've been using Fate Stealer? The scene changes to where Kang-Jin finds Junbom and Jang Tae-hoon resting. Junbom spoke up, his voice laced with concern. We were so worried. What took you so long? Kang-Jin's expression was grim. He held out a scroll tied with a red string to Junbom and Jang Tae-hoon. I met some people, he said, and found the location of Sua's token. Their faces lit up with joy. Jang Tae-hoon shouted with excitement, That's great. Let's go now. Kang-Jin turned his back to them. Follow me. He hid his complex emotions, deciding, I'll tell everyone the truth after we escape the demon realm. After a short walk, the three arrived at a mysterious greenhouse. Inside was a vast garden, overgrown with lush greenery. Looking around curiously, Jang Tae-hoon glanced up. What is this place? Are we outside? Junbom scanned the area. It looks like an indoor garden, but the scale of this place is massive. A bead of sweat trickled down Kang-Jin's face. A sense of unease washed over him as he urged them on. We don't have time for this. We need to find it, now. As the three of them searched, the voice of a god echoed relentlessly inside Kang-Jin's head. This place is enormous. It looks like it will take them quite a while to find what they're looking for. As they continued their search, the voice echoed again. It would be quite amusing if they ran into the people from the second area here. The taunting voices were breaking Kang-Jin's focus. A look of horror crossed his face as he listened to their mockery. I wonder what Junbom and Jang Tae-hoon will say when they discover Co Kang-Jin's secret. Another voice chimed in, Me too. I think this is going to be very entertaining. Kang-Jin gritted his teeth. He was already terrified of how they would react when they found out. The voice grew even more sadistic. Shh, don't tell them. It's so much more fun when they find out on their own. Suddenly, Junbom's shout shattered Kang-Jin's spiraling despair. I found it. It's Sister Sua's token. All three of them were overjoyed. The young girl was perched on a tree branch. It was inside this hole. Jang Tae-hoon praised her excitedly. Nice job, Kang-Jin said. Now all we have to do is bring it back. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed through the space. Junbom flinched. Before they could react, the atmosphere grew dark and sinister. The three of them tightened their grip on their weapons, ready for a fight. Jang Tae-hoon spoke. The lull between attacks is getting shorter. A dark power began to envelop them. In a blink, two shadow phantoms appeared. They were the spitting image of Junbom and Jang Tae-hoon. Jang Tae-hoon urged, there's at least two of them. Let's take them down quickly and get back. But something else caught Kang-Jin's eye, making his blood run cold. Before him stood another shadow phantom, wearing a familiar bracelet on its left wrist. It was Sua's ghost. Suddenly, something slashed the ghost's thigh, sending Kang-Jin into a state of panic and horror. All he saw was Sua's phantom, collapsed on the ground, a deep gash now on its arm. Kang-Lim's mind raced with confusion. What? Why did her shadow just fall on its own? Runbom and Tae-hun were still in the back, fighting off the other phantoms. He stood frozen, staring at Sua's collapsed form. Kang-Lim remembered it happening before. Sua had fallen, then raised her sword, and without hesitation, plunged it into her own thigh. He thought to himself, she's still hurting herself, even after the sound of the drum has stopped. Kang-Lim raised his sword, whispering, I have to get to Shin Sua right now. But as he lifted his blade to strike, a hand reached out, activating the skill, Healing Touch. The wounds on Sua's phantom began to heal instantly. He froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was that Father Johan's phantom? Shin Sua's shadow slowly rose to its feet as a mechanical voice echoed. A large amount of earth element is present in the surrounding area. The skill's effect has been amplified by the environment. The environment? He scanned the area, assessing the situation, and activated the wood leaf technique. Immediately, root-like phantoms erupted from the ground. The voice repeated itself. A large amount of earth element is present in the surrounding area. The skill's effect has been amplified by the environment. Sua's phantom exploded with power. A barrage of roots and vines attacked in a massive area of effect assault. The three of them struggled to defend themselves. The situation was critical. Kang Lim screamed in a panic. Run! He swung his sword, desperately slicing through the attacking roots. Kang Lim fought with everything he had as attacks rained down from all sides. In a moment of carelessness, his sword was knocked from his hand, leaving him completely defenseless. Run Bomb cried out in terror. Master. Worried for her safety, Kang Lim roared back. What are you doing? Run. But before he could finish, Run Bomb screamed. Behind you. A sharp root shot from behind, piercing straight through Kang Lim's thigh, sending agony through his body. He could only watch as Sua's shadow looked down on him, calmly observing his torment. It stepped forward, approaching him with a wicked, undisguised smile. Kang Lim glared, his amber-yellow eyes blazing with fury. From out of nowhere, he pulled another sword and unleashed a flurry of strikes at the Phantom. The Phantom dodged the attack, instantly teleporting behind him. Kang Lim spun around as Shin Sua's shadow landed, licking the new wound on its hand. An overwhelming pressure filled the air as it activated its skill. The Phantom's stats have been enhanced. After retreating to the side, Tae-hun rushed over, his face etched with worry. Sir, are you okay? Kang Lim, panting heavily, managed to answer. I'm fine. I can still move. Just then, the sound of the Phantom's footsteps grew louder. They quickly regrouped and began to heal their wounds. Standing nearby, Run Bomb gritted her teeth, her face dark with confusion. Phantoms can heal themselves? As Tae-hun prepared to charge in again, Kang Lim quietly answered. It seems so. If they have the right skills. Tae-hun began to manifest a new weapon, saying, We have to take out Father Johan's Phantom first. He's the one that healed it. Seeing this, Kang Lim immediately put out a hand to stop him. Don't. He glanced at the charging Phantoms and continued, It's already too late. And in that moment, Kang Lim turned and fled. I have an idea. Don't fight them, just run. Run Bomb looked on, completely bewildered. But Kang Lim's voice boomed again. We can't win against them. Finally, she and Tae-hun turned and followed him. As they escaped, Tae-hun paused for a second, landing one last strike to buy them some time. The scene shifts to the quiet infirmary, where a room is crowded with people recovering. Over here, Johan finished treating Kang Lim's leg and spoke up. There, it's done. Kang Lim nodded gratefully. Thank you, Father. Johan then stood up, sighing with a guilty expression. But because of my Phantom, what are we going to do now? He raised a hand to his face, ready to punish himself. Should I injure myself like Sister Shin Sua did? Hearing this, Kang Lim immediately reached out to object. No. Then, with a slight smile, Kang Lim revealed his plan. I think the best thing we can do right now is get out of here as fast as possible. Those Phantoms can only copy people who are currently in this place. After speaking, Kang Lim looked toward Tae-hun. What about those two sisters and the others? Jian immediately turned, a panicked look on her face. But what about Sister Sua's name tag? You're not just going to leave her to fend for herself, are you? Sua looked down, her expression grim, and spoke. You've made the right decision. But another voice cut through the tension. Absolutely not. It was Kang Lim. He walked forward and stood directly in front of Sua, making a declaration. I will defeat your Phantom, Shin Sua. Hearing his words, Sua was so stunned she could only stare blankly. Kang Lim stood his ground, his expression filled with unwavering resolve as he continued. Therefore, you. He lifted his head, finishing his statement with absolute certainty. You will come with me. Hearing this, beads of sweat formed on Sua's worried face. Then, Sua's hand moved slightly, her fingers brushing the hilt of her sword. Well, I don't doubt your skills. But as she lifted the sword, Kang-Jim's hand shot out, stopping her cold. Stop. You don't have to do that. Gently, Kang-Jim took the blade from Sua's hand. I have an idea. Let's go. Sua, still processing, asked with a hint of curiosity. An idea. Flashing the kind of mysterious smile only a main character could, Kang-Jim said nothing more and turned back toward the outside. Beneath the vast canopy of trees, the illusions swarmed in overwhelming numbers. In that moment, Jian's Phantom suddenly began to dissolve. Following that, Tae-hun's illusion, which stood high above, also vanished. Soon, every Phantom that had appeared here faded away, leaving only Sua's illusion standing desolate and alone. Abruptly, a voice filled with relief echoed from within. Looks like everyone made it out safely. All of their illusions are gone. Hearing those words, the Phantom of Sua instantly whipped its head around. Back inside, Kang-Jim kept his cool expression while scratching his head. I really should have told Doc Gozen the plan before I left, but I have no idea where he is. Standing behind him, Sua added, If there's a problem, I'll just stab myself. The moment he heard that, Kang-Jim snatched the dagger away. Why do you keep reaching for these things? Stopped by his firm action, Sua replied helplessly, I still have others. Taking all the weapons from her hands, Kang-Jim stored them away and warned her, Don't do that again. He stood perfectly still as he continued, making her wonder what he would say next. I know you think I can't pull this off. But then, they both fell silent. Sua's brow furrowed in thought. Finally, she grabbed the sleeve of his shirt, placing her complete faith in him. I trust you. A smile blossomed on Sua's face, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. We will leave this place. Together. Feeling the tug on his sleeve, Kang-Jim paused, turning his head in surprise. Their eyes met, and they shared a smile of unwavering trust. Instantly, Kang-Jim charged forward with his sword, activating the skill, the loner. At the same time, he made a vow, I will end this as fast as I possibly can. Just like that, he burst outside to confront the phantom of Sua. Out in the open, the illusion was shocked to see Kang-Jim moving with such blinding speed. Then, it frantically whipped its head around, scanning the area. Exploding from the side, Kang-Jim swung his sword at Sua's phantom, but the creature managed to block it. In a fluid motion, Kang-Jim swept his blade behind it, sending the phantom into a panic. Finally, in the split second, the illusion let down its guard. Kang-Jim struck from behind, smashing his weapon down hard on its shoulder. Reeling from the blow, the phantom turned, grinding its teeth in pure rage as thorny vines began to writhe around it. The illusion stood its ground, summoning countless vines that snaked across the entire area. Suddenly, Kang-Jim lunged forward, his sword cleanly slicing through one of them. An air of supreme confidence radiated from Kang-Jim as he held his sword at the ready, thinking, I knew she would use a shield skill to protect herself. With that thought, Kang-Jim spun around and pretended to flee. Seeing him run, the illusion cracked a triumphant smile and raised its hand to unleash an attack. At its command, the swarm of vines converged on a single point, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. But Kang-Jim had already dodged, leaping onto a nearby tree branch. From that vantage point, he launched himself forward, expertly weaving through the gaps in the vine shield. A system notification rang out. You have used achievement points to upgrade the speed stat. It has now reached level 30. Then, with incredible agility, Kang-Jim leaped high into the air, landing perfectly on one of the thick vines. He took step after determined step along its surface. After a fierce struggle, Kang-Jim finally stood face to face with Sua's phantom, weapon in hand. Witnessing his impossible feat, the creature's face twisted into a grotesque, eerie smile. Seeing this, Kang-Jim let out a forced laugh and said, You're actually making me nervous. At the same time, he secretly activated the skill, Firebird. In the next instant, Giant appeared beside him, his sword now cloaked in raging flames. The moment he was summoned, Giant opened his mouth and unleashed a massive fireball, activating the skill, Firebomb. The torrent of flames shot towards Sua's phantom, forcing it to shrink back. After launching the powerful attack, Kang-Jim shouted with confidence, This is all going way too smoothly. At last, the inferno chased down the phantom, causing it to completely disintegrate. With that, Kang-Jim and Giant split up to unleash their attacks, setting the entire shield of. On the other side, the illusion fell to its knees in despair. With the fight over, Kang-Jim turned and walked away, leaving it to collapse into the roaring fire. As he walked, Kang-Jim glanced back with a look of pride. All right, phantom dealt with. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from out of nowhere, but Kang-Jim, lost in thought, didn't notice. Now I just need to wait for the illusion to fade and get seeing Sua's token back. In that instant, the beam of light shot directly at him. Kang-Jim's reflexes took over as he drew his sword to block the attack. Someone from Area 2, he wondered. Then, footsteps emerged from the shadows as a voice called out, Found you, Kang-Jim. From the darkness, 3 figures appeared, speaking over one another. Attack him. Wait, I'm sure CO Kang-Jim is just going to find a way to escape. 500 million. If we catch him, it's 500 million. 500 million. CO Kang-Jim let out an annoyed sigh. A bounty? Are you guys from Area 1? The leader of the group on the other side smirked victoriously. Just come with us peacefully. I'm sure you don't want to fight here. As another dark figure emerged from the trees, the leader continued, This won't be as easy as it was last time. Faced with this carnage, Kang-Jim gritted his teeth, his mind racing with bloodlust. Someone in Area 1 has this kind of power? Then, footsteps echoed as a voice called out, Hey, Kang-Jim. When he saw who it was, Kang-Jim froze in pure shock. It was Gozen. He appeared with a terrifying grin. So good to see you again. Instantly, Kang-Jim raised his sword, unable to believe what he was seeing. No, this doesn't make any sense. There's no reason for you to be doing this. But Kang-Jim held his stance, his mind swirling with questions. Why did you transfer to Area 1? Hearing this, Gozen leaned back and roared with laughter. Oh, I was hoping you'd be a little more surprised than this, he mocked, his gaze shifting to the smoldering fire. But watching you destroy that illusion was pretty entertaining. That was Sue's phantom, wasn't it? As Kang-Jim remained vigilant, Gozen rambled on. There was a much easier way, you know, but you just had to do it the hard way, like some kind of main character. Suddenly, Gozen's demeanor shattered as he screamed, "I love it." In an instant, a fresh spray of blood erupted through the air. Kang-Jin could only stand there, completely stunned. Through the crimson mist, Gozen's dark eyes locked onto him. "You act so differently from me." Kang-Jin looked down, bewildered by the chaos. One of the other men went flying from Gozen's strike, screaming in agony, "Doc Gozen, why?" Gozen's face, now splattered with blood, twisted into a joyful expression. "That's exactly why I abandoned the idea of having two main characters." Ignoring the chaos he created, he casually slung his sword over his shoulder with a friendly smile. "Instead, I've decided to just be a supporting character." He held up a single finger. "So I guess that makes me something of a double agent, doesn't it?" The Time Messenger was also part of that plan. Faced with this revelation, Kang-Jin kept his sword raised defensively. "I could feel the bloodlust coming from you guys all the way down the hall." Hearing that, Gozen's blood-soaked grin returned. "Oh, so you noticed?" The three remaining men huddled together, their faces pale with terror. Gozen then turned to stand beside Kang-Jin, weapons ready in both hands as he faced the trio. Well, you're the ones who made Shin-Sua harm herself for this mission. For that, you all deserve a fitting punishment. Even main characters play the double agent sometimes." At this, Kang-Jin glanced away. "So, now." But before he could finish, Gozen spread his arms wide, weapons in hand, and declared, "I'm on your side." Enraged, the three men charged forward, screaming, "You traitor!" Instantly, Kang-Jin and Gozen split apart, striking them down with brutal efficiency. But then, a chilling scream drew his attention. Gozen had one of the men by the throat, activating a horrifying decomposition skill that made him writhe in agony. Before their very eyes, the man's neck began to dissolve away. Finally, he tossed the gurgling body to the ground at Kang-Jin's feet. Kang-Jin's eyes widened in horror, as the last remaining enemy stared, paralyzed by fear. With the deed done, Gozen's cheeks were flushed as he beamed with a chilling smile. "If you want to clear this stage safely, you need to use your own skill. And quickly." Seeing this unhinged display, Kang-Jin asked cautiously, "Where did you hear about that?" Gozen nonchalantly walked closer. "Don't worry about the little details. I'm talking about your skill. To steal another's fate." His eyes lit up with a feverish excitement. "I want to see you use it." At those words, Kang-Jin snapped back. "Like hell, I'd use that here. Never." Suddenly, wisps of purple smoke began to fill the air, followed by a loud, echoing boom. A figure emerged, shrouded in a strange, violet aura. Gozen sounded almost annoyed. "What's this? We were just getting to the good part." "Oh well, it's just another illusion," he added casually. "I'll take care of it." But before he could move, the Phantom unleashed a technique identical to Kang-Jin's, striking the two men beside him. After parrying the blow, Gozen's smile widened with pure excitement. "Oh, it's an illusion of you." But then, it charged directly out of the smoke. The Phantom Kang-Jin raised its weapon high and brought it down on Gozen. The attack landed with devastating speed, sending him flying across the room. The impact was so brutal, Gozen coughed up blood. He'd been slammed into the far wall, where he now sat completely motionless. Seeing this, Kang-Jin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Doc Gozen was taken down in a single hit. The phantom creature then turned its full attention toward Kang-Jin. His mind reeled. Though the smoke had obscured the details of the clash, a terrifying silhouette with glowing red eyes emerged. His instincts screamed that standing in the haze was the illusion of himself. Its blazing red eyes locked onto him. A wave of despair washed over Kang-Jin. "That's my own illusion." Suddenly, Gozen's voice shouted through the chaos. "Kang-Jin, don't lose focus now." Gozen's voice echoed, causing both the real Kang-Jin and his phantom to look over. "Steal its fate. Who else besides you could possibly defeat your own phantom?" At that, the illusion pointed a finger toward Gozen. "He's right," Kang-Jin thought, his mind flashing back to a previous conversation. "That illusion. It terrifies me. It acts like a mindless beast, and it gets stronger every time someone dies." Snapping back to reality, Kang-Jin's resolve hardened as a powerful aura erupted from his body. "I have to steal its destiny before this phantom makes its move." As he faced his double, the system chimed relentlessly, activating Destiny Plunder, stealing all destiny within the area. Investing achievement points to boost all stats. Standing his ground, Kang-Jin swore to himself he would end this thing, right here. The illusion of Kang-Jin slowly closed the distance. Meanwhile, his stats continued to skyrocket. Mana reached level 30, stamina hit level 30, agility climbed to level 30, senses peaked at level 30, and strength rose to level 29. Kang-Jin braced himself, watching its slow approach and whispering, "I can do this." At last, his eyes blazed crimson as he activated the skill. Combat Instinct. He tried to reassure himself that an illusion couldn't possibly kill the original. As he finished the thought, a glint flashed in Kang-Jin's eyes. A system notification appeared. Combat Instinct is issuing a warning. But then, a colossal red aura exploded from the Phantom. The system blared a code red alert. Enemy is overwhelmingly powerful. No weaknesses detected. Reading the message, despair washed over Kang-Jin. No weaknesses. My senses are enhanced by Combat Instinct, and I still can't find a single opening. Across from him, the Phantom remained eerily calm as it raised its weapon and swung its sword straight for him. He felt an unseen force take control of his body. Panic surged through Kang-Jin. I can't move. The Phantom's blade slammed into him, even as he desperately raised his own weapon to block. In that instant, an immense pressure radiated from the clash, whipping up violent winds, and on the Phantom's face, a condescending smile began to form. Phantom Thief. Humanoid Class 1. Ability. Can copy the skills of humans, now copying the target's skills. Then, its hand shot out and gripped Kang-Jin's head. Skill copy in progress. He could only stare into the monster's eyes as abyssal magic flooded the entire area. A desperate scream pierced the air. Kang-Jin, a final thought flashed through his mind. Is this really just an illusion of me? A memory surfaced. A younger Kang-Jin, sick and frail, leaning against his mother. While they sat together, his father confronted a doctor in the distance. You don't know what's wrong with my son? How can you even call yourself a doctor? A hesitant voice pleaded, Sir, please calm down. Quickly, his mother helped the exhausted Kang-Jin into their car. The car drove deep into a desolate forest as the sun began to set. Soon after, a shaman with a dark expression delivered his judgment. I've told you before. The boy will only get better if he accepts the god that wishes to enter his body. Hearing this, his mother cried out in alarm. But I heard there was another way. Seeing her distress, the shaman held up a hand. There is nothing else I can do. The god that desires this child is far too powerful. At that moment, a voice began whispering inside his head. Accept me, little one. The exhausted Kang-Jin grew even more confused. He asked, Mom, what does that mean? The mysterious voice echoed again. That is your destiny. His mother turned to answer him. It means you will become the messenger of a god. Hearing this, Kang-Jin simply agreed. Okay then, I'll do it. His mother's expression remained grave as she explained. If you do this, you must live exactly as the god commands. Her next words filled young Kang-Jin with a growing sense of dread. You will have to give up all of your dreams, and you won't be able to do anything without the god's permission. After explaining everything, she asked him one last time, Do you still want to do it? This time, faced with a terrible choice, Kang-Jin shook his head over and over. In a flash, blood splattered everywhere as his father and mother held him tightly. It's okay. We'll help you. That loving memory shattered, replaced by another. Their car flipped over on the road, surrounded by fresh blood. Then, a plume of white smoke drifted past as white flowers fell like snow. Kang-Jin stood at his parents' funeral, his face dark and silent. The guests around him were whispering. They were in a car accident on their way back from the shaman's house. The state of the bodies was horrific, but the child, he doesn't seem to have a single scratch. It's because the boy rejected the god. And so, the god became enraged. In that moment, Kang-Jin's eyes widened in utter despair. Then, the image of his adult self stood before his younger self, and the god spoke through him. They were the first humans to die because of you. The scene shifted. The adult Kang-Jin now stood in a space filled with countless memorial photos. It seems you've accumulated quite a bit of bad karma since then. Sua's memorial photo appeared, then Tae-hun's, and Runbom's, followed by so many others. The pictures scattered across a floor soaked in blood. The god, wearing Kang-Jin's face, stared him down, beginning its cruel psychological attack. Look at the result of your actions. Kang-Jin could only stare back, completely lost. The voice hammered into him relentlessly as sweat poured down his face. He looked down, broken. Your parents died because of you. The people of the Flying Tiger Gang all died. Everyone who entered this demon world with you also died. Then, the perfect copy of Kang-Jin grabbed him by the shoulders, nearly hysterical. This all happened because you refused a god's request. The godlike entity grew calm. Its voice a soft whisper to the boy standing in a pit of blood. It embraced him, whispering again, Do you still refuse to let a part of me inside? Before he could answer, the entity's eyes shifted. Very well, it said. There is another way to save your friends without accepting my soul. The entity then reached out and thrust Kang-Jin down, plunging him deep into the crimson pool. Die here, it commanded as his body sank. Boy, you can still make the right choice. Embrace eternal sleep right now. The being's twisted expression remained fixed, and you will avoid the terrible karma that awaits you. Kang-Jin's thoughts echoed. Karma, He closed his eyes, sinking into his memories. If I die here, he realized, the entire Flying Tiger clan won't be slaughtered because of me. Kang-Jin's shadow self materialized, a cruel smile on its face. That's right, it hissed. A wise choice. It's so much more comfortable in here. A faint smile touched Kang-Jin's lips. Yes, it is comfortable. But then he wondered, do I even deserve this comfort? After everything I've done? Just forget the past, the shadow whispered seductively. But flashes of bloodshed flooded his mind. Forget, he thought, horrified. I can still see their faces, everyone who fell right in front of me. The image of a dying woman seared into his memory. I have to atone for my sins. Kang-Jin fought to rise, but the shadow's voice cut through. Their deaths have already paid your price. Then, one face pierced through the haze. What about Sua? He remembered. She was unconscious. His eyes snapped open, a surge of adrenaline hitting him. I never even got to see if she was safe. His hand broke the surface. I have to get out of here, he resolved. I have to get Sua out of this demonic realm. The other entity was not pleased. Boy, it shrieked, its form dissolving as Kang-Jin scrambled away. You've made the wrong choice. Again, ghostly hands erupted from the darkness behind him, clawing at his back. Die, they hissed. That's all that's left for you. Even if I die, Kang-Jin roared, I will get Sua out of here. He tore himself free from the grasping hands. His shadow self lashed out with shadowy tendrils. Saving Sua? It mocked. That's just an excuse. She doesn't even want you to live. The words hit him like a physical blow, his expression freezing over. I bet she regrets ever bringing you to this place. Kang-Jin leaned on a steel pipe for support. She probably wishes she'd never even met you. The voice tormented him. He grit his teeth, fighting back the despair. His inner demon closed in, its voice a venomous whisper. In fact, I'm sure she wishes you were dead. But Kang-Jin's resolve didn't waver. Even so, I have to get out. The shadow persisted as the ground began to crack. There's nothing but misery out there. Kang-Jin violently swung the pipe, knocking his shadow back. I don't care, he yelled. You'll be the one to regret this, the shadow retorted. Kang-Jin's denial was furious. Never. The shadow pressed on. Why are you so damn stubborn? Kang-Jin swung his weapon, tearing a rift in the darkness. Because I made a promise. As the taunting figure faded, his voice was firm. A promise to Sua, that we'd get out of here together. A memory of their promise flashed before his eyes. With one final strike, he shattered the illusion. Meanwhile, back in reality, Sua was in a complete panic. Kang-Jin, wake up. A hand pulled him from the ground. It was Sua. Seeing him stir, his patron deity rejoiced. He's awake. Kang-Jin's expression was one of pure shock. He stared at the girl before him. At Sua's overjoyed face. I'm so glad, she cried. Sua's own deity chimed in. We really thought you were a goner. Kang-Jin's patron spirit spoke to him directly. You have Sua to thank for this. She fought with everything she had, Sua's deity added, to pull you from that darkness. A wave of relief and joy washed over Kang-Jin. He thought triumphantly, see, you were wrong. Sua was waiting for me. Sua tugged on his arm. Can you move? She asked, her voice filled with concern. I'm fine, Kang-Jin managed to say. But as she started to speak again, he froze, his eyes widening in shock. Geez, you scared me, she said. Just then, a deep drumming sound echoed as a shadowy figure appeared in the doorway. But Kang-Jin wasn't looking at the door. He was staring at Sua's empty sleeve. Sua kept talking, unaware of his gaze. You were completely swallowed by that shadow, so Gozen went in after you. Slowly, Kang-Jin's hand reached out. He gently took hold of what was left of her arm. Sua, he whispered, his voice trembling. Why didn't you run? His grip was crushing her. That hurts, she cried out. Kang-Jim froze instantly. He released her hand and looked down, asking, Why are you still here? Patiently, Sua explained what had just happened. I told you before, you were consumed by the darkness. Gozen tried everything to stop it. Kang-Jim shielded his face, his voice tight with rage. Then where is he now? Sua couldn't meet his furious gaze as she answered. He left before the time was up. He said he needed his hands to keep writing his novels. The words ignited Kang-Jim's fury. He roared at her. Then why didn't you leave with him? Sua's own anger flared to match his. You were being consumed by the abyss. How could I just turn my back and walk away? It would have been the most logical thing to do. His cold words infuriated her. She screamed, What are you talking about? How can you say that to me? It's too late to leave now. But as she spoke, blood suddenly trickled from her nose. Sua collapsed to her knees. Horrified, Kang-Jim cried out her name, Sua. Even Kang-Jim's own patron god chastised him. You worthless fool. Kang-Jim, How dare you yell at the one who just saved you? Even with a missing arm, she had gripped her sword with fierce determination. A vision of Sua piercing the darkness flashed in his mind. Kang-Jim's god reminded him of her deeds, adding with respect, "That girl is no ordinary mortal." She had struck at the shadows again and again, fainting, only to wake and continue the assault in an endless cycle. As Kang-Jim held Sua, he felt her calloused palms and cursed himself. "Why, Kang-Jim? You idiot. Why did you take your anger out on her?" Kang-Jim then declared, "There's no more time to think. I have to save Sua." Kang-Jim sighed. "Well, at least it's finally over." He lifted Sua into his arms as a dark aura began to envelop them. "Come back here." Hearing that voice, Kang-Jim immediately tensed up. "I don't want to hurt you." Kang-Jim turned to see the shadow still pursuing them. "But if you don't return." The being activated its monster summoning skill. As the wolves charged toward Kang-Jim, he yelled, "Then just die." He stared in horror at the scene before him. "It's still not over?" Gritting his teeth, he vowed to end this once and for all. Kang-Jim summoned his companions, Lynn and Lon. Kang-Jim ordered them to protect Sua. As for himself, he drew his blade and charged forward, slicing through a shadow beast. But the enemy simply activated another summoning skill. More monstrous creatures leaped out, rushing toward Kang-Jim. After cutting down the last of the shadow beasts, Kang-Jim stood face to face with the shadow. "If you attack me, you'll get hurt too," he roared in defiance. But the shadow was completely unconcerned. It simply used a recovery skill. Kang-Jim froze in utter disbelief. The shadow was regenerating before his very eyes. Rage boiled within Kang-Jim. "It even stole my own recovery skill." The shadow questioned him. "Boy, why must you struggle so hard? Why do you insist on worsening your own karma?" It held out a hand, and darkness poured from its palm. In an instant, more beasts appeared and lunged at Kang-Jim. "Why are you so stubborn?" Kang-Jim blocked the attack with his blade. "No one will ever pray for you, and you know it." Hearing those words, Kang-Jim's fury erupted. With a single slash, he annihilated the shadow beasts. Sua suddenly woke up and screamed, "Kang-Jim, don't die." Kang-Jim's grip tightened on his blade as he let out a primal roar, swinging with all his might. Power has been raised to level 30. His sword tore the very fabric of darkness apart. All stats have reached level 30. You have fulfilled the requirements. Kang-Jim was stunned. The second characteristic has been unlocked. A brilliant ray of light separated Kang-Jim and the shadow, which looked ready to pounce. Unlocking Zodiac. Golden bands of light unfurled before Kang-Jim. He smiled, seeing a path to salvation. The Zodiac skill. "I can defeat the shadow with this." The shadow's voice echoed, shattering his hope. "Little boy, are you still clinging to something so futile?" Kang-Jim stared at the skill, thinking to himself that even with time stopped, that voice was still insufferable. He looked down at the notification panel. "Your Zodiac is the rat." The shadow couldn't help but mock him. "You pitiful child. Look how pathetic your Zodiac is. You can acquire a new skill related to your Zodiac." The shadow sneered. "The rat is the weakest of all. A skill related to it will do nothing to make you stronger." Kang-Jim ignored the shadow's taunts. "My Zodiac was decided from the very beginning." He touched the image of the rat. "I will escape the miserable fate laid out for me." A system notification appeared. "You have acquired the skill, Cry of the Cornered Rat." Kang-Jim raised his fist as the massive form of a rat appeared behind him. Kang-Jim grinned. "This is what I'm best at." The shadow summoned more beasts. "You can't escape." It looked down on Kang-Jim, especially that pathetically weak skill. The monsters lunged, one biting deep into his shoulder. Kang-Jim didn't resist, letting them tear into him as he let out a low groan. The shadow found it strange. "Why are you smiling?" A smirk remained on Kang-Jim's lips. A system window popped up. "Your health is below 10%. Activating skill, Cry of the Cornered Rat." Kang-Jim's blade sent the monster flying, and a brilliant light erupted from his body. Cry of the Cornered Rat. The Tier 1 user becomes stronger when facing immense danger. There will be consequences for using this skill. The battlefield cleared, leaving only Kang-Jim and the shadow. Kang-Jim launched himself forward. The rat may be the weakest animal of the Zodiac. A cornered rat. As he lunged, Kang-Jim aimed his blade straight ahead. But there is nothing more terrifying than a cornered rat. As the blade came down, the shadow narrowly dodged the blow. It hadn't expected this outcome. "Boy, no matter what you do, you can't escape your death." Kang-Jim continued his relentless assault on the shadow. He activated the skill, Battle Instinct. Kang-Jim roared with absolute resolve. "Even if I die here, I will make sure Jua gets out." His blade sliced across the black shadow's arm, sending blood flying. The creature howled in agony, but the wound healed in an instant. The black shadow lunged for Kang-Jim. A pathetic rat's struggles are nothing more than a pointless effort. A massive dragon's head materialized, rushing toward Kang-Jim. Dragonification skill activated. A rat's instinct is to fear the dragon, and Kang-Diem was frozen in utter shock. The dragon didn't attack. It simply opened its maw and bellowed. Even a human with a dragon's power is helpless before me. So what makes you think a mere rat could ever defeat me? The dragon's jaw gaped wide before him. Kang-Diem could only instinctively raise an arm to shield himself. He muttered under his breath, "Well, I just grabbed the coolest-looking thing in the armory." He drew the sword from his hip. This was the sword of domination, a blade that strikes terror into the hearts of dragons, with a dragon's head carved into its hilt. The sword of domination was a weapon that grew stronger when facing dragonkind. Kang-Diem raised the blade, declaring, "It would have been better for you if you were a rat, too." A system window appeared. Dragon detected. The power of the sword of domination has increased significantly. Kang-Diem pulled the sword back because this was a dragon-slaying blade. He launched into the air, plunging the sword deep into the dragon's neck in a flash of light. As Kang-Diem fell back to the ground, the skill, Desperate Rat's Cry, was cancelled. The black shadow vanished. You will receive a bonus reward for defeating a stronger enemy. Seo Kang-Diem's classification has risen from second-class human to first-class human. Seo Kang-Diem's classification has risen from first-class human to third-class demon. After slaying the dragon, Kang-Diem collapsed, his strength gone. But the black shadow's voice echoed in his mind. The young man cursed inwardly. Ah, damn it all. The black shadow asked him again, "Do you want to live? Accept me, and I will let you live." Kang-Diem thought to himself, "I know it's just my own hallucination. I can still hear it even after killing my own shadow." His vision began to blur. So this is how I die. If I'd known I would go through all this just to die anyway, I would have killed myself. Was Shua able to escape? He could hear her desperate cries. "Mr. Seo Kang-Diem, as long as I still have the strength to worry about Shua, she won't have to worry about me. She'll be fine." John and Lan Yu rushed to Kang-Diem's side. The image of a faceless woman appeared, stroking his head. "It's time to come back," she whispered. Kang-Diem's eyes shot open. He jolted upright and saw a familiar silhouette in the hallway. Ripping the IV from his arm, Kang-Diem called out, "Shua." He stumbled out of the room. "Shua." He collapsed to the floor but managed a weak smile. "Shua. I'm so glad you're okay." But the person standing before him wasn't Shua. His entire world went silent. The hospital room was filled with illusions. Why am I seeing these things again? The system notified him, "You are approaching the boundary once more due to the karma you possess." Kang-Diem gave a bitter laugh. "Is it because I'm getting closer to the boundary?" A hand grabbed his wrist, dragging him away. A woman threw Kang-Diem out of the room. "We can't take care of him anymore. Ever since we took him in, we've had nothing but bad luck." The hateful words echoed around him. "Then why did you bring him here in the first place?" "My kids got into an accident and are in the hospital. This is all because he refuses to accept a god." "So what?" Darkness swirled around Kang-Diem. "How long will you run?" "Accept me. This is all your fault." Kang-Diem clamped his hands over his ears, trying to block out the noise. "The reason they suffer is because you keep rejecting me." "So what? Just tell him to accept the god already." Kang-Diem was dragged to a house and shoved inside. The moment he stepped through the door, he sensed something was terribly wrong. He was shocked. It was too quiet. A woman emerged from within the house and asked, "Are you Kang-Diem?" "I am Seo Hae-Dung," she introduced herself. A strange aura radiated from behind the woman. Kang-Diem bit his lip in fear, and Hae-Dung's expression immediately hardened. She turned to the others. What happened to this boy's face? They all looked away, avoiding her gaze. Hae-Dung looked back at them, then spoke to Kang-Diem. "They asked me to perform a ritual to help you accept a god, but it seems you don't want that." Kang-Diem was stunned that she knew. He turned his head away, refusing to answer. Hae-Dung knelt down to face him. "If you don't want to, then we won't. But the god that desires you is far too powerful. I cannot completely protect you as you are." Hearing her words, Kang-Diem was even more astonished. Hae-Dung then made him an offer. "Become my disciple until you learn how to defend yourself." Kang-Diem pulled his hand away from hers, refusing. "No." He anxiously tried to withdraw his hand, but Hae-Dung held on tight. "Then you'll get hurt, too." Hae-Dung chuckled softly. "You underestimate me, child." She took both of his hands to reassure him. "I have a guardian god of my own, so do not worry." Hae-Dung comforted him. "It might be painful for a while, but everything will be all right. Good people will soon find their way to you." She smiled warmly. "And then, you will find happiness." The expression on Kang-Diem's face changed. He recalled his past with Hae-Dung, when she performed a ritual to suppress his sacred power, living with her. The ghosts finally disappeared. But now, the corpses have returned to haunt Kang-Dim.
But as you accumulate karma and draw closer to the boundary, you start seeing things you were never meant to see.
Kang-Dim sank into the encroaching shadows, and once you cross that line, Your hands fall limp. You will die. Kang-Dim lay motionless, separated by a strange veil, with someone else on the other side. Closer. A shadowy figure reached for the barrier, its voice filled with longing. Come closer to me, boy. Kang-Dim's body lay still and alone. As his eyes fluttered open, he saw Sinua and June. Was it a dream? No, this was real. Mr. Seo Kang-Dim, the voice belonged to a nurse. She continued, you finally regained consciousness after 1 month. Of course, you'll die if you move so suddenly. Panicked, Kang-Dim asked, Shinua. What about Shinua? The nurse smiled. She's all right. Hearing that, Kang-Dim let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Seeing him sit up, the nurse said, please wait a moment. I'll call someone to assist you. Oh, and congratulations on your recovery. But in the hospital room, the phantom images hadn't vanished, even though his test results were normal. After all, an awakened being's recovery rate is far superior to an ordinary person's. Kang-Dim ignored the phantoms, lost in thought. The most worrying thing right now is my own fate window. Seo Kang-Dim, third-class fire attribute demon. Kang-Dim stared at the notification, stunned. Huh? I jumped 2 classes at once. Kang-Dim wondered, was it because he'd changed his and Sinua's fate? He couldn't understand it. But how did we escape the demon world? Just then, the door opened from the outside. Mr. Seo Kang-Dim. It was Chu Sung-tae and Kang-Du. The man immediately questioned him. Why didn't you inform us about your ability to steal the fate of others? Kang-Dim sighed in frustration. Here we go. Kang-Du pressed on. Give us a reason. Kang-Dim gave a slight smirk, pointing at the man opposite him. Because I was worried you'd make the exact face you're making right now. Kang-Du, though displeased, let it slide. Fine, I'll calm down. Kang-Du then asked him, have you ever intentionally killed someone to steal their fate? Never, Kang-Dim replied. Kang-Du pressed again. What about unintentionally? Kang-Dim's expression turned cold. He looked down and answered, in self-defense, yes, but we signed a contract before entering. Kang-Dim continued. It stated that injuries or casualties resulting from conflicts between trainees and monsters were a possibility. I never intentionally killed anyone. Hearing this, Chu Sung-tae couldn't hide his fury. But murder is still murder. That was the thought racing through his mind. Well, that's a normal reaction. A corner of Kang-Dim's mouth curled up. So, what happens to me now? He asked Kang-Du. Will I be punished? But Kang-Du said something completely different from what Kang-Dim expected. Congratulations, Mr. Seo Kang-Dim. You received the highest evaluation among all the trainees in this region. Chu Sung-tae strongly disagreed. Team leader, are you really going to let a dangerous person like him? Kang-Du cut him off sharply. Be quiet, Chu Sung-tae. He then offered Kang-Dim a handshake. I have a proposal for you, Seo Kang-Dim. Kang-Dim asked, what is it? Kang-Du replied, we'd like to offer you an official position within the second squad of the Fate Protection Agency. Kang-Dim hadn't anticipated this at all, and he pulled his hand back. Kang-Dim's blunt refusal stunned Kang-Du. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. An angry Chu Sung-tae interjected. Do you have any idea what a golden opportunity this is? Kang-Du shot him a glare. Chu Sung-tae. He maintained his elegant demeanor. We understand we may have been a bit hasty, making an offer to someone who just recovered. He handed Kang-Dim a business card. Please rest for a few days, then contact us. You probably want to see your family and get some fresh air first. I don't want to do that. Before Seo Kang-Dim could finish his refusal, Kang-Du was already at the door, cutting him off. Please come to the training room once you're discharged. There are a few things you need to know before leaving the center. The man gave him a wink. I'll see you again soon, Mr. Seo Kang-Dim. Kang-Dim could only remain silent, utterly helpless. Kang-Dim thought to himself, work for the Fate Protection Agency, but thinking it over, if this is all they're doing, they must not know about my fate discovery. The system displayed Chu Sung-tae's name, third-class dragon. He closed the system window, dejected. Otherwise, they'd do anything to force me to join them. Kang-Dim changed his clothes and prepared to leave. All right, first things first. I need to find Shinua. At another hospital room, Kang-Dim called out as he approached Miss Sinua. He stood at the door, looking in. Shinua was still unconscious, and half of her arm was gone. Kang-Dim stared with a bitter heart and squeezed his eyes shut. That's when he detected the aura of murderous intent. Kang-Dim received a warning and looked around in shock. Shinua's fate. He was stunned by the system's notification. He muttered, murderous intent. How is that possible? In my past life, Sinwa never possessed such a dense, toxic aura. Suddenly, the compass in his pocket shot out, and the system announced the activation of the Fate Compass item. The compass began to spin wildly. The system's mechanical voice continued to echo. The item, Fate Compass, has been enhanced with power. Visions of himself and Sua flooded his mind. a relentless, agonizing stream. He clutched his head, groaning against the psychic onslaught. In one horrifying flash, he saw Sua cough up a spray of crimson blood. She was tied up, glaring with pure hatred at her captor, who just kept taunting her. Kang-Jin isn't coming for you. The words were a bitter poison. The images were too hazy, and no matter how he strained, he couldn't see the mastermind's face. The villainess seemed thrilled. Kang-Jin doesn't even know you're here, does he? She crouched down, bringing herself to Sua's eye level. Resting her chin on her hand, she feigned contemplation. I just don't understand you. The second you left the center, Seo Kang-Jin left you for dead. So why are you willing to die for him? Absolute terror seized Kang-Jin. He gripped his forehead, the horrifying realization dawning on him. This was the future. But the nightmarish visions continued to unfold before his very eyes. The mastermind relentlessly tortured Sua's spirit. No matter what you do, Seo Kang-Jin is going to die anyway. Hearing that, Sua's head snapped up, her eyes blazing with fury as she snarled through gritted teeth. Don't you dare lay a single finger on Seo Kang-Jin. The mastermind's mocking laughter echoed in Kang-Jin's mind. What a terrible shame. His eyes shot open in confusion. Why? A single, clean slice of a blade tore through everything, followed by the villain's sharp, cruel voice. Well then, farewell. Witnessing the scene from start to finish left him paralyzed in a state of shock. Kang-Jin collapsed, his thoughts shattering into a million panicked pieces. His inner voice stammered. In some place I don't even know. Is Sua going to die for me? Again, Kang-Jin's eyes remained wide with terror as he stared up at the compass, which was now glowing brightly in midair. He reached for it, desperately trying to ground himself. No. As his fingers made contact with the artifact, Kang-Jin slowly forced a wave of calm over his mind. I can't stop it with just this vision. I need to find out exactly what happens. The compass began to spin again, pulling him into a place that was both strange and painfully familiar. He was standing in the middle of a catastrophic accident, and a desperate scream pierced the air. Kang-Jin, run. He whipped around, only to hear a small child's weak voice. No, I'm not running away. In the vision, a younger Kang-Jin was crying while trying to flip over a wrecked car. The little boy sobbed, I'm going to save you, Mom. His mother's voice was faint, but she did her best to soothe him. Oh, Kang-Jin, you can't help us by yourself. There must be an adult nearby. Go and bring them here. His mother forced a bright smile, encouraging him. You can do that, right? Little Kang-Jin immediately obeyed and began to run, but he glanced back one last time to reassure his mom. Yes, I'll bring help. Just wait for me. As the boy dashed past, the present-day Kang-Jin grabbed for his shoulder. Don't go. But his hand passed right through the ghostly image. All he could do was stand there and watch his younger self run, his small voice screaming for help. Is anyone here? He stared at his own hands, then back at the illusion as it began to dissolve before his eyes. Little Kang-Jin's voice still echoing. Somebody, please help my parents. Kang-Jin gritted his teeth, suppressing the hurricane of emotions inside as he forced himself to turn back. From within the sea of flames, he heard his parents' weak, relieved whispers. Thank goodness. We got him away in time. Ah, but what will he do all by himself? The terrifying blaze consumed his entire field of vision. His parents spoke their last words. He's truly on his own now. Just as the car exploded, his mother gently comforted his father. I'm sure our son will be just fine. 2 streams of tears flowed freely down his face. They knew. As he raised an arm to shield his face from the blast, he thought the car is going to explode. But the image that followed was infinitely more horrifying. A woman with platinum blonde hair stood in the distance, leveling a spear at the vehicle. Her cold, cruel face grew clearer and clearer. It was Baek-Jung. The moment the system announced, the item compass of fate has been deactivated, Kang-Jin snapped back to reality. He was completely bewildered, whispering Baek-Jung's name to himself. And as he connected the dots of everything he'd just seen, Kang-Jin began to tremble uncontrollably. What was that? That wasn't just some car accident. Did Baek-Jung attack the car? He gripped the railing of the hospital bed, fighting to suppress his boiling rage. Kang-Jin's fist clenched even tighter as another possibility clawed its way into his mind. Then, is Baek-Jung also the one who's going to kill Sua in the future? I just saw. A cold sweat poured down his back like rain. Lying in her bed, Sua began to stir, but she quickly fell back into a deep, dreamless sleep. Kang-Jin quietly closed the door. He'd only taken a few steps down the hall when a voice suddenly spoke. I knew I would find you here. Startled, Kang-Jin quickly shoved the compass into his pocket. Seo Wong Yu stood smiling, as brightly as the bouquet of flowers in her hands, as she offered a gentle greeting. Hello, Kang-Jin. He awkwardly took the flowers, his tone guarded. You're Dong Yu, the leader of the Seo Moon clan. She let out a disarming laugh. Oh my, you remember me. I stopped by to visit earlier, but you weren't here. Dong Yu glanced at the nameplate on Sua's door, her voice half joking, half serious. You really do care about Miss Sua, don't you? Rushing to see her the moment you woke up? Then again, it seems she cares just as much about you. She clicked her tongue, as if reminiscing. I was so surprised when you two came out of the demon world. She was missing an arm and was covered in wounds, but she still emerged, carrying you on her back. The struggle must have been immense. Then, she cut right to the chase. I don't wish to impose, so I'll leave after I've said my piece. Dong Yu offered with a brilliant, inviting smile. This is an offer from the Fate Protection Agency for Team 1, not Team 2. At those words, Kang-Jin shut her down immediately. I have no intention of working for, but she cut him off before he could finish. I will help restore Miss Sua's lost arm. Dong Yu's words made his eyes widen in utter shock. Still on guard, Kang-Jin demanded, How? She simply glided closer, taking his hands that held the flowers and explained with an air of mystery. The method is a secret, but the results are guaranteed. The moment you join our ranks, his mind reeled. Could she truly restore Sua's arm, just like that? His thoughts raced ahead. In a few years, godlike beings might appear, ones capable of regenerating entire limbs. But right now, such beings were nothing but a myth. A conflicted blush crept onto his face. He secretly knew of a way to bring back her arm using a special item, but that method would take an eternity. And joining the Fate Protection Agency would derail all of his plans. After weighing his options, Kang-Jin finally spoke. So, what's the contract length? At his question, Dong Yu's smile grew even wider. 1 year, perhaps? Though a longer commitment would be even better. She continued cheerfully, laying out the terms. Normally, we'd require you to start immediately, but we're willing to grant you a few months to recover, on one condition. You must give us your answer right now. Her words plunged Kang-Jin back into a storm of deliberation. He stared ahead, his mind a mess, then finally made a decision. All right, but his words were cut short by a figure bursting from the hospital room. He's going to refuse that offer. Sua appeared, her voice firm. Kang-Jin will not work for the Fate Protection Agency. He was stunned by her sudden appearance, turning to her in a flustered mess. Sua. Ignoring him completely, she directed her anger at Co Moon Dong Nu. What in the world are you saying? Using my arm to manipulate him into joining your ranks. You didn't even have the decency to consult me first. Dong Nu suddenly plucked the bouquet from Kang-Jin's hands, her smile never faltering as she asked, Then why don't you work for us instead? She winked, extending the flowers to Sua as an offering. I want to recruit you, too. But Sua simply brushed the offer aside, her voice unwavering. No, thank you. Our values don't align. In a flash, the bouquet transformed into 2 business cards. Dong Yu gracefully twirled the cards between her fingers. Such a pity. She then offered one to each of them, her sales pitch not quite over. Give me a call if you have a change of heart. As she departed, both Sua and Kang-Jin were left in a heavy silence. After a moment, Sua finally broke the silence. If you were about to agree just because of my arm, don't. This is my burden to bear, not yours. He said nothing. After a few tense seconds, Kang-Jin finally admitted, I was going to accept the offer regardless. Even without the condition about your arm, he couldn't even finish before she cut him off again. Kang-Jin, she sighed. You're a terrible liar, so please, just stop. Suddenly, Kang-Jin grabbed her hand, his question coming out of nowhere. Why? His expression darkened, a storm of emotions swirling just beneath the surface. Why did you sacrifice your arm for me? We barely even know each other. It's only been a few months, at most. Sua was flustered by the intensity, but she tried to play it off. Well, you just looked like you were in terrible danger. This time, he was the one to interrupt. That doesn't matter. Why? Defeated, she finally confessed. I don't know. But Kang-Jin pressed on, relentless. Doesn't that seem completely irrational to you? Sua had to be honest, though her words grew more flustered as she spoke. It's just, I care about what happens to you. Sua began to explain her jumbled feelings. At first, I thought it was because you helped me, because you act so cold, but secretly look out for us, or because you always carry every burden alone. The memories came flooding back, an unstoppable torrent. She went on, her voice filled with emotion. Back in the Bone Mound chamber, it felt awful knowing you were in danger because of me. She placed a hand over her heart, revealing her innermost thoughts. But honestly, that's not the only reason. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I feel like I've known you for a very, very long time. Her confession left Kang-Jin completely stunned. He repeated the words, his mind racing. A very long time, she continued, trying to put the feeling into words. Whenever I see you in danger, my body just moves on its own. Sua looked up, at a loss for a better explanation. It's strange, I know. We've only known each other a few months, But Kang-Jin was lost in thought. Could it be that his regression had affected Sua, too? What if everyone held subconscious memories of their past lives? A vivid fragment from his previous life suddenly flashed before his eyes. The Sua from that life, smiling brightly, had asked him, "I'm starting a new guild. Will you fight alongside us?" And now, the Sua of this lifetime used that very same tone, her voice filled with conviction. "I hope we can continue to fight together in the future." This feeling, it was just like before. Seeing Kang-Jim lost in his silence, she grew anxious. She grabbed his sleeve, pleading with him. "Can't we at least stay in touch and still be friends?" He looked down at her hand, clutching his shirt, his heart aching. What is the right way to save Shin Yu? He thought desperately. The tragic vision from his past life flashed before his eyes again. A chilling fear gripped him. If she stays with me, everything will happen all over again. She could be killed by Bayong, just like his parents were. But what would happen if he left her side? The thoughts swirled, plunging him into confusion. Worried, Sua called out his name softly, Kang-Jim, but he remained lost in his dark thoughts. What if this is the future the compass of fate once showed him? What if it happens somewhere he can't see when he's not paying attention? If Shin Yu dies because of me, all over again, what am I supposed to do? Finally, he gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening like steel. He couldn't let that future come to pass. Not again. He spoke abruptly. "Fine." Hearing his reply, Sua's face instantly lit up. She began chattering excitedly. "You know, when I was being recruited, I heard something interesting. Hunters with similar goals often form their own guilds. Oh, and I definitely heard them call awakened ones hunters. So, what if we join the same guild?" Kang-Jim silently turned away, avoiding her intense, hopeful stare. He was about to say, "Only if I feel like it," but she cut him off with determination. "Great. Even if you say no, I'm just going to keep asking you to join," she added with a playful warning. "And of course, once you're in, you're not allowed to just leave whenever you want." A small smile touched Kang-Gyam's lips. This reminds me of how things used to be," he thought. A fragmented memory surfaced. Yu Ha-rin, standing behind him, reading from the guild's official log. Hunter Kang-Jim's request to leave the guild due to lack of ability was denied by Shin Yu. Hunter Kang-Jim's request to leave for health reasons was also denied by Shin Yu. He remembered her, wrapping her arms around his neck as she continued reading. Hunter Kang-Jim's request to leave for personal growth was denied by Shin Yu. Before she could finish, he had cut her off. "Just stop." Yu Ha-rin. The memory made Kang-Jim chuckle. Even if I told her I was leaving out of guilt, she would have said no. He looked at Yu and reassured her gently. "Don't worry. I'm sure I won't be doing that." Suddenly, a desperate shout shattered the moment. "Joan." Johan appeared out of nowhere, his eyes filled with tears. "You're finally awake." Kang-Jim quickly moved to greet him with a handshake. "Father, it's been too long." The man gripped his hand tightly, beaming. "I'm so glad you've woken up." After the greetings, he got straight to business. "I came alone because I wasn't entirely sure. But I know everyone else is dying to see you." Sua's face lit up at the news. "Oh, that's right. Everyone must be waiting for him." But just then, a strange vision flashed through Kang-Gyam's mind. His eyes widened in shock. Unaware, Sua continued casually. I'll just get changed and be right down." With that, she opened her door and told Johan, "You can take Kang-Jim down ahead of me." She then disappeared inside, leaving a flustered Johan stammering, "Oh, okay, will do." Meanwhile, Kang-Jim was lost in thought once more. "I need to figure this out, and fast," he resolved. Johan led the way, saying, "This way." The two of them stepped into the elevator. As he pressed the button, he explained, "There's a training facility just one floor down. I'm sure everyone's waiting for you there. We were all so worried about you." He let out a heavy sigh of relief. "It was just like that last time you were on the brink of death, especially when the issue with your unique power came up. We were terrified." He stopped abruptly, looking uncomfortable. "Ah, right. My apologies. You must be uncomfortable talking about that, aren't you?" Kang-Jim sighed. "It's fine." Memories of those stares full of scrutiny, contempt, and fear flooded his mind. He couldn't help but scoff. "So now, everyone else knows about my unique power, too." After a moment, he leaned back against the elevator wall. "More importantly, are you okay with it?" Seeing Johan's confusion, he clarified. "I mean, the fact that I hid these powers from all of you." Johan simply smiled. "I've always known you were a good person, Kang-Jim." His jaw dropped in utter disbelief. In the waiting room, Tae-hun and the two sisters, Runbom and Ji-on, were deep in conversation. "We'll storm the dungeon first." Suddenly, Tae-hun's head snapped up and he shouted, "Hyung!" Hearing his cry, the other two whipped around to look. The moment they saw him, They called out his name as well. Master! Runbom dashed forward, throwing her arms around Kang-Jin. She cried into his chest. We were so scared you were a goner. Tae-hun also chimed in. Thank God you're finally awake. Kang-Jin asked with concern, why are you all still here? It's been a whole month. Tae-hun and Ji-on replied in perfect unison. Of course, we were waiting for you, Master. A wave of gratitude washed over Kang-Jin. Even after seeing his true power, they still treated him completely normally. He spoke softly to Runbom. You should leave with everyone else. But she just shouted back angrily, no, I won't even look at anyone else. Puffing her cheeks, the girl muttered, they're all cowards, even after everything they witnessed firsthand. Seeing their reactions, Kang-Jim had to ask, what happened here? Tae-hun stammered, well, it's like this. But Jain just cursed under his breath, those damn scumbags. It all started 2 weeks ago. Whispers began to poison the hospital halls, and one by one, people started to leave. I hope everyone recovers quickly. But what about Seo Kang-Jim? I heard he still hasn't woken up. Suddenly, Choi Sang-oen cut in, declaring loudly, that's for the best, isn't it? It makes no sense to let a criminal like him back out into the world. He'd be better off just kicking the bucket. Hearing this, Runbom couldn't stand it anymore and marched right up to him. Hey, Sang-oen, what did you just say? But he just scoffed, completely unfazed. What about it? Seo Kang-Jim is a murderer. He continued with a smug grin. I'm sure he's got you all wrapped around his little finger. He's probably just looking for a chance to steal someone's power. He never even saw the hand that grabbed his collar. Wham! In a flash, Runbom slammed him to the ground, making him cough up a spray of fresh blood. She glared down at him, her voice ice. Don't you ever call my master that again. Hearing the commotion, Tae-hun rushed over. Runbom, what's going on? But before she could answer, Sang-oen's voice cut through the air. I don't care what he is. I'll still call him a murderer. You all heard about that monstrous power he was hiding, didn't you? Tae-hun couldn't stand hearing another word of this poison. Gritting his teeth, he closed in on Sang-oen. He crouched down slowly, his own voice dripping with venom. Hey, trash. If Kang-Jim was really a murderer, you would have been a corpse a long, long time ago. Sang-oen scrambled back, terrified. Whoa, what are you talking about? Tae-hun snatched his collar, his eyes burning with fury. You know exactly how powerful Kang-Jim is. For trash like you, all it would take is one thought from him, and you'd be 6 feet under. Jain chimed in to back him up. Besides, if Master was really a killer, none of us would have survived that hellscape in the demon realm. He could have just poisoned our food and been done with it. As his words sank in, the crowd began to remember all the times Kang-Jim had saved them. A shadow of guilt fell over their faces. But then, a voice cut through the silence. But he did use that power. It was X-Sung-Ti. He stepped forward, helping Sang-oen to his feet. He was covered in bandages. I don't think he's a bad guy, but honestly, that power of his, it still terrifies me. Just thinking about it sent a cold sweat down his spine. Back on his feet, Sang-oen started shouting again. Exactly. Use your heads for once. You have no idea what's going on in that guy's mind. Nothing good can come from staying close to him. Johan rushed over to the scene. What's happening? Is everyone all right? In the background, Song-Ti and Sang-oen were still bickering. Choi Sang-oen stopped picking fights with kids. Hey, I'm the victim here. Jain was still fuming with resentment. As he explained everything that had happened, Kang-Jim quickly understood the entire situation. So, that's what's been going on. Hearing this, Runbom's head shot up, her eyes full of determination. Don't worry about them, Master. No matter what anyone says, we'll always follow you. I'll always be your disciple. Kang-Jim was taken aback. Huh? Tae-hun and Jain quickly jumped in. It's better if we all stick together, right? We can train together for the opening of heaven. And then, it hit him. That's right. The opening of heaven. It was the day every awakened was waiting for. A chance to awaken their 4 pillars and 8 characters, their very destiny, and after the event, an awakened's growth would skyrocket. A system window suddenly appeared, calculating users' data based on the 4 pillars and 8 characters. The opening of heaven also marked the arrival of the most dangerous demon realms. Black voids ripped open the sky, threatening to devour everything. These were on a completely different level, far more deadly than any normal realm. But for the fame and fortune that awaited, countless awakened still threw themselves into the breach. Runbom's eyes lit up with excitement. Let's go raid a normal realm, too. We can do a quest to hunt some magic beasts. She beamed, her face full of hope. Master, you'll train with us, won't you? The others behind her stared at him with the same hopeful, shining eyes. Their loyalty warmed his heart, and a small smile touched his lips. But he quickly suppressed it, reminding himself of his true goal, to conquer the greatest demon realm before anyone else. His answer was cold and immediate, no. Everyone froze, stunned into silence. Kang-Jim continued, his voice devoid of emotion. I have no intention of training with you. Because, he thought, I have to find that person before anyone else gets to them. As they all stared in disbelief, Kang-Jim stated calmly, I have something else I need to do. Tears welled up in Runbom's eyes. So you're just going to abandon us? Is that it? She grabbed his hands, her voice pleading. That's not it, right? Tell me it's not. Johan looked just as panicked. Is she right, Co Kang-Jim? Flustered, he tried to explain. No, it's not like that. I really do have something important to do. Jian, who had been quietly tapping on his phone, suddenly spoke up. Then we'll just wait until you're finished. His simple declaration left Kang-Jim completely speechless. He had no idea how to respond. He awkwardly turned his face away, stammering, I don't know. Ji-on pointed to her phone and continued, This is our group chat. Don't you dare leave it, Master. The chat window popped up, showing an invite from Jun Ji-on, followed by a stream of cheerful messages. I already added you, Master. A sticker of a rolling red carpet appeared. Another sticker celebrated his return. Smiley face emoji. I was going to invite you when you woke up, but I completely forgot. My bad. Followed by an embarrassed sticker. Kang-Jin let out a soft breath and smiled. All right. At Anna Navi's office, she was asking frantically, Are you absolutely sure you'll be okay? Anna Navi anxiously explained, You don't even have a divine oracle from a god. You'd be much better off joining the Destiny Protection Agency. Kang-Jin bowed his head and said bluntly, I refuse. A divine oracle was essentially a sacred mission, a quest you undertake under the protection of a god. Even priests, hunters who had awakened and could borrow a god's power, could not ignore their deity's oracle. It was their absolute command. For instance, a quest might be to raise all ranks to 30, clear at least 3 demon realms, or raise their god's renown above a certain level. The ultimate goal of the gods was to make their names known throughout the world. The more famous a priest became, the further their god's holy name would spread, so gods offered quests and rewards to help their priests grow. His thoughts continued as he left the skyscraper. Without a god's protection, I have so much to prepare. I need to hurry. He looked down at his weapon. The 7-branched sword of the Thunder Spirit was heavily damaged and needed to be repaired. A level 3 dragon diagram, a sword forged from a sacred tree struck by lightning. Kang-Jin couldn't help but sigh. First, I need to get a real weapon. In a remote corner of the countryside, inside a forge filled with the clanging of metal, a skilled blacksmith brought her hammer down upon the steel before her. Hearing a voice call out, Excuse me, is anyone here? Du-Ga stopped her work and replied, Just a moment. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she said, It's been a while since we had a visitor this far out in the country, especially someone so young. Kang-Jin smiled in response, I came here specifically for you, Han Du-Ga. Relief washed over him. Thank goodness she hasn't been roped into the Destiny Protection Agency yet. She looked at him in a daze for a few seconds before stammering. Whoa, what, for me? She was the granddaughter of the late Han Chun, a master craftsman designated as an intangible cultural heritage blacksmith. The spirit of Han Chun floated beside him, urging him on. Hurry up. You're here to open the window of opportunity for my granddaughter, aren't you? Kang-Jin put on a business-like smile, saying, That's right. I heard that the master craftsman Han Chun had a successor. He completely ignored the chattering spirit. My girl's in her prime, but she's not making any money, just suffering in front of that furnace every day. It breaks my heart. Du-Ga gave a humble smile. I'm still a long way from reaching my grandfather's level. He spoke gently. No, it's your power that I need. As he spoke, he opened her system window. Han Du-Ga, level 3, demon rank, fire attribute. A stream of glowing information appeared as her hand touched it. Ability. Blacksmith's fire. Dragon diagram level 3. A crafting flame that can forge items containing mana. When processing metals, she can adjust their stats, and she can grant abilities to items of the same rank as her own power. After reading the contract, Du-Ga exclaimed in shock, Are these really the only conditions you have? She would work directly for Kang-Jin, with no ties to the Destiny Protection Agency. She eyed the stacks of cash next to her with suspicion. Even though you sponsored me, helped me awaken, and even helped with my succession, I can't believe you're going to give me this much every single month. Kang-Jin scratched his head, explaining, Well, I did help you awaken, but the succession wasn't my doing. That was all thanks to Master Han Chun, who has ascended to godhood. He then pulled out the 7-branched sword, requesting, For now, please melt this down and repair it. Then, follow your god's oracle and develop your skills until I come for you again. Du-Ga happily agreed. I understand. A moment later, she asked shyly, would it be all right if I went to see my grandfather before I get to work? Her family's grave is up on the mountain. Kang-Jin rested his chin on his hand, thinking, Visiting a cemetery. At this hour? The spectral energy near graves is strongest at night, which is why monsters are drawn to them. After a moment's thought, he decided to give her a grim warning. Since it's nighttime, there's a high probability of monsters showing up. I'll go with you. Hearing this, Rosa cried out, "Ah, monsters." He quickly reassured her. They probably won't be anything too strong. Besides, if any do appear, I'll take care of them. She instantly felt relieved. Ah, okay, it's not too far. The two arrived at the spot quickly. Rosa pointed to the tombstone. It's right here. Kang-Jim thought to himself, she wasn't kidding. It really is close. Suddenly, a memory flooded his mind. Han Chun had appeared out of nowhere, startling him with a barrage of questions. Who are you? Skulking around my granddaughter's shop like that. Wait a minute. You're an awakened being. Excellent. You can take my granddaughter to the Destiny Protection Agency so that she can also. The memory gave Kang-Jim a headache. In this life, I can hear Han Chun's voice so clearly. I thought it was just because of my karma points. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. But it must be because we're so close to his grave. Spiritual communication is weak in this world, so I can't usually hear the voices of the gods all that well. But near a shrine or a tomb, it's much easier to communicate with a related deity. Just then, he noticed Rosa cheerfully pouring liquor, talking to the grave. Grandpa, thank you for always being here with me. Kang-Jim asked curiously, but can't you already speak with him without doing all of this? You've already been possessed by his spirit, after all. She explained with a bright smile. It's only when I come here that it truly feels like I'm talking with him. She continued. It's so close that I come here to chat all the time. Luckily, I've only ever come in the mornings until now. A thought struck Kang-Jim. Ah, that's right. He passed away recently, didn't he? Rosa answered with enthusiasm. That's right. It hasn't even been half a year. When a person dies, their soul leaves the body, but the spirit god remains, and people can steal fate by extracting the information cable from that spirit god. That's why it takes more mana to steal fate from an incomplete corpse. He stroked his chin, calculating. Has it been 4 or 5 months? Then I could probably use my mana to extract the cable from the body. The only problem is, I can't exactly dig up her ancestor's grave right in front of a family member. Having finished her respects, Rosa stood up and asked, should we head back now? But suddenly, Kang-Jin's senses went on high alert. He stepped in front of her, his voice low but firm. Miss Han Rosa, get behind me. A pair of blood-red eyes glared at them from the darkness. And then, countless more eyes closed in, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Rosa stammered in fear, ugh, there really are monsters. But Kang-Jin's voice remained calm. This cemetery is too close to your house. I should find you an item that repels monsters, especially if you want to focus everything on mastering your skills. Dozens of monsters charged toward them like starving beasts. He prepared his stance, ready to obliterate the entire horde the moment they got close. But before he could act, a strange hand tossed out a talisman. The moment it struck a monster, the entire pack collapsed to the ground. Kang-Jin's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the paper charm. That talisman. An invisible force pressed the monsters into the dirt. A sizzling sound echoed as they were incinerated to ash. And through the haze of smoke, a man's figure slowly emerged. He spoke with a sharp, scolding tone. Weren't you ever taught how dangerous it is to be near a grave like this? The masked Du Haiyan continued to berate Kang-Jim. I can't believe you even brought a miner here. Rosa started to explain, but he cut her off. Miss Han, Rosa, could you head back first and wait for me? And just like that, only he and Du Haiyan were left, face to face. Kang-Jim spoke first. What are you doing here? As Du Haiyan removed his mask, he spoke. So, you still remember my voice? The last time we saw each other was a year ago. He stared directly into Kang-Jin's eyes, his voice turning cold. Long time no see, C.O. Kang-Jim. A memory of their past flashed through his mind, and he sighed. It hasn't been that long. Kang-Jim recalled a training session where Du Haiyan had pointed his staff at him mockingly. If you recognize me, why didn't you say anything? He explained calmly. The situation wasn't exactly right for a friendly greeting, just like right now. Kang-Jim looked away, his words dripping with sarcasm. Are you tailing me on orders from the protection agency, or is this of your own free will? The man didn't answer, instead asking a question of his own. Is that really the first thing you have to ask me? His hand, gripping the staff, trembled as if suppressing his rage. I thought you would have asked about my mother first. Those words made Kang-Jin's eyes fly open. Feigning indifference, he asked in a cool, steady voice, how is Master doing? Du Haiyan looked down at his feet. My mother. His head snapped up, and he yelled, she passed away 2 years ago. Kang-Jin's brow furrowed deeply. He clenched his jaw, fighting to keep himself from completely falling apart. At least not right here, not right now. So, Master's gone? An image of her flashed in his mind. It was the same in my previous life. She died just a few days before my awakening. After a moment's thought, he finally asked Du Hyun, "Why didn't you call me for the funeral?" The question was a spark in a tinderbox. Du Hyun instantly grabbed Kang-Jin by the collar, roaring, "The funeral." Holding him tight, he spat out another curse. "You were the one who walked out on your own." But hearing those words, a flood of memories rushed back to Kang-Jin. He remembered the image of a much gentler Du Hyun, back when their adoptive mother introduced them. "This is my son, Kang Du Hyun." Then she turned, gesturing to him. "And this is Seo Kang-Jin. Du Hyun, you're older, so you must treat him well. Understand?" After the introductions, she let them size each other up before adding, "Because from today on, he will be my godson." Godson? In those days, a godson was a male priest taken in as a disciple. That night, in the silent house, Du Hyun's sharp voice echoed as he confronted his mother. "How could you do this to me?" Inside the room, he couldn't accept it. Du Hyun slammed his fist on the table, his voice filled with fury. "Mother, you promised you wouldn't pass on the priesthood." But she just sat there, her expression, "And I won't," she replied calmly. "After all, a life bound to the will of a god is a painful one." Her brow furrowed with seriousness. "I don't want that kind of life for you, my son." The words hit Du Hyun like a physical blow. He exploded. "Then what the hell is he?" Yet, her voice remained steady, cutting through his rage. "A powerful god has chosen that child as its vessel," she explained, "but the boy refuses to be possessed. So, I intend to help him." The explanation only fueled Du Hyun. "He refuses to be a god's vessel? But why? Does he think this is some child's game? Does he look down on our sacred duty?" After a tense silence, Du Hyun turned to his mother, his eyes burning with resolve. "Then let me take his place. Let that god possess me instead. I respect you more than anyone." His voice broke, tears streaming down his face. "I want to be just like you, mother." Outside the door, Kang Yi overheard everything, his heart aching as he hugged his knees to his chest. From within, her voice drifted out, calm and analytical. "That's not the issue here, Du Hyun." Later, Kang Yi tentatively approached, holding a plate of fruit as a peace offering. "Brother, would you like a snack before dinner?" But with a single, cold glance, Du Hyun swatted the plate away, sending fruit scattering across the floor. "No." The scene shifts, painting a new picture of their fractured life. Another day, Kang Yi tried a different approach, using homework as an excuse. "Brother, could you help me with this problem?" Du Hyun snapped without even looking up. "Can't you see I'm busy? Figure it out yourself." Later, on their way home, Kang Yi still trailed happily behind him, his spirit unbroken. "Du Hyun," he called out. But Du Hyun's expression remained as cold and dark as a winter storm. Du Hyun finally stopped, his words cutting deeper than any knife. "When we're outside, pretend you don't know me." The cruel command silenced Kang Yi, his heart sinking in his chest. He walked the rest of the way home alone, lost in a daze of sorrow. As he walked, a jeering voice cut through the air. "Hey, it's the god worshipper." A group of older students blocked Du Hyun's path, their intentions clear. "I told you to stay away. You and that ghost that follows you around." One of them sneered. Du Hyun didn't even flinch. "I'm just passing through." "Oh, just passing through?" Another mocked, mimicking his voice. "All right then, you'll have to pay the toll." Du Hyun finally looked up, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. "And why would I do that?" That defiant look was all it took. The leader grabbed him by the collar, raising a fist. "Because I said so." But before the punch could land, a smaller hand shot out, gripping the bully's wrist. Kang Yi stood there, trembling but firm. Don't hurt my brother." The bullies turned, their cruel laughter echoing. "Well, what do we have here?" Du Hyun could only grit his teeth, glaring at Kang Yi in disbelief. The aftermath was grim. Du Hyun lay on the dirt, battered and bruised. Kang Yi sat beside him, sobbing amidst their scattered and torn books. A bitter laugh escaped Du Hyun's lips. Suddenly, fueled by frustration and shame, he shot up and screamed at Kang Yi. "I told you I hate it. Why do you always follow me around?" Through his sobs, Kang Yi choked out, "What choice do I have?" His eyes, red and swollen from crying, locked onto Du Hyun's. "You and mother are the only ones who aren't cursed by my presence." The raw pain in those words silenced Du Hyun. He lowered his head, unable to respond. For a long moment, they just sat there in the dirt, surrounded by a heavy silence. Finally, Du Hyun wiped the... He pulled Kang Yi to his feet, his voice low but firm. "You are not to call her mother. She is my mother." Then, he offered a strange contract. "Master, if you call her that, then I'll be your brother." Desperate for a connection, Kang Yi eagerly agreed. An image flashes by two small boys, holding hands as they cross the street. A voice narrates, reflecting on the past. "Just as my master said, my life was finally getting better. His adoptive mother, now his master, performs ritual after ritual for his sake. More suppression rites were performed, each one weighing on him. Kang-Yi could only sit on the floor, his head bowed in fear. A voice echoed in his mind, the voice of the god. Boy, do you really think you can change your destiny just by avoiding me? Even without my influence, you are a beacon of misfortune. But Kang-Yi just smiled, filled with a newfound hope. No, things are different now. And after that day, the god's voice fell silent. For a time, he truly believed he could have a happy life with his master and Du Hyan. The ghosts disappeared, and the nightmares finally stopped. But it was all a beautiful lie. I was foolish enough to believe I could actually be happy. Then one day, reality came crashing down when a middle-aged man grabbed him by the collar. The man shouted, his voice ringing with accusation. Master Wagi, why is this thing still here? You've performed countless suppression rites, but he's still a walking catastrophe for everyone around him. Kang-Yi froze, the man's words hanging in the air. If you don't get rid of him right now, you'll be next. But his master cut him off, her voice like ice. Li Hun, say one more word, and I will personally— Her eyes blazed with a protective fire. Don't you ever speak about my son that way again. Years pass. One night, a now-adult Kang-Yi supports a heavily intoxicated Du Hyun. Du Hyun slurred, his words thick with resentment. Why? Why does mother love you more than her own flesh and blood? Why did the god choose your body and not mine? Kang-Yi's voice was soft. Brother. He spoke gently, trying to soothe the drunken man. You've had too much to drink. Let's get you inside. Du Hyun asked him curiously, why won't you let the god take over your body? Tears welled in his eyes. Instead of you. I wish that God had chosen me. Kang-Jim froze at his words. Not Sion, but me. He dropped the man to the ground, then rebuked the figure lying defeated before him. How could he wish for something like that? He knows exactly what kind of hell I lived through because of that very same god. He could only look at Du Hyun, feeling helpless. After laying him carefully on the bed, Kang-Jim was lost in his own troubled thoughts. It doesn't surprise me one bit. His desire for that god's power is just like his desperate wish to cast his own body aside. Kang-Jim was crushed by self-blame, so I'm the reason he's suffering. If I'm the one bringing him misfortune, then I should be the one to disappear. With his mind made up, he decided to leave. He packed his bag and left without a word. This way, neither he nor his master will have to suffer anymore. Back in the present, Du Hyan stared at the silent Kang-Jim. Why aren't you doing anything, he demanded. He pressed on. You could swap me aside easily, couldn't you? You're the top trainee. Are you planning on going easy on me? Kang-Jim averted his gaze. I don't want to fight you. Du Hyan released his shirt. Don't you dare look down on me. I'm not who I used to pay. Du Hyan's eyes burned with a fierce light. A god has chosen me, too. He then turned and made a call. Kang-Jim was stunned. How can this be? In my past life, the only reason we could ever stand each other. He remembered his past self. It was because he was so hopelessly weak. Back then, Du Hyun had grabbed his collar, his face twisted with rage. I can't stand seeing you this pathetic. If you're so weak, then what does that make me, the one who's so jealous of you? Kang-Jim's gaze drifted into the distance. There's something I absolutely must tell him. Du Hyun knocked and entered the room. Wong Yu immediately asked, Did you meet with Seo Kang-Jim? He replied bluntly, I did. She pressed on. And? Is he joining us? Du Hyun simply shook his head. No. He said he has other plans, but he wouldn't elaborate. She sighed, clearly disappointed. I had such high hopes, especially since you claimed to know him. He quickly denied it. We're not that close. Picking up a dart, she shot back. Not close? Then why use such an expensive item on him? Does it mean nothing to you? Do you have any idea how much that ointment costs? Du Hyan remained silent under her glare. After her outburst, Wong Yu encouraged him, go see him again. But he refused. I doubt meeting him again will change his mind. Tapping away at her computer, she continued to persuade him. One person is weak, but many are strong. She then held out her hand, startling him. He's bound to let his guard down eventually. Seeing he wasn't convinced, Wong Yu resorted to pleading. I'm counting on you, Apostle Kang Du Hyun, because I really, truly want Seo Kang-Jim on our side. The scene shifts back to Kang-Jim. A message notification suddenly appeared before him, requesting a demon world subjugation. Kang-Jim's interest was piqued. Interesting, the message continued. Our team's apostle, Kang Du Hyun, will provide support. Signed, Seo Moonyoung. A smile spread across Kang-Jim's face. Now I have a reason to see him again. The next day, Kang-Jim waited in front of a skyscraper, the Fallen City. I've never heard of this demon world. The request provided more details. Subjugation request. The target is a low-level demon world, designation Fallen City. Despite its low rank, it has remained unconquered for months, and no hunter who has entered has ever returned. That is why we need your help. Our team's apostle, Kang Do-hyun, will offer support. Signed, Seo Moon-young, Team 1 leader. He glanced at the surrounding buildings. Even though I returned to the past, there's no way I could know everything. I only remember the major demon worlds, or the special ones that were big enough to make headlines. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto something in the distance, and this isn't even a high-level demon world. A black sedan pulled up to the curb. As Kang-Jim watched it, a thought crossed his mind. Since I don't remember it, it must have been cleared easily in my past life. The car door opened, and Do-hyun stepped out. Kang-Jim's internal monologue continued, which means I still have to have a talk with him. At that moment, an Navai waved from inside the car. "CEO Kang-Jim, you're here early." She ran up to him excitedly. "I'm part of this subjugation team too." Kang-Jim looked at her, a little surprised. "Apostle and Navai." She shook his hand. "It's been a while." He replied politely, "I didn't expect to see you here." And Navi offered a slight smile, remembering her boss's orders. What? Kang-Jim and Kang Do-hyun know each other? Then again, his mother was a shaman, wasn't she? "We can't let Team 1 snatch CEO Kang-Jim from us." She spoke cheerfully. "I was a little worried things might be awkward between you two." Do-hyun cut her off. "So you're here to keep an eye on him, aren't you?" And Navai fell silent. She tried to play it off. "Well, something like that." Sensing the growing tension, Kang-Jim stepped in. "Can we talk about this later?" "Th, it doesn't matter," he thought. "Having someone else here might actually help me keep my cool." The three of them then entered the target building. As they headed down the stairs, Kang-Jim glanced over at Anna and Avi. "By the way, is it okay for you to not be wearing your mask?" She replied, This is a private request, so we're officially on a day off today." Do-hyun, leading the group, spotted another team about to enter the spatial gate and called out, "Looks like someone's already here." The other party turned, surprised to see them. "What, you're hunters too?" Anavi offered a hesitant greeting. "Yes, we are. Were you hoping to team up?" But the other group's hunter rudely cut her off. "You know the unwritten rule, don't you? We were here first." The other team's leader boasted arrogantly, "Which means you'll have to wait a few hours. We don't want anyone poaching our rewards." But Do-hyun wasn't about to back down. "What are you talking about?" he scoffed. "You guys don't even look like trainees. Why aren't you clearing some third-rate insect gate instead of being here?" His words struck a nerve, and the other hunters bristled. "What did you say?" "Our team leader is a rank 1 demon hunter. A gate like that would be way too easy for us. So tell me, what's your rank?" Anavi quickly stepped in, trying to diffuse the tension. When it comes to conquering a demon world, experience is far more important than rank. But the arrogant hunters weren't listening. "Just answer my question." Since Kang-Jin and Do-hyun's ranks were lower than their leaders, both men fell silent. The other team sneered in contempt. "Just as I thought. Let's go, team." Anavi watched them, worried. "I don't understand why they make up a rule like that. Should we really wait?" Do-hyun scoffed and strode towards the gate. "Are you kidding? Just ignore them," Kang-Jin said, already walking ahead. He smirked. "If things get dicey, I'll just have to reveal who I really am. Let's move." A system window appeared. "You have entered the demon world, the ruined city." Do-hyun scanned their surroundings. The entire city was in ruins. A quest notification appeared. "Destroy the pillar of the barrier protecting a statue." Kang-Jin turned around, only to see the portal vanishing behind them. Looks like the only way out is to clear this place." The system continued to relay more information. "No time limit." Kang-Jin read the notification, his mind racing.
"It seems we have to find that statue. But now, no one can get out of here."
A sense of unease settled over Anavi. "This demon world is massive," Kang-Jin added, "and we don't even know what the statue looks like." Do-hyun closed his eyes, sensing the environment around them. "It's connected to the barrier. We should be able to feel its energy signature. That means we can find it sooner than they can." But before he could finish his sentence, a piercing scream echoed through the ruins. The three of them snapped to attention, searching for the source of the sound. It was the arrogant team they just met, now being chased by a horde of monsters. "Hurry, this way." But a man with gray-blue hair was grabbed from behind. He screamed in terror, "Help me," as a monster completely enveloped him. His blood-curdling shriek filled the air. "Team leader," a woman cried out, trying to save her comrade while calling for help from their last member. "What are you doing? Help me." But the man just gritted his teeth, staring at the horrifying scene. "Damn it. We're finished." They were completely cornered, with nowhere left to run. The gray-haired man was snatched again, letting out a final, desperate shout. "No." Just in the nick of time, Anavi appeared to help them. She pulled the woman to safety. "Are you all right?" The woman's eyes filled with tears of relief. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, Kang-Jin engaged the monsters with his sword. Du Haiyan joined the fray, unleashing his own magic against the creatures. Watching the battle unfold, the woman was stunned. How? How are they handling them so easily? Are all trainees this powerful? She wondered. Behind her, the two men were already planning their escape. Let's get out of here first. Anavai let out a breath of relief. I think that's the last of them. She turned to the rescued woman. What happened? You've only been in here for a few minutes. The woman stared back, bewildered. A few minutes? What are you talking about? She seemed dazed. Didn't you guys come in hours after us? Kang-Jin and Anavai exchanged worried glances. Anavai gently explained. No, we entered right after you did. The other hunters were stunned. What? That's impossible. Anavai recalled old case files. It seems time flows differently here compared to the outside world. I'm worried about the other hunters, she murmured. The first teams entered months ago, others a few weeks ago, and more have come in since. Kang-Jin's expression was grim. If they're still alive, they must have survived by rationing their food supplies. I doubt the monsters here are edible. Seeing Du Hyun crouched by a monster's corpse, Anavai asked, How long has it been, Hunter Du Hyun? When he didn't answer, she tried again. Did you find something? I was just observing the monsters, he said, before proudly puffing out his chest. I definitely killed more monsters than CO Kang-Jin. I guess the top-ranked trainee isn't as good as me. After all, the other two were speechless. Kang-Jin just shook his head, looking completely done. Anavai sighed. All right, let's get back to the investigation. Kang-Jin activated the Demon World map. A system message flashed. Current search progress. 0.3%. Kang-Jin let out a long breath, staring at the map. This place must be enormous. Are we supposed to search every single nook and cranny? I'll send Lynn out to do some recon, he replied, as a small deer materialized beside him. Anavai stepped forward. Then I'll check the insides of the buildings. Activate skill. Clay doll controller. In an instant, small humanoid figures rose from the earth. She pointed towards a nearby ruin, issuing her command. Investigate the interiors of all buildings. Report back if you find any survivors, the statue, or anything else suspicious. At her command, the clay soldiers instantly obeyed. The other hunters watched in awe. Incredible. The trainees are on a completely different level. Kang-Jin couldn't help but be impressed with Anavai. This many clay dolls should be enough. She smiled. I'll make sure they stay quiet, he agreed. All right. The demon world was always noisy because of them. But now, he realized something was wrong. Thinking back, they've all been completely silent. Kang-Jin tried to access the system. She looked at him, confused. In a grim tone, Kang-Jin announced, There's no connection to the comms or the item shop. She stared at him with worry, just as a system-wide alert confirmed their fears. Connection to the store is currently unavailable. A wave of unease washed over them. Does that mean we can't call for help or get more supplies? Anavai froze, her mind racing. Then all the hunters who haven't returned yet. Du Haiyan placed a hand on her shoulder. Hey, Anavai. He gestured toward the other three hunters. The woman standing with them looked over, concerned. Is there a problem? Nearby, Kang-Jin was still wrestling with the system, his mind putting the pieces together. Wait. If the connection is cut, that means the gods can't hear us right now. With that thought, he glanced over at Du Hyun. I'll never get a chance like this again. Du Hyun felt the intense gaze and turned to meet it, deciding he had to confront him here. The two groups started moving together, beginning to search the surrounding area. Kang-Jin and Du Hyun scanned their surroundings cautiously. The woman looked at the desolate wasteland and shuddered in fear. Where are we even going? There are even more destroyed buildings over here. As the fog grew thicker, Lynn suddenly cried out, having spotted something. Du Haiyan and Kang-Jin rushed to his side, stunned by the sight before them. There, standing perfectly intact amidst the ruins, was a magnificent mansion. It even had a breathtaking garden of flowers. Kang-Jin approached the gate to investigate. What is this place? The others followed, each of them staring up at the grand building in disbelief. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, immediately questioning the pristine condition. How is this place so well maintained? The luxurious interior left them speechless. Du Hyun's senses picked up something else. I smell something. The other woman noticed it too. It's the smell of food. Realizing what it was, the three other hunters went wild, bolting towards a room in the distance. Kang-Jin tried to stop them, but it was too late. Hey, wait! They threw the doors open without a second thought. Before them was a grand table, overflowing with a feast of delicious food. I knew it. They grabbed the food with pure joy. We don't have to worry about supplies anymore. It's still warm. It must have just been cooked. But just as she was about to take a bite, Kang-Jin appeared, slapping the food out of her hands. Don't eat that. The blonde team leader, who was about to bite into an apple, glared at him. Who do you think you are to order me around? Were you planning on eating all that by yourselves? Du Hyun stepped forward with a sigh, cutting him off. You guys are unbelievably naive. You dare eat something this suspicious and still call yourselves hunters? Anavai gently nudged him. Du Hyun, that's a bit harsh. He just shrugged. Is it? Hearing Du Hyun's words, the other group finally realized their reckless behavior. He's right. This food is definitely suspicious. The woman said, embarrassed. Let's scout the area first. Seeing her leader was still fuming, she stepped in front of him. Put the apple down. In the end, they all agreed to split up and search the mansion. Let's split up and survey the area. There are 3 doors. I'll take this one. Let's meet back at the front entrance later. The smell of food will lead me where I need to go. The other 3 hunters went off together. The girl in the pink shirt tapped her team leader's shoulder. Then we'll go investigate the path we came from. Kang-Jin watched Du Hyun enter another door. This is my chance. He called out deliberately. Wait, let me. But Anavai appeared, calling his name. Kang-Jin. He turned, a questioning look on his face. Yes, is there something you wanted to say? Given the opening, she spoke her mind. Do you still not want to work for the Fate Protection Agency? Hunters without a patron god are in much more danger. Of course, you could join a guild, but the agency has far more information. He cut her off, rejecting the offer. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of working there. Anavai's voice fell, filled with disappointment. Is that so? Kang-Jin tried to reassure her, though his eyes darted elsewhere. Besides, there are plenty of hunters better than me, right? Thank you for the offer, but I think it's best if you look for other hunters. Anavai pushed, trying to convince him. I've never seen anyone as skilled as you. Her mind flashed back to the image of Kang-Jin fighting with everything he had. She decided to confess her true feelings. From what I've seen, you may have the lowest rank, but you try harder than anyone else. The scene shifted to Kang-Jin, standing alone in a barren field. You understand others and you're willing to help them when they need it. A memory of Kim helping Johan appeared. You never abandon your comrades, even when facing incredible danger. The final image was of Kang-Jin carrying Run Bomb on his back. Having said it all, Anavai placed a hand on her chest and spoke from the heart. That's why I want you to join our team. Hearing her words, a blush crept onto Kang-Jin's face as he stared, completely surprised. Suddenly, an image of the workspace Anavai had prepared for him flashed in his mind, complete with a welcome note. That's why I already set up a desk for you and plan a welcome party. I even made a list of all the best restaurants near the office. As she finished, a wave of disappointment washed over her. But I can't force you. Moved, Kang-Jin offered a faint, gentle smile. She must know about my abilities. After pouring out her heart, Anavai left, glancing back with a small, forced smile. Let's scout the area and come back. See you in a bit. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with gratitude. I'm so grateful. Kang-Jin headed up the stairs, his eyes scanning the corridors for any sign of Du Hyun. He must have gone this way. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he saw him. Du Hyun was standing at the top of the stairs, waiting. His gaze was ice cold as it locked onto Kang-Jin. Seeing that look on his face, Kang-Jin's heart sank. Damn it, he doesn't look like he's in any mood to talk. But gathering his courage, Kang-Jin walked past him and spoke first. Why are you looking at me like that? Were you waiting to ask me something? Du Hyun was silent for a long moment before answering. I saw the skeletal sutures inside your body. They passed each other as if nothing had happened. Then, Du Hyun's voice cut through the silence. You know that the more karmic burden you carry, the more of those you'll have, right? The moment the words left his lips, he exploded with rage, lunging toward Kang-Jin. What the hell are you doing? Du Hyun slammed him against the window. After you just abandoned our family, laying his soul bare, he demanded, what have you done? Faced with this raw fury, Kang-Jin bit his lip, his face flushing with emotion. Du Hyun's voice was merciless. To accumulate such a massive karmic burden, Kang-Jin stared back, his own eyes turning cold. After a tense moment, he shot back, what kind of person do you take me for? They remained locked in a silent struggle. But then, from the darkness, a colossal shadow began to move. It crept closer. And its slow, deliberate steps suddenly broke into a dead run. The two of them froze, their fight forgotten as they stared in shock. It was a statue. After a moment, Du Hyun cautiously approached it. Is that the statue we're looking for? Not waiting for an answer, he drew his weapon and took a defensive stance, wondering why did it stop. As if on cue, the statue moved. It charged at them with unbelievable speed, shattering everything in its path before smashing its fist into the wall. Seeing his chance, Du Hyun leaped forward with his weapon raised, shouting the order, we'll know once we destroy it. But Kang-Jin was still paralyzed with shock. Suddenly, Du Hyun's weapon materialized, clashing against Kang-Jin's own. The impact snapped him back to his senses, and he blocked Du Haiyun's sword. Seeing him defend the statue, Du Haiyun froze in disbelief. He stammered, confused, "You." But Kang-Jim cut him off, yelling, "Don't destroy it." Thwarted, Du Hyun could only grit his teeth in frustration. As the statue reared back to crush Kang-Jin, Du Hyun's anger gave way to instinct. He grabbed Kang-Jin's collar and dragged him away. Once inside, Du Hyun slammed the door shut while Kang-Jin leaned against the wall, panting for breath. The immediate danger dealt with, Du Hyun collapsed to the floor, clutching his bleeding shoulder. "That bastard." Overcome with fury, he roared, "Are you out of your mind? Why did you stop me?" Outside the door, the statue listened intently to his words. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Kang-Jin raised a trembling hand to cover his face. "That thing," he explained, his eyes wide with terror. "It's human." He had confirmed the true form of the creature they had just faced. Du Haiyun stared blankly. "What? Human?" He looked at Kang-Jin as if he'd gone insane, his voice dripping with enraged disbelief. "Have you completely lost your mind? That's a monster." Before he could finish, a powerful blow slammed against the door. In a flash, Du Hyun was back on his feet, a talisman in hand as he backed away. "Take another look." He gestured toward the hole in the door, where the creature was now visible. "Does that thing look human to you?" Standing a short distance away, Kang-Jin watched and thought, "Even now, it still looks human to me." A screen flickered into his vision, displaying information about the entity. Jiangxi, Level 1, Earth Attribute Undead. Status: under a shape-shifting curse. Model: the monster had smashed through the door, but now it just stood there, motionless. Du Hyun found this incredibly strange. What the? It's not attacking. A theory sparked in Kang-Jin's mind. Maybe it can't move past the hallway. Hearing this, Du Hyun shot back, unconvinced. That makes no sense. What kind of person has a movement restriction? Kang-Jin said nothing, stroking the Kirin at his side. He thought to himself, I can't just tell him I'm an apostle, or that I can see its status window. Du Hyun watched him carefully, then spoke up. You know I have a Kirin, right? I know because of him. Just trust me. Kang-Jin released the creature, pointing forward with a command. Kirin, purify it. Instantly, the Kirin's entire body began to glow. Entering its purification mode, a pure, brilliant light connected the Kirin and the monster. The creature's hard, stone-like exterior began to crack, revealing the form of a young woman beneath. With the Lei Yuan curse finally lifted, the girl's body went limp and she collapsed. Kang-Jin and Do Hyung rushed to her side, unable to believe what had just happened. Do Hyung was in shock. It was actually a human. Kang-Jin immediately knelt to support the girl, who began coughing violently the moment she stirred. He asked with deep concern, Hey, can you hear my voice? Du Hyung watched from a distance, his hands trembling as he clenched his fists. How did Kang-Jin know? Even now, he couldn't accept the truth of it all. His expression darkened as a bitter thought crossed his mind. He was one of the first to awaken, and he even became an official envoy for the protection agency. Du Hyung felt his heart sink into a bottomless abyss. In the end, he still couldn't keep up with Seo Kang-Jin. Defeated by this realization, he helplessly raised his hands to cover his face. Kang-Jin looked up, his voice steady. I think we need to move her somewhere safe. Noticing his partner seemed unwell, Kang-Jin asked with genuine care. What's wrong? Are you okay? Still hiding his face, Du Hyung shot back. This has nothing to do with you. Du Hyung then approached them, kneeling to hoist the girl onto his back. Let's go. We have to tell Navi and the other hunters. He led the way, his tone grim as he continued. We can't let them mistake these people for monsters and kill them. Though Kang-Jin sensed something was off about his attitude, he didn't comment, merely giving a quiet hum of agreement. A pair of feet descended the staircase. Navi looked toward the group on the other side. You found them. Her words trailed off as she suddenly noticed the girl on Du Hyung's back. She fell silent in surprise, then rushed over to Kang-Jin, her voice filled with disbelief. A survivor. It was then that Du Hyung spoke up. There are probably quite a few survivors. Navi didn't quite understand and asked, You mean there are more? He analyzed the situation. They were infected by the Lei Yuan and turned into monsters, so there must be many more. Just then, Kang-Jin saw his companion Lynn flying towards a room at the end of the hall. He called out, Lynn, before sprinting after it. Entering the room, he saw Lynn perched on a table overflowing with food. He said softly, There you are. He walked over and scooped Lynn up, gently reminding it, You're not supposed to eat strange things. But then he froze. His eyes locked on the table. There were clear signs that someone had already been here. From all around, monstrous figures suddenly lunged from the shadows. They all charged straight for Kang-Jin. He clutched Lynn tightly, desperately ducking to avoid their furious attack. A sharp glint appeared in his eye. In that moment, the system window flashed to life, identifying each of the creatures. The first monster was a girl with brown hair, the next was a young man with black hair, and the last was a familiar blonde hunter. Before Kang-Jim had time to think, the three corrupted hunters charged with terrifying speed. He immediately dove to the floor, using the corner of the table for leverage. A frustrated thought raced through his mind. Damn it, it's those hunters. Kang-Jim quickly asked Lynn, Lynn, can you purify them? When the creature shook its head, he said, then there's no other way. He quickly set Lynn down. As the monsters relentlessly closed in, he thought, I have to defeat them first. Kang-Jim gritted his teeth, his fist clenching tight. He poured all his strength into a single punch to the creature's head. If they're strong enough to destroy their surroundings like this, he thought, then this probably won't be enough to kill them. Sometime after the fight, Navi stood with her arms crossed, sighing in frustration. I told you not to eat that stuff. The three former monsters were now human again, each one too embarrassed to make eye contact. Du Huing seemed to realize something. So eating the food here is what turns people into monsters. Behind him, Kang-Jim held a piece of cake and sniffed it. I think the smell itself acts as a lure for humans, but I'm not sure. Navi's gaze shifted to Sira, who was sitting a short distance away. The people trapped here probably had no other choice but to eat it. Sarah was still in a panic, holding her head and sobbing while muttering, upstairs, upstairs. Kang-Jim turned to look at Navi. He asked, did you manage to get any information from her? She replied, I asked her a few questions. She glanced upward, but all she can say is that there's something on the 5th floor. Du Huing glanced at the three they just rescued. You three wait here with that woman. Then he started toward the staircase. The rest of us will go to the 5th floor. In a room on the 4th floor, the group discovered a chamber packed wall to wall with monsters. Du Huing was stunned. Are these all people? He couldn't believe what he was seeing and turned to the other two. Can't we just kill them all? We already saved plenty of people on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Navi immediately rejected his suggestion. Envoy Du Huing, don't joke like that. He shot her a cold look. I'm not joking. We have no responsibility to save them. We're here to conquer this place. Kang-Jim put a hand on Du Hyung's shoulder. I don't think we need to capture every single one, he said. Some of them are monsters. In fact, most of them are. Overwhelmed by their logic, Do Hyung could only let out a heavy sigh. All right, fine, I'll be the bad guy, he snapped. So tell me, who are the real humans here? He then pulled out a stack of talismans. I've got an idea, Kang-Jim declared. Just point them out to me. But there were so many of them. He revealed a grade 3 insect-type bile sac. He announced his wild plan. I'm going to mark them with this. Du Hyung was shocked. Are you serious? But Kang-Jim was already gone, ignoring him completely. And Abby reached out, trying to stop him. Wait, she cried out. In an instant, Kang-Jim zipped across the room, marking one ghoul after another. His method was shockingly brutal. He'd grab onto a ghoul he believed was human, using them as an anchor, before smashing the bile sac onto a monster's head. Watching the chaos unfold, Du Hyung was speechless. You're reckless, he stammered. Kang-Jim shot back. Is this really the time for a lecture? Damn it, Du Hyung cursed under his breath. He threw out a handful of talismans and yelled to the girl behind him, let's move. A nabai. The paper talismans flew with perfect accuracy, striking every monster that had been marked with a bile. Instantly, the creatures were paralyzed, their bodies floating helplessly in midair. Meanwhile, Nabi cleared a path, allowing Do Hyung to move freely and subdue the remaining ghouls. Thanks to their flawless, chaotic teamwork, the battle was over. The room was a complete wreck, with shattered stone littering the floor. Kang-Jim gazed up at the ceiling, where those they believed were human were now bound by mystical chains from the talismans. Now, we just need to purify them. Nabi quickly interrupted. Say Kang-Jim, wait, I think we should subjugate them first, then purify them. Otherwise, it could get messy. Suddenly, Do Hyung, who was standing nearby, gagged. Nabi immediately spun around, her face filled with concern. Envoy Kang. Du Hyung choked out, this smell. It's disgusting. She sniffed the air. It smells like a rotting corpse. Both Nabai and Kang-Jim's eyes snapped forward. Before them was a deep, pitch-black entryway. It's the stench of blood, one of them whispered. All three stared into the gloomy, horrifying passage ahead. What in the world was down there? A foul energy seemed to pour from the passageway. And Nabi grimaced, covering her nose. See, Gang, Jim's expression turned grim. I can feel a deathly aura. He cautiously stepped forward. At the far end of the hall, a sinister black aura radiated from a single door. Tendrils of that dark energy swirled around him, as if trying to pull him into that very room. Kang-Jim glared at the ground and the aura dispersed. The three of them pressed forward. Nabi stared at the piles of ash scattered across the floor. These hunters, she said, her voice filled with sorrow. She knelt down. picking up a skull. They died as humans. We could have saved them if they'd turned into monsters after eating that thing. Downstairs, standing beside her, Do Hyung couldn't hide the grief on his face for the tragic fate of these fallen hunters. Then, sensing something deeply wrong, his head snapped up, his eyes fixed on the door at the end of the hall. The three of them instantly took a combat stance. Do Hyung readied his talismans, while Kang-Jim summoned a blazing fire in his palm. Nabi quickly dropped the skull and assumed her defensive posture. A shadowy figure suddenly emerged from the doorway, slowly shambling towards them. Its reflection appeared in Nabi's wide, astonished eyes. The flickering flames slowly revealed the person's form. "Is that?" Do Hyung stammered. Nabi cried out with sudden hope. "There's a survivor." Without another thought, she immediately rushed toward the figure. But before she could take a single step, a hand shot out and grabbed her arm. "Hold on," a voice said. It was Kang-Jim. "When was the last time the hunters came here?" he asked urgently. Nabi turned back, completely confused by his question. "Why are you asking that now?" she shot back. He pressed her again. "You don't know?" Nabi finally answered. "According to the records I read, maybe a week ago." And then, a look of pure horror dawned on her face as she realized the implication. Having gotten the answer he needed, Kang-Jim released her arm. He made the grim calculation. That means it's been at least 400 days. He stared at the figure. If there were teams before that, it could have been over a year. Kang-Jim's voice was heavy with dread. "A person needs to eat. So how could they possibly survive that long?" His voice dropped to a suspicious whisper. "Unless he's already turned into a monster." Right on cue, the man began to make bizarre, inhuman sounds, his eyes wide and fixed on them, like a predator staring at its prey. He then opened his mouth and unleashed a horrifying shriek that sent a chill down their spines. Do Hyung put a reassuring hand on Nabi's shoulder. "He's still human," he said, his voice filled with doubt. "Right?" He grabbed 3 talismans and hurled them at the man. "We'll subdue him first," he declared, "and ask questions later." But against all expectations, the talisman missed its mark completely, falling uselessly to the floor. It was proof. He had dodged it effortlessly. Not only that, he began tearing through the other talismans Du Hyun threw. The man lunged forward with inhuman speed, sinking his teeth deep into Du Hyun's arm. Blood sprayed into the air. Du Hyun cried out in agony. Navi screamed his name from behind, panicked. "Du Hyun!" Then she swung her 3-meter staff, blasting the man away from him. Caught off guard, he was sent flying across the room. His fingers clawed at the floor, trying desperately to slow his momentum. Seizing the opening, Navi rushed to Du Hyun's side. "Are you okay?" Du Hyun gritted his teeth through the pain. "I'm fine," Navi nodded grimly. "He's much stronger than he looks." Behind them, Kang-Jim frantically scanned the system window. His eyes shot wide open in disbelief. The information he found was completely unexpected. Across the hall, their attacker was already back on his feet. He opened his mouth, a terrifying, guttural roar echoing from his throat. Then, he unleashed a torrent of flames from his hands, straight at them. Du Hyun and Navi quickly countered, snuffing out the blaze with their own skills. Navi then charged forward, staff in hand, ready to strike. As she moved, she yelled out, "How can a mere human wield demonic energy?" But he didn't just dodge her attack. He used the momentum to close the distance, appearing right in front of Du Hyun, his sharp claws raised high. He aimed straight for his face. Du Hyun struggled desperately to hold back the relentless assault. "Damn it, am I really weaker than Navi?" Just as his guard was about to break, Navi launched herself from behind, staff aimed at their foe. Her staff came crashing down with immense force, sending the man's body flying once again. Du Hyun had narrowly escaped death. Seeing the man's gaze shift to a new target, Navi screamed a warning, "Kang-Jin." But Kang-Jin was frozen, unresponsive. The scream echoed again, "Kang-Jin." Just as the man was about to reach him, his eyes were glued to the status window, flooded with information. The data was corrupted, fragmented. He could only make out a last name. The man's class, stats, and divine power were all listed as unknown. Suddenly, Kang-Jin's mind was pulled into a vision, a reel of the man's memories. From the very first day he entered this cursed place, a voice echoed in the memory. "Be the one to conquer this demonic realm." Flashes of the man's former comrades appeared one after another. He saw them gathered around a fire after a hard-fought battle. He heard their voices, filled with despair. "Is there any food left? We're completely out." Their hopeless sighs echoed. "What are we going to do?" And then, the painful memories of watching his friends lose their humanity. He heard the screams again. "Hoi Du, he's turned into a monster." He saw the man, younger than, kneeling in defeat, helpless as he failed to save his friend. "It's no use. They're all gone." Even the girl beside him began to collapse, her strength finally giving out. The young man, panicked, rushed to catch her. Wake up. Someone will come for us, I know it. But she lay limp in his arms, her voice a tired whisper. It's no use. I have no strength left. A sudden scream shattered the vision, pulling him back to reality. What are you doing? The shout snapped Kang-Jim back to his senses, just in time to dodge the man's attack as a hand shoved him clear. It was Du Hyun, pushing him back and taking his place on the front line. As the man charged, Du Hyun glanced back, yelling, "Get the seven-branch thunder sword out, now!" He continued, his voice certain. "You've already been to the forge. I know it." Kang-Jim was stunned. Right. It's already finished. He immediately summoned the blade, the seven-branched thunder sword. This was the legendary dragon-grade sword, forged from a sacred tree struck by divine lightning. Brimming with powerful holy energy that repels all evil, he raised the magnificent sword and charged forward. The light erupting from the sword's tip was so brilliant the man had to shield his eyes. Overwhelmed by its immense power, he ceased his attack and vanished without another word. Navi watched him go, confused. Did he just run away? But Kang-Jim warned her, "Don't follow him." He then added, his voice heavy, "I think it's time I told you all something." A short while later, after they had calmly listened to Kang-Jim's story, Du Hyun's brow furrowed. "So he got too close to the barrier?" Navi chimed in. "You mean he suffered that fate because he accumulated too many points?" Kang-Jim nodded grimly. "That's the gist of it." Understanding dawned on Du Hyun. "So that's why he's strong enough to react to the seven-branched sword as if he were a monster himself. There have been studies about the dangers of humans getting too close to the barrier." Navi grew worried. Is there any way to turn him back to normal? Kang-Jim's gaze sharpened. "Are you saying you want to capture him alive? What if this gets in the way of our mission?" But she shot back. "He only has so much karma because of that accident. We can't just kill him." The two of them continued to argue. Watching them, Seo Kang-Jin thought grimly, just how many karma points does it take to break through that barrier? He thought back to his own past, murmuring, "I gained points from a skill penalty." But karma is supposed to come from the sins you commit, things like theft, assault, torture, or even murder. The more heinous the crime, the more karma you rack up. Kang-Jin recalled the vision he'd seen from the man's memories. If that vision was real, it meant this man had somehow survived after committing the ultimate sin. Kang-Jin touched his lips, lost in thought. How high is his karma score? And what about my own? A sudden anxiety gripped him. Could I one day become like him? Just then, Du Hyun clapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, Seo Kang-Jin." Anna Vi called his name at the same time. Noticing his silence, Du Hyun snapped with irritation. "Why are you just spacing out?" Kang-Jin waved a dismissive hand. "It's nothing. I'm fine." Du Hyun scoffed. "Then get a move on. We have to find a way to clear this mission." Kang-Jin looked at him, stunned. "What? What about him?" Du Hyun's response was cold and pragmatic. "He won't come near us as long as we have this seven-branched sword." Kang-Jin stared in disbelief. "You want to just leave him here?" He pressed on. "Maybe we can purify him, just like we did for Kang Tae-gil." Anna Vi turned to him, her voice softening. "Once this is over, I'll ask the commander for help." But that wasn't the answer Kang-Jin was looking for. He tried to argue again, but seeing that words were getting him nowhere, Du Hyun spun around, his frustration boiling over. "He's too powerful. What other choice is there? Do you want all three of us to die for him?" Just then, Kang-Jin clutched his chest. His voice, deep and steady, cut through the tension. "What if? I have a plan." The other two exchanged skeptical glances but fell silent, waiting for him to explain. A powerful confidence radiated from Kang-Jin. His eyes burned with resolve. "We can do this." As Du Hyun pressed a talisman to the wall, a bitter thought crossed his mind. "I don't like how this is playing out." He remembered Kang-Jin's proposal. "We're just dancing to Seo Kang-Jin's tune." His hand scraped against the talisman's surface. "Why am I even doing this?" A deep sense of resentment churned within him. "Why is this the best we can do?" Wearily, Du Hyun rested his head against the cool stone, trying to convince himself, "No, it's my fault. I'm just not as good as Seo Kang-Jin." Just then, Kang-Jin appeared from around the corner. Envoy Anna Vi is in position. Du Hyun replied, "I'm ready, too." Hearing his reply, Kang-Jin nodded, satisfied. "All right, I'll act as the lure." But Du Hyun's voice cut him off. "Hey, Seo Kang-Jin, you really think this is going to be enough?" He stared at Kang-Jin's back, his tone laced with challenge. "If I'm not tempting enough to draw him out, this whole plan fails. Do you really have that much faith in me?" Kang-Jin paused for a beat, then continued walking without turning back. His voice was casual. "You already set the seal. I have faith in your skills." At those words, Du Hyun's hand slid down the wall, clenching into a tight fist. His expression darkened. "He has faith in my skills." He let out a long sigh. "Since the last time we met, you've gotten a lot sharper. A dark thought surfaced in Du Huin's mind. Or is he just taking pity on me? It's common for mortals to serve gods now, so I guess it's no surprise a powerful deity would want him. Then, under his breath, he muttered, I hate you. Night fell. Under a lonely moon in the gloomy sky, Seo Kang-Jin walked forward, one step at a time. Wisps of dark energy swirled around him, his eyes fixed on the man crawling nearby, inhuman whimpers escaping the creature's lips. He approached slowly, his voice calm. You don't have to be so on guard. I didn't bring it with me, Kang-Jin continued. To prove his point, he held out his empty hands. As if this were the signal it was waiting for, a predatory gleam flashed in the man's eyes. It lunged forward in a frenzy, claws slashing at Kang-Jin's legs, but he dodged just in time. The creature's claws struck empty air as Kang-Jin vanished. It spun around, bewildered, just as a flash of light erupted from its shoulder. Appearing behind it, Kang-Jin brought his sword down in a sudden strike. Overcome with terror, the creature dropped to all fours, scrambling away like a cornered animal to escape his pursuit. It glanced back at the glowing sword for just a second and slammed headfirst into a transparent wall created by Du Huin's talisman. In an instant, more talismans materialized from thin air, forming an inescapable cage and giving the creature no chance of escape. One of the talismans burst to life, summoning paper chains that shackled the man's arm. He screamed in panic, thrashing wildly, then unleashed a power of his own, shattering the paper bonds that held him. Du Huin clicked his tongue, collecting the fallen charms. Well, he muttered, I didn't expect it to work on the first try anyway. Suddenly, an army of clay dolls with talismans on their bellies swarmed out from nowhere, charging forward. They all rushed toward the man, launching their attack. Fueled by the power of fire, the clay dolls began to grow. Their bodies swelled, increasing in size and mass. The man gritted his teeth in terror at the sight before him. He struggled desperately, letting out an endless scream. Standing aside, Du Huin held up a staff of bronze bells. It's not working, he said grimly. A system voice echoed, warning. The mana seal on the target is being broken. Seeing the man trapped by chains of fire, a Na'vi cried out in triumph. We did it. But then, a strange light descended upon the man. Its power seemed to tear through reality itself as the entire group watched in horror. Before them materialized a stone statue of a woman, wielding a massive sword. The statue was being empowered by flames. It was the Friendship Monument. Suddenly, a status window appeared. Low-level Spectre class. A guardian statue protecting a designated area. Its purpose, eliminate all invaders. Escape from the designated zone is impossible until this monster is defeated. The statue's stats scale with the number of invaders. Du Huin was stunned by this sudden turn of events. But Kang-Jim spoke up immediately. That's the real target of this raid. Destroy the obstacle's vessel, the statue. The stone guardian raised its sword high and brought it crashing down. In a single, devastating swing, the heads of several clay dolls were sliced clean off. Using the chaos as a distraction, the man made a run for it. Du Huin spun towards Kang-Jim. Damn it, stop him. Don't let him escape. Kang-Jim's sword slammed down with immense force, cutting off the man's only path to freedom. Meanwhile, Na'vi knelt down, summoning a defensive wall. I'll hold off the boss, she yelled. The statue brought its sword down again and again. Each decisive blow shook the wall to its core. Bricks crumbled with every strike as Na'vi trembled, struggling to maintain the barrier. In the distance, Du Huin was locked in a fierce battle with the other man. Kang-Jim surveyed the chaotic scene. Things were spiraling out of control. This isn't working, he muttered. This isn't the way. He approached Na'vi, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. Envoy and Na'vi, I'll handle the statue. She looked up, stunned. Huh? But Kang-Jim didn't give her time to think. I'll draw its aggro. You focus on capturing the survivor first. Na'vi simply nodded in agreement. Right. Instantly, she activated her clay doll control skill. She turned her focus to the dolls and commanded, everyone, capture him. The smaller dolls scrambled onto the backs of the larger ones. They leaped forward as one, a rolling tide of clay swarming the man from all sides. At the same time, chains of fire shot out, wrapping tightly around his body. Du Huin lifted the bronze bell staff and activated his binding skill. As he raised it high, a powerful blue light engulfed the man. The fiery chains tightened around his arms and legs. A blazing shackle of fire snapped shut around his neck. A talisman slapped onto his forehead, and a system message appeared. Bound target is being forced into slumber. With the target secured, Du Huin said urgently, It's done. Let's get to Seo Kang-Jim. Hearing this, Na'vi slowly lowered her defensive wall. Right. But as they took their first steps forward, they stopped dead in their tracks, their faces filled with pure horror. Before them, an uncontrollable inferno raged. They ran towards the blaze, screaming his name. Seo Kang-Jim. facing the roaring flames, and Navi cried out anxiously, "Co Kang-Jim, are you okay?" She followed up immediately, "We're coming to help." But as the words left her mouth, something made her flinch. Inside the inferno, Kang-Jim was relentlessly attacking the statue, his eyes burning with a crazed light. A small explosion erupted from their clash, sending debris flying everywhere. At that moment, with a dark, murderous expression on his face, a system notification appeared. "You have defeated the friendship statue. You will receive a bonus reward for defeating a higher-level opponent." Witnessing this, the captured man began to tremble with fear. With the battle over, Kang-Jim stood to the side and deactivated his combat instinct skill. And Navi rushed to his side, her face full of concern. "Co Kang-Jim, are you okay?" His face was stained with blood, but he just turned to her and grinned. "Yeah. What about the survivors?" She gave him a thumbs up. "We saved all of them." Suddenly, over in the distance, an immense surge of power erupted, tearing open a portal in the air. System notifications flashed. The barrier around the demon realm was collapsing. Escape routes were finally open. Spotting a newly formed portal, Anavi knew instantly. That has to be our way out. Her eyes remained fixed on their hope for freedom, her voice filled with excitement, completely forgetting the man standing behind her. "Oh my God, we never would have made it without you." The group exchanged words of praise. "No, I just got lucky. It's all because of you. You broke the curse and brought the survivors back." But as they celebrated, Doyen raised a hand, covering his shell-shocked expression. "If I get too close to that barrier, because of my karma." A flashback of the brutal fight seared through his mind. He saw it all again. The moment Kang-Jin utterly obliterated that monstrous statue. Shaking off the memory, Hun lifted his gaze toward Kang-Jin, a single question burning in his mind. "Can I ever become that strong?" But Kang-Jin felt that stare and instantly turned away, letting out an irritated sigh. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber, a giant figure sat bound, his hair a tangled mess. Facing him was a small, glowing fawn as it activated a purification skill. A notification appeared, "Target has overcome the obstacle." Back with the group, Kang-Jin stared intently at a red system warning. "Selected target cannot be purified." He lowered his head, gritting his teeth in frustration. Seeing this, Anavi approached him. "Is something wrong?" Kang-Jin didn't hesitate, glancing toward the other man. "He's overcome the obstacle," he stated grimly. The man's silhouette flickered with a bizarre magical aura. He appeared, burying his face in his hands, utterly broken. Kang-Jin's gaze remained fixed on him. "What's left of him now," he explained, "is just an empty vessel. A shell without a soul. There's no way to bring him back to normal." Hearing this, Hun's eyes flew open in disbelief. No soul? He can never come back? The thought sent a chill down Hun's spine, and he froze as anxiety washed over him. And Avi simply responded, "Is that so?" But Hun turned to look at them, a dreadful thought forming. Wait a minute. If that's the price he paid for his karma. As he watched, a strange, ominous aura began to bleed from Kang-Jin's body. He could only wonder, then, "What about you? What about your karma, Kang-Jin?" In his mind's eye, Kang-Jin turned with a cold, merciless stare. But in reality, when Kang-Jin turned, his expression was completely ordinary. Finally, Kang-Jin turned his back, ready to move on. "I'll take Lynn and head to the 4th floor." But before he could finish, Anavi cut him off. "Wait." She then offered a different plan. "If you agree, let me go instead. You don't seem to be in good shape. You should rest here. I'll go and return with the other survivors." Kang-Jin tried to brush it off. "No, I'm fine." But ignoring his protest, Anavi lifted Lynn into her arms. "I need you to escort them out first. Please, protect those two." As Lynn was carried away, Hun finally spoke up. "But I need Lynn with me." Without another word, Anavi turned and left. Kang-Jin remained rooted to the spot, wanting to call out to her. Nearby, Hun rose to his feet in silence. Left alone in the tense space, Kang-Jin bowed his head, a wave of irritation washing over him. Damn it. I can't stand being alone with him. His gaze drifted to the other man, who was radiating an overwhelming killing intent, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen.
Being near him forces me to confront the karma I've built up.
A ghastly phantom with a twisted face flickered into existence before him, then vanished in an instant. An image of the god who controlled him flashed in his mind, surrounded by countless altars. "Boy, you must eventually cross over to our side." Kang-Jin shook his head, trying to banish the haunting vision. Suddenly, Hun's voice echoed from behind, and a hand came to rest on his shoulder. At the touch, Kang-Jin whipped around, his eyes locking onto Hun. The air grew heavy with an unnatural silence. After a moment, Kang-Jin turned his head away slightly, avoiding Hun's gaze. "I really don't want to talk to him right now." Keeping his expression cold and unreadable, Kang-Jin thought to himself, he's not just going to let this go. Just then, Hun spoke again, Hey, Kang-Jin? Hearing his name, Kang-Jin waved a hand dismissively. What do you want? A knot of anxiety tightened in his chest. What is he going to say? Then, with a face flushed with emotion, Hun looked up and yelled, You have to stop being a hunter. Right now. Kang-Jin's expression remained frozen, unreadable. Hun's desperate shouts echoed in the silence. Who knows how much more karma you'll accumulate? If you keep this up, you'll end up just like that man. After hearing him out, Kang-Jin let out a quiet sigh. He finally knocked Hun's hand off his shoulder. Why the sudden concern? Kang-Jin stood his ground, his voice dripping with ice. You've always treated me worse than a stranger, and now you're suddenly worried about me. He finished with a cold, hard truth. You hate me. The words hum in the air, stunning Hun into silence. Then, his face twisted with emotion. He lunged forward, grabbing, Yeah, I hate you. How could I not? His grip tightened, knuckles turning white. The raw accusation echoed around them. You have everything I never wanted. And you took my mother away from me. Overcome with pure rage, he lowered his head and screamed. Even now, I still hate you. And just as suddenly, his hand fell away from Kang-Jin's collar, but his hand just hung there, lifelessly in the air. In a voice laced with despair, Hun cried out, That doesn't mean I want you to become like him. In the suffocating gloom, all eyes fixed on him. The words barely left his lips before Hun finally broke down in tears. But no one was more stunned than Kang-Jin. He lowered his head, a shadow of regret crossing his face. Kang-Jin stood frozen, his hand rising to the spot on his chest where he was struck. Hun covered his face, his voice cracking, What kind of person do you take me for? To even think I'd want that? Amidst the tension, Kang-Jin asked quietly, Does this mean you don't want me to die? Hun's voice broke as he sobbed. Of course. After a moment of heavy silence, Kang-Jin looked like he was about to snap. Across from him, Hun began to ask, Are you? But before he could finish, Kang-Jin dropped a bombshell that froze him solid. I can see the future. The words hit Hun, and his brow furrowed in confusion. Meanwhile, as dusk settled outside, a crowd of survivors had gathered. Anna Vi was on the phone, reporting in. Yes, we secured a total of 24 people. Another officer approached as Hun grabbed some barricade tape, asking, How'd you get here? Did you drive? Standing beside him, a confused Kang-Jin asked, What are you talking about? Instead of an answer, Hun simply replied, Just wait. After clearing the area, Shu and Hun hauled heavy timbers and thick ropes over their shoulders. Let's get these people to the Protection Bureau, then we can talk. Soon enough, the two of them were headed home. Standing before the house, Kang-Jin stared up, lost in a wave of nostalgia. Paused at the doorway, Hun turned back. Hey, why are you just standing there? Shaken from his thoughts, Kang-Jin quickly followed him inside. In the courtyard, a sorrowful memory of the past surfaced in his mind. But snapping back to the present, Kang-Jin found himself standing there alone as Hun hurried into the house. Reaching a certain room, Hun glanced back at the curious Kang-Jin and called out, In here. He had led him to their adoptive mother's memorial altar. Hun broke the heavy silence. I guess you never asked about Mom. Because you already foresaw this, didn't you? As they moved to opposite sides of the room, Hun pulled out a yellow talisman. While pressing it to the wall, he asked, Do you know how she died? A vision flashed through Kang-Jin's mind, the house engulfed in flames, her memorial photo at its center. He answered without hesitation. Self-immolation. The answer made Hun freeze, his hand still on the talisman. His expression instantly darkened. He pressed on. And do you know why? To that, Kang-Jin's reply was cold and sharp. No. As soon as the talisman was in place, it erupted in a blinding flash of light. In an instant, a protective barrier enveloped the entire house. Startled, Kang-Jin whipped his head around to look. Hun moved to the door, sealing it shut before finally turning to explain. She told me. She could see the future, just like you. A vision of her face appeared weathered by time, yet her eyes burned with a brilliant light. A power that could perceive the past, present, and even the future. The image of their house, consumed by a midnight inferno, flashed before them. Back then, his mother had clenched her jaw, declaring, This is my fate. Surrounded by the raging flames, she had charged forward, her eyes blazing with resolve, choosing what she believed was the best path. She left behind a single note with a cryptic message. There are fates that lie within the destiny we are given. Reading the note clutched in his hand, Hun could only stare in utter despair at the blazing inferno. He stood rooted to the spot as firefighters swarmed the scene to battle the flames. Finally, overwhelmed by helplessness, Hun collapsed to his knees. How? How could this possibly be the best way? His miserable sobs from that night echoed as he returned to the present, bathed in the talisman's blue light. Hun slammed a fist against the wall, his voice filled with frustration. I can't accept what she wrote in that letter. He gritted his teeth, the feeling of powerlessness overwhelming him. But I didn't know anything, and I couldn't do a single thing to help her. With renewed resolve, Hun turned back. I won't let something like that ever happen again. His gaze locked onto Kang-Jin, who stood before their mother's altar. Hun's voice was firm. So tell me, what was it you were about to say earlier? The scene flashed back to that moment when they stood before that man. Kang-Jin had reached out a hesitant hand. Then Kang-Jin had clenched his fist, his voice unwavering. I can see the future. Hearing this, Hun could only repeat in disbelief. The future? What future? Kang-Jin's answer was chillingly specific. 5 years from now. A vision appeared of Kang-Jin, clutching a bloody wound on his stomach. I will be murdered. The words hit Hun like a physical blow, his face contorting in disbelief. Suddenly, Hun grew agitated, throwing his hands out. Wait a minute. I thought you weren't supposed to see those things anymore. Mom performed a ritual to seal your spiritual power. A memory surfaced of their mother, dressed in vibrant ceremonial robes. Kang-Jin didn't deny it, his hand moving to his lips. That's true, but I drew too close to the border. A vision played out of Kang-Jin approaching the border, his face etched with shock, and the pull of fate began showing me visions of the past and of the future. Hun grabbed Kang-Jin's shoulders, his voice shaking with alarm. You went that close to the border? I don't know the exact distance, Kang-Jim admitted calmly. He bowed his head slightly, his eyes clouded with troubled thoughts. Honestly, he confessed, I don't think I can change the future on my own. Finally, he looked up, his eyes filled with desperation. So please, help me. Hearing this, Hee-Yoon hesitated. Oh. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, a look of pure distress on his face. What can I possibly do? He clutched his arm, reasoning, I know far less than you about the karmic border and the future. You should really be talking to your own god about this. At those words, Kang-Jim revealed the truth. I have never accepted a god. Hee-Yoon was stunned. You haven't? But why? Seeing his shock, Kang-Jim clenched his fists. Have you forgotten? He growled, his face twisting with hatred. One of them murdered my parents. He raised a hand to his face, a wave of helplessness washing over him. How different could any of the other gods possibly be? But Kang-Jim waved his hand dismissively. I don't trust them, and I never will. Feeling the power of the glowing talisman above, he pointed and asked, with this active, your god can't eavesdrop. Hee-Yoon confirmed its power. That's right. This spell creates a completely isolated space. Feeling secure, Kang-Jim finally spoke. Good. Then I'll tell you everything. He began to summarize the events of his past life for him. It started with his childhood. A desolate, burnt-out landscape, where a god appeared before him in the ashes. Then came the days of his apprenticeship, with Hee-Yoon by his side. I can't believe it. In that case, I'll join the Flying Tiger Brigade. All right, that's enough. He spoke of their time together in the brigade, when they were all happy. A flash of Hee-Yoon easily knocking him away, and finally, how it all ended. Everyone was thrown into a brutal battle. Some fell, bleeding out on the broken ground. Baekjung's face appeared, a cruel smile playing on his lips in the demonic realm. After recounting the entire tale, Kang-Jim's eyes went vacant as he stared at the floor. That's where they were all slaughtered. Hearing the whole story, Hee-Yoon clutched his chest in disbelief. What? The entire joint raid team was wiped out. This wasn't some ordinary skirmish. Kang-Jim, sitting opposite him, replied, She said she would spare everyone, on the condition that I died. He leaned back, exhausted, and sighed. So don't worry. Even if the worst happens, my death will end it all. Hearing that, Hee-Yoon's face flushed with anger. He leaned forward, burying his face in his hands. But you don't even know why she wants to kill you, do you? Kang-Jim remained still. No. That's why I have to find her. Hee-Yoon shot to his feet. And how are you going to do that? He yelled in frustration. All you know is what she looks like. Faced with this outburst, Kang-Jim answered with chilling calm. She possesses a nascent god class. The moment he heard this, Hee-Yoon froze, her destiny rank. Is nascent god class? Seeing his reaction, Kang-Jim looked up and pressed him. Don't you find that strange? Her destiny rank is incredibly rare, and she's powerful, yet she's completely unknown. As if understanding the implication, Hee-Yoon voiced his own question. Do you have any idea who she might be? At this, Kang-Jim held up his hands, palms facing each other. I have a few people in mind. A vision appeared of a masked figure radiating a murderous aura, and one of them is. Suddenly, rows of figures in suits and identical masks appeared, the director of the Bureau of Fate Protection. Hearing this theory, Hee-Yoon looked deeply troubled. Kang-Jim continued, At least, that's my strongest suspicion. Visions of the directors flashed by, some unmasking themselves. His thoughts raced. The name and face of the director are completely unknown. That's right. Only the team leaders are ever allowed to meet the director. In the sudden silence, a realization hit Hee-yoon. He asked again, his voice sharp. Wait a minute. Are you asking me to investigate the director's identity? Hey, I'm not some high-ranking official at the bureau. How could I possibly have the authority to look into the director? Despite his panic, Kang-Jim just stared up at him in silence. Finally, he leaned his head back with a sarcastic tone. Oh, I guess you can't do it after all. If you can't handle it, then I'll just have to investigate it myself. Faced with such blatant disrespect, Hee-woon's face darkened. Keeping his furious expression, he demanded, What do you think you're doing now? But Kang-Jim just shot back a condescending smirk. What's the matter? Are you scared? Kang-Jim's taunts pushed Hee-woon further over the edge until a murderous aura began to explode from his body, but he casually kept fanning himself with the paper, adding, If not, then at least memorize Baek-jung's face. Suddenly, Hee-woon lunged forward and snatched the paper from his hand. Kang-Jim, still oblivious, added nonchalantly, I already printed it out using a memory projector. Clutching the paper, Hee-woon glared at him through gritted teeth. You've really got some nerve. I only did this because I pity you. Hearing that, Kang-Jim simply feigned gratitude without a care in the world. Why? Thank you for the compliment. But after unfolding the paper, Hee-woon froze in place. Printed on the page, clear as day, was the face of Baek-jung. Staring at the photo, a sense of familiarity washed over him. I've met this woman before. Those words struck him like a bolt of lightning. Kang-Jim's voice was sharp. You've met her? What was she like? Han's mind flashed back to that moment. Standing there, looking at his phone, when Baek-jung drifted past him. Something had made him turn his head to watch her. I don't know, but she had this bizarre aura. It's the only reason I even remember her walking by. A desperate urgency seized Kang-Jim, and he shot up, grabbing Han by the shoulders. When was this? Where? Was it at the Bureau of Fate Protection? The barrage of questions overwhelmed Han. Hold on, just hold on. He then held the photo up next to their mother's memorial portrait. Gazing at the altar, Han recounted, a few days before my mother passed away. I saw that woman near our house. Kang-Jim stood beside him, completely stunned. What? Suddenly, a horrifying realization dawned on him, and he whipped his head around in fear. Wait a minute. Han's hand tightened on the photograph. Kang-Jim's voice echoed through the silent room. The truth is, there were so many strange things about Mom's death. Like the words in her final letter, and the fact she burned our house to the ground. Kang-Jim's entire body trembled as he reached for the memorial portrait. Did Han know what he was thinking? In that instant, the terrible truth crashed down on him, his eyes widening in pure despair. It might have been Baek-jung. She's the one who killed her. A suffocating darkness seemed to swallow Kang-Jim whole. My friends, my parents, the woman who came from me. In that void, Baek-jung approached with her sword drawn, ready to rip away everything he held dear. He could only watch as tears streamed down that soulless face right in front of him. Suddenly, within the abyss, Kang-Jim rose to his feet, reaching for Baek-jung. He saw her face, drenched in blood, a twisted smile spreading across her lips as he lay unconscious. But just as he was about to grasp her form, everything shattered into nothingness, leaving Kang-Jim all alone. His face became a mask of shadows as tears flowed endlessly. This is all her fault. The phantom blood stained his trembling hands once more. Snapping back to reality, Kang-Jim's hands clenched into tight fists. He gritted his teeth, his face hardening with cold resolve. I will find you, and I will have my revenge. The scene changes. A group arrives at a large room. One of them calls out, All right, everyone, head on in. As they stepped inside, the two girls leading the way looked around in awe. Whoa, is this whole building for our faction? Having our own headquarters. It really makes you feel like we're a proper faction now. Following them, Kang-Jim let out a heavy sigh. Things have finally settled down a lot more, haven't they? The others turned to ask him, You're going to stay here with us, right? So why do you always keep your distance from us? Caught off guard by the question, Kang-Jim awkwardly wrung his hands. About that. In that very moment, a blood-soaked vision flooded his mind. All of his comrades had been slaughtered. Cut down without any mercy. A voice echoed from his memory, born from the blood that had splattered across his face, and the voice continued its torment. You only bring suffering to those around you. The past flashed before him, bodies littering the ground just like before. The body of a woman lying in the rain, blood still flowing. It was all happening again. Reflected in the bloody water, the image of Baek-jung walked past the carnage. She ignored the fallen, simply raising her sword and advancing. Then, Baek-jung pointed her blade toward him and said, So, just accept me. Facing the sharp, cold steel, Kang-Jim flinched back in fear. Seeing his silence, the phantom in his mind continued her assault. How long do you plan to keep leading everyone around you to their deaths? Her words made him tremble. No, it wasn't me. Baekdung's gaze drifted away. Do you really think they'd agree? Horrifying visions materialized. First, the young man in glasses, his face twisted with resentment. Why did you do this to me? Next came the girl with braided hair. This is all your fault. And all the while, the phantom's voice echoed their accusations. See, they're all saying it's your fault. Kang-Jim could only clutch his head, biting down hard on his lip. No, they wouldn't. But then, a different memory broke through. Johan and Jeonbam standing together. We think you're a really good person. No matter what happens, we'll always be by your side. As if awakening from a nightmare, Kang-Jim roared in his mind, don't you ever say those words again. Instantly, the dark space around him shattered, blasted away by a brilliant, blinding light. Gripping his sword, he screamed, I won't be fooled by your lies or by these illusions. With a look of sheer determination, Kang-Jim pressed on. Do you really think my will is just another illusion? With that, Kang-Jim charged forward, sword flashing. But she simply stood there, affirming, this is your destiny. In a flash, their swords clashed together. As she parried his furious strikes, Baekdung continued her seductive whispers. Accept your divinity. Accept the divine possession. Kang-Jim. Her eyes began to glow with an unholy light as she screamed, accept your fate. But when Kang-Jim swung his sword again, she was gone. He stood frozen, his face streaked with blood, and whispered, I changed my fate once, and I will change it again. The clock on the wall displayed 4:44. In the darkness of the night, Kang-Jim suddenly sat bolt upright. On the table before him, a lavish feast had been prepared. Staring at all the food piled onto the wobbly table, Kang-Jim hesitated. Don't you feel bad for the table? Hyun casually grabbed some food and asked, What do you mean? I didn't even make that much. Seeing him silent, Hyun looked up and continued, Anyway, what do you plan on doing with your faction? Are you still planning to join the Flying Tiger clan? Just like in the future I saw. Kang-Jim seemed to hesitate before answering. I don't know. The other man continued, A rookie like you will get a ton of offers. Don't sign any contracts without letting me see them first. And don't get sucked into any of those bizarre, shady sects. After getting such a thorough lecture, Kang-Jim, who was about to eat his soup, looked up and asserted, I'm not a child. But the man just kept on talking. Yeah, but don't you think I know more about this stuff? It is my area of expertise. After all. Besides, I doubt you can see the future all the time. For example, the future of the Auza clan. At the mention of that name, an image of a fiercely cool woman flashed in Kang-Jim's mind. He paused, remembering. Auza was the clan that Runebom joined in the past. Shaking it off, Kang-Jim quickly slurped his soup, lost in thought. Is he trying to recommend that clan to me? But they're enemies of the Flying Tiger clan. Maybe it's not a bad idea. It wouldn't put the people around me in danger. Just then, the man across from him, Hee-Woon, crossed his arms and laid out the facts. That clan is highly suspicious, so don't get involved with them. You're not actually thinking of joining them, are you? Kang-Jim, however, was preoccupied with his own business, looking around for something to drink. After his long speech, Hee-Woon picked up his chopsticks and tilted his head. Anyway, some of those clans seem untrustworthy, so don't rush into joining one without thinking it through, okay? Sunlight streamed through the windows of a towering skyscraper. Inside, Kang-Jim waited for the elevator, scrolling on his phone. He wondered to himself, what was Shin-Sua's apartment number again? Just then, a system window popped up. It was a message from Dong-Woo. You did great yesterday. Thanks to you, we saved a lot of survivors. I'm sending you a gift as a token of my desire to stay in touch. Reading this, Kang-Jim was pleasantly surprised. A gift? Another message followed. You remember my offer, right? I'll be waiting for a positive response. The signature read, Seoman Dong-Woo. After reading it, Kang-Jim reached into the system window. What did she send me? As Kang-Jim pulled out a strange shard of paper, a system notification appeared. You have obtained the item, mysterious fragment. Holding it in his hand, Kang-Jim beamed with joy. She's really good at giving gifts. A new skill is the best reward for someone trying to get stronger, but I'm still not going to join her. Soon, however, as he arrived in front of Sua's apartment, a thought kept replaying in his mind. I wish Captain Gongdu and the others would send me gifts like this. Hearing a noise, a blonde girl cheerfully opened the door. Master, welcome back. At the same time, John leaped out, angrily pawing at his face. Kang-Jim immediately felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry for leaving you behind. He let John wrap around his neck, then turned to the girl. What have you been up to? The blonde girl immediately replied, I've been gathering information on the different clans. Some of them have already established their positions. It's been a few months since the awakening. A worried expression crossed his face as he asked, "Which clan do you want to join?" She tilted her head, pondering the question. "I'm not sure yet. If you or Shin Sua started a clan, I'd join in a heartbeat." Hearing her unwavering loyalty, Kang-Jim reassured her, "Just wait a little longer. I'm sure Shin Sua is already thinking about it." As soon as she saw him, Sua looked up with a bright smile. "Hey, Kang-Jim. The entire community is talking about you." Kang-Jim was taken aback by the news. "About me?" Sua excitedly held up her tablet to confirm. "Yep, there's an article about the demon punishment realm." Hearing this, the blonde girl held out her phone. "Want to see it? I saved a copy." Kang-Jim immediately took her phone. The main headline was displayed on the screen. The first story was about the mass rescue of survivors who were trapped in the demon punishment realm. The second was about a time distortion incident. They had been trapped in there for several years. The final piece mentioned an awakened one who broke the survivor's curse and then vanished. The headline read, "Who is Kang-Jim?" Seeing this, Kang-Jim felt a surge of anxiety, while the blonde girl next to him looked incredibly proud. "I was a little sad you went without us," she said. "But I'll let it slide this time, since you did something so amazing." The comment section exploded with questions. "Isn't that the guy Doc Gozen was talking about?" Reading this, Kang-Jim was completely stunned. "What? Doc Gozen said something about me?" An image from a talk show appeared. It was episode 13, featuring a priest as a special guest, and there was Doc Gozen, wearing a confident smile. Surrounded by a brilliant aura, he boasted, "I used to be $1 million web novel author, and now, after awakening, I'm a god-tier priest." As they stared at the phone, both of them were frozen in silence. On the screen, the hosts continued, "The priest joining us today is a famous author, known for his incredible regression novels." Then, a dramatic image of Doc Gozen filled the screen. The hosts kept hyping him up. "That's right, web novel author Doc Gozen. He took the world by storm with his regression series, racking up millions of views. He awakened as a god-tier user and founded his own faction. Wow, talk about an impressive resume." Wasting no time, they jumped right into the interview. "But today, you're here as our guest, so we'll be focusing on that, if you don't mind. We're also giving away 10 copies of the novel Sen in the comments section." Hearing this, Doc Gozen gave a calm reply, "Of course. Let's start with the first question. To join the Quan faction, you must be high rank. True or false?" Doc Gozen immediately held up the X sign. "I'm looking for something beyond mere rank. You could say I want someone with the potential of a main character." Watching from their room, the girls were unfazed by his words. He really hasn't changed at all. I wonder what kind of person he considers to have main character potential. His voice continued from the phone. Take Kang-Jim, for example. Rank doesn't matter. Hearing his name, Kang-Jim knew. This must be the part where he talks about me. The broadcast from the phone continued without stopping. The host then asked, "Isn't that the trainee who was chosen as this year's top rookie?" Doc Gozen's voice immediately confirmed it. "That's right. He's got the spirit of a protagonist, but he's only insect rank." "He's insect rank?" Then he looked straight at the screen and gave a little wave. "Ah, you might be watching. This is for my dear friend, Kang-Jim. Kang-Jim, I'll be coming to see you very soon. My dear friend, Kang-Jim." At those words, both his and the blonde girl's faces turned pale. As a final touch, Doc Gozen gave a sparkling wink to the camera. "I've heard the news. I'll come for you soon." After that, Kang-Jim slammed the stop button, plunging the room into a heavy, ominous silence. Instantly, the blonde girl burst into tears. "Are you really planning to join the Quan faction?" Was this whole interview a message from him? Seeing her so distraught, Kang-Jim tried to stay calm. "I never even spoke to him about that. Impossible." Just then, the phone in Kang-Jim's hand began to ring. At the sight of it, Sua's face darkened. Their voices overlapped in confusion. "Then who is it?" "I don't know. It's not a saved number." An unsettling fear washed over Sua's face. She grabbed Kang-Jim's hand, stopping him. "Don't answer it. Don't take that call." Stunned by Sua's reaction, Kang-Jim was confused. "Do you know this number?" A knock came from the door, and the blonde girl rushed to get it. "Ah, that must be Jihan." Alone in the room, Kang-Jim noticed Sua's strange demeanor. "Sua, are you all right?" Suddenly, a notification alert echoed in his mind, striking Kang-Jim with a sense of dread. The aura of death in Shin Sua's destiny has grown darker. Reading the message, Kang-Jim froze, thinking to himself, "Why now of all times?" At the entrance, the blonde girl opened the door, only to stammer in complete surprise. Who are you?" The visitor greeted her with a sinister smile. "Thank you for opening the door." She carried herself with a deceptive grace, introducing herself. "I am the leader of the Arya faction, Shin Ara." Hearing the name, the girl at the door grew confused. The Oria faction? Suddenly, Sua's hand clamped down hard on her shoulder. Why are you here? Sua shoved the girl behind Kang-Jim and immediately took a defensive stance. Why did you come here? Shin Sua stepped forward, her voice laced with ice. How did you find my address? Before the woman could respond, Sua pressed her relentlessly. I never told you where I lived. And how did you get Kang-Jin's number? When Ao-Ra remained silent, Sua became more agitated. Answer me. All the while, Shin Ao-Ra maintained her sickly sweet smile. Seeing her fury, Shin Ao-Ra softened her tone, calling out to her. Sua. She feigned an apology. I'm sorry for coming unannounced, but Sua's patience snapped. Just answer my question first. Realizing she could no longer dodge the issue, the woman finally confessed the truth. Fine. After tailing Kang-Jim, I found out where you were. I got his number from the Destiny Protection Agency. As she spoke, she suddenly reached out, grabbing Sua's hand to plead her case. But Sua, I did all of this because I was worried about you. I heard what happened from the Destiny Protection Agency. She asked through crocodile tears, why haven't you contacted us all this time? Sua's sister then slipped off her high heels and slowly stepped closer. She pulled Sua into a hug, her voice dripping with false pity. To have your hand injured so badly. Her sister whispered, come home, Sua. Everyone is worried sick about you. After holding the embrace, she pushed Sua back by the shoulders. We'll find a way to restore your hand, okay? But no matter what her sister said, Sua's resolve did not waver. She shoved her sister away with absolute rejection. Don't touch me. Caught off guard by the sudden push, Shin Ao-Ra stumbled and fell to the floor. Sua felt not a shred of guilt. Instead, her eyes burned with pure contempt for her sister. Ryan saw her fall and rushed over in a panic. Are you okay? She anxiously helped Shin Ao-Ra to her feet. Are you hurt anywhere? Shin Ao-Ra ignored her, keeping her eyes locked on her sister. I know that you hate me. She started to cry hysterically. But please, just this once, listen to me. Her tone grew desperate. Father is in critical condition, too. At those words, Sua's expression finally changed. Ryan shot her a worried glance. Sua's face went dark as she asked coldly, is that all you came here to say? Sine lowered her head, looking troubled. To be honest, I was planning on scouting Kang-Jim. Hearing this, Sua immediately cut her off. No, Kang-Jim has already agreed to join my faction. With that, she turned to leave, leaving a worried Run to call after her. Sua, she spoke with an icy tone. Sorry, but could you take my sister to the lobby? Someone is definitely waiting for her there. And don't follow them out of the hotel. Sua walked past Kang-Jim, whispering to him. And Kang-Jim, can we talk? He turned, a confused look on his face. Sitting across from her, he could only speculate. Was this about the Asura faction? Sua looked away awkwardly. Sorry. I made that up about you joining my faction. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, but, would you want to join the Asura faction? Kang-Jim thought about it seriously. The Asura faction, they were a very promising group to join. I know they're financially stable, and more importantly, all the members trust each other. Sine said nothing, simply listening with her head bowed. However, Kang-Jim then recalled what Sine had once told him.
I heard while I was in the hospital that you were building a faction with only hunters you trust. So they're called hunters out there. Huh.
Why don't we just join the same guild? But at the time, Kang-Jim had clearly brushed her off. Shin-A had said cheerfully, that's fine. I'll just keep asking, no matter how many times you refuse. Back in the present, Kang-Jim waved a hand dismissively. I have no intention of joining the Asura faction. The moment Sua heard this, she shot up from her chair, overjoyed. She clutched her chest, sighing in relief. That's such a weight off my mind. Kang-Jim asked her, is that all? Was there something else you wanted to talk about? Sua quickly waved her hands. Oh, no. But then she became flustered and shy. Actually, there's a favor I wanted to ask of you. At the Kazakh building, on basement level 1, Kang-Jim followed Sua up a flight of stairs. Walking ahead, Kang-Jim turned back to ask, is this where you're meeting your sister? Sua led him to a room and answered, that's right. This is the place my sister chose. Inside the room, a chaotic scene was unfolding. A group of men were shouting and fooling around, circling a girl in the middle. When Shin saw them, she grinned and greeted them. Oh, welcome. You two. She waved a hand to dismiss the men. All right, all of you can leave now. Receiving the order, the group immediately bowed and obeyed. Yes, Guildmaster. The two newcomers quickly found a place to sit. Jin-A cheerfully offered the microphone to him. Kang-Jim, how about a song? He quickly held up a hand to refuse. I don't think this is the best place to talk. Hearing that, Sine looked puzzled. Huh? Why not? This place is perfect. It's private, and no one can see us. She suddenly reached out and pressed a red button. Seeing this, Sua's expression hardened with anger. What do you think you're doing? Tell me where Dad's hospital is, right now. Shin-ae just laughed out loud. Oh, the hospital. That was a lie. At those words, the last thread of Sua's patience snapped, and her face darkened ominously. But Shin-ae paid no attention to Sua's rising fury, and simply scoffed. I just figured it was the only way to get you to come. Sua immediately spun around to leave. Shin-ae made a show of stopping her. Sua, where are you going? I'm sorry, okay? Sua's hand clenched the doorknob, acting as if she couldn't hear the fake plea. I really, truly just wanted to talk to you. When her act had no effect, she turned to Kang-Jim. Let's go. Kang-Jim joined the Asura faction. Before she could finish her sentence, Sua's yell cut her off. The Asura faction has everything you need. Kang-Jim was already moving to follow Sua. I have no intention of becoming a thug. Shin-ae immediately stood up to chase them. Sua, wait. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Asura's skill activated. She instantly grabbed Kang-Jim's arm. Holding the doorknob, she called out to Sua. I'm just going to have to borrow Kang-Jim. Sua's voice was filled with disbelief. What? With that, Shin-ae slammed the door shut, ignoring Sua's frantic screams from the other side. Open this door. Trapped inside, Kang-Jim was equally panicked. Shin-ae slowly turned to face him with a menacing aura. Kang-Jim, you're Sua's friend, right? So, I'm guessing. You wouldn't dare harm your dear friend's older sister. That's right. She pressed her body against the door, completely ignoring Sua's desperate screams from outside. Can someone please help me calm my sister down? Sua's voice was pure panic, as if she were being controlled. Let go. Let me go. Kang-Jin was growing just as frantic. Shana spoke, trying to reassure him. Don't worry. They know she's my sister. They won't actually hurt her. Suddenly, Kang-Jin shouted a warning to Sua outside. Don't use your powers. Those are ordinary people. Shina looked a little surprised. What? How did you know my plan? My plan was to blackmail Sua into joining our faction. After she attacked them with her powers. Right then, an unseen force bound Sua completely. Sua cried out, her voice filled with worry. Sister, are you okay? Siu Kang-Jin answered instead. I'll be right out. Just wait. Sua's sister let out a bitter laugh. Do you really think you can just walk away from this? Siu Kang-Jin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Don't tell me you're trying to force me into your faction. A smirk played on her lips, clearly amused by his resistance. Oh, you're absolutely right, she purred. In fact, I even brought you a welcoming gift. She dangled a single, ornate key in front of him. I guarantee you'll love it so much, you'll be begging to join the Asura faction. Outside, Shin Sua overheard everything, her heart pounding with worry. Seo Kang, Jin, he tested the waters. If I join, can I also leave? A sweet, yet sinister smile spread across her face. Of course you can, though that's never going to happen, she thought to herself. Hearing her promise, he relaxed slightly and agreed. All right then. Where is it? Instead of answering, she gave him a cryptic clue. It's inside one of the chairs you sat in. Seo Kang-Jin knelt, his mind racing as he examined the furniture. I have a terrible feeling about this. This has Shin Ara's twisted games written all over it. She's the type who needs to be countered forcefully. With that thought solidifying his distrust, Seo Kang-Jin began flipping over the chairs one by one. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes locked on what was hidden inside. An uncontrollable tremor shot through his hands. Disbelief and horror washed over his face. What is this? He choked out. Shin Ara explained sweetly. I heard about your special ability, so I brought you something you could really use. Stuffed inside the chair's compartment was a man, clearly subdued. His limbs were bound tightly, and a gag silenced any potential screams. Seo Kang-Jin was still reeling from the shock, but she continued with chilling indifference. That man. He possesses a rather useful ability. She stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. So, what do you think of my gift? A cold smirk twisted Seo Kang-Jin's lips. Are you telling me to kill this man and steal his power? Shin Ara didn't even hesitate. That's right. His ability is a part of the 4 pillars and the 8 supports. She leaned in, her smile full of dark meaning. You're just like us, aren't you? Isn't it exhausting, pretending to be normal? A shadow from his past resurfaced in his mind. He was standing alone again, surrounded by poisonous whispers and judgmental stares. I heard Seo Kang-Jin killed someone and stole his ability. Shin Ara's words were designed to reopen old wounds. Doesn't everyone fear you? She slid her arms around his head, her voice a hypnotic poison. But inside the Asura faction, no one will ever point a finger at you again. If you become one of us, you'll have endless opportunities to unleash your true power. Every word she spoke was a razor-sharp hook digging deeper.
So, accept my gift and join us, Seo Kang-Jin. A sharp clang echoed through the silence as a weapon hit the floor.
Seo Kang-Jin violently slapped her hands away. Disgusting. He rose to his feet, his expression like ice. Is this the kind of thing you've been telling Shin Sua? Shin Ara looked genuinely stunned. What? You don't like my gift? Seo Kang-Jin's gaze was glacial. I don't consider a person's life a gift. He rejected her absolutely. I have nothing more to say to you. With that final word, he turned and walked out, leaving Shin Ara alone, her face a mask of fury. The moment he stepped out, Shin Sua rushed to his side. Seo Kang-Jin, are you okay? I'm fine. Let's go, he said. Back inside, Shin Ara stared down at her rejected present. Oh dear. It took so much effort to acquire this, she sighed theatrically. I suppose I'll just have to dispose of it. Her feigned sadness vanished as she slammed the chair down in a rage. Shin Ara then pulled out a talisman, a cruel smile forming. Well, just getting Shin Sua will be enough. She ripped the talisman, and it erupted in a flash of brilliant blue light. Outside, they saw the flare and instantly knew. A teleportation item. The crackle of a loudspeaker echoed through the hall. Ah, check, check. In an instant, countless large men materialized, blocking their path. Shin Ara's voice boomed from the speakers. Sua, my dear sister, you're not going anywhere. Did you really think I would just let you walk away? Seo Kang-Jin calmly assessed the mob. They're all just regular humans. As if she heard his thoughts, her voice echoed again. That's right. Which means you can't use any of your abilities or weapons on them. So go ahead and fight them. Don't hold back. Make it life or death. Shin Sua's voice was tight with worry. Be careful, Seo Kang-Jin. He reassured her with unshakable calm. Don't worry. I won't do anything that puts their lives at risk. Sua stared at him, stunned. Huh? That's not what I was worried about. But before she could finish, Seo Kang-Jin launched forward, delivering a devastating kick to the first thug. In the next instant, he became a whirlwind, sweeping through the enemy ranks. He left a trail of blood and broken bodies in his wake. Realizing they couldn't touch him, the thugs changed their target. This is useless. Go for the girl. Suddenly, an armed attacker lunged at Shin Sua. She caught the weapon with lightning speed and roared, "To you scum, I'm not just the girl." With a furious cry, she sent the attacker flying with a powerful kick. Besides, I'm not weak enough to be taken down by a lowlife like this. But then, the loudspeaker crackled to life again. Oh, that's not it at all, little sister. Shin Sua screamed in fury. Are you still watching us? A cunning, disembodied smile could be heard in Ara's voice through the mic. That's right, Sua. Big sister is watching your every move, so why don't you show everyone your true self? Watching Sua struggle, Ara continued her cold monologue. You possess the fate of a wild beast, one that loves to fight and kill. Isn't that right? The look in Ara's eyes shifted, becoming predatory and expectant. Don't worry. As you continue to fight, your true instincts are bound to awaken. Sua fought on with furious abandon, her fists a blur. But inside, her soul was screaming in protest. No, she thought, her kicks and mental struggle becoming one. I don't want this. I don't want to fight. But a new thought crept into her mind. Or do I? Sua pinned a man to the ground, raining blows down on him. She smiled, a thrill surging through her. Isn't this exciting? With that thought, she reeled her fist back, her bloodlust fully activating. But just then, Seo Kang-Jin appeared, catching her arm mid-swing as he yelled, Sua Shin. Furious at his interference, she struggled. Let me go. But Kang-Jin held firm. It's over now, he asked calmly. You don't actually want to threaten anyone's life, do you? His words hit her like a splash of cold water, and Sua Shin froze, slowly turning to look. Sua stared at her own blood-stained hands in horror. What have I done? Kang-Jin placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, no one died. Exhausted, Sua dropped her head into her hands, but watching Shina Shin finally exploded. What in the world are you doing? She was seething. Don't interfere with my sister's path. Her destiny is to. Kang-Jin cut her off before she could finish. Sua Shin's destiny, the one that forces her to hurt other people. She also has a high affinity for metal-based artifacts. Hearing this, Sua's entire body went rigid as stone. Shina Shin hesitated for only a moment before saying, Yes, you're right. Sua's destiny is to become a criminal. That is the fate she was born with. The words pierced Sua Shin's heart like a shard of glass. Tears welled in her eyes as her chest constricted in pain. Seo Kang-Jin immediately shot down the claim. No. Many doctors are born with that same fate. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Every coin has two sides. The path she chooses is ultimately up to her. Moved by his words, Sua Shin slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. Seo Kang, Jin's voice blazed with anger. So don't you dare try to force her down the path you want for her. With that, he led Sua away. Let's get out of here. Sheena Shin's eyes widened in fury, frozen in place. Sua. But the two of them were already descending the narrow staircase. That's the first time, Sua said softly, that anyone has ever said something like that to me. Kang-Jin simply replied, I only stated the obvious. But she was still deeply touched. Still, no one ever has. Seo Kang-Jin watched her silhouette as she walked ahead. He lowered his head, remembering when Sua told him about her past. Everyone told me I was born a warrior, that I had to inherit the Asura and accept my destiny. But that's not the life I want to live. Kang-Jin repeated her own words. That's not the life you want to live. Suddenly, her footsteps halted. Seo Kang-Jin stepped forward, moving toward the light. I don't want to live according to my destiny, either. A genuine smile finally graced Sua's lips. Together, they stepped out of the darkness and into the brilliant sunlight. Thank you, Sua said gratefully. I'm really so glad. Her eyes sparkled with a joy she couldn't hide. Thank you for being by my side today. Seeing her this happy, Seo Kang-Jin felt a sense of peace himself. He answered humbly, it was nothing. But at that exact moment, both of their phones began to have to ring in unison. Sua Shin pulled out her phone. It was Jun Bom. At the same time, Tae-hoon was calling Kang-Jin. They both called out the names on their screens. Tae-hoon and Jun Bom were calling about the exact same thing. The Great Demon Gate would open in 1 week. A knowing smile spread across Kang-Jin's face as he listened. Meanwhile, Sheena Shin strode confidently toward a lavish mansion. The towering bodyguards saw her and immediately bowed as one, their voices booming. Welcome back, master of the clan. With the effortless swagger of a leader, she slid her hands into her pockets and turned to the guards. Thank you. Sheena Shin then stopped before a handsome guard to offer some encouragement. You're new, aren't you? I have high expectations for you. The guard's face immediately lit up with excitement. I'll do my absolute best. Another guard standing nearby added with a grin, he's done great since joining the Asura clan. The new recruit beamed. Yeah, the master is a great person. After greeting the guards outside, she proceeded deeper inside. The moment she was out of sight, Sheena Shin's friendly expression turned to ice. Managers, follow me to my office. Now. She crossed her arms, her cold gaze falling on the manager's bound hand and foot on the ground. You all understand what it means that I've returned alone, don't you? One of the managers could only grit his teeth and endure. Yes, ma'am. Sheena Shin's eyes blazed with fury. Whose idea was it? To surround them with civilians for the blackmail. A lone voice spoke up, taking the blame. It was mine, ma'am. She approached, driving her razor-sharp high heel directly onto his head. After punishing him, she demanded, So, who investigated Seo Kang-Jim's background? Immediately, one of the men confessed, It was me, ma'am. Shin Ajia used the exact same method to punish him, but this time, she applied more force, causing him to spit up fresh blood. Because of you, I failed to bring Sua back. Shin Ajia stood helplessly in a corner, running a hand through her hair. Humph! It's clear that the Awakeners who were once trainees are far more talented. Shin Ajia thought back to Seo Kang-Jim single-handedly defeating his enemies, and a wave of irritation washed over her, especially since he graduated at the top of his class. She stepped toward her subordinates again and asked, There are a total of 5 training facilities in the Fate Protection Agency, correct? The man she'd just beaten answered, Yes, ma'am. There's the main headquarters in Soon, with branches in Guangdong, Ho, Hanam, and Yeongnam. Shin Ah's mind raced. So, that means every location must have its own star pupil, right? Her command cut through the air. All of you, on your feet. Instantly, despite their pain, the managers scrambled to obey. A cryptic smile played on Shin Ah's lips. We need someone capable of taking down Seo Kang-Jin. She pointed a commanding finger toward the door. Bring that star pupil into our Asura guild. Without a moment's hesitation, her managers rushed toward the exit, their voices united. Yes, ma'am. Back at their quarters, Kang-Jin and his team were deep in discussion. And that's the plan, Kang-Jin declared. If we do this, we can clear the demon realm with ease. Runbom looked at him, puzzled. How did you figure all of this out, she asked. Kang-Jin rubbed the back of his head, a bit embarrassed as he explained. Well, I caught a glimpse of the future, guided by fate. Runbom's eyes lit up. That's amazing luck. Ha Jiang was just as thrilled. Since we know the strategy, we'll be the first ones to clear it, right? But Tae-hun's voice cut in, correcting her. No. We have to be the first. The gods told me so. He repeated their warning verbatim. Once a demon realm is cleared, it vanishes. But after a set amount of time, a new one will spawn in the exact same location. Runbom processed his words, her expression turning serious. So if we aren't the first ones to clear it, we'll lose our chance forever, Sua finished grimly. Kang-Jin then added, there's also a limit on how many people can enter. He held out his hand with a confident smile. But the reward will be better than anything we've ever seen. With their resolve hardened, the team set out, stepping into the B6 sector. Runbom glanced at Sua. So, there's going to be a lot of people, huh? She then sighed to Tae-hun. It's a shame Cha Johan couldn't come with us. Tae-hun just shrugged. Yeah, well, he had other business to take care of. They finally reached the entrance, a low murmur of voices spilling out from within. With determined faces, the group stepped inside. Heads turned as they entered, curiosity filling the air. But all eyes inevitably landed on one person, Seo Kang-Jin. Leading the group with a cool confidence he was impossible to ignore. A stranger recognized him instantly. Hey, isn't that Seo Kang-Jin? Immediately, whispers erupted through the crowd. He's the top-ranked Kayet from Seoul, right? I heard he's only insect rank. But I also heard he's the one who rescued those people trapped in the demon realm with the messengers. Runbom nudged him playfully. Wow, you're practically a celebrity. But then, another voice sneered. Is that so? The rumor I heard is that he's a murderer. Taehan's temper flared instantly. Who said that? Runbom's own anger ignited. Who do you think you're calling A? But before she could finish, Kang-Jin quickly threw an arm around her, holding her back. He calmly reassured them both. It's okay. But Runbom and Tae-hun were still fuming, ready to argue. Don't waste your energy on this, Seo Kang-Jin said, his voice steady. Let's just focus on the raid. Getting his team's attention, he asked. Everyone, you all have the item I mentioned last night, right? The man who called him a murderer watched them silently from a distance. He gritted his teeth and turned away. Just then, a man ran up, calling his name. Someone nearby exclaimed, Huh, that's Doc Gozen. He must be close with Seo Kang-Jin. Gozen jogged over to them. Kang-Jin, long time no see. How have you been? Runbom immediately stepped in front of Kang-Jin. He's not joining Wonder. The man just chuckled. Oh, you saw my show? Gozen crossed his arms, speaking directly to Seo Kang-Jin. Instead of shutting me down so fast, why don't you hear about the gift I prepared for you? A gift? Kang-Jin wondered. The memory of Shin A's gift sent a shiver down his spine as he cautiously asked. What kind of gift? He said, thinking to himself. He wouldn't prepare something twisted like that woman did, would he? Right? Gozen announced with a huge grin. I bought you a building in Gangnam, my star player. It's only a 25-minute walk from the guild. Join our faction, and it's all yours. At those words, Kang-Jin's eyes started to sparkle. A whole building, but Shin A's warning echoed in his head. As much as it pained him, he waved his hand dismissively. I'm not joining, and I have no intention of teaming up with you for this raid, either. You know, we really do think alike, Gozen said cheerfully. I have my own plan too. What? Kang-Jin's curiosity was piqued. A plan? What plan? Gozen leaned in and whispered mysteriously. Don't worry, I won't interfere with the regressors' raid. I'm planning to do something a little more useful than just attacking. I'm sure you'll be fine on your own. Kang-Jin shoved his arm away, disgusted. More of this regressor nonsense. I'll be watching. Gozen waved goodbye with a smile. I have high expectations for you. Runbom tilted her head. What in the world was that about? Kang-Jin rubbed his neck, exasperated. Just more meaningless talk. But as he watched Gozen's retreating back, he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling of what the man was truly planning. One of them guessed, I doubt we'll have to worry about him during the attack. Just then, Doc Jun slipped on a prepped headset, and the voice from before echoed in his ears. This had to be a listening device. The announcer's voice began to echo, informing everyone at the gate of the demon realm that the portal to the great demon world would soon open. A buzz of excitement rippled through the crowd after the announcement. Don't worry. Together, we can conquer any realm we choose. Yeah, as long as we stick together. Meanwhile, Kang-Jin Seo's group was still casually playing with some small creatures. Sua asked in awe, Whoa, you can fly now. The announcement continued to drone on. Therefore, please finalize your preparations. The portal began to activate. The man who had been sneering at him earlier shot one last glare his way before finally turning away. At that moment, the portal roared to life, and a force pulled countless people at the scene down into the abyss. Kang-Jin Seo calmly stepped through the portal with his team. A system notification appeared. You have entered the gate to the great demon world. Kang-Jin Seo executed a flawless landing. He quickly rose to his feet. All right, let's find our party and get this started. Kang-Jin excitedly scanned his surroundings. The people around him, however, looked far from optimistic. This is the great demon world. As Kang-Jin Seo continued his search, screams erupted from the crowd. I can't breathe. Not only that, but others were also frantically searching for their teammates. Huh? Why is it just the two of us? What? Where did everybody go? Kang-Jin Seo stood alone, a grim thought crossing his mind. That's right. Luck was never on my side. I've been dropped in here all by myself. Not wasting another second, Kang-Jin thought, I'd better get out of sight before I'm spotted. With that, he activated his invisibility skill, Absolute Hermit. His body immediately turned transparent, allowing him to weave through the masses of people still sprawled on the floor. As he moved, he pondered, I never expected to be dropped in here alone. From the intel he gathered, he understood this place perfectly. I know the system splits party members into 3 different zones. The system displayed a map with a tower at its center, surrounded by 3 distinct, barren landscapes. He continued to strategize. To clear this demon world, we need to activate the magic formation in each area. I already explained this to the team yesterday. A faint smile touched his lips as he recalled the scene of his group laughing and chatting happily just the night before. Shaking off the memory, he returned to the present and focused on them. So instead of panicking, they must be searching for each other. Still invisible, he moved silently through the chaotic crowd. Cries for help echoed from all directions. Where's our leader? Why are we the only ones left? Suddenly, he stopped behind a massive boulder. Up ahead, a very suspicious-looking group of people was gathering. Feeling it was time to act, he raised a hand to the device on his ear, attempting to contact the rest of his guild. His voice came through. Can everyone hear me? Report who you're with. The scene shifts to the others, who all received Kang-Jin's signal and quickly responded. This is Sua. This is Shin Sua. I'm with Taejun and Lynn. Following that, another team also reported their status. I'm with Bomb and John. Bomb groaned in annoyance. You again. Noticing her sister's attitude, Ji-hoon shot back just as sharply. I didn't want to be with you, either. The bickering between the 2 siblings crackled over the device. Kang-Jin immediately cut off their conversation, his words laced with irritation. Can you 2 keep it down? This item isn't advanced enough to have volume control. The piece he was wearing was a private conversation airing. It allows the user to communicate with anyone else wearing the item within the demon realm's range. The 2 who had been arguing fiercely fell silent at his command, apologizing in unison, their faces a mix of hurt and sulkiness. Seeing this, Kang-Jin felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts indulgent, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. On second thought, this isn't a bad combination. Though he said that, his internal analysis was a little different. I'm considering whether I should summon one of the spirit beasts here. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Ji-hoon shouted, Wait a minute. Does that mean you're all alone right now? Sua, sensing the same thing, voiced her agreement. Isn't that way too dangerous? Despite their growing concern, Kang-Jin remained perfectly calm, continuing his train of thought. Sua isn't used to barehanded combat yet, and it will be safer for the twins to have John with them, since they are both long-range attackers. Suddenly, Bomb's voice cut through his thoughts. Master, can't you summon one of the spirit beasts to you? John, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. Yeah, you should have John with you. Kang-Jin immediately spoke to reassure them. It's fine. Even after hearing his reassurance, Sua was still uncertain and asked again, Are you absolutely sure you'll be okay by yourself? He slowly advanced, drawing a glowing sword from his dimensional pocket. Before him stood a desolate, abandoned temple. As he walked, he spoke. If anything goes wrong, I'll summon a spirit beast to return. Hearing his words, the others felt a little more at ease. All right, be careful. His footsteps drew closer and closer to the temple gate. Before entering, Kang-Jim said his goodbyes. All right, I'm sticking to the plan. I'll contact you all later. Despite his bold words, a trace of fear lingered in his heart. He tried to steel himself. Yeah, this will be fine. I'm different from who I was in my past life. With that thought, he gathered all his resolve and pushed open the massive wooden doors that weighed nearly 10 tons. As the doors creaked open, a system notification chimed. The first great demon realm is beginning. Since he already had intel on this stage, he felt a surge of confidence. I already know how to clear all the demon realms. And finally, we will meet. The system slowly revealed the objective of this trial. Defeat the Lord of the Great Demon Realm. A colossal, iron-skinned demon appeared. Its eyes radiated an intense, bloodthirsty aura. Time limit. Unlimited. A shadow fell over his face as every muscle in his body tensed up. He thought to himself, it doesn't matter, even if I'm all alone. The doors swung wide open. Kang-Jim charged inside without hesitation, completely unaware that a little rat was silently watching his every move from behind a distant rock. Only after his figure had completely vanished did the man emerge from his hide. The man tried to lower his voice as much as possible, thankful that he was alone. I will deliver judgment upon you myself. Kang-Jim, where did Uriel even come from? His eyes remained locked on Kang-Jim, filled with absolute hatred. The scene switches back to Kang-Jim. After he stepped through the gate, a horde of stone dragon kings sensed his presence and immediately went on high alert. A system message appeared. Stone Dragon King, low-grade human realm level. A species of giant lizard that evolved according to its habitat. They always live in packs and are extremely ferocious. They suddenly turned hostile, bearing their sharp fangs in his direction. He noticed something was unusual about this situation, but he remained perfectly calm, a faint smile even playing on his lips. He channeled torrents of crimson mana into a single sword stroke, a silent roar building within him. Even a starting great demon realm shouldn't have monsters this strong. The slash carried immense power, wiping out nearly the entire horde in a single strike. He looked at his handiwork with satisfaction, confidence written all over his face. I'm going to clear this as quickly as possible. After he finished off the monsters, the corpses of the Stone Dragon Kings lay scattered across the ground. Even so, something was still bothering him. He thought to himself, this isn't right at all. To activate the formation, I need to find the key to break the seal first. But at this rate, everyone will figure out where I've gone. And I'm not confident I can activate it before they catch up, since I'm alone. As he thought, he glanced back at the battlefield he had created, feeling a slight pang of unease. The path of blood started at the gate. Suddenly, he raised a hand to his chin, his face etched in deep contemplation. He wondered to himself, do I really have to use that method? Unfortunately, his words reached the ears of Yurio, who was standing nearby. He wondered, what method? What is he doing with the monster corpses? Kang-Jim began dragging away the corpses of the Stone Dragon Kings, and the more Yurio watched, the more intently he stared. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, certain he could see another horde of monsters approaching from afar. He's setting a trap, using the monster corpses to kill anyone who gets close to him. Before he could finish the thought, a vivid image of Kang-Jim rushing in to cut him down flashed through his mind. He trembled as he remembered Kang-Jim's blood-soaked face, a murderer who steals the fate of those he kills. I thought he was just hunting monsters, but of course it's not that simple. His fear instantly morphed into rage as he gritted his teeth and growled his name. Kang-Jim. With that thought, he stood up and moved toward the place where the hero was hiding, muttering to himself the entire time. Your wickedness ends here. The scene shifts to Kang-Jim, who had just ripped an arm from the decomposing corpse of a Stone Dragon King. An aura of dark mana pulsed from the limb. He knew he needed a part of the monster's body. He slowly raised the severed arm, inspecting it closely. The condition wasn't great, but there was no time to hesitate. His eyes darted toward the horde of monsters rushing his position. A wave of urgency washed over him. He had to act fast. The monsters were closing in. Without another thought, he savagely sank his teeth into the flesh. A system message flashed before his eyes, activating his thief art. His pupils constricted, blazing with a piercing, ice-cold golden light. He glanced down at his hand, watching as scales began to erupt across his skin. A transformation was beginning. Streams of black energy poured from his body. When it subsided, the head of a lizard had taken form. Kang-Di was ecstatic. I did it. He had completely transformed into a Stone Dragon King. He admired his powerful new body, unable to contain his overwhelming joy. Without hesitation, Kang-Di dashed towards the approaching Stone Dragon Kings, greeting them as if he were one of their own. I'm one of you, a friend. But his words only made him seem bizarre to the creatures. They stared back, confused. A friend? A wave of relief washed over him. Okay, they're not attacking me. Dropping his guard completely, Kang-Di excitedly scurried towards them with a bizarre gait, leaving the monsters utterly baffled. Why does he move like that? Is he an idiot? In that moment, Kang-Di silently thanked Sion. Captain Mun's gift was proving to be a true lifesaver. It was a special item, one that allowed him to obtain any skill he desired. A system window materialized before him. Use secret fragment to acquire skill. Please select desired skill. After a moment's hesitation, he chose one at random. Another message appeared instantly. Skill acquired, Rogue Rat. Rank, low-grade mortal. You can shapeshift to resemble any target by consuming a part of its body. Transformation duration depends on the part consumed. A sense of relief washed over him as he fell deep into thought. This skill gave me the perfect disguise. I just need to get past this before the transformation wears off. What the? A strange voice suddenly shattered his concentration. After searching the area, the man cursed in frustration. Damn it, where did he go? Realizing he was the target, Kang-Di scrambled for cover. They're here already, he thought. I have to move faster. He found himself in a gloomy cliff face, a place where sunlight never reached. Far below, a horde of Stone Dragon Kings was preparing for some kind of ritual. His eyes lit up. There it is, a monkey, holding a key. A figure with a vicious face roared commands at his minions. Just then, a system window flashed into existence. Stone Dragon, King Chieftain rank, 3rd-tier Spectre. A divinely blessed reptilian creature that leads its tribe and amplifies its power with magic. The Stone Dragon Kings erupted in a unified, frenzied roar. Seeing his chance, Kang-di mimicked their cry, letting out a roar of his own. His cry successfully drew the attention of the entire horde and their chieftain. The leader's face darkened instantly, its crimson eyes glowing ominously in the dark. A torrent of poison shot straight for him, but a single, swift slash from his sword deflected it completely. With a cool expression, Kang-di calmly addressed the beast. "So my disguise didn't work on you? You must be the chieftain." Then, the staff in the chieftain's hand began to glow, and in an instant, the power of the surrounding monsters surged dramatically. The creatures turned on him as one, their eyes filled with madness. But despite the overwhelming odds, Kang-di remained perfectly calm. He slowly unsheathed his blade, a faint smirk playing on his lips. An area of effect buff, he mused aloud. Not a bad skill to have. The moment he finished speaking, crimson flames erupted, engulfing his blade, ready to incinerate all who stood in his way. A system message appeared. Stone Dragon, King Rank, low-grade mortal status, empowered by the poison key of creation. A poison attribute. Perfect, Kang-di thought. He then charged forward like a hurricane, ready to face the entire horde of Stone Dragon Kings by himself. 1,000 streams of venom flew straight towards him, but with a single, impossibly cool slash of his sword, he dispatched them all. Kang-di smirked to himself. Without their poison attacks, these things are hardly a threat. His swordsmanship was brutally efficient, cutting them down one by one, but as his focus shifted, one of them launched a surprise attack with its tail. He blocked the blow instantly, severing the creature's tail in 2 clean pieces. But there was no time to rest. 3 more monsters charged at him from behind. Realizing their physical attacks were useless, they resorted to spitting poison, but he deflected it with his blade. Unfortunately, a small amount of the venom splashed onto him, but a system message appeared once more. Poison resistance activated. A smug grin spread across Kang-di's face as he taunted the beasts. "Your poison is nothing, compared to the likes of Gang Cheo." Just as they closed in on him, Kang-di met them with his sword. A single, sharp arc of his blade sliced them clean in 2. After finishing off the minions, Kang-di leaped towards the chieftain, who was now frozen in terror. Realizing its life was in danger, the creature turned tail and fled. Watching his prey try to escape, Kang-di spoke with a bored tone. "Oh, trying to abandon your post? That's not very chieftain-like of you." And with those words, he brought his sword down on the fleeing leader. It let out an agonizing shriek as blood sprayed across the cavern. When the dust settled, the cavern was nothing but a ruined battlefield, littered with the corpses of his enemies. Kang-di glanced back at his handiwork, a satisfied look on his face. He mused to himself, "At least all that time at the training center paid off. In my past life, I nearly died in this very place." With that thought, he snatched the key from the chieftain's neck, a well-earned prize for his victory. With the process complete, he immediately took off. He couldn't afford to fall behind the others. He contacted the rest of his party through his earring. "I've got the key. What's your progress?" Meanwhile, Tae-hun and Sua were in hot pursuit of a Stone Dragon King that was trying to escape. Tae-hun was stunned by the news. "You already got it? We found the leader, but we're still chasing it down." As for the sisters, Bom and Jayan, they were struggling with another group against a whole legion of Stone Dragon Kings. The older sister, Bom, replied with suspicion. "How did you clear it so quickly by yourself?" Jayan cut in. "I told you we should have left them behind." Bom immediately shouted, shattering her sister's cold thought. "How could we do that?" she added sternly. "We can't just leave these people to die." Bom's attitude took Kang-Jim by surprise. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he thought, "That sounds exactly like something Sin-Su would say." One of the other fighters yelled out, "Damn it, why are these guys so weak?" Kang-Jim calmly replied to them all, "It's not that they're weak, it's that you're all too strong." Jayan yelled, cutting him off. "What? I can't hear you." "Ah, get away from there, now." Seeing the danger, Bom abruptly ended the conversation. "Anyway, we'll let you know as soon as we get the key." Their chaotic situation made him chuckle, but then Kang-Jim fell deep into thought. Looks like they'll take longer than I expected." Leaving the area, he mused to himself. "In that case, I should make the most of this time. Time to get moving." Elsewhere, in a gloomy cave, a group of 6 cautiously ventured inside. One of them spoke up to the others. "I was worried. This cave is a complete maze. But we're lucky to have someone from the training center with us." Another replied enthusiastically. "I just happened to get my hands on a really good item." Hearing this, the others immediately started flattering him. Finding a useful item in that crappy shop is a skill in itself. "You know, I can't tell any of that stuff apart." The man cut through the flattery. "Actually, it was Kang-Jim who pointed this item out to me." Suddenly, a shout interrupted him. "Wait, Kang-Jim, that murderer? You're associated with him." A blond man in the group asked with fear in his voice, as another quickly chimed in. "You didn't tell us about this before." Their hostile reactions made the man hastily deny any connection. "Ah, we're not close. We just happen to come from the same training center, that's all. Besides, I don't think those rumors are even true," he said with nervous hesitation. Feeling the mood darken, he tried to change the subject. "That's right. He recently saved those people trapped in the demon world, too. He even helped back when we were at the training center." As he was explaining, a sound from behind caught his attention. He spun around and screamed a warning to the others. "A monster!" The leader quickly relayed the message to those behind him. "Everyone, get into formation." Healers to the back. They immediately braced themselves for a bloody battle. Sensing something massive above them, they all looked up at once. But it wasn't what they expected. A golem of colossal size stood before them, and they screamed in shock. "What is that? What the hell is that thing?" A gigantic hand came crashing down where they stood. They scattered in a panic. One of them shrieked, "We're going to be crushed. Get out of the way." Their screams echoed throughout the dark forest. The scene cuts back to Kang-Jim. He stood before a fork in the path, thinking to himself, "This must be the final crossroad." His thoughts then turned to a certain giant creature. "Both of these paths lead to the exit, but I'm pretty sure one of them leads to the clay golem. If I fight that thing, my sword will break for sure." Which path avoids the clay golem? He then activated his enhanced senses skill. His eyes locked onto a path to his left, ready to walk his own road. But a sudden scream from the opposite direction shattered the silence. A man's desperate voice cried out, "Where are the healers?" Another voice answered in despair, "The healers have already been taken down." Hearing this, Kang-Jim froze in his tracks. He glanced back toward the chaos, a heavy feeling weighing on his heart. Trying to dismiss it, he sighed in frustration. "It's not my problem." But even as he steeled his resolve, the desperate pleas for help echoed relentlessly. "Damn it. Somebody save me." The words pierced through him, a bitter echo of his past life, when he was the one beaten half to death by that golem, begging for a savior. A wave of guilt he couldn't ignore washed over Kang-Jin's conscience. He couldn't stand it any longer. In a single, fluid motion, he spun around and sprinted toward the sounds of battle. The place was a war zone, filled with desperate cries for help. "My arm." The survivors screamed frantically for a healer. "Where are the healers?" Just then, the same man who had been praising Kang-Jin was now slumped against a rock, clutching a wounded arm and cursing under his breath. After finishing off the others, the golem's gaze fell upon him and it charged. The man's life flashed before his eyes. "Is this how I die?" Unwilling to accept his fate, he screamed for help, consumed by a single, burning regret. "I never should have come here." A single slash of a sword tore through the air, shattering the colossal golem. Stunned, he felt as if he'd just been yanked back from the gates of hell. Hesitantly, he called out, "Kang-Jim?" Hearing his name, Kang-Jim turned, completely ignoring another golem attack that was racing toward him. Faster than the eye could see, he parried the attack and instantly appeared before the golem. A devastating blow rained down, smashing the creature into 100 pieces. With his performance over, Kang-Jim coolly sheathed his sword and walked away. Those he had just saved could only stand in stunned, speechless confusion. The most shocked of all was the brown-haired man. He remembered that day when Sang-Owen had mercilessly torn into Kang-Jim in front of everyone. Did Kang-Jim just save us? He remembered with perfect clarity just how dark the look on his face had been. Though terrified, he had still mustered the courage to confront him. "I told you to show me your neck." Once the misunderstanding was cleared, his group had reluctantly backed down, their eyes still filled with bitter resentment. "I don't think you're a bad person, but I had my doubts." Remembering his shameful behavior now, a wave of humiliation washed over him. He couldn't let this chance pass him by. He summoned his courage and called out to Kang-Jim's fading silhouette. "Wait, Kang-Jim. Thank you for saving us." His footsteps paused for a heartbeat. The man hesitated, then added, "And I'm sorry for everything that happened at the training center." Kang-Jim froze, a memory from his past life flooding his mind. A weak Kang-Jim who could only cry and offer thanks. "Thank you. I'm sorry." He sighed, a bitter smile on his face. The image of a kind woman appeared, holding his frail hands and saying, "I can't let you die." History was repeating itself, but this time would be different. He spoke those same words back to them. "I can't let you die." Feeling his task was complete, he gave a satisfied smirk and left. Leaving the bewildered group behind, Kang-Jim continued searching for the exit. A moment later, a system notification suddenly flashed before his eyes. The proletarian hero of life has used the divine title relic item. Before he could even process it, another countdown message appeared. An emphasized message will be activated in 10 minutes. A different kind of notification window popped up. Then, the proletarian hero of life is requesting you accept them. The glaring message annoyed Kang-Jim, who muttered a curse. "Damn it. I'm sure I turned off these kinds of notifications before entering." He focused on a different window, the communication settings. He tried tapping it a few times, but it was no use. The system kept warning him, "You do not have enough spiritual power to block the emphasized message." Powerless against the situation, he sighed with a growing headache. The blinding notification window appeared again. The proletarian hero of life is impressed by your strength and teamwork. The proletarian hero of life praises you for doing good deeds without expecting a reward. Will you accept this deity? It seemed his righteous act had caught the god's attention, but to Kang-Jim, it was just a massive annoyance. He rejected the offer flat out. Unsurprised by Kang-Jim's response, the god tried to entice him again. Another notification appeared. The proletarian hero of life reminds you that your comrade serves his older brother. The proletarian hero of life is trying their absolute best to persuade you. As the constant pestering continued, his anger began to boil. He silently cursed these damn meddling gods. Suddenly, the notification changed. The proletarian hero of life once again requests that you accept him, but the result was the same. He refused without hesitation. "I already told you I'm not interested." Two messages appeared in rapid succession. The proletarian hero of life is stunned by this unexpected situation. The proletarian hero of life has hastily departed, and the system returned to its normal state. The proletarian hero of life has severed contact. Stunned by what just happened, Kang-Jim rubbed his eyes and wondered aloud. What in the world was that? A sense of suspicion lingered as he reopened the communication window with the gods. Do the other gods know about this? A system message popped up, undoing communication mute. They were still chatting away, completely oblivious to Kang-Jim's presence. Strange, what just happened? Another god replied, "It was probably because of that one deity." The other shot back, "But that god already has so many vessels, so why?" Kang-Jin's voice cut through their chatter. "What god are you all talking about?" One of them spoke up in shock. "What? How can he not know?" Before he could say more, another god interjected, "Shut your mouth, you fool. I'm out of here." A flurry of system notifications followed. An anonymous god has severed the connection. The god's bizarre behavior sent a chill down his spine. Kang-Jin's mind raced with suspicion. A god is targeting me? He muttered under his breath. Could it be the god from back then? A forgotten memory surfaced, a strange voice echoing in his mind. "Accept me, little one." He was just a child then, cowering in his parents' embrace, but that strange voice kept whispering to him, "It is your destiny." The memory was hazy, but the torment was real. "You've been haunting me since I was a boy, stealing my friends and my family. Is that god still after me?" Even after everything that's happened, a sudden wave of rage washed over him, his expression twisting with fury. Feeling himself losing control, he fought to regain his composure. He reasoned with himself, "Get a grip. A god can't interfere with a human directly." His thoughts raced, trying to find an explanation. At least it wasn't some supernatural event that killed them. After a moment, he resumed his search for an exit, his mind still trapped in a maze of thoughts. That god will surely send Bai Qiang after me again. This time, I just need the power to defeat her, and then I'll rewrite my own destiny. Warm sunlight finally broke through, gracing Kang-Jin's face. The exit was just ahead. His expression hardened with a resolve greater than ever before. He would never become a vessel for any god. Leaving the damp stone cavern behind, a sense of relief washed over him as he took in the view. A clear blue sky, a sun-drenched forest, and ancient, towering trees. Kang-Jin pushed his worries aside and began planning his next move. First, I'll focus on this raid. I need to acquire a new skill in this demon world, after all. A faint smirk appeared on his face. Actually, that's even more important than the area boss. But then he remembered something crucial. He quickly opened the system window. They're not coming back, are they? I'll just mute the channel again. Never thought I'd miss the days that annoying chatter filled this silence. As soon as he confirmed the settings, a new system notification appeared. The boss area has been unlocked. A colossal fortress crashed down from the heavens, shaking the very earth beneath him. Kang-Jin stared at the structure, deep in thought. After a long moment, he thought, all right, it's time. There are some powerful hunters in this demon world, but no matter how strong they are, they can't defeat the boss without disabling the devices first. Not right now, at least. I'm sure of it. A vision flashed in his mind. A bronze statue engulfed in colossal flames. Snapping back to reality, he planned his next move. I'll find those devices first. Arriving at his destination, he was confronted by a massive tower of thorny vines. He slowly unsheathed his sword. I can feel it, he said with conviction. It's somewhere in here. His razor-sharp blade sliced through vine after vine. When the work was done, Kang-Jin collapsed to the ground, his energy drained. After a long, grueling effort, he let out a heavy sigh. Cutting through all this by myself is taking forever. Once the mountain of vines was cleared, a hidden passage was revealed. He entered without a moment's hesitation, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. This place reminds me of the Sword Mountain Warlord's old lair. As he ventured deeper, He noticed strange patterns carved into the walls. He thought to himself, then again, this is my first time actually being here. He traced the walls, moving deeper into the passage. He studied every intricate detail of the carvings. At the end of the passage, he found a hidden chamber. Inside, a strange artifact pulsed with energy, protected by a powerful magic barrier. Suddenly, the key taken from the chieftain began to resonate with the artifact. The magical barrier started to vibrate violently. A deafening crack echoed through the chamber as the shield shattered into a million fragments, revealing the item within. Immediately, the room began to react, the walls threatening to collapse. The shattered fragments scattered across the floor began to stir on their own. Sensing the danger, Kang-Jin instantly took a defensive stance. The pieces shot into the air, converging and assembling into a complete form. The newly formed being pulsed with consciousness, radiating an immense, overwhelming power. Beep! A system notification chimed. The primal soul-devouring Azure Crimson Demon has appeared. Class: Primal Soul Grade, a martial warrior who continues its duty even in death, having transcended the extremes of heat and cold. A newfound wariness filled Kang-Jin's eyes. He stared at the monster, trying to process the bizarre creature before him. Kang-Jin finally broke the silence. This is strange. The legend said it was supposed to be a blue flame. I was hoping it'd be a humanoid monster. He settled into a fighting stance. Now, show me what you can do. He roared his challenge at the steel behemoth. The creature responded in kind, its flames erupting with even greater intensity. In a flash of steel and sound, their blades met. The impact sent a shockwave of crushing pressure through the air. Yet, in this clash of titans, Kang-Jin actually grinned, taunting the beast. Wow, you almost scared me there. He expertly parried the Blue Flame Knight's blade, sending it wide as they both leaped back. Every clash of their swords was a spectacular display of destruction. He arrogantly added another provocation. Do I seem that weak to you? Unleash that blue flame of yours. But his next assault was completely shut down. Refusing to give up, he lunged forward once more. Before I accumulate any more bad karma, he said coolly, you better at least prove you're worth the effort. His follow-up attack slammed directly into the knight, sending it crashing to the ground before it could even react. Suddenly, Kang-Jin's eyes widened in shock, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. The knight's flames, after taking that hit, were now turning an eerie blue. A massive explosion of energy erupted from the knight, hurling Kang-Jin back 100 meters and activating its frostfire skill. But the fight wasn't over. He plunged his sword deep into the earth, bracing himself against the aftershock. When he looked up, the entire world had turned to ice. The devastating attack had flash-frozen everything, including part of Kang-Jin's own body. Unbreakable, he let out a loud laugh as he slowly rose to his feet. He finally acknowledged his foe's true power. You're stronger than I thought. He looked up at the knight with a satisfied grin. All right, this is definitely going to be more interesting. From his own sword, a blistering flame erupted, melting the ice that bound him. Fire versus ice. The battle of equals was about to begin. With that, he surged forward, telling himself, besides, my stats are overwhelmingly superior. As they clashed, the system displayed their power levels. Name, Kang-Jin. Strength, 37. Stamina, 35. Agility, 36. Perception, 36. Energy. The Blue Flame Knight's azure aura blazed intensely. Name, Blue Flame Knight. Strength, 35. Stamina, 35. Agility, 35. Perception, 35. Energy, 40. Two torrents of power collided in mid-air, creating a massive explosion. Kang-Jin faltered for a moment, his face a mask of pure astonishment, but he quickly charged back into the fight. They traded blows with ferocious intensity. The Blue Flame Knight brought its sword down with immense force, but Kang-Jin raised his blade to meet the strike. As he struggled to defend himself, his mind raced. My fire isn't strong enough. Is it because his skill level is higher? He immediately poured his achievement points into his power, and with each point spent, his techniques grew stronger. He used points to upgrade his flame's rank. Flame control has reached intermediate human grade. The skill reached high human grade, but he knew it still wasn't enough. More. He pushed. Flame control has reached low demon grade. The strain was immense. Kang-Jin's brows furrowed, his teeth clenched as sweat dripped down his cheek. He was so close to victory, just a little more. But the system delivered a cruel message. You do not have enough points to upgrade the flame skill. The clashing energies of ice and fire swept through the area, extinguishing the torches. The Blue Flame Knight attacked relentlessly, giving him no path of escape. Kang-Jin was now at a clear disadvantage. A system notification appeared. The Blue Flame Knight's skill is Frostfire Intermediate Demon Grade. Kang-Jin gritted his teeth in anger. If this continued, he would be defeated. He told himself, I need a different strategy. As the fierce battle raged on, he calculated in his mind, flame control is one rank lower than frostfire. But if I focus my flame on its weak point, I can land a critical hit. Kang-Jin observed his opponent carefully, locking onto its vulnerabilities. He was knocked back again. If only I could condense my flame and control it with more precision. But he knew he hadn't reached that level of mastery yet. To achieve that same explosive result, he charged forward once more. This time, he dove straight through the blue-scaled demon's azure flames, plunging his sword deep into its armor. His eyes blazed, and a confident, victorious grin spread across his face. A fire erupted from his blade, creating a world-shaking explosion. The inferno radiated outwards, instantly melting the surrounding ice and reigniting the torches that had been extinguished. Kang-Jin gripped his flaming sword tightly, his sleeves singed by the heat as he collapsed onto the remnants of the blue-scaled demon's armor. He struggled to use his sword as a crutch, his own flames having taken a heavy toll on his body. A final, weak ember flickered from within the armor. The system window appeared. You've defeated the fledgling blue-scaled demon. Only then did Kang-Jin finally let go, collapsing onto the ground. I seriously thought I was going to freeze to death. The system was now calculating his achievement points. You have received a bonus reward for defeating a stronger opponent. Kang-Jin happily exchanged points for a healing potion, thinking to himself, stronger than me. I'm definitely stronger, but that might not matter if his destiny level is higher. But this was the real prize. Kang-Jin reached out, and as the system activated, a notification appeared, activating Destiny Plunder. Lying on the ground, he let the new power wash over him. The system chimed in again. Destiny Plunder has leveled up through proficiency. You can now steal a maximum of 2 skills from an enemy. Kang-Jin sat up, his curiosity piqued. A screen of purple light surrounded him. What? 2 skills at the same time? His eyes lit up, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. This means I only pay the destiny value of 1 skill, even if I take 2. The system announced the theft of the Ice Flame skill. You have accumulated destiny value. You have stolen a portion of energy. You have accumulated destiny value. Exhausted, Kang-Jin sat on the ground, thinking. Maybe it's not that simple. He tested his new power, and a brilliant flame erupted in his palm. No matter how you look at it, this is on a whole other level. The stronger the enemy, the more useful their skills. He activated the flame skill, and a blue fire ignited in his other hand. Kang-Jin stared at the 2 flames, a satisfied grin on his face as he activated the Ice Flame skill. He encouraged himself, knowing that with this skill, he now possessed Ice Flame. Channeling his new power, he slammed his palm into the ground. A powerful surge of energy erupted. Ice and Fire, an intermediate demon rank skill. A flame that burns at sub-zero temperatures. Anyone who touches it will be incinerated and frozen solid at the same time. Kang-Jin clenched his fist, retracting the power, his expression filled with deep satisfaction. Now I have 2 attack skills with opposing elemental powers. I don't have to worry about being countered by elements anymore. The space around him was frozen solid from the aftermath of his attack. He looked around. Now, what I need to do is find and destroy the devices for the final boss fight. Kang-Jin calculated. There are 3 devices hidden throughout this demon world. The reason that monster was strong enough to slaughter so many people was because of these devices. They were enhancement tools. One granted it regeneration over time, another reduced incoming damage, and the last one boosted the power of its attacks. That damage buff made the final boss way too powerful. Kang-Jin remembered his past life. A group of hunters entering this gate, hoping to defeat that very same boss. Please contact us again when you figure out how to deal with that final boss. He realized that in his past life, this demon world went unconquered for months because no one knew about the devices. Just then, Kang-Jin and Senna were sitting in a car. He spoke up. This time was another failure. Senna rested her chin on her hand, exhausted. I don't think this is a teamwork issue. Her eyes were filled with sadness and worry. Or maybe, we're just too weak. I don't understand why the messengers don't intervene in these major demon worlds. She leaned back in her seat and sighed. Kang-Jin continued the conversation. Something's been bothering me. Why is the grand demon world divided into 3 zones? An image of the tower and the demon world flashed in his mind. Kang-Jin spoke his mind, and Senna listened intently. After all, everyone meets up in the final boss room eventually. Don't you think there might be a secret behind the separated zones? Senna was lost in deep thought. A few days later, Senna stood victorious over the defeated boss, raising her sword as a champion. The crowd around her erupted in cheers. The system also rang with a notification. You have cleared the first Grand Demon World as the highest contributor. Hunter Senna's reputation has greatly increased. Senna shouted, gathering everyone and announcing that they had successfully conquered the first Grand Demon World. Her eyes couldn't hide her joy. It's all thanks to him. CEO Kang-Jin. Standing below, Kang-Jin felt awkward as the surprised crowd began to murmur. What? Who's Kang-Jin? I heard he was the one who figured out how to clear the demon world. Are they a couple? Kang-Jin was still lost in his own thoughts. That was the event that skyrocketed her reputation. Kang-Jin recalled how she formed the Flying Tiger Guild with the members who helped her clear that demon world. He remembered the moments from his previous life. The Flying Tiger Guild. Remembering his comrades. Remembering Senna's radiant smile. Back in the present, Kang-Jin stood alone by one of the boss's power-up devices. The most important outcome of this grand demon world is the formation of the Flying Tiger Guild. He smiled at the fond memories. I've already gotten what I wanted. Now I just have to prepare the stage for Senna's battle with the final boss. The Flying Tiger Guild must be formed even if I'm not a part of it. The communication earring began to glow. It was time for it to do its job. Senna and Tai-Hun's group had just defeated a monster and were reporting in. This is Tai-Hun. We've taken down the Crimson Demon and found the device. Where is everyone? Kang-Jin replied cheerfully. I just finished up over here, but the other teams seemed to be making slower progress. Dragon John was struggling, blasting fire at a mass of thorny vines. John Bomb's voice came over the comms. Bomb here. We still haven't found the cave. We had to escort some people to the middle exit, so it took some time, John added. John was currently dealing with the thorn vines. Kang-Jin got to his feet and walked, reassuring them, you can take your time. A strange device was attached to his jacket. Seeing as we got a notification for the final boss room, I think we'll also get one when the devices are turned off. Kang-Jin gently removed his jacket. So I think it's best we confirm everyone has evacuated before we fight the final boss. Sua spoke up. Take down the blue-scaled demon first, then let's meet near the boss room. She looked gently at Lynn, who was playing with Tai-Hun. We'll set out right after. Everyone responded. All right, we'll meet near the White Stone Tower.
Okay, the White Stone Tower. Gozen sighed, removing his headset. Good. It seems I wasn't detected. But did he take off his jacket?
The sky was clear as Gozen sat atop a tower, working on his computer. In any case, I've heard enough. He focused on his device, a smug grin spreading across his face. The devices in the three thorn areas must be the vines Seo Kang-Jin cut earlier. A column of smoke rose in the distance. Gozen observed it through his binoculars. Far away, in the forest between the mountains, a thick plume of smoke was rising. That's got to be it. Jun Bom and Jian were praising John for clearing the vines. John, basking in the praise, looked incredibly proud. Gozen watched everything from afar. I knew planting a listening device on Seo Kang-Jin was a smart move. Sua and Tai-Hun were also carrying Lynn towards the White Stone Tower. He glanced down at the base of the tower with suspicion. Is this the final boss? Suddenly, he recognized someone and a smile bloomed. Oh, I know that guy. Below, the massive final boss was bound by magical chains, while a calm, well-dressed young man observed it. A handsome face, a composed and dignified presence. He was the top cadet of his branch, an apostle of justice, the heroic Wong Yu. Gozen watched quietly from his perch, a fascinated smile on his face. Now he's quite impressive. I wonder, will he join Seo Kang-Jin's group? He looked down from the high tower, intrigued. Or will he become the new main character? Below, Yu stared at the final boss with unwavering, fearless eyes. Gozen's interest was piqued, a sly grin spreading across his lips. Now then, let's see how he fights. Wong Yu stood before the Dragon Guardian King and scoffed disdainfully. I thought Seo Kang-Jin had already reached the boss room, but it looks like I got here first. Then, Wong Yu pulled a vial of purple liquid from his pocket. Well, this just makes things better for me. But Gozen, still observing, suddenly noticed something. Ha! The Dragon Guardian King's eyes shot wide open with a terrifying glare, shocking even him. Its reaction is completely different from when I woke it up before. Suddenly, the tower wall crumbled, and Gozen fell with it. Wong Yu, however, seemed unconcerned. In fact, his face was filled with pure excitement. The Dragon Guardian King, its eyes now blood-red, let out a heaven-shaking roar. Meanwhile, after his own brutal battle, Kang-Jin slowly emerged from the cave. It looks like quite a few people have already given up. Just a few more teams to go, and victory will be ours. But as soon as he stepped outside, he saw the tower beginning to collapse. Kang-Jin's face went pale. What? Why is it falling apart? At the same time, the system blared a red alert. The Tier 3 Dragon Guardian King has designated Seo Kang-Jin as its primary target. Hearing the commotion, Jun Bom and Sua were also confused. What was that sound, and why is the boss targeting you? Kang-Jin had the same question, but for now, the best plan is to run. I have no idea. I'm going to retreat for now and find a way to remove the aggro. Jun Bom and Sua wanted to group up immediately. We're on our way. But Kang-Jin stopped them. No. Can you stay by the devices in case of an emergency? Hearing this, Sua agreed. Got it. Jun Bom added quickly. We'll try to take down this blue-scaled demon as fast as we can. An overwhelming killing intent poured from the Guardian Dragon King as it stalked menacingly toward Kang-Jin. Kang-Jin couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it all. The moment the beast lunged, he bolted, running for his life. But the Guardian Dragon King wasn't letting him escape, launching a colossal spear that slammed down, blocking his path. Kang-Jin gritted his teeth. You've got to be kidding me. His escape route was completely cut off. Cornered, Kang-Jin turned to face the monster, relaying new orders to Junbom and Sua. The plan's a bust. We have to take this thing down, right now. Hearing his command, Junbom and Sua sprang into action without hesitation. Got it. We're disabling the devices and heading your way. But suddenly, the Guardian Dragon King brought its massive hand crashing down on Kang-Jin. Unfazed, Kang-Jin relayed his intentions back to his team. All right, I'll hold it off for as long as I can. He dodged the gigantic hand with lightning speed. Just then, a system notification popped up. The ruler's enhancement device was deactivated. The damage reduction effect had vanished. A signal from Junbom and Sua came through almost immediately. Kang-Jin, we've taken one of them down. Even while struggling desperately against the beast, Kang-Jin didn't forget his manners. Thanks. So that's it. The dispelled effect wasn't its healing ability. He quickly contacted his team. Bomb, Jian, what's your status? The sisters immediately replied, just a little longer, Master. We're dealing with the blue-red demon now. Just then, the system displayed the Guardian King Dragon's info. Level 3, Dragon type. It patrols a set area and attracts nearby monsters. Its special traits, attack and defense enhancement, had been nullified, but it still had passive regeneration. After analyzing the boss's stats, Kang-Jin made a deduction. The twins' device must be the source of the healing. The Guardian King Dragon charged again, rocketing toward Kang-Jin. With superhuman reflexes, he dodged in a flash, letting a massive tree behind him take the devastating blow. But even as he pushed his body to its limits, his mind raced, calculating a new strategy. It would be a disaster if it was his item they disabled. At that moment, the system chimed again. The ruler's enhancement device had been nullified. The passive regeneration effect vanished, and with it came Bomb's triumphant voice, Master, we did it. Kang-Jin gave her a quick word of praise, then turned his full attention back to the Guardian King Dragon. His hand glided over his weapon, and instantly, streams of water materialized, enveloping the blade in a swirling vortex. Perfect. The system confirmed it. Kang-Jin's elemental attribute had changed to water. He then aimed directly for the beast's blood-red eye. Now, I have the elemental advantage. He thrust forward, piercing its eye. The dragon roared in agony, clutching its face as it began to crumble. But from the ruined socket, something completely unexpected emerged. This was beyond Kang-Jin's calculations. Mud is an earth attribute, not metal, right? His mind flooded with questions. The power of ice and fire felt strange now. But the Guardian King Dragon gave him no time to think, hurling its spear right at him. Though doubts swirled in his mind, Kang-Jin moved instantly to save his own skin. I'm sure I put everything into that last attack. He looked back at the dragon, stunned. So why is it so much weaker than when the blue-red demon used it? Just as the Dragon King prepared to throw another spear, Kang-Jin swiftly used his water streams to bind the beast. A seed of doubt festered in his mind. Could the power of ice and fire truly be this weak? Logically, I should have the elemental advantage, too. But then, a thought struck Kang-Jin. Wait a second. Isn't this skill supposed to be a water attribute? But if it's not fire and not water, then what is it? And I still can't perceive the attributes of monsters or their skills. As the Guardian King Dragon broke free from his control, Kang-Jin finally found the answer. That's it. He simultaneously activated both the water and fire elements. The system announced the change. Elemental attributes converted to fire and water. Kang-Jin's pupils shifted, one blazing with fire, the other swirling with water. This is it. A vibrant blue flame suddenly engulfed his entire body. The skill is now compatible with your attributes. Kang-Jin charged straight toward the Guardian King Dragon. The ice-fire skill had been enhanced. Brilliant blue flames instantly devoured the creature. He landed gracefully on the ground, a faint smile of relief on his face. Before him stood his handiwork, the Guardian King Dragon, now an unbreakable ice sculpture. Kang-Jin let out a long breath. Phew, it's finally over. I guess I'll wait for the others while it thaws. But then, a voice came from behind. You truly are more impressive than the rumors say. It was Wong Yu. Without another word, he pointed his sword at Kang-Jin. I understand now why I was assigned this task. His voice turned cold as ice. The time for judgment has come. Murderer. Kang-Jin shot back. Are you behind this? I don't know what you heard that made you act this way. Wong Yu seemed surprised. You know who I am? Kang-Jin answered honestly. Yeah, I do. Then he added a mocking sneer. You're the hypocrite, the killer hunter. Song Yul. Kang-Jim recalled the endless rumors about him from his past life. Song Yul was infamous for being a self-righteous hypocrite who started fights wherever he went. Kang-Jim asked, his voice laced with annoyance, "And why should I have to prove my innocence to you?" But Song Yul refused to back down. "Don't try any of your suspicious tricks. Is something weighing on your conscience?" He then activated his power. The skill Karma Calculation has been activated. Kang-Jim was forcibly scanned. The result shocked Song Yul. "It's so light." He covered his mouth, asking, "Did you really not use that skill?" Seeing the result, his entire demeanor changed in an instant. He beamed at Kang-Jim as if they were the oldest of friends. "Great work. Just keep it up." Song Yul possessed the ability to see the karma of others, traveling the world to punish those with heavy karmic debt. At first, he was hailed as a disciple of justice and praised for his work. But even as he punished the wicked, his own karma grew heavier than those he hunted. And so, the world came to call him a hypocrite. But faced with such bitter accusations, Song Yu just smirked, believing that getting his hands dirty for justice was a noble cause. Of course, he paid no mind to mere rumors. But the Song Yu of today, hearing Kang-Jin's denial, looked utterly baffled. "I have no idea what you're talking about. It seems you don't know much about me. But I know all the rumors about you, Kang-Jim. Once the top trainee, just like me. But now, you're a villain who grew stronger by slaughtering countless innocents. I heard you're only a third-class insectoid. But to have become this powerful, you must have sacrificed an untold number of lives, perhaps even before you awakened." At those words, Kang-Jin's expression turned grim. He recalled the twisted fate that had bound them in his past life. Kang-Jim began to carefully analyze Song Yu's words, but the way he kept mentioning rumors meant there was still a chance. Perhaps this guy hadn't yet obtained the ability to measure karmic debt. Kang-Jin's voice dropped to a low growl, questioning Song Yu. "So you caused all this just because of some baseless rumors?" But to his surprise, Song Yu's conviction was unwavering. "No, I heard the story directly from the victims." Hearing this, Kang-Jim was completely taken aback. "Victims?" Seeing Kang-Jin's clueless expression, Song Yu exploded with rage. "Have you already forgotten the innocent members of the sect you attacked?" This only confused Kang-Jim more, and he shouted back, "What sect are you talking about?" He declared with absolute certainty, "I have never done such a thing." Song Yu stated it plainly. "The Asura sect. I heard everything from the Asura sect leader herself." At that name, Kang-Jin's face went rigid. The Asura sect. Song Yu pressed on, "That's right. The members of the Asura sect whom you slaughtered after crashing their peaceful gathering." The more Kang-Jim heard, the more twisted the story sounded. A peaceful gathering? Slaughter? The Asura sect leader? Song Yu gripped his sword, trembling with rage as he continued his tirade. "I can never forget it." Her hands trembling as tears streamed down her face. What did the Asura sect ever do wrong? They constantly fought monsters to protect the people. They even organized charity events to rebuild the places that were destroyed. As he spoke, he became overwhelmed by his own words, his eyes welling up with tears. He glared at Kang-Jim, demanding an answer. Why did a saintess like her have to endure such terrible pain? Kang-Jim was at a loss for words, watching this simp gush over the woman he worshipped. A saintess. She's no saint. She's a bona fide witch. Seeing how utterly infatuated Song Yu was, Kang-Jim could only shake his head at the man's foolishness. So, this was all a story fabricated by Shin-Ah Young. He then turned back to Song Yu. "Do you have any idea what the Asura sect actually does?" He answered his own question. "They're in league with a gang of thugs. You've been deceived." But there was no way Song Yu would believe him. "Impossible. How dare you slander the Asura sect leader?" Kang-Jim shot back without missing a beat. "You're the one making the false accusations." Song Yu's voice suddenly softened. "Fine. I'll give you one chance. I have an ability called the Scales of Sin. I can compare my karmic debt against yours through a simple handshake." Hearing this, Kang-Jim was stunned. He even has a power like that. Wasting no more time, Song Yu got straight to the point. The skill, Fate Induction, activated, and a system window appeared with Song Yu's information. Name: Song Yu. Class: Junior Dragonkin. Attribute: Skill: Scales of Sin. Rank: Mid-level Dragonkin. Effect: Compares the karmic debt value of two individuals holding hands. A penalty is inflicted upon the one with the greater karmic debt, and its severity is proportional to that debt. Penalty duration: 1 hour. Reading this, a chill ran down Kang-Jin's spine. This was far more than a simple comparison skill. Song Yu explained further, "It's not that I'm without sin, so if you're truly innocent, our karmic values should be roughly the same. But this would put me at a huge disadvantage. I'm carrying the karmic debt of 421 people from my past life. I can't let him use this skill." So, Kang-Jim quickly came up with an excuse. And why should I trust you? You've already attacked me once. Who knows what trick you're planning this time? But Song Yu replied instantly, I may look this way, but I'm still known as a disciple of justice. If you can't bring yourself to trust me, then so be it. But know this, your refusal only makes you look more guilty. Kang-Jim began activating a skill of his own, scoffing, someone like you dares to call himself a disciple of justice. Don't make me laugh. Skill, ice fire, activate. Kang-Jin immediately swung his sword towards Song Yu. He won't even listen to reason, but Song Yu was unfazed. And what would you say? Explain how you murdered that power's original owner? Kang-Jin immediately shot back. I didn't get this power by killing anyone. But just then, a system message appeared. Due to insufficient mana, the activation of skill Ice Fire has been cancelled. In the heat of the battle, Song Yu sent Kang-Jin's sword flying. Then prove it to me. He swiftly seized Kang-Jin's hand. Ability, Scales of Sin, activate. Kang-Jin struggled to break free, but it was too late. A comparison of karma value between Kang-Jin and Song Yu had already begun. Song Yu immediately uttered a prayer. O Divine One, punish he who is more wicked between me and my foe. Just as he expected, Kang-Jin's sins were heavier. The penalty activated, channeled through the effect of the Scales of Sin. The mana cost for all skills increased by 50%, and he would now take an additional 30% damage from all attacks. With the judgment rendered, Song Yu's voice turned ice cold. Just as I thought, you truly are wicked. Exhausted, Kang-Jin staggered backward. Song Yu seized the opportunity, grabbing Kang-Jin by the collar. And to think, I was almost fooled by your little act. Just how heavy are the sins you carry? But Kang-Jin just whispered into his communicator, baffling Song Yu. What are you muttering about? Are you repenting for all the evil you've done? Suddenly, Kang-Jin smacked his hand away, defiantly telling him to shut up and bring it on. Song Yu was more than happy to oblige, lunging forward with a powerful slash. What gives you the right to be so confident? But even drained of mana, Kang-Jin dodged the blow with surprising speed. He immediately countered with a punch of his own, but Song Yu simply swatted him away. So, you're confident even without your powers? It looks like you're suffering from mana deprivation. He effortlessly blocked Kang-Jin's next punch, his voice dripping with condescension. Why do you use your powers for slaughter, instead of helping people? Answer me, Kang-Jin. But Kang-Jin remained silent, his gaze locked onto Song Yu with piercing intensity. Then, he slowly declared, I have never done such a thing. This answer only enraged Song Yu further. You're still lying. He swung his sword, landing a clean cut on Kang-Jin. Your sins have already been proven by your karma value. But despite the wound, Kang-Jin simply smiled. Just as I thought, fighting this guy is the absolute worst. Song Yu advanced, his cold eyes devoid of any mercy. It doesn't matter. I'll listen to your excuses in hell. But to his surprise, Kang-Jin let out a smirk, a look of triumph on his face. It was then that Song Yu realized. He had walked right into a trap. System notifications began flooding in. The Overlord's enhancement feature has been activated. Defensive reinforcement effect activated. Continuous recovery effect activated. The Guardian Dragon King, now fully powered up, shattered the ice that encased it. Kang-Jin finally replied with a mocking tone. You can wait 100 days and see if I ever join you there. The Guardian Dragon King's eyes glowed with raw killing intent. Ready to pulverize everything in its path, it swung its massive hand down right on top of them. The impact was devastating, sending earth and stone flying everywhere. But luckily, they all managed to dodge just in time. Song Yu screamed in pure terror. It's over. I thought we already took care of that thing. But in stark contrast to his fear, Kang-Jin just smirked. Let's rewind a bit. Back when Song Yu was gloating, thinking Kang-Jin was cornered, our hero had already made a clever call for backup. Sorry, but can one of you return the spirit beast? The person on the other end understood instantly. Reactivate the enhancement devices. Back in the present, the Guardian Dragon King realized they weren't easy prey. It drew its weapon, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Seeing the monster focus all its attention on Kang-Jin, Song Yu gloated. This is even better. He was thrilled. I don't even have to deal with him myself. But then, a system notification appeared. The threat-generating item is no— Just then, the raw aggression in the Guardian Dragon King's eyes vanished. Its target had changed. The Guardian Dragon King swung its massive spear, ruthlessly thrusting it straight towards Song Yu. He was stunned by the sudden attack, his shock turning to pure terror as he read the system message. The Overlord of the Demon Realm had chosen its target. The strongest one present. Yuo roared in fury. Me? Are you kidding me? Go after Kang-Jim. But his screams were useless. The Guardian King, Long, remained locked onto him. A wave of panic finally hit Yuo as he scrambled for his weapon. The more he tried to evade, the more relentlessly the beast pursued him. He had to think of a plan, fast. This is bad. I have to close this stat gap between me and this boss. Without hesitation, Wu activated his skill, Scales of Sin. He cried out in desperation, "Oh heavens, punish whichever one of us is more wicked." The ability activated, comparing the karmic index of the Guardian King and Yuo. The result was instant. The Guardian King, Long, had 0 karmic debt. Yuo's evil deeds were far greater. The system's verdict rang out, and he screamed in pure terror, "What?" Without a moment's delay, the Guardian King cleaved his effigy in 2. Seeing there was no escape, Yell shrieked in despair. This can't be happening. But no matter how much he screamed, the system's judgment was final. Cell was now under the penalty of the Scales of Sin. Mana cost for all skills increased by 10%, and all incoming damage was amplified by 5%. And for an innocent opponent, there was another penalty. The moment the system's voice faded, King Long mercilessly slammed the man into the hard ground. Yell could only let out a blood-curdling scream. But that wasn't all. The system announced that all his stats had increased by 10%. The man coughed up blood from the sheer agony, losing consciousness on the spot. Though the enemy was down, Kang-Jim felt no joy, only a growing sense of dread. Is he really defeated already? This isn't what I wanted to happen. Kang-Jim roared in frustration. He couldn't even put up a decent fight. But his outburst accidentally drew King Long's unwavering attention. In an instant, its massive body charged toward him. Kang-Jim had no choice left. He had to fight it head-on. However, before he could even make a move, a huge rock flew out of nowhere, smashing directly into King Long's face. The surprise attack left a gaping hole in its head, and the system immediately announced the Guardian King's primary target had changed. From a distance, Sua and Junbom had finally arrived as backup. Kang-Jim, are we late? Seeing them appear, he let out a sigh of relief. You guys are right on time. They immediately stepped forward, shielding him from the beast. Sua declared with absolute confidence, then get some rest for a moment. With that, they both activated their skills, ready to face King Long, unleashing the leaf art without a second's hesitation. She charged forward, boasting with a smirk, "We'll finish this up nice and quick." At Sua's command, thick vines shot out and coiled tightly around King Long as Junbom moved into a supporting position. He expertly scouted for the perfect firing angle. The moment he found a weak point, he aimed and gave the signal, "It's ready. Deactivate the device now." The second Junbom gave the word, he pulled the trigger. The other team received the signal and quickly replied, "Roger that." Tun and John swiftly disabled the devices. Moments later, a notification echoed, "The Overlord's enhancement feature has been neutralized." The instant they heard, the defensive enhancement effect was nullified, and the continuous recovery effect was disabled. Junbom commanded his turrets to unleash a relentless barrage upon King Long. Sua saw her chance to end it, but just as she moved in, Kang-Jim shouted for her to stop. "Sua, please don't kill it until the others get here." She found it strange, but she followed his command. All right, but as luck would have it, a stray bullet found its way to Kang-Jim. Junbom cried out in panic, "Master." As Sua knocked the beast off balance, the girl quickly moved him to a safer location. "I'm so sorry. I should have looked more carefully before I fired." Kang-Jim just blushed and waved it off. "No, it's okay. I'm fine." Seeing that Kang-Jim was out of harm's way, Sua moved like a flash, crippling King Long's limbs and forcing an agonized roar from his throat. The two of them worked in perfect sync, swiftly capturing the beast. They high-fived in celebration. "All done." Sua, pleased with the outcome, said, "Let's wait for Jian and Tae-hun to arrive, then we'll finish it off." As the sun finally began to rise, Kang-Jin's voice boomed. "Is everyone ready?" With that, he and Sua approached King Long's head, preparing to send it to the afterlife. Then, on the count of 1, 2. In a flash, its head was severed from its body. The system announced, "Guardian King Long, ruler of the great demon world, has been defeated." Everyone stared joyfully at the notification. "You have completed the raid objective. Please enter the now open exit portal." Sua breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness everything went smoothly. But something suddenly caught Kang-Jin's eye. As he walked toward a figure on the ground, the others curiously followed. Kang-Jim spoke, "There's still one more thing we need to deal with." He grabbed Yu by the collar and continued, "It's all over now." Hearing this, Seo and the others began to wonder aloud. "Who's this guy? Were you fighting him just now?" But as Sua got a closer look, she froze in shock. The symbol on the man's chest sparked a sense of dreadful familiarity. That emblem. Suddenly, Sua's voice turned grave as she asked Kang-Jim, "Who is this man?" He explained honestly, "He tried to assassinate me, but I think it's a misunderstanding we can talk through." But Sua leaned in, whispering urgently in his ear, "We need to leave." First, he looked at her, utterly confused. Sua quickly explained, "He is one of my sister's subordinates. Her face was now a mask of pure killing intent as she continued in a low voice. This isn't someone we can just sit down and talk to. I'll handle him and meet you all outside. But hearing Sua's words, Kang-Jin still didn't grasp the severity of the situation. What do you mean? Sua said grimly. He bears the mark of the Asusa faction. It seems my sister still hasn't come to her senses. Just mentioning it seemed to ignite a deep-seated frustration within her. These unchecked wars between hunters need to stop. I have to teach my sister that she is the only one who loses from these foolish games. With that, Sua turned away decisively, intent on handling it alone. I can't let you accumulate more negative karma over something like this. But Kang-Jin quickly grabbed her arm, stopping her. You wanted to change your own fate. When Sua remained silent, he spoke reassuringly. Let me handle him. At his words, Sua could no longer hold back her tears. She broke down, her voice filled with anguish. Why do you always insist on doing everything by yourself? Despite her harsh words, Kang-Jin remained silent because she was right. Were you planning to fight alone and get hurt again? Sua finally let out all the frustration she'd been holding back. You're the one who said you wouldn't live by a predetermined fate. Is that why you only use your powers on human-like monsters? The others were stunned by the intensity of her words, but Kang-Jin remained calm, explaining gently to Sua, it only makes sense for me to handle this. I'm his target. But even then, she insisted on taking the blame herself. But this only happened because of me. Sua remained stubborn. Losing his patience, Kang-Jin shot back. Why would you even think that? You're the one who got dragged into my mess. Just then, another voice cut through the tension, interrupting them. Well now, Kang-Jin. Gozen appeared out of thin air, instantly drawing everyone's eyes. He declared, looks like you could use a hand. In a flash, he landed gracefully from above and strolled toward Kang-Jin. Gozen held up a phone, a sly grin on his face. Hey there. Kang-Jin's expression immediately hardened at the sight of him. He growled a warning, stay out of my business. But despite the murderous aura, Gozen remained completely unfazed. Don't be like that, Kang-Jin. We're friends, aren't we? Come on. Give me a smile. As Gozen edged closer, Kang-Jin instinctively moved to shield Sua. Who says we are? Gozen just shrugged, his tone mockingly light. Fine, fine. Let's just say I'm a fan then. I love your story. Gozen continued. But based on what I've seen today, there's a critical flaw in that story of yours. His playful expression vanished, replaced by one of pure disgust. It's so frustrating. I hate these drawn-out plot lines. Gozen pointed to the defeated foe on the ground. So, how about this? I'll take care of this guy for you. And the Asusa Guild problem. Sua challenged him. And why would you do that? He replied nonchalantly, like I said. I'm Kang-Jin's biggest fan. Seeing the suspicion still lingering in her eyes, his tone turned serious. I can deal with the Asusa Guild as an equal. That's something I can do as a guild master. What can an ordinary hunter like you possibly offer? Gozen's scornful words hit their mark. Because he was right, Sua could only fall silent, her heart heavy with self-blame. At her current level, she was powerless to help Kang-Jin. With that settled, Gozen turned back to Kang-Jin, his cheerful mask back on. Kang-Jin, don't forget you owe me for this one. Kang-Jin cut him off by tossing a jacket at him. That's enough, his voice was ice. Stop your pathetic act and get to work. I'll pretend I didn't see any of this. With that, he turned toward the portal, and the others, curious, followed him. What's that supposed to mean? You don't need to know. Only Sua remained behind, a worried look on her face. Gozen noticed something glittering on the jacket Kang-Jin had thrown him. A thrill of excitement ran through him, so he knew. As expected of my main character, back in a towering high-rise in the heart of the city, Kang-Jin and his team had returned safely. They were ecstatic. We're back. Can we open the rewards now? Run Bomb gushed to Tae-hun. I can't even imagine how amazing they'll be. He was just as hyped. Forget the items. The coolest part is that our reputation stat is going through the roof. The two of them buzzed with excitement, replaying the crowd's reaction in their minds. Did you see how many people were staring at us? We're celebrities now. Seeing their smug satisfaction, Kang-Jin cut in with a warning. Don't get too arrogant. It's better to keep your skills hidden. Don't go around showing off to everyone. Tae-hun's face fell. But everyone was so hyped up, I couldn't help but get excited too. Still, his mind couldn't help but drift to the rewards. Those elite-grade boxes just waiting to be opened. Tae-hun sighed. I just wish they weren't random loot boxes. But Run Bomb, ever the optimist, tried to cheer him up. But we have our master, who can see item ranks and descriptions that others can't. Kang-Jin picked up the elite boxes, answering with total confidence. That's right. I can appraise any item's value. If they're not great, I'll help sell or trade them. The first box opened, revealing an acoustic dampener inside. A low-tier Wraith-grade item that silences a 30-meter radius. Seeing it, Tae-hun couldn't help but sigh. Ugh, mine is terrible. Hearing this, Rune asked curiously, so what did you get? After inspecting the second item, Kang-Jin smiled. I think this one will be perfect for you, Bomb. It was a pair of third-tier dragon-grade Tiger King's claws, gauntlets forged by the mountain god Tiger clan with retractable blades. However, she didn't look very happy, turning to Tae-hoon instead. A noise-canceling device. Let's trade. I think what I got would suit you much better. In complete contrast, Jaehyun was thrilled with his item, a low-tier Wraith-grade wasp's carapace which created infinite poison-tipped hornet arrows. The kid happily held it up. This thing was practically made for me. Sua, filled with excitement, urged Kang-Jin to hurry. Kang-Diem, check out what I got. Inside was the Dong-Jiang Peachwood Sword, a third-tier dragon-grade blade, an exorcism sword, blessed by an immortal, crafted from a peach tree haunted by the head of the four saints. She hugged it tightly, overjoyed, and said, "Isn't it beautiful?" He happily agreed. "I think it perfectly suits your skills." Sua asked curiously, "So what did you get?" Kang-Diem held up a ring, explaining to her, "I received a ring that nullifies curses and lets me designate its user. But right now, there are no curses on it." The ring was a third-tier dragon-grade curse seal, capable of dispelling any curse below its rank and tracking down whoever cast it. As he spoke, Kang-Diem opened another box in his hands. Although the bonus reward was his, Kang-Diem secretly prayed. According to the plan for the top elite reward, it should have gone to Sua. I hope it's an item she can use, and completely useless to me. As he finished, a cloak suddenly flew out of the box. The system window immediately displayed the information. Cloak of Life and Death's Boundary, a third-tier god-grade item. An equipment imbued with divine power that activates automatically when needed, with a 99% chance to block a blow when the user is near death. Seeing the familiar item, Kang-Diem celebrated internally. This is the same thing she had in my past life. It looks a little different, but I'm sure she'll love it. He quickly turned to hand it to Sua. It's a defensive item that can block an attack when you need it, since you're not used to fighting with only one hand. But before Kang-Diem could finish, she joyfully exclaimed, "It's perfect for you." A bewildered Kang-Diem replied, "But I'm stronger than you are." Hearing this, Sua just sighed and said, "Kang-Diem?" She pointed at him sternly. "Who is the one who gets hurt the most in the Great Demon Realm?" Faced with her scolding, Kang-Diem could only stay silent, unable to argue. Who is the one that always dives headfirst into danger? But the others chimed in, agreeing with her words. "That's right, Master, you're strong, but you always leave the demon realm in terrible shape." Everyone immediately pressured Kang-Diem in unison. "Wear it." Seeing him put on the cloak, everyone excitedly showered him with praise. "It fits you perfectly. You look amazing. A cloak like that really suits you." Faced with their compliments, Kang-Diem could only blush, thinking to himself, "This isn't what I wanted." Suddenly, Tae-han changed the subject. "Now that we've looked at all the rewards, Sua has an announcement for all of us," he asked curiously. "An announcement?" Run suddenly switched off all the lights in the room. Once everything was ready, Sua declared, "I'm going to establish a sect." Kang-Diem wasn't happy to hear this news. He thought, what a relief. I was worried since she wasn't the MVP in the demon realm this time, but I guess that didn't affect her decision to form a sect. He voiced his support for her. "That's a great idea, Sua. So, should I call you sect leader now?" But she immediately shot that down. "Ah, no," Sua said, pointing at him. "I was planning on making you the sect leader." Kang-Diem was completely baffled, unable to process it. Huh? Seeing everyone gather around to congratulate him, he was stunned, thinking, "Me? The sect leader?" This should have been great news for Kang-Diem, but he was filled with doubt and anxiety about the position. Maybe this is okay. After all, I plan to change our fate anyway. Maybe if I use my knowledge from my past life and help everyone get stronger, they won't be killed by Bakryan. No, the more he sank into the past, the more Kang-Diem doubted himself. I shouldn't be making decisions like this when other people's lives are on the line. To think of becoming the sect leader when he couldn't even tell them about Bakryan. Seeing Kang-Diem's strange behavior, everyone couldn't help but worry. Kang-Diem, gripped by fear, he kept muttering negative thoughts. If I become the sect leader, things will end badly for everyone. What happened with Song Yueon this time is also tied to my karma. Before he could say more, Sua loudly cut him off. That's not true, Kang-Diem. Seeing Kang-Diem was still terrified, she shouted, "Kang-Diem." The difficult memories of that time came flooding back, Sua said gratefully. "In the demon realm, when I almost broke down because of my family issues, you were the one who helped me stand up. Without you, I'm sure I'd still be rebelling." Runbom also stepped forward, agreeing with Sua's words. "You saved my life, too." The young girl said emotionally, "You are the center of this group." Hearing everyone praise him like that, Kang-Diem said, in surprise, But I don't have a good image at all. Everyone immediately retorted. Who cares about that? Sua said confidently. We'll protect you. You're our sect leader, after all. The others heard this and chimed in. I'll protect you too. You have to trust us. Seeing the reaction, Kang-Jim felt a little more at ease. He let out a sigh and said, I'll think about it in a positive way. Suddenly, his phone rang, shattering the atmosphere. Looking at the notification, he couldn't help but be stunned. Kang-Jim immediately called the person back. So, you found her? Du Hyun stared at Gelman's photograph, his voice low. I found her. The one you said was even more important than Baek-jung. His hands trembled, crushing the picture of Baek-jung. Hatred burned in Kang-Jin's voice. There were too many strange things about my mother's death, like the letter she left behind, and the person who set fire to the building. Hearing that, something finally clicked for Du Hyun. He cautiously offered his own theory. Are you suggesting that Baek-jung herself might have been the one to kill her? The question shattered what was left of Kang-Jin. Images of that woman flooded his mind, a relentless storm of memories. Kang-Jin thought of his friends, his family, his parents. That woman had stolen everything from him. But the deepest agony was being forced to witness each loss, one by one. The more he remembered, the more tears carved paths down his face. A single, tortured thought screamed in his mind. She made me watch it all. As his mind blanked, the haunting image of Baek-jung surged forward, the look of pure ecstasy on her face. After destroying a child's entire world, his family and friends still weren't enough for her. A chilling fear for the survivors gripped his heart. I was already so worried about Shin-Sua's fate. But what if Shin-Sua isn't her only target? This terrifying realization jolted Kang-Jin from the darkness that surrounded him. He clenched his fists, rage boiling over. Someone else could be under attack right now, and I wouldn't even know it. After this breakthrough, Kang-Jin began muttering to himself, I have to find everyone, completely ignoring Du Hyun, who was trying to get his attention. I need to find her. We'll get our revenge together. Kang-Jin. Du Hyun seemed to realize how unstable he was, asking with concern, Hey, are you all right? But before he could even reach out, Kang-Jin screamed. His face was a mask of pure terror as he spoke with chilling urgency, Yu Ha-rin. We have to find Yu Ha-rin first. Back in the present. After that intense phone call, Du Hyun was now meticulously arranging food on the table. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, a small smile touched his lips as he prepared to welcome his guest. Kang-Jin rushed in from the distance, shouting at Du Hyun before he'd even stopped running. Did you find Yu Ha-rin? In stark contrast to Kang-Jin's frantic energy, Du Hyun calmly stepped inside, replying smoothly. To be more precise, this is about her adoptive father, Yu Seol-min. Du Hyun gestured to a chair. Please, sit down. Let's eat first. But Kang-Jin couldn't wait a second longer. He roared, I didn't come here to eat. But when his eyes landed on the carefully prepared, steaming hot meal, Kang-Jin fell silent, realizing how reckless he was being. He immediately tried to apologize to Du Hyun. I'm sorry, it's just that I really can't. But before Kang-Jin could finish, Du Hyun, who had been holding back his own frustration, finally snapped and cut him off. So you're sorry. It's not like Baek-jung is going to kill Yu Ha-rin this very instant. Why are you in such a desperate rush? But even as Do Hyun tried to reason with him, Kang-Jin stubbornly slammed his hand on the table. Even so, I have to find everyone as fast as I possibly can. Du Hyun didn't reply, and a heavy silence descended upon them. Then Kang-Jin spoke again, clenching his fists. I refuse to let anyone else I care about get hurt while I'm completely in the dark. Understanding Kang-Jin's deep-seated fear, Du Hyun could only let out a sigh, deciding not to stall any further. All right, I'll bring the file. In a flash, he returned with a folder. Du Hyun explained the situation as he showed the photos to Kang-Jin. I couldn't find a single piece of information about Yu Ha-rin, so I started investigating the people around her. It seems she was homeschooled. Yu Seol-min is her only living relative. He adopted her 10 years ago. He is the head of the Benevolent Saints of Mercy Church. He has a perfect image, both inside and out. He gave a brief explanation of the mysterious cult. The Benevolent Saints of Mercy is a new, emerging religion. It's gaining massive popularity because they claim to offer happiness even to those with low social status. Yu Ha-rin is there, and she's treated like a high priestess. As Du Hyun spoke, Kang-Jin began to piece things together. Now that I think about it, she was training to become a goddess. But to become a goddess, you need to be famous. It's incredibly strange that information about her is so hard to find. Is she not in the middle of that process yet? But then Du Hyun remembered something Kang-Jin had said and gave him a worried reminder. You said it would be another full year before she became your friend. Maybe it would be better for her to just stay put. Though he knew he'd said it, something still compelled Kang-Jin. I still have to see her. Hearing his resolve, Du Hyun didn't argue. He just sighed, trying to figure out a way to meet this supposed saintess. Du Huyun shuffled through the stack of papers and pulled out a profile for him. To do that, you'll need to become an elite believer, like these people. An elite believer? Kim Chol-un. Job. Temporary position at the Destiny Cafe. Kang-Jin scanned the profile for a moment, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Du Huyun continued with a note of defeat. I've already met with them, and not a single one would talk about the priestess. But Kang-Jin cut him off, pointing to the man in the picture. It doesn't matter. I know this guy. The plan was immediately put into action. In a flash, Kang-Jin found himself at a sprawling complex, as vast as a university campus. He thought in surprise, is this the headquarters for the Saint of Compassion? After successfully disguising himself as Cheon-un, he made his way inside, striking up conversations. Hey there, Cheon-un. But as he greeted them, Kang-Jin never stopped observing his surroundings. I came early, but it's already packed. With his thieving rat skill active, no one could pierce his disguise. Still, Kang-Jin had to be careful. I'll probably have to wait until after the ceremony to find Du Ha Kang. If I make a move now, I'll draw too much attention. A short while later, Kang-Jin entered the main hall, ready for the service to begin. Suddenly, serene music filled the air, and the entire audience fell silent. A man walked onto the stage, waving to the crowd. Good morning, everyone. Kang-Jin thought to himself, so that's the leader of this religion. The man spoke with a holy aura. Thank you all for coming to the Saint of Compassion. A system window immediately appeared. Russo Min. Low tier. Insect grade with a gold attribute. This fate is partially protected. Kang-Jin read the stats and nodded in agreement. Makes sense. He's the leader of an entire organization, after all. Selin then began his sermon. I hope today will be a day of comfort for everyone here. The influence of your destinies, which has grown stronger since the awakening, has surely placed a great burden upon you. He continued, but that should make us even more passionate in our search for happiness. The others seemed completely enchanted, hanging on his every word. Only Kang-Jin thought, these words are so hollow. He let out a deep yawn. My own misfortune has nothing to do with the awakening day. But Selin's next words caught his ear. Of course, we were already unfortunate long before that day. We lived with resentment and prejudice, born into miseries we couldn't escape. This finally seized Kang-Jin's full attention. Just like that, Selin's sermon dragged Kang-Jin back into his own dark and painful memories. We were given no choice. The people around us were caught in our misfortune, suffering because of us. The leader went on. Our fates choked the life out of us, and we had no choice but to give up on so many things. Kang-Jin clenched his fists, fighting to stay grounded against the pull of Selin's words. He knew that hardship all too well. A deep suspicion formed in Kang-Jin's mind. Everything he's saying, it's as if he's talking directly about me. The sermon grew more intense, abandoned by everyone, all for something we could never control. And now, even the gods themselves have forsaken us. The devoted followers below began to weep with him. Then, Selin's demeanor suddenly shifted to exhilaration as he grabbed the mic. But we will seize the opportunities that were stolen from us. Selin declared with absolute conviction, the God of the Saint of Compassion will be our greatest ally. Even if our destinies are wretched, we will overcome our fates. Hearing this, the crowd saw a ray of salvation. So moved, they began to cry tears of joy. Seeing their reaction, the leader roared, encouraged one another, and claimed the lives we truly desire. The followers chanted back, yes, let's find our happiness. Watching everyone fall for the deception, Kang-Jin could only let out a long sigh. If I hadn't met Shin Yu in my past life, I might have become a devout follower of this cult, too. I get why people fall for this. But in the next few seconds, Selin's words twisted the atmosphere into something sinister. On the day the priestess ascends to godhood, we will stand on a higher plane than even those with god-tier fates. He then activated his brainwashing voice skill. Instantly, every person in the hall fell under its spell. Kang-Jin sensed the danger at once, activating his own defensive ability. A system notification popped up. The curse has been nullified by the curse mark. The curse mark is now tracking the curse's user. The ability immediately pinpointed Selin on the stage. With booming charisma, he declared, believe in the benevolent saint. The entire hall erupted in a deafening roar, submitting to leader Selin's every word. I believe. I believe, they chanted. All hail leader Russo Min. Amidst the fanatical madness of the crowd, only Kang-Jin remained sane. He watched in stunned silence as everyone was hypnotized, cheering for their leader. Observing the scene around him, he was utterly shocked. The man was brainwashing his followers. This was no ordinary religion. After what felt like an eternity in that horrifying place, Kang-Jin finally got out. He gasped for air, his heart pounding with dread. I never imagined a place like this could be so terrifying. Exhausted, he leaned against the wall of a nearby room. Realizing the dire situation, he thought anxiously, I can't leave Du-ha Young in a place like this. I have to get to her, now. But as Kang-Jin was lost in his thoughts, he accidentally triggered a hidden mechanism. In his past life, Du-ha Young was always hesitant to speak about this religion. The system, having completed its scan, sent a notification. Kang-Jin confirmed it, and suddenly, a secret passage opened right before his eyes. He wondered in confusion, does she even know about this? As he moved, Kang-Jin scanned his surroundings. Could she have been brainwashed, just like the others? But his thoughts were shattered by a blood-curdling scream. Startled, he immediately sprinted toward the source of that horrifying sound. As he drew closer, a desperate plea echoed through the air. Help me, please, just let me go home. The sight that greeted him was the stuff of nightmares. Before him was a secret, makeshift prison. The scream belonged to a man held captive within its walls. He was being subjected to unimaginable brutality. Suddenly, the leader gave a chilling command. Stop. Begin again. The man's body was a canvas of torment, not a single inch left unscathed. Fresh blood pooled beneath him, staining the floor crimson. Yet, through the pain, he spat with defiance. You think you can just walk away from this? But his tormentor was unfazed, replying in a low, menacing tone. This is why I despise the elite. Du Cheo-min grabbed the man's head. His voice a low growl. Brainwashing isn't a simple process. He began to poison the man's mind with the cult's doctrine. Believe in the merciful Saint Mun. Our word is truth. The lower your station, the nobler your soul. We must elevate the priestess Du-ha Gang to godhood. These twisted words were like salt in his wounds, and his screams grew even more desperate, but eventually, his will began to break. In a matter of minutes, the man was completely shattered. Hail the merciful Saint Mun. His work done, Du Cheo-min let out a cold smirk. Ha, I guess I'm getting rusty. It wasn't even this hard with Du-ha Jang. The newly converted man cheered for his leader, but Kang-Jin's entire focus was on those last chilling words. What did he just say? It wasn't even this hard with Du-ha Jang. With the deed done, Du Cheo-min turned to his follower. The executive meeting is about to start. Let's move. Yes, leader. But Kang-Jin remained frozen in place. The leader's words conjured a horrifying image in his mind of Ha Jiang enduring the same brutal torture. Not hard. Terror washed over Kang-Jin's face. He feared the worst for Ha Jiang, imagining her mind being broken. Did he do the same thing to Du-ha Jiang? Du Cheo-min placed a hand on the convert's head, unleashing his power to assault the man's very mind. Brainwashing, he said with cruel intensity, isn't a simple process. His victim's sanity crumbled. His eyes rolled back into his head as he clutched his face, screaming in pure madness. The cult's dogma echoed endlessly inside his skull. Believe in the merciful Saint Mun. Our word is truth. The lower your station, the nobler your soul. We must elevate the priestess Du-ha. Overwhelmed by the mental assault, the man collapsed, utterly spent, into the pool of his own blood. A grotesque smile spread across his face, his expression one of pure, manic ecstasy. But from his eyes, two streams of tears flowed freely. He was sobbing and laughing at the same time, muttering endlessly. Hey, hey, hey. Hail the merciful Saint Mun. Du Cheo-min's triumphant laughter rang out. Haha. I guess I'm getting rusty. It wasn't even this hard with Du-ha Jiang. Witnessing this entire horrific spectacle, Kang-Jin's expression darkened into a furious scowl. The pure shock and horror were impossible to hide, etched plainly on his face. His hands trembled uncontrollably as a terrifying thought seized him. Did he do that to Du-ha Jiang? I have to find her. Now, just then, the sound of footsteps outside made Du Cheo-min glance over in surprise. The metallic clang grew louder, putting him on high alert. He held up a hand to his follower, calmly ordering, "Hold on a second." The follower, who was cleaning the cell, looked up in confusion. What is it? Du Cheo-min cupped a hand to his ear, focusing intently on the sounds from beyond the door. A wicked grin spread across his face, his eyes turning predatory. A look of pure contempt crossed his features. It seems we have a rat. A cult member quickly threw a heavy chain around the iron door, wrapping it multiple times to secure it tightly. Once that was done, the subordinate pulled out a radio and relayed an order to his men. This is the 3rd floor. Block the stairwell and begin the search. Kang-Jin, using a concealment technique, pressed himself into the shadows nearby. Hearing the order crackle over the radio, he knew time was running out. He thought frantically, his mind racing. Du-ha Jiang, she's not here either. He glanced at the nearby stairwell, completely sealed off by heavy iron bars and thick chains. Kang-Jin sighed, a wave of frustration washing over him. He felt helpless, but knew he couldn't give up. I have to check the other floors. As he leaned against a window, his eyes fell on something outside. A drain pipe ran straight up the side of the building, connecting to the floors above. Without a moment's hesitation, Kang-Jin saw his chance. A few moments later, he was climbing through a window, pushing aside a heavy curtain to step inside. He anxiously scanned the room, but was met with pitch-black darkness. A sense of unease crept over him. Why is it so dark in here? He reached out, fumbling in the dark, his hand brushing against a curtain. He hesitated. Should he risk turning on a light? Kang-Jim pressed forward, moving cautiously through the oppressive gloom, his senses on high alert. He felt like he was walking in circles. Then, a glint of light caught his eye. A round, shiny lock on a wooden bar. He realized it was a door. Taking a huge risk, Kang-Di unlocked the forbidden room and stepped inside. A brightly lit space unfolded before him, vibrantly decorated. Just past the entrance stood an ornate, willow-patterned screen. He stood there, lost, when a familiar voice suddenly cut through the silence. Who's there? Gathering his courage, Kang-Di moved deeper into the room. The warm, pink-hued space was filled with wooden puppets. In the very center was a massive bed. A figure, concealed by a curtain, spoke with an arrogant tone. Who are you to barge in here unannounced? Her voice was crystal clear, matching her porcelain skin and flowing platinum hair, but her command was absolute. Get out. Immediately. Before she could finish, Kang-Di cut her off, his voice firm and decisive. My name is Kang-Di. His eyes scanned the room again. He saw rows of neatly arranged wooden figures and realized the room was filled with these puppets. The voice from behind the curtain pressed on. You're Kang-Di? He quickly replied, yes. I know this is incredibly rude. But before he could finish his sentence, an immense wave of magical power erupted from behind the curtain, hurtling straight for him. She shrieked in absolute fury. How dare you lie to me? Luckily, Kang-Di's reflexes were razor-sharp. He activated his restoration skill, raising a shield just in time. As the curtain was flung aside, the person behind it was finally revealed. It was none other than Du Ha-Jiang. Her eyes were wide with fury, her expression as cold as ice. Did you really think, she snarled, you could deceive my all-seeing eyes? Kang-Di let out a sigh of relief. A fond smile touched his lips as he thought, ah, it's really her. But Ha-Jiang's interrogation wasn't over. Let me ask you again. As she spoke, she activated her puppet master's skill. Slowly, the wooden puppets began to rise, their joints creaking to life. Soon, they towered over Kang-Di, surrounding him completely, leaving him stunned. Ha-Jiang stared at him with empty eyes, her voice devoid of all emotion. Who are you? Tension coiled in Kang-Di's gut. He pressed his lips together, forcing himself to be steady. Stay calm. He told himself this wasn't the Du Ha-Jiang from his past life. Placing a hand over his chest, he adopted a sincere, respectful tone. I apologize. Facing the horde of puppets, Kang-Di bowed deeply in reverence. I am a new believer. My name is Kang-Di. I was so moved by your story. I just wanted to meet you so badly that I resorted to this shameful method. Hearing this, Ha-Jiang's hostile posture finally softened, and she let out a quiet sigh. She waved her hand dismissively. Trying to deceive me is a grave sin, she said lightly, but out of my generosity, I will forgive you. You may leave. Normally, you would be flogged for this. But Kang-Di felt no joy. His gaze wavered, his expression growing tense again. He looked up at Ha-Jiang, his voice laced with longing. Can't we talk? Just a little longer. My dear child, Du Ha-Jiang replied, her brow furrowing in annoyance. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she warned. Know your place. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. Ha-Jiang continued to lecture her devotee sternly. I am the saintess of the benevolent sect. You are merely an ordinary follower. You have no right to speak with me so freely. Kang-Di lowered his head, a wave of helplessness washing over him. So, she's not listening to me at all. He waited until Ha-Jiang finished speaking before responding. I am sorry, he said with a respectful bow. In that case, Kang-Di thought, let me at least try to break this brainwashing. He silently summoned a white deer from his inventory. He whispered its name, Lynn. The sight sent Du Ha-Jiang into a state of shock. Her face went pale as she stammered, a monster. She screamed in terror, commanding her wooden puppets. Stop that monster. Seize that man. You will pay for this. Ha-Jiang roared in fury. The giant puppets charged aggressively towards Kang-Di, closing in from all sides. Just as a wooden arm was about to crash down on him, Kang-Di effortlessly blocked it with his bare hand. His gaze shifted to Ha-Jiang. That's not a monster, he said calmly. Then, he charged, taking on the entire puppet horde alone. He easily toppled one puppet with his bare hands, then used its body as a weapon, smashing through the rest and sending them flying. Seizing the opportunity, Lynn flew swiftly towards Du Ha-Jiang, startling her into a panic. Kang-Di sent a mental command to the creature. Lynn, purify. Before the bewildered Ha-Jiang could react, Lynn pressed its forehead against hers. Its healing power began to activate instantly. A brilliant light flashed. But contrary to his expectations, the system displayed a message: no target for purification. Lynn froze, staring into Ha Jiang's eyes in disbelief. She stared back, just as confused by what was happening. Meanwhile, Kang-Di had already taken down the last of the puppets. He glanced at the system window and cried out in shock. What? He couldn't believe it. She wasn't brainwashed? Doubt flooded his mind. But Du Seal-min definitely said her memories were returning. He remembered the old man sighing in disgust. Ha! This is why I hate people with strong wills. Brainwashing them is never a simple task. At that thought, Kang-Jin's eyes shot open. Wait. Ha Jiang was a rank 3 celestial. Brainwashing someone of her level should be impossible. An image of her bright, smiling face flashed in his mind. Du Ha Jiang, a rank 3 celestial. From the Flying Tiger Division. He replayed every detail he knew, but connecting the pieces only deepened the horrifying mystery. His expression darkened, a look of pure shock on his face. So, Seal-min has been grooming her from the very beginning. Seal-min was her only family. He adopted her 10 years ago. But for what purpose? Wouldn't it be far more efficient to make himself a god? Just then, Ha Jiang's hesitant voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, kid. But Kang-Jin was lost in the storm of his own mind. His fists clenched so tight, his veins bulged with simmering rage. The man had brainwashing abilities. So why would he go to the trouble of raising a child? Seeing his silence, she raised her voice, yelling, Seo Kang-Jin. Her call snapped him out of it. He looked up, his face dazed as if waking from a nightmare. Ha Jiang stroked Lynn in her lap, then cleared her throat shyly. Ahem. Do you have any more of these? He stared at her, confused. Huh? Ha Jiang held out her hand, making her demand clear. If you do, show them to me. A sly smile crept across her face as she made a playful offer. Even just a few will do, and I might decide that talking to you isn't so bad after all. As she expected, Kang-Jin agreed to her request. He didn't just agree, he conjured them right there for her. Ha Jiang hugged them tightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Baby dragons, they're adorable. Seeing her so purely happy suddenly triggered a memory from his past life. Ha Jiang had been excitedly hugging a mountain of stuffed animals, showing them off to him with such pride. Aren't they cute? I have so many, I'll give you one. The memory brought a gentle, nostalgic smile to Kang-Jin's face. He dragged a wooden chair from nearby, placing it right beside her bed before sitting down and pulling back the curtain. He spoke gently to her. All right then, let's talk. Ha Jiang, busy playing with John, immediately agreed.
Okay. What do you want to talk about? Kang-Jin froze. The words he desperately wanted to say were caught in his throat.
What kind of life has she been living? Has she always been trapped in this room? Does she even realize what kind of man Seal-min is? Does she know what this place really is? We need to leave, right now. She can't stay here. 1,000 questions flooded his mind, so many things he needed to say, but he was paralyzed, unsure where to even begin. After a long, heavy silence, Kang-Jin finally spoke. First, have you been eating properly? The simple question left Ha Jiang utterly stunned. Her eyes went wide, and her hands fell limp, letting John scurry away. She frowned, looking at him with suspicion. Why would you ask that? Because you're too thin, Kang-Jin explained. Hearing this, Ha Jiang unconsciously touched her own frail arm. He pressed on. What did you eat today? Under his intense gaze, she answered calmly. You don't need to worry about me. I only eat my scheduled meals. Today's meal was herbal porridge. Just like everyone else. Kang-Jin was horrified. That's the only thing you ate? Ha Jiang flinched and turned away, trying to keep her voice casual. Yes. I have to prevent negative energy from accumulating in my body, so I can ascend to godhood. Kang-Jin had already guessed the awful truth. He probed gently. Is that what the leader told you? Ha Jiang confirmed it with complete honesty. Yes. He knows so much. She stroked Lynn tenderly, her voice filled with devotion. He's the one who helped me realize my purpose in this life. An unsettling feeling washed over him as he stared at her. And, what is your purpose? Du Ha Giang clasped her hands together, a fanatical, chilling smile on her face. She looked like an angel of death as she spoke. Don't you know? I must save the weak, and to do that, I will become a god through death. The words hit Kang-Jin like a physical blow. He was completely speechless, his face darkening with horror. A cold dread spread through him, and his eyes widened in shock. His fist clenched, the veins popping on his hand. Become a god. Through death, Kang-Jin lowered his head, his voice dropping to a grim whisper. There are only two ways for a human to become a god. One is to accumulate immense fame and achievements. The other is to die a painful death, filled with despair and resentment. He grabbed her hand, his voice rising with barely controlled fury. If you're planning on dying to become a god, It will be the second way. Do you have any idea what kind of end that will be?" When he finished, Hajiang gently placed her own frail hands over his. She gave him a soft smile, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her bittersweet expression was a silent confession that she already knew everything. Her story began in her childhood. By the time I finally understood what a mother and a father were, they were already gone. And so, I grew up surrounded by other children who shared my fate. One day, as Hajiang was carrying a basin of laundry, she was suddenly drenched in water, freezing in her tracks. The kids who did it laughed triumphantly from the floor above. The ringleader smirked down at her. "Ha ha, you loser. You're finally getting what you deserve." Choking back her tears, Hajiang sat helplessly beside the spilled laundry, her clothes scattered everywhere. Calmly, she asked, "Why?" The bully glared at her with pure hatred, snapping back. "The way you look at us, like you know everything. It drives us crazy, but I guess you didn't know this would happen." The girl just stared back at them, silent, refusing to argue. Her eyes held nothing but contempt for these cowards who hated her out of fear. Then came the sharp, stinging sound of a whip striking flesh, echoing through the room. The matron grabbed Hajiang by the hair, lashing her calves again and again. Bloody welts rose on her pale skin as the woman shrieked. "You've ruined the clothes again. Why can't you be good for just one day? What are you even good for? No one wants to adopt you because you're useless." After the torture was over, the matron shoved the little girl into a closet. "Before leaving," she warned, "stay in there and reflect on what you did." Abandoned in the cramped, suffocating darkness, Hajiang trembled with fear, her eyes empty and numb. No one ever protected me. Every single day was its own special hell. Just as she was sinking into despair, the closet door creaked open. A bright light poured in, startling her. It was Jusol Min, dressed in shabby old clothes with messy, unkempt hair. Spreading his arms wide to welcome Hajiang, he cried out joyfully, "Ah, I've finally found you." On his gaunt, unshaven face, he wore a blissful smile, but his eyes burned with a manic intensity. He proclaimed with excitement, "My goddess, that was the day Jusol Min found me." He pulled Hajiang into a hug, and to her complete shock, he gently comforted her. "It must have been so hard for you. Don't worry anymore. I will protect you until the day you become a true goddess." His words broke through her defenses, and the ever-strong Du Hajiang finally burst into tears. Her expression was one of pure disbelief. Du Hajiang was taken to a holy temple, where she sat on a throne, looking down at the followers who knelt before her. "He gave me a home, and he taught me my purpose in life." Hearing this, Kang-Jim's expression grew even darker. Hajiang stated to him plainly, "My destiny is to become a god. That's why I must overcome countless trials." She clasped her hands, her face filled with reverence and gratitude as she said ecstatically, "Without him, I never would have made it this far. I've decided that I must repay him for everything he has done for me." Hajiang continued to gently stroke John and Lynn, her demeanor one of calm acceptance. "After all," she said peacefully, "he is my father." She offered a soft smile, looking at Kang-Jim with serene confidence to reassure him. "So, Kang-Jim, you don't need to worry about me." But as soon as the words left her mouth, the smile vanished from her face. He sat before her with his head bowed, remaining utterly silent, which made her call his name with a hint of confusion. Seeing no reaction, Hajiang grew frantic. She rushed to his side, her voice laced with worry. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Look up." She gently brushed the hair from Kang-Jim's forehead. Slowly, he opened his eyes and looked at her. Under his gaze, Hajiang finally let out a breath of relief, her expression a strange mix between a smile and a wince. She asked bitterly, "Are you pitying me? My suffering is in the past. I'm living a life I'm happy with now." In truth, Kang-Jim had long suspected that Du Hajiang's clairvoyant eyes could see right into a person's soul, so I'm certain she saw right through Jusol Min's hypocrisy. But she feels indebted to him. That's why she ignores it all. Du Hajiang has allowed herself to become Jusol Min's puppet, bound and controlled by that sinister man. Kang-Jim's brow furrowed in thought as he cursed internally, "Damn it. How am I supposed to convince her?" While he was lost in thought, Hajiang's voice cut through the silence. "Oh, I'm going to give you this." She then bent over and reached for something under the table, making him ask with surprised curiosity, "What are you doing?" Hajiang happily showed him the item. "This is a treasure I've hidden from everyone else, but I'll give it to you. You feel very familiar to me." Those words made Kang-Jim involuntarily recall his past life. He had been sinking in self-pity when Hajiang approached him and asked innocently, Kang-Jim, what are you doing all by yourself?" He was startled, his expression instantly tensing up, terrified she would discover his true identity. But contrary to his fears, Du Hajiang pulled out a wooden box filled with old, random trinkets and declared proudly, "Here, look, it's my treasure chest. As Kang-Jin held the box, Ha Jiang rummaged through a bag of snacks and recounted excitedly, "I eat these cookies whenever I feel sad. They bring me joy. I'll give you a really big one, just for you." He picked up a stale cookie, his heart aching. The cookie is soggy. The keychain is broken. And this is just a gum wrapper. To think these things were her most precious treasures. Just then, a memory of Ha Young happily offered him a treat, her mouth wide with excitement. "Here, you should try one." In that warm memory, Seo Kang-Jin casually took the snack from her hand and ate it with relish. Ha Young eagerly awaited his reaction. "So, do you feel any better?" Kang-Jin fell silent for a long moment before hesitantly speaking. You also want to eat food from the outside like this, don't you?" His question made Ha Young freeze. The smile vanished from her face, her eyes widening in pure shock. He pressed on, "You don't want to die. And you don't want to suffer, right?" She quickly looked away, forcing a laugh to deny it. "Of course not." Kang-Jin cut her off, his expression calm yet tinged with sadness. "You know, ever since I was a child, a very powerful god has been watching me, trying to claim me as its vessel. I always refused that god, so it made the people around me suffer instead. But I refused to live a life controlled by that being. I could never accept a god that has ruined my life." Du Ha-young listened to his story, not with empathy, but with a chilling warning. "Only greater misfortunes will befall you if you try to escape your destiny." She snapped at him. Fate is not something a mere human can change. But then, Kang-Jin gently took her hand. "What if you weren't alone in this?" He looked directly into Ha-young's bewildered eyes, speaking with conviction. "I thought I was all alone for the longest time, too." Images of his comrades flashed through his mind. "But as I fought against my fate, people who wanted to help appeared by my side. So all you need to do is make a choice." Kang-Jin held her hand tighter, a gentle smile lighting up his entire face as he spoke with sincerity. "I want to help you, too." He let go of her hand and asked cheerfully, "So, what do you think?" Du Ha-young hesitated for a moment. Kang-Jin scratched his head sheepishly, thinking, maybe it was too much to ask on our first meeting. He quickly stood up, trying to smooth things over. "You don't have to decide right now. If you don't mind, I can." But unexpectedly, Ha-young grabbed the hem of his shirt, her voice filled with panic. "Wait!" Just as he was about to leave, she desperately held him back. "Wait." Seo Kang-Jin. Ha-young's face flushed with embarrassment as she reluctantly said, "If I..." At that exact moment, a strange sound from outside made her jump. Pure terror flashed in her eyes. Du Ha-young whipped her head around, her expression hardening as she whispered in dread, "The leader." It was just as she feared. Leader Russell-min opened the door and stepped inside with a gentle smile. "Pardon the intrusion," he said politely. Ha-young looked up, feigning surprise. "Oh, father," she asked with feigned curiosity. "What brings you here at this hour?" Russell-min replied casually, "Well, as it happens." But he stopped mid-sentence, sensing something was off. He paused, stroking his chin in thought. After carefully observing the room for a long moment, he suddenly spoke, making Ha-young's heart pound. She fought to hide her fear, facing him with a calm facade. "Saintess Du Ha-young, has a stranger entered your room?" Hiding beneath the furniture, Seo Kang-Jin instinctively tensed up. The leader's words hung in the air, causing them both to freeze in terror. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy. Russell-min smiled at her, but his eyes held no warmth. Instead, they held a chilling, predatory gleam, like a hunter stalking its prey. Du Ha-young's face went pale with tension. She bit her lip, trying to steady herself against his probing question. "Saintess Du Ha-young, has a stranger entered your room?" As he finished speaking, he began to walk slowly toward her. From behind a curtain, she feigned a gasp of disbelief. "A stranger? How could that be?" In just a moment, Russell-min was standing right in front of her as a servant pulled back the curtain. Ha-young answered calmly, "Only you, father, and the believers who bring food are permitted to enter here." His voice was low as he spoke. "I'm glad to hear that." For a moment, she dared to breathe a sigh of relief. She thought she'd fooled him. But then he drew closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "It's just that." Ha Jiang's head snapped up, her entire body tensing once more. Du Seal-min sat down in the very chair Kang-Jim had just occupied, facing her directly and freezing her in place. That unsettling smile never left his face as he murmured with quiet wonder. "How surprising that someone other than myself would get close enough to sit in that chair, so near to you." An icy silence fell over the room. He had her cornered completely. Panic surged through Ha Jiang. "Oh no, we forgot to move the chair." Du Seal-min's smile widened as he spoke again. "There is one thing I always demand of my followers." He leaned in closer, his voice deceptively gentle. "Do you know what that is?" Her fingers unconsciously gripped the bedsheets. What is it?" she stammered. Du Seal-min moved right next to her ear, his eyes flashing with a wicked, murderous intent as he whispered, to never, ever get too close to the saintess. A moment later, right before Ha Jiang's eyes, Du Xiaomin savagely struck the disciple across the face. Blood splattered through the air. Hearing the woman's agonizing groans, Ha Jiang's hands instinctively clenched the bedsheets, her entire body trembling. The sounds of the beating, mixed with endless whimpers, made her shudder as she clenched her teeth and shut her eyes, trying to endure. After a brutal session of torture, the old woman collapsed to the ground, her face swollen and a large pool of blood spreading across the floor. Duelman glared down at her, his eyes cold as death itself, and snarled his command, "We're not done yet. Get up." But the woman was too weak to even move. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled, whispering, "Please, forgive me." "Leader." He violently grabbed her by the collar and yanked her up. Dual Min brought his face close to hers, his expression dripping with contempt. "How dare you betray me?" He suddenly let go, causing the old woman to crash back to the floor, then asked mockingly, "Did you really think you'd be forgiven?" Dual Min's voice cracked like a whip as he roared again, "Get up." Du Ha watched it all from the side, wondering in horror, how did things turn out like this? The follower continued to beg for her life, choking out, "Please have mercy." A look of terror washed over Ha Jiang's face as a thought struck her. "Oh, that's right. It's because I lied." Rewind to a few minutes earlier. When Dual Min had questioned her, she had told him with absolute certainty, "Only father and the follower who brings food are allowed in here." She reached a hand out, wanting to help the trembling woman who had collapsed on the floor. She thought doubtfully, "But even if I could have reached her, this command was meant to save the weak." Right before her eyes, the follower stopped trying to get up, her body going completely limp on the floor. As the woman took her last breath, Ha Jiang's doubt grew. To punish someone like this, it felt so wrong. She watched, paralyzed, as Dual Min ground his boot into the woman's corpse. Then, her mind cleared with a chilling realization. "No. I knew this would happen." Her body went rigid, her hand frozen in midair as she whispered, "Stop." Piece by piece, Ha Jiang remembered. She'd known all along that leader Dual Min had a different agenda. "I saw it myself, with these clairvoyant eyes. I don't know how many times, that everything was a lie, and that even if I became a god, I could never save these followers." Her grip on the sheets tightened, overcome with regret and self-loathing. "It's because I knew the truth and chose to ignore it, that an innocent person is being punished now." At that thought, Ha Jiang couldn't hold back any longer. With tears in her eyes, she screamed with all her might, "I said stop." The foot that was desecrating the follower suddenly froze. A few specks of blood still dotted his face as he turned his head, his cruel eyes locking onto her. "Saintess Du Ha Jiang," he warned with grim authority, "if you let personal feelings interfere with discipline, the organization will collapse." Du Ha Jiang shot back immediately, her voice filled with rage, "Then let it collapse. What good is an organization that preys on the weak?" Her breathing grew heavy. After a moment of hesitation, she screamed with conviction, I don't want to be a saintess anymore." Dual Min, still covered in blood, was stunned. "What do you mean?" Ha Jiang lowered her head to hide her face, letting all her feelings pour out. "It was all wrong. I only endured it until now because I wanted to repay you, Father, for saving me from that hell." She broke down into heavy sobs, tears streaming down her face as she cried out in anguish. "But I was wrong. This so-called merciful sanctuary is just another kind of hell. It can't save anyone." For a moment, Dual Min seemed frozen. He stood there calmly, watching her cry, and only after a long silence did he finally speak. "Since when have you thought this way?" Hearing his question, Ha Jiang challenged him furiously. "Did you really think I didn't know anything?" Even before I awakened my powers, she stopped mid-sentence as Dual Min walked to her bedside, gently knelt and raised his hand. He tenderly wiped the tears from her face, his touch silencing her screams, and she quietly let him soothe her. After she stopped crying, Dual Min asked affectionately, "If you've known for so long, then why didn't you just keep turning a blind eye like before?" Ha Jiang looked down, her eyes still brimming with tears, and answered hesitantly, "Because of him." Memories of CEO Kang-Jim flooded her mind. His warm, sunny smile, his sincere words of understanding and encouragement. At the thought, Ha Jiang began to cry again, overcome with emotion, because CEO Kang-Jim said he would help me so I could fight against my destiny, so I could live like a human instead of dying like a god. Because that's what he told me. But as she finished speaking, Dual Min suddenly pulled her into a tight hug, exclaiming with joy that completely stunned her, "Finally, the day has come." He stroked her hair with satisfaction, a look of pure bliss on his face as he sighed happily. "I have waited for this day for so long. The day you would tell me you wanted to escape this place." Du Ha Jiang was rigid in his arms, her face twisting in fear and confusion as she called out to the leader. Dual Min slowly laid her back down on the bed. Faced with her utter shock, he just smiled gently.
So that you could nurture an even deeper resentment in your soul and become a truly powerful god.
At this, he suddenly burst into triumphant laughter, no longer bothering to hide the raw cruelty and killing intent blazing in his eyes. Dual Min unleashed his prison sphere skill. A massive cage of pure mana materialized around Du Ha-Jiang's bed. She stared at the cage, completely speechless. All she could do was watch, horrified, as she was trapped. Suddenly, Kang-Jim appeared, roaring in defiance. "I won't let you do this." Ha-Jiang whipped her head around, startled, as a massive blade burst through the bottom of the bed. She thought in amazement. Kang-Jim. With just a few masterful swings, he utterly shattered Dual Min's magic cage. The old man could only watch in stunned silence as his work was destroyed. Disbelief and shock were written all over his face. But Du Ha-Jiang smiled, overjoyed, her eyes filling with gratitude for her savior as tears began to well up. Meanwhile, Kang-Jim glared at his enemy. His expression was pure fury, as if he was ready to end him. But then, Ha-Jiang called his name, Kang-Jim. He quickly turned to her, pulling her into a worried embrace and frantically checking on her. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" She answered, flustered. "No, I'm fine." Ha-Jiang tried to say more importantly, but Kang-Jim noticed the blood beneath her eye. He spoke with guilt in his voice. "I know. I'm sorry for appearing so suddenly." But then he pushed her back onto the water mattress, under the protection of Lynn and John. Gripping his sword, he charged forward alone, declaring, "I can't just stand by and watch anymore." Dual Min slowly pulled a radio from his pocket, looking down on him with a sinister grin. "Ha ha, I thought some little rat had snuck in. But it turns out to be you. The so-called hope of these lowly insects, Kang-Jim. Well. In that case, I'll have to give you a proper welcome." He pressed the button on his radio, broadcasting a command to his followers. The sound echoed through the speakers, and the crowd below looked up, listening intently. "Come to me now." Like puppets on a string, they scrambled towards their master's voice. A wicked expression spread across Dual Min's face as he laughed maniacally, screaming, "And crush my enemy." The followers lost all control, charging forward in a frenzy. Their eyes were vacant, mindless. Even the old woman from before rose up and lunged at Kang-Jim. From outside, more followers swarmed in. Seeing this, Ha-Jiang tried to rush forward despite John and Lynn holding her back. Her face went pale as she screamed in terror. "No, stop!" Ha-Jiang threw her two companions aside and ran towards the devotees, trying to snap them out of it. "Don't listen to your leader." Just then, an arm blocked her path as someone softly called her name. Du Ha-Jiang. It was Kang-Jim. Ha-Jiang looked back, her jaw dropping in astonishment. He calmly lifted her onto his shoulder and said seriously, "Hold on tight." Then, they charged towards a nearby window, breaking through the frenzied mob. To everyone's utter shock, Kang-Jim kicked the glass window to pieces, leaping outside with overwhelming power. For a split second, Du Ha-Jiang was stunned, watching the shards of glass fall past her eyes. Her eyes widened, sparkling with light. Ha-Jiang reached out her hand, feeling the sunlight from the sun rising over the mountain peak. She thought excitedly, the outside world. Luckily, Kang-Jim quickly caught her. Carrying her over his shoulder, he landed perfectly. A blond man watched from a third-floor window as Kang-Jim ran off with Ha-Jiang. He shouted, Kang-Jim has escaped with the Saintess." Someone else yelled into a radio, reporting, Kang-Jim has escaped with the Saintess." A voice crackled back over the radio, ordering, "Kill him and bring the Saintess back." With Ha-Jiang still on his shoulder, Kang-Jim glanced aside, sensing something. A massive crowd rushed out from everywhere, surrounding him. They demanded he return Ha-Jiang. "Give us back our Saintess." Their faces were savage. Their eyes had turned blood red as they reached for her. "The Saintess, bring her back." Kang-Jim held Ha-Jiang with one arm, gripping his sword with the other. "You are all victims." Just then, his hair began to shift, turning a brilliant green. He raised his sword, blocking their path. "That's why I don't want to harm any of you." Still carrying Ha-Jiang, he knelt down. He plunged his sword into the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that blasted everyone back. Kneeling on one knee, Kang-Jim rested his arm on his sword's hilt, calmly assessing the situation. But this should be enough. A wave of frost emanated from his power, slowly freezing everyone. A layer of ice instantly encased the charging crowd. Seeing them all being frozen solid, Ha-Jiang looked on with worry. Kang-Jim froze their entire bodies, leaving only their heads free. But even then, they refused to give up, growling his name. Kang-Jim, kill. Kill him. No, the Saintess. Tears streamed down their faces as they begged, "Don't go." A man with black hair looked back, crying desperately, pleading with Kang-Jim, "Save us. Come back." Their voices echoed around them. Don't abandon us. Hearing their pleas, Ha Jiang's expression filled with concern as she stared back at them. Despite their desperate cries, Kang-Jin kept walking, still carrying Ha Jiang. Ha Jiang looked down, her eyes filled with sorrow as she called his name. Kang-Jin, we can't just leave them. Kang-Jim calmly explained that she had to step into the real world and expose the twisted truth behind the so-called benevolent saint cult. That, he insisted, was the only way to truly save them. Don't you want to break the leader's brainwashing, he challenged, so they can finally experience real freedom? At his words, Ha Jiang could only lower her head in silence. As Ha Jiang stood there, lost in sorrowful thought, a menacing red energy flared in the distance, emanating from a blonde-haired man. I cannot allow that to happen, the man declared. The chilling voice made Kang-Jim whip his head around in alarm. In a flash, something sharp shot past Kang-Jim's head, violently impaling a follower straight through the abdomen. The impact sent the man flying backwards, a spray of crimson exploding from the fatal wound. Kang-Jim clutched Ha Jiang tightly, his eyes darting to the fallen man. Se-min clasped his hands together. My sincerest apologies, my devoted follower. With a face full of fake anguish, Se-min bowed again and again. Your noble sacrifice will never be forgotten. The gruesome sight left Ha Jiang utterly stunned, her fingers digging fiercely into Kang-Jim's shoulder. Kang-Jim gently turned her away from the carnage, then spun to face Se-min, his sword pointed and his face a mask of pure fury. Se-min advanced with his arms open wide. Please, return to us, he pleaded. Do it to honor the sacrifice this loyal man just made. Kang-Jim's expression was hidden in the shadows as he challenged the cult leader. Do you really think I would ever let that happen? Se-min's face contorted with rage, his brows furrowing. This does not concern you. At the sound of her title, Saintess Ha Jiang flinched, hiding deeper in Kang-Jim's embrace. But Se-min was relentless. How can you turn your back on your own desperate followers? He placed a hand on a frozen cultist. Do you have any idea how much they yearn for happiness? Memories flooded Ha Jiang's mind. Sitting on her high throne as a child, watching crowds, even her own father, prostrate themselves before her. You've watched them suffer for 10 long years. She saw them screaming, terrified, standing in a sea of fire. They endured endless misery, all because they were born into a cruel fate, and every single one of them worshipped her as their god. They trusted you, waited for you to save them. Se-min's voice grew harsh. You must change their painful destiny. Do not abandon your sacred duty. Se-min's venomous words struck home, and Ha Jiang trembled in fear, clinging to Kang-Jim. Kang-Jim immediately covered her ears, shielding her from the poison. Don't listen to a word he says, Ha Jiang. Her shaking hands reached up to grip his. Se-min declared, it is time for you to become a god. He continued his twisted sermon, preaching that his way was the only path to peace. You must rewrite all their fates. Se-min screamed, his eyes begging Ha Jiang to save them. In an instant, Kang-Jim's sword drew a thin red line across his neck. Kang-Jim pressed his blade to Se-min's throat, the steel trembling with contained rage. You are gravely mistaken. He completely rejected the leader's philosophy. Even if you gain more opportunities through the lives of others, you will never escape suffering and despair. A blissful smile suddenly appeared on Ha Jiang's face as she opened a small box she was holding. A few small items tumbled out. Kang-Jim gritted his teeth, his anger boiling over, a sacrifice born from sin. At that moment, his power erupted. His eyes blazed crimson as he roared. Can never bring true salvation. Feeling his power surge, Ha Jiang glanced up at him. Her face became an unreadable mask as her grip on his shoulder tightened. Se-min simply crossed his arms, speaking as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, without a hint of remorse. Sin? They are incapable of such an emotion. Kang-Jim shot back. That's because you've brainwashed every last one of them. Precisely, Se-min calmly replied. He spread his arms wide and proclaimed, thanks to my power, none of my followers have to bear that responsibility. His words only fueled Kang-Jim's rage. For all the lives sacrificed to protect the benevolent saint cult, Se-min continued, and for all the lives that will be sacrificed in the future. Se-min placed a hand over his own heart. And even if my followers forget those who died for our noble cause, Se-min raised his hands, declaring that as their leader, he alone would remember them all and repent for their sins. He smiled as tears streamed down his face. A wave of his power pulsed outward, and the previously frozen followers began to move again. In unison, they started to attack Kang-Jim. The mindless puppets he controlled now rushed forward, demanding Kang-Jim return Ha Jiang to them. Give her back. They immediately swarmed Kang-Jim, their voices a single, maddening chant demanding her return. Give her back. Return our saintess to us. Kang-Jim shielded Ha Jiang with his body as the mob clawed and tore at him. Bring us our salvation. Overwhelmed by the chaos, Ha Jiang cried out, Kang-Jim, what are we going to do? He held her close, his mind racing. If he unleashed his ice and fire, all of these brainwashed followers would surely die. He had already frozen his sword solid. With a single swing, he drove them back, trying to reassure her. Don't worry. Kang-Jim looked directly into Ha Jiang's eyes, his voice firm with conviction. No matter what happens, I will get you out of here. But hidden in the crowd was another girl. She clutched a dagger, her eyes locked on Kang-Jim. In a flash, she lunged forward, plunging the blade deep into his back. His eyes shot wide with shock. A spray of warm red liquid coated Ha Jiang's face, leaving her stunned. The girl ripped the knife from Kang-Jim's back, and he immediately collapsed. Ha Jiang frantically pressed her hands to the wound. The attacker raised the blood-soaked dagger again, a twisted smile on her face. Give her back to us. Give us back our saintess. Ha Jiang instantly threw her body over Kang-Jim, shielding him as she gave a command. Stop. At her word, everyone froze. The girl with the knife halted her attack. The blade stopped just inches from Ha Jiang's head. She raised her hands, slowly climbing off of him. Even wounded, Kang-Jim tried desperately to hold her back. Don't. Ha Jiang. From above, Sign watched the scene unfold with a smug satisfaction. Ha Jiang held Kang-Jim tightly and made her declaration. I will become a god. The moment they heard her decision, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of cheers. Ah, the saintess. She is becoming our god. Please, hurry, saintess. The cheering was relentless, a wave of pure ecstasy. But then, the chant from below began to change, twisting into something else. Please die. Please die. Please die. Please die. Hurry up and die. Die for us. Ha Jiang now sat upon a throne surrounded by stacks of firewood. The horrifying cheers echoed around her. She just lowered her head in silence. Become a god quickly. Ha Jiang was on her throne, flanked by two flaming pyres. Below, Kang-Jim was trapped in a cage guarded by Sign. He gripped the bars of the cage, his head bowed as he whispered her name. Ha Jiang. He remembered the moment she held him, making that fateful choice. I will become a god. When he heard her decision, his face went numb. A cold sweat began to trace a path down his skin. He imagined Ha Jiang bound and consumed by flames. Was Ha Jiang about to die? He remembered her bright, joyful smile, thinking to himself, she never even tasted freedom. And now, right here, Kang-Jim grabbed Ha Jiang's hands, confronting her. What the hell are you saying, Ha Jiang? With their hands on each other's shoulders, Kang-Jim's voice was a low growl. You said you wanted to live like a human, not a god. And now you're planning to die here? His voice was filled with raw desperation. I'll be fine, so don't you dare give up. But before Kang-Jim could finish, Ha Jiang gently placed her hands on his cheeks. You've done enough. They embraced, and she apologized to him. I'm sorry for putting such a heavy burden on you. Ha Jiang held him tight, refusing to let go, with only one request. From now on, I'll handle this myself. Ha Jiang gave him a soft smile, but he still couldn't understand. What? Her expression was serene, peaceful. Trust me. Sitting inside the cage, Kang-Jim lowered his head, silent. He placed a hand over his heart, steeling his resolve. I have no choice now, but to believe in Ha Jiang. Sign approached, standing over Kang-Jim's cage. He asked him, It's quite astonishing, isn't it? He looked down at the caged man, smiling as if asking himself, Isn't it that thirst for the divine that makes these people willing to die at any moment? Hearing this, Kang-Jim glared up at him, his eyes like shards of ice. Sign placed a hand on the cage and chuckled. Now, don't be so angry. His gaze turned dangerous. You'll be discarded soon enough. Just then, a system window appeared, announcing a skill activation. Appraisal. Sign knelt and grabbed Kang-Jim's chin. All of your skills will be put to good use by our insect-level followers. Skill. Appraisal. Rank. Novice. Allows the user to view an opponent's skills by looking at their face. He squeezed Kang-Jim's cheeks, staring directly into his eyes. The leader. He has a skill that can read other people's abilities. Selin roared with laughter upon seeing Kane's abilities. I can't believe it. To think you're nothing but an insect class. Target, Kane. Skills possessed, life drain, blazing fist, sword unleashed, battle instinct, and solitude. Selin slowly removed his hand from Kane's face, but instead, he turned his back, clasping his hands behind him. We must complete the god ascension ritual, he stated calmly. Kane pressed his hand against the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. You bastard, he cursed, his face twisted in fury. No. This was all part of Hana's plan. Selin approached the bonfire, pulling a burning log from the flames. He carried the flaming brand directly toward Hana. Kane's heart pounded, fearing Selin had discovered her scheme, that he would ruin everything. A triumphant sneer spread across his face. In the end, even Kane can't save you now. Hana glared up at him, her eyes filled with rage. But her defiance only seemed to thrill him. That look on your face, it's absolutely beautiful. Selin placed a hand on Hana's head as she struggled to break free. This was always going to be your fate. He resumed his attempt to brainwash her. No matter how persuasive he is, that boy will only drag you deeper into despair. That is the fate of an insect. Harang violently slapped his hand away from her head, her eyes flashing with defiance. Then I guess that makes you one too, right? She snatched the burning torch from his grasp. Because I'm about to make that a reality. Selin's voice dripped with contempt. What can you possibly do? You've spent your entire life depending on others. Harang lowered her head, her grip on the flaming torch tightening. I was always waiting for someone to save me. She remembered her younger self, curled up in a corner, whether in that hellish orphanage or this prison-like cult. Harang lifted her head, kneeling before the congregation. She stared into the flames, dancing in her hand. But things are different now. A surge of power erupted from within her, blasting Selin backwards. Activating skill, force dispelling. Debuff, forbidden vow has been lifted. Debuff, sonic brainwashing has been lifted. A cloud of dust and debris forced Selin to shield his eyes, but Harang's resolve was unshakable. You will never control your followers again. Her face was a mask of pure determination, so just give up. Suddenly, the sound of someone crying echoed through the chamber. Harang glanced over, her expression filled with concern. Selin lowered his arm, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. You foolish girl, he mocked. The dispelling is incomplete. 15 out of 3,428. You're so predictable. He held out his hand. I already knew you had that skill. Selin then used his power to force the crowd below to continue their manic cheering. And I also knew it was far too weak to undo my years of work. Fear finally struck Harang as she realized he knew her secret. She looked up at him, whispering, No, that's impossible. His power pulsed, connecting directly to every person below. Selin's voice was cold. Sonic brainwashing is a skill I have used hundreds of times every single day, for years. He glared down at her with a grim expression, tossing the burning torch at her feet. But what about you? The flames instantly roared to life. Did I fail? She thought desperately. Harang's eyes widened as sweat streamed down her face. She was being swallowed by the inferno, as the crowd below roared with thunderous applause. Nearby, Kang-Jim had already collapsed to the floor. Despair washed over Harang. I can't save anyone. I can't save the followers. I can't save Kang-Jim. I can't do anything by myself. But then Kang-Jim struggled to push himself up, trying to cheer for her. Don't give up. As if hearing his voice, she whipped her head around, stunned to see a Kirin galloping out of nowhere. The mythical beast brought with it a massive wave of water, dousing everyone in sight. Activating skill, water control. Doubt still clouded Harang's heart. But I'm not strong enough to stop him. The Kirin approached her side. It placed its front hooves on her shoulders, then touched its forehead to hers. Activating skill, harmony of the 5 elements. Skill, harmony of the 5 elements. Rank, dragon level, 3rd class. Effect, grants an attribute boost to all skills for 15 minutes and provides resistance to attribute A glowing blue liquid flowed from the point of contact. Kang-Jin's voice reassured her. It's okay even if you fail. He had drunk vials of that same liquid for a power boost. We will help you. You just have to keep trying. Hearing Kang-Jin's words, Harang's eyes shot open. She was deeply moved, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Trembling, Harang slowly rose to her feet and faced Selin. That's right, she thought. I haven't failed yet. Selin immediately lunged, pointing a finger straight at her and screaming, You can't do this. You must become a god. Harang pressed her hands together as a brilliant light began to glow, too fast for Selin to stop. I have to push forward and end this all. Force dispelling. Enhanced. Harang gathered her energy, unleashing it all towards Selin as system alerts flooded her vision. Sonic brainwashing has been partially lifted. Sonic brainwashing has been partially lifted. The blast slammed into Selin, and he roared in agony. A vortex of power erupted around Harang, sending Selin crashing to the ground. Below, the crowd shielded their faces from the violent winds as the system notifications continued to pour in. Sonic brainwashing has been partially lifted. The same message appeared again and again, until at last, a new one emerged. Sonic brainwashing has been successfully lifted. Dispelling of sonic brainwashing, complete. 3,428 out of 3,428. Selin's mental control was completely shattered, and everyone immediately collapsed. A few of the followers began to stir, looking around in a daze. Huh? Where am I? Selin lay broken on the ground. A man who had just awoken surveyed the wreckage around him. What was I just doing? Selin slowly came to, his face twisted in pain. A pair of battered feet trembled, slowly descending the stairs. The people began to kneel before Selin. From her perch above, Herring watched over them all. Her entire body was shaking, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Then, a faint smile spread across Herring's lips. She closed her eyes and began to fall, the pure joy on her face unmistakable. I did it! A hand quickly shot out, catching her by the shoulder. Herring fainted, falling into Kang-Jin's arms. He called her name, his voice filled with worry. Do Herring. She gently placed her hand on his. Kane? A gentle smile graced her lips as she stammered softly. Thank you. Hana's hand fell upon Kane's, and then she seemed to pass out. Lynn gasped in shock at the sight. Seeing Lynn's worried expression, Kane held Hana close and reassured her. Don't worry. She just exhausted herself using too much of her power. Even in unconsciousness, a faint smile remained on Hana's face. Kane placed a hand on her head, whispering gently, she just needs to rest. She'll be fine. And smiled, looking at Hana with a gaze full of warmth and admiration. You did an amazing job. Kane gently draped his own cloak over Hana's body. Wrapped in its warmth, she fell into a deep and peaceful sleep. Kane slowly advanced on Selen, who stumbled backward in pure terror. He couldn't believe he had been defeated, his eyes filling with tears of disbelief. How is this possible? Even at this point, Selen was lost in his delusion, belittling Kane. You're nothing. Just an insect class, same as me. He closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in thought. I never intended to kill him. Kane's mind drifted back to something Hana had once told him. He gave me a home and taught me my purpose in life. Without him, I never would have made it this far. I decided I had to repay him for everything he'd done for me. But I also knew killing him would break Hana's heart. Selen grabbed desperately at Kane's leg, demanding, Did she put you up to this? He trembled, a twisted smile on his face as he clung to the blade, never forgetting to curse Hana. Did that ungrateful wench order you to kill the very father who raised her? Kane violently shook the man's hand off his blade, drawing more blood. He shot back, his voice filled with rage. You're the ungrateful one. Hana looked to you as if you were her real father. At those words, the hand clinging to Kane's leg suddenly went limp. Selen's eyes went wild as he screamed. Then she should have just died. Those final words ignited a new level of fury in Kane. He raised his sword, a cold thought crossing his mind. Ah, that's right. With rage contorting his face, Kane gritted his teeth and sent the man to the next world. Selen shrieked in agony. Selen clawed at his robes, pleading, Stop. I only wanted to save. Everyone present stared with wide, horrified eyes. No one could believe what they were seeing. He just slaughtered him. They saw Kane pinning the man to the ground, his sword plunged deep into his body. They screamed in terror, murder. The spell of shock was broken, and everyone turned to flee, shouting as they ran. Help us! Run for your lives! Kane glanced up at them, his eyes like ice. A system window appeared, brainwash skill activated. 2 weeks passed. 2 weeks later, the sisters Junbom and Jayan came through the door, bringing Hana with them. One of them carried an armful of stuffed animals, while the other pushed Hana in a wheelchair, all of their faces beaming with joy. A radiant smile spread across Hana's face as she laughed. I'm home. Hearing her voice, Sua glanced at the door and greeted them. Welcome back, everyone. Sua asked Hana, Did you have fun at the aquarium? Hana's face lit up, unable to hide her excitement. It was amazing. She began to tell Sua all about her day. There were so many tanks filled with fish everywhere. I could even walk underwater without using any skills. And on top of that, we got to watch mermaids perform. Hana hugged a stuffed animal, her eyes sparkling as she took everything in. The two sisters, Junbom and Jayon, had pushed her all over the place, cheering as if they were in a fairy tale palace beneath the sea. You should totally come with us next time. The two sisters prepared to lift Hana from her wheelchair. Hearing about their incredible day, Sua happily agreed. Okay, I'll definitely go with you all next time. You must be hungry, right? Go wash up. I made some snacks. Junbom gave Hana a piggyback ride, and all three of them were smiling brightly. Hana cheered, woohoo. She happily speared a piece of fragrant rice cake with her fork, eating it with pure contentment. Ha-Jang couldn't stop praising the food Sua made. This tteokbokki is absolutely amazing. The Junbom siblings kept pushing more dishes toward her. It's even better with the sauce. You have to try this one, too. Seeing Ha-Jiang enjoy the meal so much made Sua happy just watching. Oh, you dropped a piece. She gently reminded her. Slow down and enjoy your food. Sua remembered when she first met Ha-Jiang, how Kang-Jim had carried her in his arms, severely injured. She was in such a terrible state back then. It was Johan who had treated Ha-Jiang's wounds. He'd looked so concerned at the scars on her arms, but thanks to Father Johan, she made a swift recovery. Ha-Jiang smiled brightly, holding out a piece of tteokbokki for Sua. Try this one. Sua, there's cheese inside. I'm so relieved she's adjusting this quickly. Ha Jiang, Junbom, and Jian all laughed as they fed each other. So good. But inside, Sua felt a prickle of fear. Remembering what Kang-Jim had said, her mind flashed back to his words. I will make absolutely sure Ha Jiang's story is kept out of the media. What she's been through is already too much. Sua stared down at the letter in her hand, a knot of worry tightening in her stomach. Model, if word of this gets out, all sorts of people will hunt her down. The cultists. They probably still remember her. Can we really keep this a secret? Hearing that, Kang-Jim closed the letter in his hands. He calmly confirmed, I handled it myself, so you don't need to worry. But as Sua ate, she couldn't shake a bad feeling. He's definitely hiding something again. She placed her hands on the table and sighed. He said he had no idea this would happen. Sua's fingers anxiously tapped the table. But it still bothers me that he did it all alone. I told him we should handle things together next time. Kang-Jim and Sua had sat down to discuss everything. But this wasn't what she was hoping for. Just then, Ha Jiang stopped eating, looking at the two sisters with confusion. Hey, where are Kang-Jim and Jiang Taehan? Should we save some for them? The moment Ha Jiang asked, the sisters' faces filled with worry. Suddenly, Sua slammed her fist down, cracking the entire table. Her face was a dark mask, her hand trembling. Beneath the tabletop, 5 perfect finger marks were imprinted in the wood. Just eat it all, Harang, she growled. Those two don't deserve any. Meanwhile, at a quiet cafe, Tae-hun sat with his hands clasped tightly on the table. Kang-Jim. With an unreadable expression, he spoke to Kang-Jim. I'm just really glad you finally asked for our help. Kang-Jim loosened his collar, a sad look on his face. I know this might seem suspicious, he began, but I'm completely confident. He placed a hand over his heart, trying to reassure Tae-hun. I've seen the future, guided by destiny itself. Hearing those words, Tae-hun believed him without a second thought. Of course, I believe you. As soon as Tae-hun said it, Kang-Jim let out a sigh of relief. Whew, thank you. Tae-hun remembered when Kang-Jim showed him his phone. He had scratched his head, looking worried. But Sua, she seemed absolutely furious. Kang-Jim held his head in his hands. That's exactly why I was so worried. It's why I wanted to handle it alone. But I agree we should face anything related to the cult together. As the door creaked open, Kang-Jim explained. Besides, more people is always better. Of course, I'll still do most of the work. But before Kang-Jim could finish, Tae-hun's eyes widened in fear, staring at something behind him. When did Sua get there? She stood right behind him, her face dark as she called his name. Kang-Jim. Hearing her voice, a chill ran down his spine, and he jumped in his seat. Sua grabbed his head, yanking it back until he choked out. Gah, are you insane? You mortgaged the house and our ancestral tombs to buy some coin. Sua was seeing red, pinching Kang-Jim's cheek as she interrogated him. After a moment, the blonde girl finally calmed down. Oh, so it's not the kind of coin I was thinking of. Huh. Kang-Jim held an ice pack to his bruised face, wincing as he explained, I was just planning to use the system for the next great demon realm. Hearing that, she perked up. You saw the Kang-Jim nodded. Yeah. The second great demon realm isn't dangerous. He recalled the vision he'd seen. It looked like a lot of fun. He described it as more of a festival for the gods. Participants will act as representatives for the 12 zodiac gods and join a race. They were stunned. The 12 zodiac gods? Can we choose which god to represent? Kang-Jim shook his head. No, it's determined by your birth year. They imagined themselves entering the event. The young man looked bewildered. Huh? Then besides the twins, we'll all be on different teams. Kang-Jim agreed. That's right. This great demon realm won't be a team game for us. Kang-Jim continued explaining the coin system. Awakened who aren't participating can buy coins for the zodiac god they think will win. It's a free-for-all bet. After the race, the coin values will change based on each god's final ranking. After his long explanation, the girl held her head. So, whose coin do you want me to buy? Who's going to win? At this, Kang-Jim's face lit up as he pointed to himself. Me, of course. Then he quickly added, it's not that I saw myself winning, but I know what's coming in the race, if I can manipulate things a bit. Before he could finish, the woman exploded. You damn bastard. So you're telling me to gamble? She pinched his cheek again, her voice filled with worry. What if you don't win? Kang-Jim's muffled voice pleaded, Don't you have any faith in me? The woman let go and slammed her hand on the table. If you don't win, I'm disowning you as my brother. She silently added to herself, and you'll have to pay me back for everything. After that, the two of them beamed, looking at the ancestral tomb certificate and the registered seal, but he wasn't done yet. Are there any other special offers? He asked. The words barely left his mouth before he got a sharp smack to the head. Finally, the day of the festival arrived. The announcer's voice boomed, hyping up the atmosphere. Hello, everyone. Today is the grand opening of the second great demon realm. Welcome one and all to the royal race. He paused, waiting for the applause from the crowd below, but they just stared back, completely bewildered. The announcer's voice carried on. I'll display the basic rules in the map first. Please take a look before I begin my explanation. Kang-Jim stroked his chin, lost in thought. Plunder. On the compass of fate, the needle spun wildly. It had been suddenly activated by an incident in the second great demon world. The plunder ability of the 12 deities was now active, which meant conflict was about to erupt between allies and enemies alike. Beside him, a young man asked, Plunder? What on earth are you talking about? Kang-Jim explained his compass had just been triggered. He warned everyone that he sensed something coming and told them all to be on guard. Someone else spoke up, asking him, Can't you see who it's going to happen to? Kang-Jim scratched his head. It could be an enemy. Or an ally. Hearing this, Duhan's face grew tense with worry. I hope nothing happens. I can heal anyone who gets hurt. But before the man could finish, the girl with the ponytail declared, I'm certain we won't end up fighting each other. Even if we're on different teams, we're still friends. A major investor nearby chimed in. But I'm not so sure about that if you end up losing. Kang-Jim could only wave his hands and force a laugh. Just trust me. But inside, he was thinking, I don't know what's coming, but I'm sure everyone will be all right. With that thought, Kang-Jim spoke to the group. Let's help each other, no matter what team we're on. He thought to himself, just knowing I can trust my friends is a huge comfort. Back at the main event, the announcer's voice boomed. All right, contestants, has everyone read the rules? The Zodiac race had 5 articles. 1. Contestants would team up with others born in the same year. 2. All skills and items would be amplified. 3. Anything was permitted as long as it didn't violate the remaining restrictions. 4. Violence and killing were strictly forbidden. The use of communication items was banned. 5. Any forbidden action would result in immediate elimination. The announcer then grinned, and have you all seen the most important part? Prizes for ranks 1 through 3 would be awarded by tier, with separate rewards for ranks 4 through 12. The winning team would receive an additional bonus. With that, the announcer signaled the start. The entire stadium turned its attention to the stage. By now, all of you know what you have to do. But do you have any idea why we're holding this race? First, let's take a look at the myth of the Zodiac. Please turn your attention to the screen. The story began with the Jade Emperor calling out to all living things, come and see me. The first 12 animals to reach me will become the symbols of the years to come. And so, the creatures began their great race toward the heavens. The order of their arrival determined the years. However, was the outcome truly fair? The announcer spoke with a mysterious tone. If they raced again, under truly fair conditions, who would win? We organized this race to find that answer. Please, give this race your all. As he finished speaking, a notification window appeared. The raid objective. Achieve a high score in the race within 3 hours. And now, I will begin the countdown. The clock on the main screen began to tick. The announcer urged them to get behind the starting line. The countdown reached 3 seconds, then 2. Kang-Jim braced himself. He was determined to achieve victory in this demon world once again. The timer hit 0, and the race began. A horde of contestants activated their speed, skills, and shot forward. Elsewhere, Kang-Jin's sister listened nervously to the commentator. With the start of the race, we have officially ended the sale of Zodiac coins. Please enjoy the event from this moment on. She trembled with anxiety, having bet nearly 2 trillion coins on the rat. On the track, the contestants pushed forward relentlessly. The festival of the gods, the Zodiac race, had begun. The competition was savage. One person activated the falling leaf skill. The crowd of racers moved like the wind. Some were already blazing through the first section with unbelievable speed. A figure launched into the air, moving gracefully. The one in the lead was CEO Kang-Jim, wearing his 3rd-grade dragon-rank boots of Hermes. He smirked with satisfaction. A good start. I just need to keep this pace. The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. CEO Kang-Jim has reached the first station. Let's see what his fate will be. A fate card activated, and Kang-Jin's eyes flew wide open. A pillar of light shot down from the sky, engulfing him. The announcer screamed in shock. It's the #1 contender, CEO Kang-Jim. He's been teleported to a deserted island. Kang-Jim appeared there, completely stunned. Meanwhile, the other racers were just reaching the first station. His friend received a pair of speed wings, allowing her to fly for 10 minutes. As she took to the sky, Do-Han shouted, "Go, sis." His cheer was so powerful it actually extended her flight time by another 10 minutes. But Kang-Jim was stuck on the island. His only options were to wait or roll a 6 on a die to escape. He calculated the odds. Just 9 in 42. He grumbled to himself, damn, my luck is terrible. He then tried to just fly away, as if he could escape his fate. But the system instantly flashed with red warnings, demanding he return to the designated location. It slammed Kang-Jim back to the ground. Then a notification announced his penalty for leaving the area. A monstrous red creature appeared, ready to attack. It immediately threw a powerful punch his way, but Kang-Jim was no pushover. Penalty? As if, he scoffed, unleashing a torrent of azure power at the monster, cleaving it clean in two. A spectral blue form materialized behind him, hardening his resolve to win. Just then, a notification rang out. Participant Kang-Jim would be penalized for leaving the deserted island. At that moment, the announcer's voice boomed with praise. He's defeated the Guardian and broken free from the island. The spectators on the bridge merely scoffed. What else did you expect? Kang-Jim planted a foot on the railing and launched himself back onto the track. He immediately blasted forward. I escaped quickly, he thought, but I'm still leagues behind. The second round is going to be tough. Just as he thought this, someone called his name. It was Dungtae, with a provocative look. How exactly do you plan on getting back to first place? But Kang-Jim couldn't care less, retorting with a smirk. If you're so curious, then follow me. Gozen, still leaning back, shot back a question. Are you asking me to be your teammate? After Gozen hopped off the railing to sit beside Kang-Jim, he looked down and continued. You were thinking it anyway. Let's just call it a temporary alliance. With that, he firmly gripped Kang-Jim's hand, using it as leverage to stand up. Well, I was waiting for you because I was hoping you'd suggest just that. However, as he spoke, his grip on Kang-Jim's wrist tightened like a vice, and Gozen yanked him down hard. Isn't this a little strange? The two of them were now locked arm in arm. Gozen added, there's no way you'd be this willing to cooperate with me. His expression shifted as if everything clicked into place. You're scheming something again, aren't you? In a gambling den, a voice echoed, so this is how it works. You need to acquire a device for the third stage of the race. Your mode of transport will be decided by this slot machine. Sitting there, Gozen exclaimed loudly, whoa, so we won't have to run. Then he turned to Kang-Jim with a warning, hey, don't mess up what I'm about to do. Kang-Jim stood there, his expression cold and unreadable. How can I mess it up when I don't even know what it is? Gozen's voice remained steady. Why wouldn't you want this? You're the one who can regress, after all. Hearing this, Kang-Jim just sighed in resignation. Do whatever you want. Then, he thought to himself, yeah, I know. An image of Gozen celebrating in a pile of money flashed in his mind. In the previous life, he received a massive bonus to his luck stat. Then, a contrasting image appeared. A destitute Kang-Jim with a rickety old bicycle. Meanwhile, I got stuck with a tricycle because I was only insect class. These thoughts swirled relentlessly in his head. I fought tooth and nail to climb up to demon class level 5, but my luck was still absolute garbage. I need to stick with this guy instead of rolling the dice on my own. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kang-Jim placed a hand on Gozen's shoulder. It's all on you. A moment later, the slot machine began to spin. Gozen was pumped. Let's see what I get. The first reel landed on a 7. The next reel, also a 7. In a stunning display, all 3 reels lined up perfectly. 7, 7, 7. Seeing the result, Gozen pumped his fist in celebration. Jackpot. In his excitement, Gozen turned to Kang-Jim. So, was it worth the wait? But as soon as he spoke, he realized Kang-Jim was gone, leaving him completely bewildered. Huh? Where did he go? Gozen stepped outside, searching everywhere with an annoyed look on his face. Suddenly, behind him, the headlights of a vehicle flared to life. In a flash, Kang-Jim burst out of a spatial rift, driving the new ride. You have obtained the ZBE-3 Striker. Gozen's jaw dropped in awe. Whoa, that thing looks amazing. Kang-Jim called out, what are you doing? Sitting in the driver's seat, Kang-Jim glanced back with a cold tone. Hurry up, or I'm leaving you behind. Instantly obedient, Gozen hopped in. You're completely different from when I first met you. Kang-Jim paid him no mind. Think what you want. Just then, Gozen held up a finger, a brilliant smile on his face. A main character like this is much more captivating anyway. The vehicle's tires began to screech against the ground. Kang-Jim warned, buckle up, I'm hitting it. The words barely left his mouth before the car shot forward like a bullet. As they sped off, a system announcement echoed. The temporary alliance has hit the jackpot. Despite a late start, they've already reached the second zone of the race by acquiring the fastest vehicle. The road ahead was pure chaos, with battles erupting everywhere. A storm of arrows rained down from all directions. These were the new lackeys of Asusa. After firing a volley, their leader yelled, get past them. We need to help the guild master. Nearby, Tae-hun stood inside a protective barrier, screaming, don't let them get near Sua. Amidst the chaos, Kang-Jim's vehicle was tearing through the battlefield, sending everyone into a panic. As they got closer, Gozen raised his hand and yelled, move it. But with his masterful driving, Kang-Jim weaved the car through the crowd in one fluid motion, dodging everyone perfectly. What the hell was that? Get out of the way. Move aside. After breaking through the mob, Kang-Jim turned to check on someone. Are you all right? Gun still in hand, John galloped on horseback alongside his car. She replied honestly, I'm fine. Hurry. The Aojia clan is trying to kidnap Sua. Kang-Jim was floored by the news. What? Riding beside them, Zion added, we'll hold them off here. Hearing this, Kang-Jim silently gritted his teeth as the aura of death around him intensified, activating his skill. Heaven's Eye, instantly, a vision flooded his mind. The master of the Aojia clan, trapping Sua inside a cage. Damn it. Could it be? The thought alone made Kang-Jim's face darken. Is Shin Ara the disaster fate has been warning me about? Elsewhere, the high-speed chase between two cars raged on. Shin Ara leaned out of her car, a seductive smile playing on her lips. With a sharp crack, a hand gripping a whip began to radiate immense, dark power. She expertly whipped her car around, lashing out again and again. How much longer do you think you can run from me, little sister? In that instant, Shin-Sua activated her own skill. Force release, skill nullification, weapon enhancement. Covered in wounds, Ha Jiyang grit her teeth, glaring at Shin Ara before letting out a sharp cough. Seeing this, Sua cried out in alarm. Ha Jiang was in the back of the car. Spotting her, Ara unleashed another vicious strike with her whip. Oh no, now it's just you and me. Her madness grew, a twisted and gleeful smile spreading across her face. Now we can finally have some private time together. Before she could finish, Ha Jiang, despite her injuries, shot back from the rear seat. He's not alone. He has me. Shin Sua will belong to our Kang-Jim faction. At the wheel, Sua glanced back in frustration. I don't belong to you. We can't keep going like this. Hearing those words, Shin Ara froze, a look of pure shock on her face. What? Kang-Jim is starting his own faction? You already gave up an arm for him. And now you're going to abandon your family for him, too? Shin Ara's grip on the whip tightened as her fury boiled over. What the hell did that bastard do to you? Following her scream, a blinding light erupted from behind them. As they glanced back, the beam of energy was already closing in on Shin Ara. Panic flashed in her eyes. What is that? It was Kang-Jim, now in his transformed state, his hand aimed directly at Shin Ara. A startled scream ripped from Ara's throat. Co Kang-Jim. Realizing what was happening, Ha Jiang also leaned out and yelled, Co Kang-Jim. In the car trailing them, Gozen looked on in astonishment. Wow, I'm right here. But I guess I'm invisible. Kang-Jim's car shot forward like a rocket. A system alert flashed. The first place position is changing at the very end of the second sector. The Namti Alliance is catching up to Shin Sua and Shin Ara. After pulling up alongside Shin Sua, a worried Kang-Jim called out, Shin Sua, are you okay? From her seat, Sua corrected him. Ha Jiang is the one who's hurt. Instantly, a brilliant green light enveloped Ha Jiang's body. As her wounds began to heal, she appeared calm. This is nothing. Shin Sua's skill protected me as well. Seeing this, Kang-Jim could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. With that, he and Gozen surged forward, taking the lead. The second sector ended with the Namti Alliance in first place, closely followed by Shin Sua's car. Back in formation, Kang-Jim remained calm. Gozen waved enthusiastically. The third sector is where the real race begins. The lead group remained in their cars. The robot announcer's voice boomed again. This means they will both share first place. Will this race have the same outcome as the myth? A black hole ripped open in the air, and a hand emerged from within. Immediately, a powerful strike shattered something into pieces. As the two cars continued to race down the road, the sky above them suddenly grew dark and began to rumble. While Shin Sua's and Kang-Jim's teams sped onward, a mysterious voice echoed through the air. This pathetic race ends now. Realizing something was terribly wrong, Kang-Jim grit his teeth. Damn it, what's happening? Is this the warning from fate? His eyes shot wide as he scanned his surroundings with extreme caution. This isn't about Shin Ara, is it? As he sped along the track, Kang-Jim felt the aura of death around him intensify tenfold. Then, before them, countless massive spheres materialized in the gloomy sky. From these orbs, legions of cloaked figures emerged. A figure wearing a terrifying mask appeared and announced, Begin. Amid the chaos, this person lunged forward, his hand reaching for Co Kang-Jim's face. Confronted with the attack, he froze for a split second before activating his skill. Watching from their cars as they raced closer, both girls screamed in terror. Kang-Jim. The mysterious figures quickly swarmed both of their cars. Looking closer, they recognized the attackers. It was the clown troupe. Just then, a gray-haired girl leaned her head out of a car. The voice of the figures echoed. We will bring a new order to this world. The leader raised a razor-sharp sword, and the entire twin clown troupe began to radiate pure, unadulterated killing intent. At that moment, Sua, her face twisted in a mask of rage, screamed, What are you planning to do to Kang-Jim? Hearing the name, the leader on the other side seemed intrigued. Kang-Jim, as his subordinates charged forward, he refused to answer. That is none of your concern. They continued their relentless assault, declaring, he will become a part of us. Sua stood her ground, power already radiating from the two swords in her hands as she muttered, absurd. An image of a tiger, formed from pure energy, materialized behind her. Under the imposing silhouette of the tiger, Sua slashed through an enemy, activating her skill, Soul of the White Tiger Mountain God. All Zodiac-related skills within the demon realm will now be greatly enhanced. Slamming his sword into the ground, Sua's face twisted with rage. Tell me where he is. Suddenly, their leader lunged forward, his sweeping attack knocking everyone off balance. Watch out! Seeing the chaos erupt, Tae-hun frantically turned to check on his friends. Are you all okay? From the other side, two girls shouted back. Focus on what's in front of you. The moment she finished speaking, an enemy charged, smashing into their shield. In an instant, the two were completely surrounded. Tae-hun shouted in alarm, "Who are these guys?" Johan, struggling to hold the shield steady, answered between gritted teeth. I think this is the conflict he mentioned before the race. I just hope everyone makes it out okay. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland. Kang-Jin stood there, a little disoriented. This is a fleeting thought. I'm off the racetrack, but still in the demon world. At that moment, Kang-Jin's cautious gaze swept upward as he asked, "What do you want from me?" A figure suddenly appeared atop a large boulder, taking him by complete surprise. A strange voice echoed through the air. The masked person sat there, propping their chin on their hand as they spoke. This is very, very important, you know. It's a special order from our leader. Join the Jester's troop, Seo Kang-Jin. A chaotic battle scene flashed through his mind. This organization, they already existed in my past life. Their signature masks appeared, radiating pure killing intent. They were a criminal organization composed entirely of masked members. One by one, masked figures with different designs appeared, carrying out terrorist attacks against the Destiny Protection Bureau and all the factions allied with them. As he recounted this, he closed his eyes, thinking deeper. But in my past life, the Jester's troop didn't show up until about a year later. I had no idea they already existed at this point in time. Kang-Jin imagined the figure of Baekjun walking among the ranks of the Jester's troop. Baekjun might be one of them, which is why I was planning to investigate them eventually. Kang-Jin opened his eyes again, his expression filled with uncertainty. Should I call this a golden opportunity? Suddenly, the masked figure leaped down from the rock, trying to persuade him. I know it sounds sudden, but this is a great opportunity for you. Then, they jabbed a finger firmly into Kang-Jin's chest. I don't know the reason why, but I know you're wary of the Destiny Protection Bureau. As they spoke, their hand remained, while Kang-Jin's eyes widened in shock. The figure then brought their face menacingly close to his. But you think we're the only ones who've noticed? They continued. I'm certain they've already figured it out, too. Just then, Kang-Jin swiped his arm, causing the figure to stumble back slightly. With lightning speed, they grabbed Kang-Jin's wrist. Just like that, the two stood together in a pose that resembled a dance. Whoa there. Almost took a tumble. After regaining their balance, the masked person insisted, don't be so cold. Work with us. It's not like we're fans of them either, right? Hearing this, Kang-Jin remained silent for a moment, thinking. Unlike the Destiny Protection Bureau, I don't know anyone in this group. If I become one of them, getting information will be much easier. Seeing the silence, the figure rambled on. Let's drive out the Destiny Protection Bureau and create a new world order. Suddenly, Kang-Jin's hand grasped theirs, and he could feel their surprise. Oh, have you made your decision? The two then moved with incredible speed. As the mocking voice continued to ring out, excellent idea. I'm sure this mask will suit you perfectly. But then, without warning, Kang-Jin struck. His fist smashed directly into the mask, shattering it and revealing an enraged face beneath. Struck, she immediately clutched her face and let go. Ah, that was so mean. Maintaining his ice-cold demeanor, Kang-Jin replied, Why would I ever trust criminals like you? The moment he spoke, a skill activated, Destiny's Touch. So this girl was Lynn Mauser. Level, 2-star Plunderer. Race, Insectoid. Zodiac attribute, Earth. She tilted her head with a pout. Stop pretending to be so righteous. Kang-Jin, sword still in hand, was lost in thought. She's the same level as me, and I have the attribute advantage. I can beat her easily. If I want to infiltrate their headquarters, I need to get close to someone with a higher rank. Opposite him, Mauser rubbed her head and muttered, Ah, Verna, didn't you say I wasn't supposed to show my face? The moment he heard that name, Kang-Jin voiced his suspicion aloud. Is Verna the one behind all this? If he wants me, tell him to come find me himself. The girl still didn't understand, staring at the sword pointed at her. Kang-Jin continued, I have no intention of following a weakling like you. Insulted, Mauser's eyes flared with wounded pride. What did you say? She rose to her feet, power radiating from her body. I think you're underestimating me. Mauser's fingernails grew into long claws, which she aimed straight ahead. I have more than enough power to take you down. With that, she swiped violently at Kang-Jin. He quickly activated the Beast Claw's skill and blocked the blow with his sword, shouting, "You little rat." Kang-Jin calmly parried the attack. You're nothing more than a rabbit. Hearing this, she grew even more furious. What? I am a beast, a vengeful beast, at that. Kang-Jin effortlessly parried her blade, then shot her a look of utter disdain. All this hatred, just from a single strike? In that instant, his sword blazed with even greater power. Kang-Jin's form began to shift as he unleashed a devastating slash in her direction. But I'm not so easily defeated. Forced back by the blow, Mare smirked. You want to know something? Placing a hand on the ground, she began her analysis. Even within the Zodiac, there are natural rivalries. The rat has many enemies. It even tricked the ox to claim the top spot. As she spoke, an immense and sinister power surged through her body. But the one who despises the rat most of all. Her eyes widened with a malicious glee as a wicked smile spread across her face. Is the cat, who was tricked out of the Zodiac entirely. With that ominous declaration, Mare lunged forward with a triumphant snarl, activating her skill. Cat's Grudge. A skill description flashed into view. Cat's Grudge, a second-class racial skill that maximizes all stats when attacking a rat attribute target. A fresh gash appeared on Kang-Jin's face. A cat, huh. Seeing her attack land, Mare's confidence swelled into a triumphant grin. Mare, a second class of the metal attribute. Zodiac sign, the cat. As she charged again, Kang-Jin processed the new information. She must be from a region where the cat takes the rabbit's place in the Zodiac. Her speed became blindingly fast, closing the distance in an instant. Kang-Jin grit his teeth in pain as another deep wound was torn across his body. Damn it! After landing the strike, Mare leaped back, claws extended, and began gathering energy with both hands for a final, lethal blow. Kang-Jin barely managed to raise his weapon to block. He looked up, his guard on high alert, thinking, all I can do now is defend. He then marveled to himself, shocked at just how potent the effects of the demon realm truly were. Once more, Mare unleashed a colossal wave of power that crashed against Kang-Jin's weapon. Do you understand now? With the demon realm amplifying my Zodiac power, Mare sneered, a mocking smile on her face. You have absolutely no chance of winning against me. Finally, Kang-Jin was forced to the ground. She loomed over him, leaning in close. This is your last chance. Join the clown troupe peacefully, or die right here. As she grabbed him by the collar, his expression darkened and he spoke in a low, dangerous voice. If the Zodiac powers have been amplified this much, then just how strong have the other divine beasts become? As he spoke, he raised his hand, forming a glowing circle of power. Faced with this new energy, Mare panicked. What do you think you're doing? In response, a magnificent flaming tail materialized from the circle. A system notification appeared, summoning spirit, beast, John. John has been temporarily matured by the Zodiac's blessing effect. John descended, his body now massive and imposing. Overwhelmed by his sheer presence, Mare stumbled backward as the majestic, fully grown dragon stood behind Kang-Jin. At that moment, Kang-Jin called out to his spirit beast, John. He then gave a single, chilling command, devour her. In a flash, John lunged forward, unleashing a mighty roar. The pressure from his aura was suffocating. Mare's face contorted with rage and disbelief. A real dragon? You coward. You absolute coward. This can't be happening. Her disbelief shattered into a heaven-shaking scream. And that's where we'll wrap up this video. The scenes you just saw are a recap from the series. If you have any thoughts, be sure to drop them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more amazing videos. For now, take care, and we'll see you in the next one.